Not live yet?
protected,
Shit.
or even the likes of Rogue
hit
that
you
go
live
up
on.
so much when it comes to her strength
Your
because of that combination with Gambit. You just remove the characters around Gambit if he is protected, and a lot of teams tend to start to struggle.
There you go.
So Elsa is being protected.
Yo,
less
good
and
morning,
banned
guys.
out a little
Logic,
bit
I
more.
appreciate the
And
massive
while
Prime
she is
sub.
being
And
banned out
Turtle,
first
she
in the
wrote,
both
I
games,
appreciate the
she's
massive
still very strong,
gifted
might I add.
sub.
93 out of
Absolutely
100
insane.
stars
How are you
is
guys
still
doing
S+,
today?
So yeah, she's still strong. But other teams are still very much
What is
committed
this?
to getting rid of the Gambit. But if Elsa is not being protected anymore, who is? Who's contesting her there? Well, Gambit for one, but also Mantis has gone up massively in popularity. Notably as a protect option because Mantis has amazing team-ups with the likes of Loki and Groot, who are still pretty good with
Okay,
that
cool.
combination. But because
Good morning,
the
guys.
likes of Mantis
Can't wait
has
for
damage
another
boost,
16
she
hours.
synergizes with everybody. Soul Resurgence is a really good offensive and defensive ultimate, and most importantly,
Yeah,
she
it's
is
going
one
to
of the
be a
staple
long
characters
one.
when it comes to triple strategist. She can pair with whoever.
It
If
is
can decide
going
ban
to
out
be
Loki,
a long
Invisible
one.
Woman, the Mantis can make other characters around her work pretty well, and she has a lot of offensive capabilities, which means running triple strategists doesn't feel like you don't have that threatening firepower, I guess. But if I
Okay,
had to
let's
show you
see
guys a
something real quick,
graphic of
chat.
what this would look like, it would look like
We
the following.
have
Granted,
Vision
graphic
versus
design isn't really
Rad,
my passion
Fires
here,
versus
and it's not a
Peps.
perfect system to gauge strength.
And then the
because it's a
last
hero
two
shooter.
games
Just
are gonna
talking
be
about the
really
draft, which
crazy.
characters have been
Okay.
banned out and protected. The hero shooter, you can switch characters at any given point. The two things I want to know: almost half of the top 20 heroes in this list are deemed as threatening. It's strategists. 9 out of 20. There's 5 duelists and 6 vanguards, but 9 strategists.
nice.
And I don't think there's that many strategists missing from this list at this point, to be honest, either. Even White Fox has been banned out a bit. But also, I wanted to know.
Okay,
the
we're
big
good. Sorry, I
drop-off
was looking
between
at
Elsa,
everything to see if we're
Gambit. There's a
good.
big drop off between them. Then Mantis, Deadpool,
yeah,
Vanguard,
we-
and then
yesterday
another
we
big drop-off
streamed-
before we get to the likes of Invisible Woman, Loki, Ultron, etc.
Yesterday we
I'm very
streamed
curious
for
to see what some of the
16
regions are
hours
doing,
and 10
be
minutes.
creative, and see what other characters that might not be on this list might be starting to climb when people realize how good they are. But until then, thanks for watching.
And
I'll see
now
you next time.
we are doing it again. So I think today's going to be the same stuff as well. Oh, here you go, chat. Here you go. Here you go. I gotta get the betting going on here.
We are getting ready to find out some teams that
we are doing
wait until the main season
first
starts.
game
We're
of
gonna
the
be
day
covering
is going to be
some of our
Vision
lower
against
bracket
Rad,
rounds.
chat. So
I'm your
Vision
host, Jay3
against
Socials,
Rad. I'm going to
as
start your
usual,
guys'
joined by
predictions
the
now.
magnificent
Good luck.
Foxy
Have
and
fun.
Back to Victorious, I ran out of words. Ryan Central. I panicked. Should have prepared something.
Yeah, I got you, bro.
beforehand.
See, I got you
We
guys,
had
bro.
some spectacular games yesterday, and we're hoping to have some spectacular games today. Before we do our due
Yeah, man.
diligence about talking about all that new stuff coming
It's,
to Marvel Rivals for you,
it's,
and before we get into our games, let's
a
start
fight.
with Boxy. What was your favorite game yesterday?
What was my favorite game? I mean, are we including America, or are we just
I think
sticking
that's up to you.
specifically to EMEA? Honestly, I think for me, I thought it would have been Rad versus Shiki. It was not Rad versus Shiki. I think actually it would have been Fire versus Navi, because that was a lot closer than a lot of people predicted it being.
Uh-huh. Are you
They
not playing the
certainly
new
made my
season today?
predictions
No,
panic,
I
or at
am
least
doing the
I've
watch
got
party
Fire
still.
put
The
up
watch
a
party is
lovely
still
fight. How
going
about
on, and
yourself,
I don't know how many people would
Yeah,
have
it's been pretty
predicted
fun.
Fire to win against Navi in that first game, but I think it like the Shikigami versus Rad one would have won out if we saw a couple more maps traded in between, and we did
Ooh.
at least see some full best.
Or the
of fives
Daredevil
played
drops
and
out.
then
I
some
believe the
because there's draws in America, but
Daredevil
here,
drops are
it has
out. Yo,
been a pretty
Blitz with a
straightforward, like, day
140
one. I
stream
imagine
streak.
things
God
naturally are
damn.
gonna change for today.
Like we've already mentioned, we're going to be covering some lower bracket games today, so some teams will be eliminated and have to wait until stage 1, but it does mean they'll get a little bit of a break when it comes to that. But first, Ryan, new stuff coming into the game. What you got for me?
Yeah, this ad read was actually written by Twitch chat themselves. So to quote, Black Back, woof woof, awooga, please play the trailer again for Black Cat, because yeah, she's out today. People have been seeing some of the early like influencer
What
like
were they-
playtests
what were
and
they
stuff,
saying?
looking for the combinations, and now very shortly for a lot of people she's going to be available to play for everybody.
Should I make a
that's in the public
breakfast
line,
sandwich
for the
or
tournament and the
pancakes?
rest of
Breakfast
Preseason
sandwich, bro.
across all the
Breakfast sandwiches
regions.
are
I think,
amazing,
at
man.
least for Americas and the EMEA,
Ooh.
we're not going to be seeing her in action alongside Lower Manhattan.
That is correct. We got a little bit before she is released, at least into.
Oh, Hug, you're too nice.
What
Jay, you were the
don't
king
have
of
to
streams
wait for
yesterday. I was here for
is
all of
new
it. Great job.
skins
Hey,
released
I'm
into the
surprised
game
you guys
as
were here
of
for all of it. It's
today.
16
Strike
hours,
us
plus
up,
another
take your
16
shots,
today.
Claim the stars. We have the Peter
That's
Parker
32 hours in 2
You can
days.
strike a pose.
You
as
guys
the Black
are
Panther
not
Predator
obligated to be
skin,
here for
and of
all
course, embrace the cosmic
32
hunt with
hours.
the blade
That's a long time,
starlit
chat.
Shadow. Whether you're chasing a headline or wiping out creatures lurking in the deep reaches of space, the battlefield is yours.
But if
to
you guys
command.
are here, that
Available
you guys are
now in
champs.
the store as a bundle.
Appreciate it.
That's not the only
Ooh.
thing as well that's going to be new, because just as we have a new season, well, a seasonal half, we also
do need to make a
have
command
new
for this.
Twitch drop selection. So make sure when you're tuning in, you're watching with your account linked so that you can pick your hands up with the Will of Galactus spray for 30 minutes.
Okay,
1
chat, give
hour
me a second.
bags
I
you the
gotta
main
write
plate,
the
2
command for
hours
this.
you get the emote, and if you watch for 4 hours, you'll be able to make off with that Daredevil
Okay,
costume.
Marvel Rival
So
Season
yeah,
7.5
do not
drops.
go into these streams and forget to link your account, look at the time left and go, oh, oops. But you have
Daredevil.
until May 15th, so there's plenty of time to
Daredevil.
be able to get your hands on all of the goodies.
It is also worth reminding that if you watch in-game as well, you can get yourself some sprays for the teams that you wish to support, so you can do that as well on the esports tab within your game,
Okay.
as well as make some
I updated
predictions
the
for
command for you guys for
upcoming
exclamation mark
regions,
drops.
as we still have playoffs coming.
www.
China and Oceania when those come up as well. Plenty of opportunities.
How do you link? You have to go to their Discord, and I mean not Discord. You have to go to their website and connect your Twitch to their website because it connects it to your account.
The group stages. We found our top 8 teams for the preseason, and we have made our way into the playoffs. This is for seeds,
Yeah.
for prize money. This is to head into stage 1 with as much authority as possible. And Ryan, we're starting to see.
Explain the format.
Beginning to push ahead here.
Group
Yeah,
stage,
I mean, we've
playoffs.
had a lot of interviews with
Top
various
8 teams,
rosters, whether they're
double
top of the
elimination,
game or
best of
bottom, whether they're
fives.
looking to make the money of the 16,000 USD for first place, or whether they're looking to try and go for at least 2,000 USD when it comes to
That's
these
like the
playoffs.
that's like the
Most have
gist of
sort
it.
separated a top 5 teams at the very least, with the likes of Shikigami and Rad, but we have actually seen Rad fall down to the losers bracket, and teams like Navi looking a little bit worried in some cases. The map pool is blossoming. Like I mentioned earlier, we don't have Lower Manhattan added into the pool just yet, but there's plenty of options at the very least to choose from when it comes to all of the game modes, especially now that we're in best of 5s, that we can see 2 domination maps show up again, if possible.
I mean, we also had Shin Shibuya coming back as well. I don't know if we'll get Shin Shibuya in this first series because this is actually a rematch, a first rematch that we're going to get from the group stages in the playoff stages. Because last time, Vision tried to take Rad to Shin Shibuya and got full held. So I feel like they might be avoiding that.
Is there anyone in the pro teams that might use Black Cat?
There is a chance
No,
of
they're
that
not
because
using the
other
new
maps
patch,
with,
chat. They're on
version
season 7
style.
patch.
We did get our
Darth
first symbiotic
Holtz, appreciate the
surface
massive
patch
prime sub, my
today,
friend.
but
Shannon
that
for
was delightful to see as it has
125-day
been
stream streak.
mostly
Damn.
avoided
A lot of
by
you
the
guys have some
people
big
who
stream
did actually
streaks.
get to see it. A quick reminder, while some teams seem to think that there is a more figured out pick and ban phase, other teams, especially in the
J3
Americas,
watch party, no
seem
better
to
way
miss
to end the
a
day.
great. We're
Wait,
seeing
end
a
the
lot of
day? We're
focus
just getting
on
started.
Gambits, onto Elsas and onto Mantis, at least here in EMEA, including from Rad, like we did see yesterday, and Vision. But we'll have to see.
We
with
are
the
just
first day of playoffs out
getting
the way, if
started.
we will see that continue. Moxie, in these bans, is there anything you
shit.
think from yesterday is going to jump up in priority a bit?
I think maybe not in terms of like jumping up priority. I think some things we're going to be seeing teams like
let's
look at
see.
the instant ban and go, okay, no, we can't just go for things like the Jeff. Looking at you, Vision, I'm expecting Gambit or Elsa to have to be the instant ban, and which one isn't the instant ban will likely be the save, outside of maybe an early grab onto the Manta, since we're really seeing the rise of triple strategists once more.
And right, we're looking ahead at our first matchup here, as Moxie already brought up. It is going to be Vision
Chat,
Esports
you guys
versus
still have a little bit of
Rad.
predictions
Both
left.
sent down
I know
to
this is
the
really
lower
early in the
bracket, as
morning,
you can
but
see
get your predictions in.
our earlier system, and of course, our second game of the day will be Fire Strays versus Pets. We've got some exciting
You
matchups
guys are
coming up for you,
thinking
and of course, later
80%
with our
on
colleagues, we
Rad.
have
But this is what the
Team
bracket
Heretics
looks like right now.
and of course, one that everyone's excited for.
And these are the games that we
Navi
have.
versus
Navi against Virtus Pro is going to
What
be a really
game is
good game.
standing out for
I
you
think
today?
Team Heretics
Ooh,
against
I think
Shikigami.
it
I think Team
probably
Heretics is going to
seeing
win
how,
that,
like,
though.
Virtus Pro does with Navi.
Team Heretics
Navi
might have, like,
looking
the easier
shaky
side
top
of the
map
bracket.
against Fire Strays yesterday. left a lot to be desired, I'd say. You could definitely tell there was a bit of frustration in how it went, but maybe there's a chance for Navi to...
Black Cat
show a little
is
bit of
not
that
in the
tenacity they've
tournament,
got from
chat.
so far,
No.
winning the mid-season finals. And
There
also a
is...
second place
It
grand
doesn't
finals
make
last
any
year.
sense
You
for
would assume
teams
that
to be
Navi are never out
practicing
until the fat lady sings,
on
right?
season
I do think
7.5
that we're
patch
seeing potential
for a
good game,
tournament
some
with
shining
money on the
moments
line,
for
and
the
then
likes
all of
of
a
Pets
sudden,
versus,
halfway
Vice
into the
President.
tournament, they're like,
Because it
hey, you're
does
playing
feel
on
like those
something
teams
new,
that do go
something
out and get
that they never
eliminated today
practiced. That's
might
not
be looking
fair,
at some
chat.
roster changes in the future, and we already know that some are coming with like IMLK set to leave, I think, Peps at the end of this stage, right? So there are
Go to sleep with Jay3, wake up with Jay3. He loves us like his own family.
Between the end of preseason and the start of stage 1, so we could
Ay,
definitely see those
ay, ay.
changes like Ryan says. But Moxie, Vision, one of the best starts we saw in EMEA for that
Okay, let's see
preseason,
this.
but have found themselves now here in the lower bracket. What happened?
I mean, they did really, really good for that opening first fights on
What's after
domination,
this
right?
game?
Multiple
Is gonna
times
be,
we saw both
Fire
rounds of domination they were able to win out versus Heretics, and that was even happening back in the group stages too. They seem really, really good at those first fights, but it's what happens after those first fights, being able to convert first fight win into snowballing the rest of the round of domination, where they can sometimes run a little bit out of steam and get punished in the long run pulling a round, but potentially not the rest of the two due to ultimate economy for the other side.
Nice.
Ryan, looking at the other side, Rad. This is a team that a lot of people predicted would be in the upper bracket coming into here, but now
Rad was looking like a great team yesterday, but they had like nothing go for them, man.
In that lower bracket, but we keep this is a team that came in through MRC.
They did really well yesterday, but they could not win like
There's so much potential here.
It just sucks.
It was the
Voting underdogs all day. You're probably gonna lose a lot of money then. And Oyable, appreciate the massive 9 months. How you doing?
Like insinuating with like how this team wanted to play together. They wanted the reps. It is a squad that's been built off a very successful unsigned cause, notably from Chopped and Final Dance of previous eras of MRC and Ignite. But it was yesterday against Shikigami, leaving a lot of these like last minute fights to really fall out of their hands. Those moments that they
someone said I'll be voting the underdogs, and then someone said thanks for your contribution to my wall hit. Yo, Natsu, appreciate the massive gifted sub. I hope you're having a great day.
Pro at the end of their group stage, losing against Shikigami, a team that they've sort of consistently been able to beat in previous MRCs. That's a lot to leave.
Oh, we're getting in, bro. We're getting in. We're getting in.
We're going to be starting off on Burning T'Challa. Moxie, what are you going to be on the lookout for here? We saw a lot of Hell's Heaven yesterday. We've seen a lot of the rotations in terms of different maps. What are you looking for here?
I mean, the last time these two teams matched up in group stages, both of them were more than happy to let the Gambit go through, and we got to see both, like,
I appreciate Natsu. Have a great day at school, my friend.
As well as Vision actually playing a lot of the White Fox very early
Let's hope
on.
that my in-flight Wi-Fi can keep up with all of Jay's hair. Whoa, watching me on a flight?
That dive, so running the counter
That's
dive
actually pretty cool.
backline could be a very strong way of dealing with things like the Venom or the Daredevil threats.
Yeah, both teams have been actually protecting a lot of the Elsa too, and I think that matchup that we're gonna see of like
I feel as a caster, if you were talking and you accidentally talked over someone, bro, I would feel embarrassed. I would feel like a dick. Like someone's trying to talk and I'm like, I talk over it, but like, I mean, they're probably used to it. They work with each other a lot. They don't probably take it personally. I would take it personally.
But also how Gainer
Hey, appreciate man six. Have a great day, my friend, too.
Think of ecstatic right in the invitational.
If they talk over you, I feel like you shouldn't take it personally, but I don't know, man.
Start to look at it. We were talking about it before the broadcast. Gainer might be one of the most high-risk, high-reward Vanguard players. He makes plays that some of the others might not be willing to do so, but we built up the frontline duo yesterday of Lugia.
Okay, chat, remember, this is lower bracket.
These two so good together.
These are we start with the two lower bracket games.
They have in each other. We didn't really get to see all that much of it yesterday.
Hello, J3. Can you explain how the battle pass works? Why can I see two battle passes right now? You could buy an old battle pass if you didn't play the game back then. So they're coming back with season 2 battle pass. So if you didn't play season 2 and you're brand new to the game and you want to buy that battle pass for the skins and stuff, you could buy it.
On something like the Emma in anticipation of that dive.
And then also you have season 7 battle pass, which is
also try to prevent the rushdown opportunities that Vision are known for on their domination elimination rounds.
Brian, you brought up the flexibility of these players. We have the Elsa versus here. You brought up how Satan's been playing stuff like the Ultron in some cases, also Adam in a few cases. But Vision, they have showed us a lot of versatility coming into this. Do you think Rad are prepared for it?
I mean, Rads tend to sort of be able to control a draft pretty well. It's just that Shikigami...
I have a favorite battle pass? Ooh, great question. Not really.
Yesterday, Vision, they're very good at dive. We saw that even in glimpses
yesterday. There wasn't really a battle pass that I was like, whoa.
The likes of White Fox, you're on Daredevil to get that information. That's where it can get scary. And that's where the draft is going to make a very exciting go of it. And I would imagine, Moxie, that both teams are going to lean towards maybe getting the Gambit out first. I'm happy to have the Elsa head-to-head.
Yeah, and then you're going to be looking
I would say probably
are we okay with letting one side get Mantis, or are we both
I would probably say, oh my god, they're banning Gambit.
As Rad will get the first save here. They could go for the Elsa. They are going to lock the Elsa. Vision, I guess.
So you don't like any of them?
Potentially going for, like,
I wouldn't say that I don't like any of them, because I didn't say one's my favorite. I buy all the battle passes still.
Coming on through, and indeed, there we go. One Guardians of the Galaxy removed into an Elsa mirror save from Vision, so that both teams are playing on the exact
Oh, great. Both
same
teams are
opportunity.
playing Elsa, chat. No one learns, bro. No one learns.
As well for Vision,
I am anti-Elsa. I'm sorry.
They haven't really played Mantis at all. I think it's like a minute or so that we saw, and the player that was playing it for them was Teller, who I think was substituting.
I am anti-Elsa, bro.
This core 6 of players, we haven't actually seen them want to play the Mantis. They're not going to be able to here. But a switch up as one side has gone for the Invisible Woman, one-sided for Vision Esports, whereas Rad want to make sure that Gainer doesn't have his hands on DPV.
Yeah, and I mean, this is smart from Rad by going for the Vanguard Deadpool, because Gainer would otherwise flex onto the Rogue, but since you've already banned out the Gambit, you've also been able to take away the team-up potential with the Rogue. And when we talk to Rogue players, they're very forthcoming. They basically say, like, yeah, Rogue is bad unless you have the Gambit. That pushes her up into the S tier echelon. But for Vision, the reason why they're going for this one-sided Invisible Woman is because it means that you have a strategist who can pump resources into securing your Elsa. While you don't have the 12% damage boost, what you do have is a very versatile shield, which means that your Invisible Woman can constantly give that layer of protection over to your
The
Elsa.
Captain America ban, that's actually pretty interesting. Oh shit, I gotta change my camera.
That could be the difference maker, as well as being able to really interfere with a
Captain
lot of
America.
what the
Bro,
dive
I
wants
always
to do.
forget to change my
Physics
camera.
is still one of the best base cooldowns in the game as utility alone.
Yeah, they got rid of the Luna, so you don't have that team up. Also, the cat ban right at the end from Vision Esports is interesting. Maybe sort of...
Yeah, that cat ban is very interesting.
More of a double duelist lineup. The cap can at least cover some of the lack of strategists that you're running, because his ultimate is very supportive in nature. So
true. Hello, Jay. I'm watching from within Marvel Rivals. Hey, what's up, someone?
Near-duel moments.
I've heard that if you watch streams from inside the game, it actually does not count towards like viewership. Kind of interesting. Oh, is this loud for you guys, or is this good? Is this good?
I'm a little bit concerned for Vision here, because Rada on the full
Is it really actually so loud?
Where they've got both the Luna and the White Fox. So
how about that? I turned it down a little bit.
Like disruption dives, these soft dives to just create space for Zerk to be able to work with for that Elsa. He does run the risk of going down. His hand will be forced. He has to go.
I don't know why
into
more teams don't
three
ban
lots of
Strange.
CC.
Strange is a
And
very
reminder, we're not
good
in
ban.
the
On
season 7.5
it
patch
depends.
where multiple lots of CC activation, then build up a resistance to it. No, so Gainer could very easily go down if Rada able to lock him up.
Some Strange straight out of play as well for Bada. Wanted to see if he could build up the Zyabag motors, expecting that the front line isn't going to have too many barriers to block it, but you have got Ducky on your
Strange is a very good ban, because if you do ban Strange, I mean, there are a lot of other characters you would rather ban, chat, but if you do ban Strange, you are taking away the portal, and how many people are going to do a portal play at the end when in overtime, or if you need to go to point, right? So you are taking away that portal play, which is actually very smart.
Lugia is building up nicely with the one-sided Vanguard, able to...
Oh, also, it's not like ranked where if you ban Doctor Strange, you're also going to have your Doctor Strange banned as well. So you can have a one-sided Strange, which is really good.
They know that the amount of CC would take the Venom down, so they haven't boxed Rad out, and Rad can still play in the open space of this point, putting pressure, peeling out the Venom, and they're picking up all of the eliminations onto Vision's backline.
Did I sleep good? I did not sleep enough. I think I went to bed at like 2 a.m. because I had to do some errands that I haven't done, like take out the trash and stuff, and I went to bed at like 2. So we're on like 6 hours of sleep.
At least one person will get grabbed out.
Yeah, it's pulled through, but watch again and try to reset and go in for these dives. Like you mentioned, has to be very careful.
I do think this is going to be a good game, but if you guys ask me my professional opinion, I think Rad is taking this.
If you can get some of the threat in, it's going to be the Van pool in your area working again together, whilst we see the Reg of Ultron built up from Smashnez. Usually we'd see Crazy Kitty, the other switch around when it comes to these characters, but instead Smashnez is the one that's going to be playing the third strategist with this composition. Zerk's trying to pull people back, but the Bulwarks is going to protect people, and now QB seeing if he can go in for the grab, heal people up, grab them if possible, instantly taken out from Smashnez.
Rex has invisible boundary, but for Vision's side, you've already lost so many players, you can't really justify using it, especially
Rad
since you know
J3
that
curse chat. I don't have a J3 curse.
Doesn't have to save its
I don't have a J3 curse.
You can just use the pressure to try and take the one shot onto the invisible woman and cancel out the boundary early, and this is problematic for Vision because without that invisible boundary, without
I do not have a J3 curse.
They can't engage with a strategist ultimate. Instead, they're relying on something like Feast of the Abyss coming through from Gainer, but we've already seen Rad is so adept at dealing with the Venom. Gainer goes all the way to the point, pulls the attention from Rad, forcing them to have to give up that early control of the choke, allowing Vision to walk through the space, and now Rex can get in.
Oh, hold on 1 second, chat. I'll get to it and
they still haven't been able to actually walk forward thanks to Ducky's just meteor.
This might be a quick 3-0. Nah, too early, chat. Too early. Oh my god, he just completely whiffed the guard trucks. Bro, come on, man. If being a pro player means that you can whiff all your ults, bro, I want to go back to being pro.
Still though, Vision Esports, they had some progression on the point. It has been diminished away as overtime is now hit. You have got the Kumiho ready for Vertigo, but there's no real pressure in order to use it yet. You're able to get the pick on Zerks, and Bada, who has had this Eye of Agamotto since pretty much the beginning of this point in the map, able to use it, doesn't find anything as it's going to be Luigi and Crazy Kitty cleaning up. Vision Esports, as soon as that door was shut in front of them, past that first engagement, Moxie, there was no way in.
Someone needs to go back and watch that round from Lugia's POV, because I don't think the Vanguard Deadpool's health dropped, like...
That's... I'm back for a long day of vibes. Yo, how you doing? How you doing? To be honest with you, if every game is going to be like this game, I don't think we're going to have a long day at all.
Also being able to cut off heals if Vision's Vanguards overstep and try to go for Rad's backline, which Rad's backline also very little contest coming on through, because one, triple strategist line, your Venom can't go put pressure on Ultron, he can't reach him, and two, if he goes for the Luna and the White Fox, he goes into the CC chain blender, and there's very, very little that Gainer can actually do to just create the space for Zerks to be able to work with, and I think like we're going to see a swap away from this composition of the dive split from Vision, because they've worked out that it's just not getting them the space.
Yeah, I think if you're trying to go head-to-head versus Rad pound for pound, you're going to lose out to some of these players with a little bit more experience. So a big change.
Did Rad or 100 Thieves lose their match? Well, this is loser bracket, so Rad did not win their match. 100 Thieves did win their match actually yesterday, 3-0. Surprisingly. Surprisingly.
Still, however, there's a lot to be dealing with. Rad deciding not to change up much. And now it's just a case of seeing if they can get the picks in the end. No ultimates that have carried over from this side. It was only the few that we saw from the Doctor Strange, for example, that were used up at the end of the last round, aren't really going to be able to get much. Leaping from Satam.
Okay, let me get back to these questions I said I would get to. Hey, so I'm new to these newer seasons of Rivals comp. If you ban a specific Deadpool role, is the Deadpool character banned, or is it just that role? Just that role.
But the problem here is that Rad carried so many ults.
Oh yeah, I don't really play ranked because I have a high anxiety about elo management. I however ban characters based on seeing the same people be bad on them to make the swap. Thoughts?
Still falls, and Mash has
I think it's fine.
Both worlds for when Vision are out of resources and out of ults and out of anything to justify trying to stop Rad from getting first cap.
I mean, that's the only good news, is that you forced out the 2 strategist ultimates back to back, but you still have Smash this that's about to build up another Rage of Ultron Invisible Boundary, now actually used from Rex this time as it was copied before. So it is going to form a response out of Rad, but Cookie is taken out in the process despite all of that healing churning down on him. Seeing it from Rex's POV, he's got a lot of people grouped up, and he's able to at least keep that light of sign cleave working. And Zerk's being
Wait, they didn't get that kill
on this Elsa. Thought that he might be able to get some
Oh my god, they didn't get that kill. Oh, what's up, Rin? Rin, Emily and I were laughing at your joke yesterday. It was funny.
Seeing if you can find a pick. It isn't going to amount to too much. Vision Esports seeing if they can actually clamber on the objective, but Banhammer used. Rad able to get these ultimates out, and even able to win out the fight and force a reset.
NRG,
Yeah, Ducky is
can you
actually
pick
over
up?
to the
Oh, sorry.
ammo that
Are
we
you?
talked
Can you
about,
answer the
which means
phone,
that
or are
Xperia
you
does
shocked that
not
you're
get free
losing? Or
iron
I don't know what you.
You
It
have
was
to
funny.
contest with both Diamond Form as well as Carbon Crush. And it means that the Stranger's gone. We're on to Groot instead, looking now to see if you can find some of these wall isolations off of an opening force physics coming on through from Rex and shred one of the Vanguards before Rad can possibly heal them.
Hoping to just connect his gainer, and Crazy Kitty going for the flank. Saw it yesterday a little bit over in Central Park. He's able to get the pick.
Oh, you're good, Rin. It's just
it's a major
Emily
one,
was
being able
saying
to
that
take a big player
when
like that, meaning that we're
when
getting
you're in
towards
these watch
90%
parties,
MLC.
you're actually
That
really
could have
funny.
easily been a build up to
Actually.
these ultimates, and QB's actually had to switch off to go Strange.
Oh, yeah, but
They're
Rad
spawn
outside that
camping,
spawn.
chat. I don't.
They're just
No,
gonna take
why
the
would you
Strange
open?
down.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh.
No.
The bubble isolation from the Unicorn Shield coming through from Lugia means that Vision get no opportunity to heal the Strange, no opportunity to cast the portal, and no opportunity to contest as OT ticks in, and Rad sweep the round. Decisive victory, and I think it's what Rad needed right after how rough.
How
yesterday's
strong do you think
showing
Black
was.
Cat will be in pro play?
And especially when you add in the
Don't
fact
know,
that Rad
chat.
lost
I
all
don't
of
think a
those
lot of
first
people were able
engagements
to get
yesterday
their
against
hands on
Shikigami
Black Cat. I don't know what
on
people are
Hell's Heaven, I
capable
think
of
it was.
doing yet.
And
The
then we
character's
actually saw
brand new.
Vision winning all of the first fights in their domination.
I mean,
game
I think
against
she's a really
Crazy.
good diver,
Just to
but
mention
we'll
also
see.
Crazy Kitty
Yeah, that was a
only
pretty
once.
fast round,
Turn
man.
up
That was
on
a
the
pretty
Elsa, and
fast
we were
round.
typically expecting Smash Des, who also didn't get eliminated, shows that there is some flexibility to be working with, and the triple strategist looking a lot stronger there. I do feel that that sort of ban-in, that one-sided Deadpool Vanguard, despite it being not as popular as it used to be before Moxie, it made a difference here. Vision Esports frontline was very much struggling.
Yeah, and I mean, for Rad as well, like, the fact that Crazy Kitty, when he goes for that flank, there's even more importance with the play that he's actually able to scoop with the Apex Predator, because it's the Loki, which means if it was anyone else, you don't
They
have
only got
ultimates,
2
but you've
kills.
still got regeneration domain. You just drop it, you save your player. No
People are already
elimination
throwing
comes
comp
from
games with
that
if
Elsa.
Black Cat
It
is
also
banned
meant
in
that
comp, had
QB
3 of the 5
had to
games with
go
throwers.
off of the Loki
Yeah, a lot of you
onto
guys
the
are saying,
Strange
J3,
to be able to
J3,
set
are
up
you
the
playing
TP
comp
because
today?
he
J3,
was
are you
the
playing
one
comp?
in the respawn
I'm gonna be honest
point
with you guys.
earliest. So Vision lost.
It's the new
Loki
day of the
to be
season.
able to
I
stabilize
don't-
even
people are gonna be
against something like the
throwing.
Unicorn Shield coming
I don't
on
know
through
if I
from
want
Lugia,
to.
Who, again, by the way, did not go down once in both of those 2 rounds. Rad doing a very good job of just fully controlling the tempo, fully controlling the space, and Vision, like, their plan was very obviously go with dive to just soft dive, disrupt, create space, but the backline with the Luna, the White Fox, the Ultron literally made that impossible.
It was 2 eliminations to a bunch for Vision. They need to try and pull this back, so we'll have to see exactly how they're going to be doing when we go into this next map.
Oh, damn. They actually kind of like cut off the caster right there. I have a question about the new Battle Pass. Can you only use it once? I don't know what that means. What do you mean, can you only use it once? If you buy the Battle Pass, chat, you keep it forever until you complete it.
Watch out, they're headed our way.
Yeah, I don't...
With the amazing Spider-Man.
New season, gotta play some quick play. That's where it gets sweaty. I don't know if quick play gets sweaty, guys. I don't know if quick play gets sweaty, man. Nah. Can I feed you breakfast? Ooh, speaking about breakfast, I'm probably gonna order breakfast here soon. I am gonna get Because yesterday we talked about waffles and how waffles are so much better than pancakes. So I might get some waffles. I know you guys all agree, right? Jay doesn't have to worry about being sweaty because he makes the enemy team sweat. True. True. No, chat. Quick play is not sweaty, but I have played quick play and I love trolling in quick play. I do flanking Adam Warlock. I do shotgun only Punisher, bro. Quick play is not sweaty, chat. I'm sorry. How many games are there today after this? There is 4 EMEA games, and there's also going to be 4 NA games. Yo, Jay, it's my birthday today. Should I go get the best lasagna for my birthday? Bro, don't get lasagna for your birthday. I know you guys say that to piss me off, but there is no one in this world that goes, wow, you know what? It's my birthday. I get to eat whatever I want. I'm going to go for some lasagna. No.
The Rad we've come to expect in that last matchup having a really strong performance. We saw Vision yesterday winning most of their early fights, especially in their domination maps, and that just wasn't the case here, Moxie. What happened?
I mean, first fight, especially first round, like, Gainer just could not make room in the backline because you're going up against the Ultron, the White Fox, the Luna, and it basically gave Rad all of the confidence to not have to play against a dive composition bunkered up with their team vastly split, the backline playing inside small room, the front line actually playing on point to anchor and prevent Vision from just walking away with first cap, and from there it just snowballed. They had so much
I literally
space.
told my mom yesterday I wanted lasagna for my birthday.
Vanguard Deadpool constantly playing on the off.
I just want to let you know, since you asked your parents that, since you asked your mom that, your mom is probably very disappointed. And after you said, "Hey mom, can I get some lasagna?" She's probably like, "Yeah, whatever you want, whatever." And then when you stopped looking, she's like,
Empire of Eternal Night, and it's going to be Midtown, which is a lot of Central Park, but we're starting off with the Convoy map instead here. What are your thoughts coming into this?
I mean, it's a tricky one to go to because we saw them struggle with it a lot yesterday. It's a map that they have picked before, but they've got 1 win and 2 losses so far. So even against the likes of Crownfall, I think this was the map that they ended
also,
up
I really don't do birthday cake for my... You guys are saying, oh, it's just like cake. I don't do lasagna for my birthday.
It's also, we sort of mentioned at Vision, very like dive-centric in how they want to play with the likes of Daredevil and such. This is a hard map to be able to do that on. And Rad, I would imagine that they want to just kind of copy the draft, right? They know that there is going to be a White Fox connoisseur of Rex on the other side. Getting rid of the Luna stopped that combination from working. And then there was that big priority over onto Invisible.
Yeah, I actually don't...
very worried here.
I don't like doing birthday cake for my birthday. I really do like...
Problem is just that Rad have got...
What's it called, chat?
This is them saying that they're putting their best foot forward. If it ain't broke, though, for
yeah, I do ice cream cake. Oh, I love ice cream cake, especially when you like get to the middle and it's those like chocolate crunchies that separate like the chocolate and the vanilla.
Into being able to secure the one-sided invisible woman, even though they wanted to be able to play the dive.
Slaps.
And I think they were
harder than my
like
grandma.
Physics,
oh.
Being able to put the prevention onto the dive as well as providing the Guardian shield to care for that Elsa on the off angle. Maybe going for a mirror ban onto the Luna just to be able to break the White Fox chain, because I would assume it's going to be some form of split in your comp, right? You're not just going to play full anchor, full brawl composition. On Convoy, you do basically, especially on your attack, have to have a way of splitting
J3
the
grandma stream? Yeah,
so
we could do a J3 smacking grandma stream. Oh my god, not like that. Like my grandma smacks me, chat. Oh my god.
We'll see if that ends up being a deciding
phrasing, bro.
We head on into map number 2. Take it away.
A bit more
phrasing, bro. Phrasing.
Wanting to go and attack first, Moxie. So it is going to be a switch around of when that last protect comes in a little bit later. I do think that for Rad, it's a case of, yeah.
Hide your
Mantis would
grandmas.
be, like, the first
Hide your grandmas.
in.
J3's out there on the
Everything
streets.
else,
Hide your
they're gonna
grandmas.
wanna get rid of that
Dylan,
Discord
appreciate the
ban. I
massive
think
prime
they
sub, my
want
friend. Welcome,
of
welcome.
damage to Vision, and Rad looked very strong and capable.
Oh, that's
Well,
funny.
potentially Vision also save it for themselves, right? Because if Gambit is the instant ban, Rogue becomes weaker as a result. And we did see like Gainer having to go through a lot of heroes, the Venom really not having that much impact because of the composition that Rad were able to secure. And even here on Midtown, Venom, well, good for being able to.
What are
like,
these
create
teams always
space on
thinking they
things
got the
like
best
first
Elsa
fight,
and DD
first
instead of banning
attack,
him for the peace
or
of
even
mind?
breaking away
Great
from
question,
that,
man.
being able
Great
to just,
question.
like, take the long wraparound from the left
You should be a
side,
coach
like
with
this
that
building, hit
thinking.
the back line so that they
Hey,
don't
what's
just
up, Faye
hold
Bay?
that
How you
space
doing? How you
against
doing?
you.
And the
It's
online
still
arcade.
peelable,
Appreciate the massive prime
especially
sub. How
with
you
the
doing?
White Fox and Luna in players. We're actually going to see Rad this time deviate. So they could have gone for an Elsa.
Don't call me
save
J3
here.
the
They
granny
go instead
slapper.
for the Invisible Woman, which is
Listen, I am on a lack
wildly
of
different
sleep.
to what we traditionally see.
Yeah, I mean, Mantis was still available to actually pick up. It wasn't banned out just yet from Vision, so Vision are actually going to go for the one-sided Elsa, try to make that work. Here, I would imagine this is where the Mantis would clear up on Vision's side, and then potentially something else for Rad. This was where they went for the Deadpool Vanguard last time. Can be a really good map for that to work. Like, you have the one-sided Invis at the very least.
Hey,
Rad,
appreciate
they
it.
put
Online
priority
arcade.
onto.
Welcome,
They
welcome.
still could protect Mantis here.
I mean, they could do that. They could protect the Mantis. They can't protect the Loki. They could go for the Vanguard Deadpool again as well, since Vision have not been able to take that out just yet. Also, slightly concerned about the fact that Rad will not just get the Mantis, but will also potentially have the Ultron too. Which means that they can still play a triple strategist line, and we know that Crazy Kitty is very, very good at being able to flex onto the Ultron, also while not having access to the Elsa due to the ban draft. You still have a hypercarry duelist in the form of Jean Grey. Phoenix with 12% Mantis damage boost, plus Ultron Drone Pocket, plus Invisible Woman Guardian Shield to take the off-angle fight. That's going to be very problematic for Vision to have to hold up against.
You have got almost
What?
a preliminary approach from Vision Esports. Like,
I
okay, we're
hope
gonna
you're
leave
trolling.
Mantis, but
I
we are gonna
slapped
get ahead of
a
this and
grandma
actually go
ass
for
once,
banning
and
out
she
the
took her
Loki,
cane
make
and
it
beat
one-sided,
me
but also
black
the
and
groups
blue.
team
Bro,
ups there,
what?
At the very least, aren't going to be in play for the Mantis alongside. And I do like the actual mirror
When
ban
you
for the
type,
group,
I don't
knowing
know
that
if you're
both sides
trolling
really
or
wanna
not,
make
bro.
this
What
work,
is
and
wrong
are
with
very
you? You should
capable
never.
on these types of maps.
Wait,
certainly when
don't
you're looking
ask
at Ducky
if
on the
that-
side of Rad.
was it
But
fat?
this is the kind
What?
of expectation that Rad have said, that you can't play an honest game against them. Shikigami had to basically have mirrored drafts against Rad to make it somewhat equal. Here, Vision Esports happy to actually let Mantis go through on the other side and not have it themselves.
Yeah, well, it is Convoy, and Rad will be starting off on the defense, which means that everything that they were able to secure in the ban draft, for the most part, we're not actually really going to get to see it until they swap off of their free composition, if they get pushed into having to defend into second or third. So I think for Vision Esports, the question is, can you break the amount of sustainability that Rad will have? The Moon Knight is still going to be in play. The group ban, though, will
Sometimes,
now rear its
chat,
head in that you can't go
I'm gonna teach you guys some advice here.
To force Rad
Sometimes,
right into the Moon Knight ult. They can just play outside
even though
of
you
it
are typing a
and
message and you
guarantee
think
that
it's
only
funny,
one person gets hit,
sometimes
and
you
that
should
person
not
gets
hit
brought back by
enter
BRB.
and send that
Right,
message.
it's a full best of 5 to be played for Vision Esports, so it's at least one more chance after this map if they do lose it against Rad to keep their title hopes going, at least for preseason. Still a lot to look forward to in the end, but Vision Esports attacking first. Going for Satan with the Wolverine play first, but looking to already switch over to the Moon Knight, noticing how bunkered up Rad are going to be, and how open they are when you got Lugia on the thing on the other side.
Yeah, not just that, but you also would have to contest with like Diamond Form coming through from Ducky, the Bulwarks coming through from Crazy Kitty, the counter pull with Force Physics from Vertigo. So they're going to actually, like you said, go off of the Wolverine almost instantly, think about the Moon Knight, but seeing that Rad are playing a little bit less bunkered up, go for the Punisher instead. So we get very early Ban Hammer, actually managing to find the connection onto Vertigo, setting up Vision to just brute force push in one-sided regeneration domain for all of the sustainability and boulder down into Rad's position. But now we get the strange teleport because, like we said, for Rad, this composition isn't about winning the round on first. It's about draining as much time as possible from Vision when they head to second.
Yeah, it feels almost like a necessity, or expectation for teams to be able to reach it at this point. But Vision seeing if they can absolutely blitz their way through. Satam on the Punisher away from the Moon Knight to just try to give something a little bit more with these like aggressive plays in the end. Here comes
oh, did they fade it?
Grabbed in from the Emma Frost, but the Bulwark is nice at the very least.
Oh shit, camera. Yep, my bad.
Defense, as the spawns have been somewhat flipped at this point.
Yeah, I could. Chat, bro. I have to flip my camera 500 times a day. I always forget.
Building up a Meteor seeing if he can maybe get a lot when it comes to Satam having this final judgment in hand. The copy is going to come in first, actually, from the Cloak and Dagger copy, but it misses in the end, so that means that it's free reign for Satam to come in for this final judgment.
I always forget to move my camera. I'm sorry.
Bulwark comes through from Mag to be able to keep that eternal bond.
Oh no, the Punisher was ulting and he literally just got smacked by Doctor Strange and fell over, dude.
Comes on through from X-Beta trying to catch Mash, but it will connect with the Strange
Wait,
shield.
if you Glortrox and you catch people and then your Cloak and Dagger fades it, that you don't, you're still in the ult, right? It doesn't take you out, does it?
Just to be able to escape with his life intact.
Because they faded it there.
Vision relying now on having to come through with a very late Elsa clutch ultimate on the side of Zerx.
Yeah, when it comes to ultimates used without any eliminations, that must be high up there when it comes to the amount that was thrown in, and it's still
it might save you. You might be still CC'd in the ult, but like you might.
With a little bit of help from Satam to actually get onto.
I'm pretty sure you won't. You just won't take the damage. You're still like.
The Vanguard, however, goes down in the process, as now it seems that Rad trying to hold on to the best.
Do you think Bucky is still playable in pro play, bro? Bucky has not been played at all. I mean, he's been played like once in a blue moon, but all the people who are saying Bucky is still meta, I don't think they play the game.
Yeah, and Amplify means that Rad are now going to try and go aggressive. Vision Esports, seeing if they can maybe reset to go for a final fight, but they can't afford to lose anybody else.
I mean, they'll have final judgment though. Vertigo's invisible boundary will not be enough to stand up to, because Satam will be just getting full pocket. You've got regeneration domain for the one shot. You're going to have your eternal bond as well. QB, I think, actually got the copy off onto invisible boundary, so they're using the slow, pulling Rad's players in, and then having that shield to be able to protect the Punisher for a little bit more when the final judgment actually hits. Vertigo's been able to hold the ultimate up. Mash has actual eternal bond. Rex will have the mirror, and
yeah,
it all comes down to stopping Rad's sustainability.
Why play Bucky when you can play Elsa?
With the Apex Predator, yes, but no eliminations off of the back of it. Great Bulwark comes on through from Crazy Kitty. Rex's actual ultimate manages to block that CC. But not the rest of the team.
I'm glad that I'm not the only one who strange ults and hits nothing.
And we go into OT. Vertigo not going to have an ult. Mash also too far away. They're trying to come back with the Strange in time, but Vision have so many players. They should just been able to clean up the last remains of Rad and finally unlock into second.
Had almost got it across the board, but Rad just making the triple Vanguard, triple strategist lineup work with the amount of just bulkiness on the point. The eliminations, not that many for Vision, but now they're starting to string together in the elimination feed. The portal was used. All of the time was bought up, and it's now just 2.5 minutes for Vision Esports to push this as far as they can.
Good hold, but good shit by Vision. Hey, they're making it a game, bro.
Not going to be playing with the Mantis just yet. They're going for the Wolverine instead, which means that we're going to get the Primal Flame team up coming on through. Wolverine with lifesteal. If that doesn't scare Vanguard mains, I don't know what does. Vision, though, they've got snowball potential with how long that fight actually went. Satam's really close to another final judgment, and even though you don't have actual strategists to be able to hold your position with it, you've still got the cooldown of regeneration domain to push up aggressively into Rad's position.
I feel like I'm going to say that a lot today.
Here comes the leap in. You've got the fastball as well, so Wolverine is eating pretty nicely with the combinations of team-ups. Now you've got Zerx, mostly going for the CC of the ultimate to try and pull people into position, but there's just no elimination.
Yo, Gabi, appreciate you 11 months. How you doing? How you doing?
They don't have the foresight to make
Hope you're having a great day. It's Friday, by the way, chat. Hope you guys are having a good day. I really want to learn the Wolverine, man. I think, I mean, not really. I want to get better at Wolverine. I know how to play him a little bit, but
they're going to be dropping like flies, going for a reset with 90 seconds left.
Yeah, Vision do not have a lot of time, and Rad are really going to make this hurt in regards to
I
the
did not
time
sleep
bank.
well.
They're gonna hold
I slept
close.
well,
They're
but
going
not
to force
enough.
Vision to have to burn ultimates just to be able to get through choke. And we still have one more fight to go through before Vision can even see the inside of Subway, where Rad will have closer respawns. Vertigo has invisible boundary. Mash will have dance floor as well with Fate of Both Worlds, which is problematic for Vision because you're relying on beating the heal sustainability with Eternal Bond. Might not be necessary though, because Vision just in poke phase managed to pick apart the invisible woman, and Rad, no, they can't commit to this fight with ultimates. They just have to cost Vision's theirs. Out comes the Fate of Both Worlds in response to Sasam's final judgment.
Oh.
Ducky with a charge from the Punisher.
Bro, the Punisher was ulting. They were protecting their Punisher. He charged up the Magneto ult. The Magneto hit the Punisher's cloak and dagger. Oh, man. Hey, someone was asking about Bucky. This is not the... Oh, never mind. He clicked on Bucky and then got right off of Bucky. That tells you how good of Bucky is in his current state. They were like, hey, go Bucky. Nope. Before he could even play him, they switched off.
There's verticality here, though, for Rad. They're going to try and spread out, knowing and expecting it's going to be the play. And Zerx, a lot on your shoulders to find a CC with this Apex Predator. If you can find a connection, clobbering time going to be used first. It connects onto Zerx. He gets interrupted with the ultimate. Actually, there's the copy that comes in from QB, and now the stun from sends 2 right back to spawn. There's not much else for Vision to try to keep this attack going now. As watching it from Vertigo's perspective, he's high atop the eliminations. Rad hold on well for Vision Esports, at least past first, but not much further.
Oh boy. Rad as well, like on their attack, Mantis. 12% damage boost Phoenix to be able to break through the stall hold on first. Something that Vision Esports just did not have access to. If Rad even want to go for the Mantis pick, like they saved it, but at the moment, they're not even showing it. As it looks like it's going to be yet again this Wolverine Phoenix coming on through. As Vision, we'll have to see. They got the Loki. That means that they'll be able to play the Adam. They're going to look as well play that Rocket.
Can I revote?
For the trio res if they lose someone
no,
early
but if
to,
you want, you could
peek into a poke. They'll bring them back to the BRB. But Ryan, this is
I don't know.
Feast or Famine.
You're
This
just
is like,
you're
you
losing
will
your money,
full
bro.
hold, or you'll get rolled in the first fight before you can get the ult cycle.
Are you a
online.
potatoes
And
or
it's
a
something that
rice
they've tried to
guy?
do
Why can't you be both?
So Rad are very much aware. They're going to make sure that they
Why
do their
one or the other?
preparation. Also, one of the things I think Gainer was saying in the interviews is just like, yeah, like Groot is important here when you have all of this damage boost for just playing for the defensive walls. Well, there is no Groot. You have no defensive walls. Like, you have to deal with all those damage boosts onto high-hitting targets like an Elsa.
Wait,
With very little in comparison.
Ducky's on Mantis. I think, like, yeah, okay, he's going to actually go to the Emma here, but honestly, Rad could just make a play by putting the Mantis in for the first fight, stacking everyone with damage boosts, and then just sending your Phoenix Wolverine out to create the rest of the space for the team. He's going to go for the Emma instead, which means that Vision, like, they do eventually
If
have
you
to actually
delete
try
your
to
account,
contest
you don't lose the
objective
bet,
moving
Five
forward,
Head.
as we can see
No
Zerx is trying
way.
to control high ground at the moment. So Vision have both
Don't
lanes
delete
locked
your
down,
Twitch
but
account just
have to be
because you
careful that
lost
don't get
a
grabbed out of position by
bet
Force
on
Zerx.
a stream.
Yeah, you don't really have the sort
Come
of
on,
high
chat.
ground aggressiveness that we've seen Elsa's go and try and play for here, but like Smash Days is going to be able to do that leap in. It's brought the fight down to the ground actually, and with this sort of
It also
setup with the
pains me to
Alan
see
Ward, it
that
seems to be a lot more
Elsa's
bunkered
not
into this
Elsa.
position, which means that Vision Esports have to be very careful. They're trying to create
Emma
these
Frost
crossfires,
doesn't get a lot of
but you can
playtime,
already see
man.
the Rad have
You
dove
you
in onto
rarely
target,
see her
trying to
anymore.
Separate the sight lines with this wall on the left-hand side. It means that it's a little bit more scary for all of these players that are trying to hold on. The leap is pulling the Adam out of position, and there's the copy from QB to actually go for the Iron Amplifier, provide a little bit more damage boost. The Zerx has been reset with a B right back.
It's just that
It's
if
allowed
you are
Gainer
a
to try to
tank
get the
player
picks
and you
off
have
with
not
this
done this
banhammer,
yet, you
and at
definitely
least
should.
have time to try to
Learn
fight
Magneto,
on and
bro.
support.
Magneto
With
is the
Rad,
most
however, you have got to be
consistent
right back on the
tank
other side, and Ducky being able to get a pick
ever.
means that this is very scary. Satam running for his life. as it is
Michael,
gonna be
appreciate the
Queen
massive
of Ice,
24 months,
making
my
this
friend.
A little bit more scary.
Yeah,
The lead
Magneto
down
is the
pulled
most
Zerx out of
consistent
position
tank
again,
he-
which means that there's
since
very
the
little
beginning
for
of the
Rad
game, dude.
To actually be in their way, a deterrence as they have 2.5 minutes left.
Yeah, strange portal play comes on from the
I
side
do
of
think
Vision,
Magneto is
followed
very
up
boring
instantly
unless you
by
get
a
your
cast
ult
of
though,
Cosmic
yeah.
on Amplifier,
I
but
agree.
Endsong from Smashnez puts an end to that and an end to Vision's team.
Wow.
Vertigo with the Cosmic on Amplifier. amplify the Uno reverse card with 40% damage amp on that Phoenix ult. And
Damage
Vision
boost, Phoenix ult,
melts.
kill
That was their
everything.
portal play,
Oof.
Ryan. They have to keep the Adam. They're so close to the res, but Rad secure one last fight, and they've got the map in the bag.
Oh, he's actually switched off of it, because this is typically where you'd see a lot of teams move away from the triple strategist, especially the Adam, and he's gone for that play, trying to go over towards the Punisher to fight on a little bit more. And Rad, with the Mantis in the back pocket, no reason to use it with how things have been working out so far. And Ducky pushing on, when you've got something like a Psionic Seduction, it's a great ultimate to keep tempo in your favor. It's going to try and pull the thing in, only by a little amount, but it gets Gainer that's in the backline actually. In the end.
4
And
minutes and
push
6
through.
seconds remaining,
Nobody
too.
is able to touch. Vision are just completely plugged out in the end, and Rad make it 2-0.
Feast or famine was what I said at the start of the round. You'll manage to win by just stalling out time for infinity with the double res cycle, or things will fall apart before you can.
And if
even
you're a
hit your
DPS
first
player, well,
karmic
you should learn
revival.
Phoenix
And
as well. Phoenix is
unfortunately for Vision,
very, very
it's
good.
the
If you guys
latter
haven't known that for the past
occurs.
5
Rad,
seasons.
like they had such good control of the space as well. Like, even though we see Vision just like trying to bunker up in small room, they had the high ground position. Mash gets a force physics off, which connects onto the mag, which then forces that chain reaction of, okay, we now have to take the fight, we have to invest cooldowns.
Are you happy you
We're
woke up
getting
for
a
this?
Loki having
Yeah.
all that
I
healing
love
coming
doing
on
watch
top of
parties
the
with you
amount of
guys.
damage and AoE
Listen, even if it's a
that we're
roll,
stacked up into taking, so they get the
sometimes it do be like that.
to get those first eliminations onto Rad. But
Sometimes
problem is,
it do
Rad
be
kept
like that.
the
You just
rocket
gotta-
as opposed to swapping off of it once you've distributed your
you just
armor
gotta
packs
accept
and
it.
spawn. So they had the match on the
He's being
BRB,
nice
and
today.
they could just continue
Stop talking to me.
throwing players into the fight.
A lot of damage done, but no eliminations really to account for Vision Esports here. They have another map choice to work with, but Rad looking in prime position to make up from yesterday. Going to see if it's going to be a 3-0 in their favor after this quick break.
Hey, appreciate it, KD Coyote. Your watch parties are my favorite. Thanks for holding it down. Hey, you're too kind. You're too kind. I think we're going on a break. Oh, there you go. You know, you know what's really funny, bro? Have you guys in school, have you guys ever had that teacher? Because this I don't know why, but listening to the school bells just reminded me of this. Have you guys ever had like your teacher, when the school bell goes off to change your class, your teacher was like power tripping? They're like, the school bell does not dismiss you. I dismiss you. And you're like, oh my god. Yo, Free, appreciate the massive 2 months, my friend. The school bell doesn't dismiss you. I dismiss you. Ah, bro. I hate those teachers. Hey, excuse me. Can I go to the bathroom? I don't know. Can you? Like what the just
protect your bald king.
dude. Last time a teacher told me that, I walked out. Like, the hell, you guys have bigger balls than I do, bro. Because listen, I do not want my teacher to hate me. In my school, she say the school bell for teacher, not for you. Nah, there's no way, bro. I'm pretty sure the teachers could get in trouble if they literally keep you in their class even after the bell, and then you're late to your next class. I'm pretty sure the teacher would probably get in trouble. My high school math teacher hates me. Said I wasn't fit for college. Graduating med school next year. Yeah, teachers can be assholes, man. Some teachers. I had a lot of good teachers here in Miami, though. But you know, sometimes you get those characters. I think it is really crazy to be a teacher and tell a kid that they are like not fit for college or like that's crazy.
We've had one, yes, but how about second Symbiotic Surface? As we've only had one so far in the MEA, but we are making our return for this next matchup as Vision scrambled to
Dude, I'm
find
getting more
something.
scam calls.
As once
Dude,
again,
what's
they
up
had
with all
a
the...
pretty solid first push and then got slowed down by the adjustments for Rad, and then Rad's push absolutely was able to push on through, taking out the Adam before they could get the value out of it. It's not looking great for Vision, but this is their last chance. Ryan, changes this map, what could this mean?
I mean, I think for what we saw from Vision when they picked this against Team Heretics yesterday, like they did a blisteringly like great first point take. Like they went for the dive, it worked really well for them. They could get Satam over on the Daredevil. It's just more at a point Heretics sort of readjusted very nicely, stopped the dive from working. Here it's just like you're expecting Rad to just not do the same, and when they can certainly play for it, they might be able to be preemptive and take out some of those characters that made Vision look good on this map yesterday.
My first job out of
draft,
college, I was a
we've
hall
seen
monitor
Rad
at a
pretty
local
much
high
be leading
school.
the
I
line
assure
with
you
what's
today's
in.
kids are
Had Mantis
demonic at
available,
times
but
in the
you
way
use
they
it that
treat
last
each other
map.
and
It
treat
shows
adults
that they
at
are very
schools.
much
Oh, I could
comfortable
agree
the
with that.
options they have available.
I could agree with that.
Moxie, we've
I
seen
think
Rad
parents
also capable.
are
We're talking
being
about
a little
dive versus
too
dive when we had Shikigami versus Rad.
relaxed.
More than comfortable
When I
going
was
with these
growing up,
hyper-aggressive
you do
roles
something
style competitions as
disrespectful
well.
or bad.
Yeah, I mean, it's what
Ooh,
Ryan
you're getting
said,
you're
though.
getting
I
the
think
belt.
the fact that like Vision are
You're
returning
getting
to symbiotic
you're getting the
surface
ooh, what's
literally
it,
after they
the
picked it
chancla?
yesterday
You're getting
against
the
Heretics. And for
You're getting
Heretics,
the you guys
it
know what I'm
was an
talking
issue
about,
that
the
they didn't start out
sandal.
with the Daredevil on their defense. They also
Ugh.
didn't start out with the White Fox on their
I think
backline on their
discipline
defense
is a
too.
little different
So Vision's
nowadays.
first push looked so strong
Because I think if
they
you
have one-sided, unmatched Daredevil.
discipline a kid
and I
back
just do
then the
not
same way
see
now,
that
people might be
happening
like, oh
again
my god,
today
that's
unless they target it
I don't know,
in the
that's
ban draft. But as we've already talked about, Rad is
abuse or
problematic
something.
in the ban draft because you can't just ban them out of everything. And unfortunately for Vision, you're going to have to go up against a triple
Also
strategy
true.
composition at some point.
Parents
because it's
never
convergence
want to
too.
admit
So
that
if you
their
go for the
kid is
Daredevil,
wrong.
that
They
means the
want to have
Mantis,
other
the
people
Ultron, those
hold
will
accountable.
potentially
That's
slip
true.
through, and I think that's why they took us to symbiotic surface as opposed to going to Central Park, where the Mantis Ultron is far stronger.
You've also got to be afraid of compositions like that Wolverine combined with, say, the Thing, a composition, although with the Hulk in the original, popularized by Insomnia in EMEA, is now something we're seeing fairly often, including in that last round.
Before
Both
we
teams
start
having
this game,
Wolverine
I always
players
tell
having
Chad about a
players
funny
using
story
a
about when I was a
these
kid.
days. It's
Me and
something
my
that we've
brother-
seen appear in some of the later
Me and
points,
my
but
brother,
first,
you know
gotta
those
get there.
you know those
Boxing brought up
cartoons
this
where
is
they
a
have a
map that can
stick
be
and they put it
very
over their shoulder and it's like a bag at the
defense-coded.
end and
As I
they're
said,
like,
over to you two
you know,
as we head into the map.
running away from home or something.
that,
Me
yeah.
and my brother did that.
One thing I did want to sort of say as well
But we
is,
went
like,
to our
when
neighbor's
we've
house,
seen-
but we didn't tell
we
our
haven't seen
parents
many
that.
one-sided Elsas, like over
And,
the preseason playoffs at the very least.
Yeah, we
That one was
went back
just
home after
quiet.
like an
It
hour
sucks. And I
after
think
playing
it's been
video
quiet.
games
They've
at our
hit
neighbor's
one
house.
character like Elsa. Rad happy to sort of
I
leave the
got a
characters
spanking.
out. Let the opponents have it. We don't need to pick it because
And
we
I
have so much
remember,
flexibility in
like,
our choices.
I was like,
I gotta consider this here.
I
I'd
got a
imagine this would be
spanking,
another Gambit ban for both
and then it
sides.
was my brother's turn.
Yeah, I think like honestly for
My
for
brother,
Vision, it's a case of like
while I was
because
getting
Rad had so
spanked,
much control of the space with things
put
like the Phoenix. The Elsa never really got to get the ball
15
rolling
pairs of
in terms
underwear
being
on.
able to
So when he
secure
got
up those
smacked
instinct
on his
levels and
behind,
survive
he
the
wouldn't
fight
have
with all of them
felt it
intact. So
because of
you're not hitting
15.
your
But I
ultra
sat
instinct
there
form,
after I
if
got
you
spanked,
will.
watching
As
my
we're going to
brother
be
and my
seeing
mom
again,
take
true to
off
form, Vision will go
every
for the first
single
save onto
pair
Elsa
of
with the first
underwear
one into
one
Gambit.
by one to
Rad
get
will
spanked.
remove
That is
the
my
Mantis,
that
but
is
this
the
time they're
best
not
story
actually
I've
going
ever
to
had in my
take
childhood.
one-sided Mantis. They're going to secure Elsa, which now means that Vision has to
It
react
made
with
my
a
it made
Mantis
our
ban,
family
so we
laugh.
don't
But
see
can you
any
imagine that the
12%
kids over here
damage-based
laughing? You're just
shenanigans.
like,
Now, previously for teams, we
one,
would then see this be led into a mirror
2,
invisible woman ban.
3,
But it seems like Vision are trying to secure
yeah.
themselves one-sided invisible woman, something that
yeah, my
Rad
brother,
are
my
okay
brother,
to let
my
through.
brother's older than me, so
Yeah, I
I'm
mean,
the
it was also
youngest.
Red
So my
protecting
brother,
as well
my
on
brother
this
had
time
some
because
tricks
it
up his
was
sleeve.
One-sided, so it is going to be traded out for the first time. So no Loki ban as of yet. No Deadpool Vanguard and stuff. Some of the other additions, alterations that we've seen from the draft on either side. Here though, Luna Snow would be an interesting protect. I guess it's like much more like with the White Fox and stuff. It's some
Yeah,
played in its
this-
own right in these cases.
Your
yeah.
brother had
This
overshield.
could actually force a White Fox ban on the side of Vision. which then means that Rad, like, they'll get so much else saved too. It's basically throwing the gauntlet at Vision and saying, if you want to play any element of dive, be it Venom, be it Daredevil, you have to use this next ban slot to take out the White Fox. But Vision, they're not going to buy to it. They're actually going to go for one-sided Daredevil. And I would imagine we're going to be
I'm
seeing
pretty
Daredevil
sure they
save
noticed,
here
chat,
come
yeah,
through as well. But
that my
if
brother
you're
was
Rad,
wearing a
like,
lot
we've
of...
had many players
I don't remember the
basically say
specific
Daredevil's
details.
the
I just
hardest
remember
counter
laughing,
in
and that was
terms of
like a
strategist
core memory
is
when I was a
White
kid.
Fox. And it's very worrying that I feel like Rad starting off on the defense, likely going to be
Yes, chat, the new
locking
patch
that
is
strat
live, but
line
the tournament is
before
not
Vision
on the
even get
live
the chance of
patch.
taking first fight and forcing them onto it instead.
Yeah, a little bit worried that the Deadpool Vanguard could be banned out, which means that some of the options, certainly with the bits of verticality on second and first, hopping up onto the high ground, like more defensive option, I think Isido was saying, from Shikigami than the Captain America. But it is going to be Elsa's on both sides in play. A Venom ban at the end, though, is pretty damning for any team trying to run.
Just the leather, bro. I think if you get hit by the metal part, no, you usually fold it.
Other Vanguards to
You
have
don't
the
usually
dive,
get hit
but
with the metal
Venom
part.
is the
That
one
hurt.
who has
That
the
would leave a
easiest
bruise.
time getting in for those fast hits and being able to very quickly set up from the information supplied by the Daredevil, right? Captain America has to physically make his way there. Same thing for things like the Hulk as well. Venom can get in and out of these fights very easily.
I was a piece of shit kid. No, I was actually a really well-behaved kid. But sometimes when I pissed off my parents, my dad would try to chase me, but I was fast as shit.
As I said,
and I remember seeing my dad, what do you call it, get Charlie horses trying to chase.
Instead of going in for like a lot of
speaking about my dad, I gotta say good morning to him.
Disruption style of the Captain America, staying in longer, but coming at the cost of taking a little bit more time to be able to set up the engagement itself.
You got Vision Esports. I mean, they've protected the Deadpool Vanguard. Either Gainer or Badder is going to be able to play it.
Okay, I text my dad.
But it was the hover over Captain America. It's a decision that Gainer's trying to make, whether it's going to be that or the Emma. You've got the Hulk on the other side of Lugia, who's not afraid to actually play it. And I don't think we've seen Vision actually pick up any Hulk so far in any of the maps that they've played. But this could be the last one. If they're not able to get this
Ooh,
on board,
Cloud Neris. That's a
we'll
good. That's clever.
Rad is continuing on for the
okay, chat. Let's see this
tomorrow if they win out here.
Oh shit! Yeah, my camera. See, I always forget about my camera, chat, because I have to go here, over there, over there, over here, bro.
And they've also got the Namor coming out from Smashness to be able to scout out where this dive hits. They don't have one-sided Daredevil, but they do know that at some point the dive has to try to go for the back line, and Rad want to have just the resources.
We are seeing a little bit of Namor, though. I'm liking the Namor pick.
It can hit them, giving them the
as a fellow Namor player myself.
Distance, set up the poke, take out the Captain America. He'll be brought back with the battle recall beacon, but this is still delaying what Vision Esports can actually do. They're not getting to take all of the space on point. They'll be relying instead on an early ban hammer coming out from the Vanguard Deadpool instead.
Yeah, the flanks are trying to be protected, though, from Smashness. Has to use a couple of the help from Hulk and also his own iframes in order to survive, but you have got more pressure coming in from the Banhammer of Badder. Fortunately, Gainer goes down in the process of the fight, so now it's looking like Vision Esports maybe getting a third onto the objective, but it's Crazy Kitty that's actually going to send them flocking right back to spawn.
How long did I have to sleep? 6 hours.
To be swapping off of the Captain America and onto the Antler, as the Smashness just shows why you do have to fear the Submariner. Takes out the man who has no fear and might actually start growing some in this next engagement, as Vision, without that Venom, they don't have symbiotic shenanigans to actually let this dive have more brawl potential. Rad being able to absorb the initial hit, kite back, and take the fight to a position where
I don't do coffee or
favorite
anything,
is really detrimental to Vision's whole composition, as yet again the Daredevil falls, and yet again BRB is burned early.
It's completely split. Satam trying to go in for the dives again. I switched over towards the Angela.
Rad, I don't think Rad is the best team, but the difference between Rad and Vision Esports is actually
scatter away and try to
insane.
A little bit more. But Rad, they just sat on so much
it's actually insane, the massive difference between, like, I guess, I don't want to say the skill, but the teamwork, I guess.
Fourth Vanguard in about 3 minutes.
They're done with the dive. This is why he's popping off of it. They're done with the dive. They're going for triple strategist. You'll get Rage of Ultron up very quickly as well, but the problem for them is that you're coming into a Rad with all of their ultimates in play, and you have 1 minute 30 to be able to create any space on this point. Lugia does lose both the Hulk as well as the banner form by Vision just playing very aggressive and wiping him. Out comes the Apex Predator as well, though Ducky will escape the clutches with the Meteor M. Curtain runs out from X Beta, was used a little bit too early and is not there to be able to stop the connection onto QB. So BRB yet again burned to bring the Luna back into play, but a minute left in Vision Esports. They're almost out of ults, Ryan. They've had to use almost all of them just to get a foot on point. Rad only used the Meteor M and Elsa. They've still got ults to survive. Vertigo comes on through a Fate of Both Worlds, damage boosting up Smash Nesses, and they're all just going to stall. Lugia's going to use World Breaker Hulk. There's still 3 points of tick that Vision have to pick up. Ducky's coming back on the Strange.
What's crazy is that both these teams clear almost all of the America region. Ooh, I don't know about that, man. I don't know about that. The NA games were actually a lot. Even though it was 16 hours stream yesterday, I think the American games were a lot more entertaining because a lot of them were actually really close. Like that, what was that game, chat? It was like the second game that went for a few hours and it went to a match 5.
With the overtime as well. Lugia now coming in with a
Oh, what's up, Meg?
for the dive, seeing if he can just juggle away this backline and clap.
Why does it look like
back
you aren't
into
wearing
spawn
any
for
pants?
the time being? It is complete chaos from both sides, but Rad are relishing in it. Vision Esports trying to find some cohesion.
Oh, the
but
NRG
only thing
against
that they're
YWL,
having
yeah.
in
Bro, I
order
am wearing
is
pants,
going
man.
back to spawn. It's going to be the end of their preseason as Rad make this a 3-0 win in the series, and the kind of response they needed after yesterday's defeat.
Okay, so the next time
It looks like Vision might be the first team to actually leave this tournament, chat.
Competitive games, take a look and see what exactly Rad did, because that composition
Vision
is
might
perfectly
be the
designed
first
to
team to
everything
leave
that Vision
this
can do. They made it a lot
preseason
easier
tournament.
as well by picking away resources that the dive could have. Right, you let the Jeff go through, but you took out the Venom, so you don't have a Vanguard who can just like very quickly move his position in the fight. You break up symbiotic shenanigans as well. Venom doesn't get to stage the dive first, which means there's less
chat,
safety for
also,
the
can you please explain to Meg that she should
and
play
Rad,
with her
because they're playing
friends?
Namor, if Namor gets
Bro,
pressured by the dive hitting before Rad are able to absorb it, you've got
Chocolate and
nothing
I
of the deep.
started
That's
trying out.
literally, you can't
Have you guys
damage
ever
him. You
tried
get
the new game
opportunity,
Winrose
you
on
come to your
Steam?
teammates
It's the
like,
pirate
hey, I'm
game.
coming under pressure. Can you catch me once I'm out of
It's
this?
so
They get the
fucking
heal,
fun, but some of
boom,
our
you still got one
friends,
of your
like
players
Meg,
up. If
is
your
not
Loki
gonna
gets
play
dropped
with
on,
us.
He's got regeneration domain. The moment that you start losing some of those cooldowns, you also have
What's up,
2
Dad?
forms of peel from both of your Vanguards. You've got the Bulwarks coming through from your Mag, you've got the Unbreakable Guard coming on through from your Hulk. And what that basically means is that for the whole duration of the dive, both the start of
you don't
it,
even have to
which is when
play
dive's
this
damage
week,
is at
man.
its
Oh,
peak,
Soiku,
but
appreciate
also
the Prime
if the
sub.
fight goes longer, where it drastically drops off in terms of damage potential, you have the ability to live.
Winrose is. I love Winrose, bro.
It's an eye cinema. It's multiple frames.
Yeah.
It's a whole feature film's worth of these moments where, yeah, Rad are not really going to struggle to go down. In a lot of cases for Vision Esports, I think just the offensive nature, the damage that they're doing, certainly when they get the likes of like Elsa, is not leading into any eliminations. That has been the story for them so far today. And at least they're playing for the draw. That's about as best as they can manage up. The portal has sent Rad into the fray, and Lugia is just going to have to lead back and take in the fight. Vision Esports, they have to hold on for 33% for 4 minutes.
Vision Esports, like
Good
they're
luck.
running Rex on the rocket as well, because like
The
you
tournament
don't want to
ends-
risk
this
losing
tournament
someone
ends on
early, and Rad
Sunday.
just wanting to take the player advantage fight when it's the 6 versus 5. You want to go for the BRB in case someone gets picked up early like that. Gainer taken down, comes back with the BRB, but that does reset the Deadpool's charge in terms of getting first Banhammer. Vision, though, have been able to put Zerx into a position of guarding their own high ground, so Rad haven't been able to make space despite Vision losing one player early.
Now, at least they're able to hold on, but there's a quarter of the time used up, 3/4 still to go. And Rad are not afraid to actually be trading out in this neutral here. They're building up some of these ultimates. And if Crazy Kitty can get more into a flank, he's going to find quite a lot. Combo actually coming in as Mash is going to go
Oh
for the
my
copy.
god, no, you don't have to
Goes
do
the
that.
fate
But
of
a
both worlds.
ban
You can see
Elsa
just how
t-shirt
far
would
back
be
it's
funny.
forced and Zerx. It
Unless
even forces out the regen
these
domain.
teams...
Banhammer's
I
gonna
don't know
use
how
on
good
the
Elsa's
other
going to be
side,
next
and any
season.
ultimates that Vision
Or next
grab
patch
onto,
for the pro
they are
teams,
using
but
up instantly. They
it would
actually
be
are
very
able
funny.
to take up Mash and Ducky just at the end of their ultimates, but they've used up quite a lot. Expensive as the Apex Predator was used in the end, and the Neymar ultimate.
That was a
Three
very
ultimates
ballsy play.
still
Oh
to go.
my, you were really
half
far
the
in there.
time
Yo,
still to
Rad
build
is
up.
kind of like,
So that was one of the
Yo,
harder fights on paper for Vision to be able to take. Uncontested Loki ult. You also only had one person on the point holding that position to stop Rad from getting that last little bit of percent to be able to win out that round. So huge job coming on through from Vision's back line to be able to keep Beta up alive with just the mag anchoring his position with things like regeneration domain and base cooldowns. And it means that now they have double strategist ults coming on through. Rad will have their own fate of both worlds. You really do have to watch out as well because it's likely going to be held for Smashness or Ducky to get the damage amp. To
did
try
you tell
to find
people
the
to ban
elimination
Elsa
for
during your
Vision's
interview? I fell
own
asleep before I saw it.
strategist
Oh yeah,
ult
I
cycle,
said ban
because
Elsa.
Ryan, we're about to go into an alt dump fight
I said ban
when
Elsa.
Rad think that this is winnable.
I made sure everyone knew to ban Elsa. But guess what? People don't ban Elsa.
Worldbreaker is going to be the thing that
I-
starts
it-
it off. The leap in
it
from
baffles
Lugia
me.
is going to try to harass the backline and build it up as much
It
damage as he
baffles
can do.
me that
Taken
people
down, clipped out of the air,
ban
but still
Gambit
alive
first,
and ready to go
lose
with.
2
There
games,
comes in
and
the
then going into
Honfocus.
the 3rd game where they need to
Neatly
win.
dodged in as
They're
Meteor
like,
is
hey,
gonna
you
come
know
out
what?
from
Should
the
we
other
change
side.
up our
And
strategy?
connects
Oh
onto
my,
three.
LeBron
Ducky,
James.
It's disco, it's murder on the dance floor, and a
You know,
third
it's
has
funny
been
because,
captured
like,
from
you-
Rad. They eventually make it 3-0.
You would think, wow, I banned Gambit 2 times in a row. We lost those games, and the other team had Elsa. Maybe we should change up our ban system, or change up, like, do a different strategy, because what we're doing right now is not working. No, they don't fucking do that. They don't ban Elsa first, even though they're getting rolled by Elsa. No, they continue to ban Gambit and lose 3-0, and they want to go, oh, wow, how did I lose?
It's just the
Bro.
problem that Vision are going to run into when you got full held on convergence.
Also,
Rad
that was
literally
insane.
just have to play for one fight win. They can afford to slowly pull away
Okay,
your
chat,
resources,
enjoy
bank up ultimates, and splurge them all
Rad's
in one go.
channel
because if you get
points.
all of those eliminations so quickly together, Vision gain no opportunity to stall out for something like a strange teleport, especially because it's Clintar. Unfortunately, the map that Vision decided to take us through themselves meant that if someone goes
Sentinels,
down early,
yeah,
the
Sentinels.
chances of them coming
Sentinels
back with
had
strange
a
portal
huge
swap
watch
in time
party.
to contest
They
the
had like
actual
our
tick
Mori,
game
you know, signed
is very,
Sentinels,
very
you know,
slim.
streamer. They
It's,
had their
a rough way for Vision.
CEO.
He's
They also had, like, I think,
going out
Tarek
with this
watching
one,
their
but at the
games.
same
Bro, they got
time, it's
rolled.
Rad sort of
You
separating
just had
themselves
a
from the pack, I
that's like
suppose.
inviting
Losing it,
your
Shikigami
mom,
was
your
a
dad, your
relatively
girlfriend, your
terrible
partner,
game
your
from a lot of,
your best friends to come
other
watch you like
organizations,
in
other
a
players
tournament, and you
mentioning it.
hit
The Red
dead
Wings
last.
separating them as much as they
I would
possibly
feel
can
so
from the likes of Vision as
No, I
well.
mean, they
For
support you, but I
Vision,
would feel so embarrassed.
Stuff to build on, certainly, when it comes to these big dogs. Not really able to get many points. I think it was only that first point.
Next game is going to be
And that
lower
was it from
bracket,
today.
yes, and the next.
I think like
the last two
honestly,
games
for
are gonna be upper
Vision,
bracket.
It's just moving away from being a dive team. Because like Rad came into this knowing what Vision were going to try to play for, and literally came out on their defense with
Okay,
a
chat,
design to stop any form of dive value
Give me
coming
1 second.
through.
I am
And
going to
you
go
can
get
see,
more
like, that
water. I
flexibility
think they're
that
gonna
they
do
have
an
with
interview
Shonen
here,
Space.
and we're gonna go on a break.
Shown
I'm gonna go
space
get more
everything
water
we
though.
saw from Rad today. The flexibility, the ability to deal with dive, the ability to dive themselves, and of course, the not just flexibility, but the ability to kind of work on what we were talking about yesterday when they were against Shikigami, and that is be the action force in terms of adjusting their composition to their opponents, as opposed to being reactionary. When, for example, Shikigami were able to switch ahead of them in some of those cases. This was exactly what we wanted to see from Rad. Commiserations to Vision. They will have to wait for Stage 1 in order to show us more of what they can do, as they are eliminated from our preseason playoffs. But Rad, they continue that journey. And wow, an incredible performance from them. It's exactly what we wanted to see last time, Ryan.
Yeah, I mean, it pretty much is what you would have expected otherwise. It pretty much mirrors what we saw as well from this matchup that we saw in the group stages of Group B2. So I would have been shocked if we saw Vision really start to pull away here. But I remember Vision in that first week being like, yeah, the meta really suits us. It's a dive meta. And then it's kind of like a, is it though? Are you sure about that? And certainly when it comes to them playing on the old patch where White Fox wasn't as strong, and then she sort of got buffed up a little bit more. So it really did feel like Vision, the natural thing when they're a team that's coming into this level is just being on top of the meta, leading it as much as possible. And here it was just teams separating with their flexibility, making it look vastly different.
And Moxie, over 2 days now, Ducky has been showing us some very impressive Magneto. You called it at the end there, the Apex Predator into Meteor M combo. Crazy Kitty and Ducky are having a lovely time together.
I mean, we always talk about Ducky, but honestly, someone that I wanted to sing the praises of, at least for that round of Symbiotic Surface, Lugia Goat. Like, Hulk, I really do feel like more teams are going to, well, maybe not in the future when we move to 7.5, but at the moment, like, Hulk is still going to be, like, really strong. I feel like even when, like, the juggle gets looked at, the value from Hulk comes less from juggle and more what you can do for your team in neutral, right? The amount of bubble uptime with Unbreakable Guard that we're seeing, Lugia just being able to peel the dive, exile someone early as well if you feel like that hit comes through before the rest of the team are ready, and then you can 3-2-1 calm when the exile will be broken so that everyone just jumps on that poor player and picks them apart.
I will say on Lugia as well, real quick, is like we saw a lot of Rogue in that, like the group stages, because there was a lot more priority on getting the Gambit and stuff and it being left open. So Lugia's Rogue was really good. Through playoffs, it hasn't really been that readily available. So we saw him play a lot of the Thing yesterday and kind of caught a lot of flack because he was the difference when we saw pretty much mirrored drafts between Rad and Shikigami. He was the one that was sticking out like a sore thumb in comparison to the other stuff, but it wasn't inherently his fault. Here showing like the Hulk is a really good look for them, and just in these kind of maps that we're not seeing teams typically pick up Flintar, Symbiotic Service outside of Vision, it shows that like, yeah, we're prepared on whatever's going to be thrown out here, especially if we've seen you guys play before. We're very well prepped.
We're still waiting on a potential interview. Actually, it looks like we're getting an update on that right now. Looks like we're going to be getting Ducky for the interview once they are ready. So delightful. We do get to ask about some of those Vanguard plays, and of course some of the team synergy, as it's been delightful to watch this team make this journey. We've talked about it before. You can't help but draw similarities. The players are not the same, but in terms of the previous run of Rad, stage one.
Oh, chat. Emily was laughing at me because I bent over to kiss a cat and my knees cracked, and the cat got scared and ran away. Because they thought, I guess the cat thought it was like a gunshot. My knees just went.
I thought you were going to say chopped. to be honest, I thought you were going to say like draw similarities to.
Thank you,
Chop.
Ren.
I think like honestly for Rad though, it's sort of what we expected. The big thing for me, what I think holds this team back, and I actually really like wanted to ask Ducky about this too, is that when they get pushed, right? When they get pushed into
Talus, appreciate the massive donut. Just play no more.
Like things hit a little bit of a boiling point and then sort of bubbles over. Right, in this series, they were fully in control. They were coming into
It's not going to be that much of a problem.
Especially when you look at the ban draft. They knew what they wanted. They knew what they wanted to take away. They knew what they wanted to force Vision into having to run, to the point that they were like, okay, well, we have everything set up to be able to deal with it, and Vision were the ones who had to adapt. So I think like the big question is, can they adapt when they get pushed outside of their comfort zone in officials, as opposed to coming into a series where they have all of the information to understand how to win it?
And Ryan, while we're waiting for Ducky to appear there, let's just give our last words on Vision, because they once again will be out of preseason. We have to wait for stage one to see them again. What would you like to see from them in terms of what they do in this gap in between preseason and stage one?
Ooh, I think this sort of applies to Crownfall as well, and a lot of the like Saudi teams that we're seeing come through is like, now it's not just like a, oh, they're part of the group now, like how they're not a novelty, you know what I mean? Like this is a region that's improving vastly when it comes to like the players and the consistent ones that they're putting together. Now it's kind of like, okay, now you need to be able to play with the big boys. Now you need to be able to like be on the meta, especially when things are so sparse and chaotic. Like at the start of the season, it really did feel like they had an idea, were just off of it, and now they need to sort of prove that they can play flexible and be able to command drafts a little bit more. Like it's promising, sure, but promising can only get you so far. Stage one is where you really need to see results.
And Moxie, the same question to you.
I think for Vision, it's about being flexible,
don't eat
right?
that.
Because now 2 days in a row, they tried to do very similar strategies with their compositions, and it was very like obvious. Like when Gain is coming on through, we were talking about the fact that this team did become more fielded towards the dive identity. The problem is that there's now counter dives, both in the ban draft, but also when you get out of the ban draft. And since we still don't have an increase in ban slots,
especially in this household where there's
you're
only
not
half
going
the
to
hair.
be able to take all of your counters out in that window. So I think having the flexibility of basically going, okay, we're not going to be able to play into this from the first fight, especially on like Symbiotic Surface, right? Where they're like, they try and continue with that composition, and they go through so many different looks of it.
I think the drops are Daredevil.
Maybe it's still going to be workable. Maybe if we change like the duelist, this this could potentially still go through, and it left them so little time to
Chat,
actually
the
come
drops are
through
Daredevil.
and adjust with ultimate resources too, to
Oops.
be able to
Oh,
make
the
a break
link,
the
the
first
link
point.
is wrong. Oh
I'm
shit,
excited
hold
for
up.
QB
Post
as
of
well.
that.
Like his future is his first like debut in this as well. Like he's a IGL to be watching in the strategist for sure.
Sounds like we have our interview, so we'll say hello to Ducky from Rad after a really solid performance. I'm gonna have to start by being the bad guy, I am afraid. Your match yesterday versus Shikigami. It was close, but it ended up being a 3-0. Let's talk about it. What went wrong and what did you adjust?
Hello, chat. Sorry, I'm getting you guys the correct link. Give me 1 second.
It feels like
we both said Ed.
we wasn't fully prepared yesterday for it as much as we were today. We was talking about draft like all of this morning and last night after the loss, because like obviously it's kind of devastating loss because we didn't expect to lose to them, and it was kind of humbling. But we just like kind of locked in. We had a nice scrim yesterday night. We thought about draft a lot. We talked a lot as a team, and it's just like it was able to help us like really lock in for today.
Looking at Symbiotic Surface, especially because you were able to complete the full hold and then you only needed 1 point of tick percentage to actually win that map, can you sort of widen out how your approach changes as an attacking team, knowing that you only need 1 fight win with that tick in mind? Is it literally just like, we play for 1 fight win, we build up our ultimates and go? Or is it more a case of you're still trying to approach the round like you would normally?
I mean, I think we approached it normally. We wasn't really talking about the fact there was 1 tick or anything. We just kind of like played it normally. We ended up building like a really fast Loki ult, so we tried walking with that. Obviously, it didn't work out how we thought it would, so that didn't work. And then we just came back. We were just playing around normally and trying to win. But it obviously really helps if we only need to get 1 tick, because they're kind of forced to stay on point. They can't really back up or anything, and it's just really nice, really helpful to win. But we wasn't like using it or anything to help us win.
Protect your bald king!
I'm curious because I remember Ash saying in an interview that like the main thing about you guys is it's hard to keep you honest when it comes to the draft, right? If something gets banned out, you go for something else. I think going back to
Does
the
Marvel
Shikigami
Rivals
series, the
beat
drafts were very similar. Like they were just maybe a couple of changes here or there. Like how much of it do you think is like looking forward at teams like now?
Sorry, chat, I'm trying to find the drops. Hold
rematches
up.
like Shikigami,
This
like,
one right here.
How much of it is like being able to try to read the draft to get ahead of it versus like being pound for pound better on certain characters, right? Because your Groot is scary. In
There you go.
head-to-heads, you're going to feel strong there. How much of it is like just being individually strong at those characters versus the draft themselves?
I mean, right now in this game, I think draft is like at least 70 or 80% of the game. Like draft is so important, and like I learned that after like actually getting back into a team, because I obviously had like I didn't play the previous stage or whatever it was like last year. Now I come back and suddenly like draft is one of the most like important things for this game, like in professional play. I think that's just because of like how many new characters they've added. So it's like you have to just, I don't know, it's a lot harder to play around it because there's so many characters in the game, but you definitely have to think about draft a lot before the game. Otherwise, like it's kind of hard to make those split-second decisions with so many characters and compositions, and like because you have to also consider the map that you're on. Like there's a lot to take into account, so you should think about the draft beforehand, definitely. And we didn't really do that yesterday.
Thinking about stuff beforehand, your next matchup is going to be potentially difficult either way, as you're going up against the loser of Na'Vi and Virtus Pro, which is happening later today. You got to think ahead for that. Both of them are very experienced when it comes to the draft stage. Which one would you prefer, and how are you preparing for them?
That's a hard question.
Okay, cool.
I
Sorry,
think
I fixed the
I
command
would
chat.
personally prefer to play against Na'Vi, just because overall, like Strays took a map off them yesterday. Like, I'm not saying that Na'Vi are like weaker than VP or anything just because they like lost them out to Fire Strays. Like, it could have easily just been like a draft slip up or something like that, but it just feels like Na'Vi is weaker than VP, at least to me right now. So I prefer to go up against Na'Vi. But as for like draft or anything, I don't really know what I'd do against either team. So we have to talk about that a lot before the game tomorrow. Because obviously if we lose, like we're out. So gonna make sure we put our all into tomorrow, I hope.
And the final question is for people watching here, coming in for the playoffs. Maybe this is their first time watching Rivals Esports. What do you have for anyone out there who might be an aspiring Rad fan?
Oh, well, you can definitely expect us to lose early on because kind of just, I don't know, just like
For the plot.
we don't respect people enough. I don't think. The only people we really respect is VP and Na'Vi, and I think that's like a big mistake we had at the start of preseason. But we can definitely bring it back. I think later on, we can definitely bring it back.
All right, thanks for joining us, Ducky. We'll let you go and get ready for that prep so you can watch those games later on and work out what you're doing. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Always so lovely to talk to Ducky, and yeah, a very strong performance from Rad. They felt a little bit bad about yesterday, but it seems like they've got, as he said, a little bit of a humbling, a little bit more of a safe head on their shoulders coming into these future games, Moxie.
I mean, it's honestly good that you find that out now, as opposed to finding it out in stage one. I think like you would prefer to potentially take a humbling on preseason where you're still going to be able to retain your spot.
VP
in
is
stage one, as
last
opposed
game.
to potentially
Na'Vi
going
versus
out in
VP.
Stage one earlier and having to
Next
fight
game
for-
is
to reclaim it. So a lesson that a lot of teams I feel
Fire
have to
versus
learn. Like
Peps.
VP even actually like went through that same arc last year too when they didn't make it to mid-season. and
Holy
look at them
shit!
now, they're
Wait,
world
Fire versus
champions,
Peps
so
is
the
next,
potential's
bro.
there.
Why do I feel like we
And
played so
before
many
we head
games
to break,
already?
Na'Vi or VP, that's gonna be rough for Rad. Do you think they got it in them?
I mean, I think Na'Vi could struggle with them. Like, that chopped roster was very good at being giant slayers to an extent, but like, I don't think Na'Vi, you could really write them off, and they've got plenty to show later against VP potentially. See if they bounce back.
And speaking of showing later, we've got still 3 more series coming up for you in EMEA today, and we're heading into our lower bracket game next. And it's going
hello?
to be Fire Strays versus Peps after this.
Why is this thing not working? Okay, I'm gonna start the prediction in in a little bit, chat. We have over 5 minutes. No way, bro. Wait. Oh, okay, cool. Different person. Oh my goodness. Okay. What time is the Virtus Pro game? Last game of the day, right here. You still have to do the Fire versus Peps. Team Heretics against Shikigami. I have no idea. Chat, if you get pushed by Invis, can you use a movement ability? Does anyone know that? Like, okay, so let's just say I'm Elsa, I dash in the air, I get pushed, but I can dash back on, right? GD, appreciate the massive 5 gift subs, my friend, absolutely insane. Appreciate. Okay. Been watching since you started yesterday and saying thanks for these. They helped me get into esports. Hey, WW.
Who is a better solo duelist than Winter Soldier? Storm. Mr. Fantastic. Iron Man. Human Torch. Punisher. Hela. Duelist Deadpool.
Protect your
Silent.
bald king!
Jean Grey. Moon Knight.
That's my boy on my life. To this day, whoop anybody's cheeks all day.
As solo
To the moon,
duelist.
alright, to the moon. Yeah, he take 1v6 for all I care. He take 1v11. All he does is 1v3 in his mind. He can take 1v11.
I love that response, bro. I love that
Alright,
response.
he's been
Oh,
very
holy! Appreciate
impressive,
some 7
but
months. How
still
you doing?
holding out Wolverine.
You're already 1v3s in his mind. What's the
Elsa
extras?
Bloodstone.
Okay.
Oh, Wolverine. Why
I was
Wolverine?
thinking too hard, man. I just love the way that the feral leaps can really enable fights. In comparison to what you see out of Bucky right now. I don't know, but I mean, in that sense, it's the solo engagements, and I think one and the same. Wolverine with the what is it, Last Stand can just absolutely rip and tear anybody. I've seen many a Wolverine just a solo ult, tons of strategists, or for anyone for that matter. So, yep, I'm locked in on Wolverine. The claws are out.
Talk when you hear a map that is harder to full push than Central Park, Manhattan, Spider Islands, Museum of Contemplation.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah.
After today, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That hurt teams today. That was morally
Yeah.
crushing for some people.
Doctor Strange got the better of him.
Which
Yeah,
bit's the hardest to
C9s,
push?
man. Stay on the point. Stay on the point.
Which bit's the hardest to push?
The final area.
Yeah, I'd say in some ways the first and last part of the map, but more so the last part of the map.
I would say the last sixth specifically.
Yeah.
Because that first section of the third, it's kind of like, yeah, okay, around the corner. But when you're at the end, it's like there's spawns right there. There's no good line of sight to protect yourself. It's decimation.
Rad continuing their journey through the lower bracket and keeping the Rad dreams alive, but we did have to say goodbye to Vision, at least for this preseason. They'll be back come stage 1, but it's time to say goodbye to a second team as we head into Fire Strays versus Peps. And these teams have had some pretty solid showings. We've had a situation where Fire actually took a map off of Na'Vi, and Peps, the organization at least, one of the first teams to take a map of Virtus Pro back in the day, but they've managed to make it all the way into these playoff stages and now find themselves fighting for their pre-season lives.
Yeah, I mean, where to begin, really? I think because both of these, like, they're two organizations that have been involved vastly in, like, Ignite beforehand, qualifying for the Open Qualifiers or MRC, but, like, these are two teams that I think you'd expect a little bit more of with some of the tenure on it, but I think especially with Fire Strays, because they were mostly the old business call from way back when, it does feel a little bit like they're the ones that lead the line, whereas Pepsi got some players on Vice that qualified for stage 2 of last year. They're looking to get a little bit more tenure under their belt.
Yeah, Moxie, it's definitely looking like a sort of old guard with, as Ryan mentioned there, some of the all-business lot, some of the Insomnia lot, some of the Foot lot, all coming together for this versus a little bit more of the new blood when it comes to Peps. What's your view on this?
I think Strays have to be the favorites on paper, like you said. Recently pulling a map off of Na'Vi.
People on Twitter are very interesting.
And something to point out as well is that they're okay with letting the Gambit go one-sided to the other
They
team,
think
as long as they secure Loki.
They think a displacement ability. Oh shit! I didn't start the bet for you guys, did I? They think a displacement ability, like an invisible woman, is a CC.
70% potentially more.
That's a displacement ability. It's not a CC. Bro, people on Twitter are...
Brought up the fact that this team of Peps is a little newer, but we We've had some spectacular
No,
performances.
Inviswoman,
Protoss in particular, and of course Frank in boxing,
a
being one of the
displacement
key
ability
anchor
is
players
not
from the
a
group stage of
CC.
Preseason, but Andrew's
No,
jumping out of the
a
meta
stun, a
Yeah,
sleep,
It feels like this is such a weird
a
amalgamation of team as
knockdown
well, because you've got
is
some players
a
who are on Crown
CC
Fall in
ability.
Season 5 of MRC. Liquid points, like you're looking at 6, Pink, and then Protoss.
A
all
push
on a core team together.
is
So
not a
this
CC.
is, like,
And
maybe
someone
those are couple
said,
players that were, like, on
well,
Creamy and stuff from stage 2-2.
if
It's a weird thing that
displacement abilities are not
Bucky
CC,
actually highlighted, though, of,
why
like,
can I
Firestray's not
stun
really
you
too focused on
with
Gambit.
displacement
Pep's
abilities? I'm
not
like,
been that focused on Elsa.
so you're telling
This
me
really
if I
could be
strange
like a
ult,
which is the king
I am Agamotto! And you
Invis
Inviswoman pushed me. My stun, my ultimate ability is getting stunned. No! You're displacing me! It's not a stun, chat!
Now started to show up well in week 2.
No!
Having positive moments like that win against Navi.
No!
We've also got to bring up just how much
No,
the bans in particular for in this playoff stage have been focused on the strategy.
No.
A lot of characters
Getting
like
pushed
Wolf
is
and Dagger,
displacement
maybe that
is
even
totally
last year
different,
was
chat.
one of the people who was playing
No.
in the snow, even when it was not in those top priorities boxing.
No.
Yeah, I mean, we could potentially see more
no.
of the Linus Snow with the White Fox, especially if we're expecting elements of dive coming on through from Strays, because I think that's something that a lot of these teams are being caught out
not a CC,
little
chat.
bit by, at
It's
least
not a
early
CC.
on. Everyone came into this thinking like, oh yeah, okay, dive meta, everyone play dive. And then we got counter dive heroes being added to the game, and everyone now has to readjust, both around the triple strategist coming back with the Mantis, which I think
this round did not
a
start.
little bit ahead of the rest of some teams with in regards to anticipating
I'm
that
not
Mantis
getting
return,
rage baited.
but now
So,
also
no,
dealing with the
I'm
White
not.
Fox
Chat.
since we're playing on
Displacement is not CC.
7.5, again,
And once you
no
guys
Black
play
Cat,
the
no
game,
Ball of Manhattan, but we are
and
still
you
on
guys
the buff
use your
White
Inviswoman
Fox
push to
patch
try to push
from
someone
the
away, but they
previous
can't because they're
7.0,
CCing me,
so
and you're
there's
gonna be like,
a
wow,
lot more
Invis
potential
push
to
is
run the White
that's
Fox,
not a
not just
CC.
in terms of a triple strategist line, but potentially a 2-2-2-4-2.
You're telling me a Thor kidnapping me with his little hammer, that's gonna be a CC? No, that's a displacement.
What have you got for me? What are you expecting?
Ooh, so this is when it comes to like
Lucio Boop is
it's the
not a
most
CC.
popular, like domination map for both these teams.
No, because if I get
Fire
Lucio
Strays,
booped,
yeah,
I can
0-2,
still use my
and then
movement
Pep's your
abilities to
Woman,
get
so
back
it's a
on the
little bit better
map.
at the very least.
Lucio
have, like,
Boop
a
is
lot
not a
of boxes there, but we
CC.
saw from that last series, as you mentioned,
No.
like, Vision just get completely shutted out from Rad. Like, you're gonna struggle to dive onto the
No,
objective once you lose
it's not.
it on some of these points. We didn't even see like the sort of fighting ground one either, where there can be a lot more like of this verticality. It just really feels like for both these teams that are having a bit more of a
CC
struggle
cancels
on
an enemy
domination,
ult,
just
displacement
making
does
sure that you
not.
win that first fight is the main thing. It just sets.
Oh,
you up so
okay,
well
I was
in
about
the
to say,
future.
I don't
And for
understand.
Fire
Yes.
Strays, it is just like you got a map win against Navi, even though the rest of the series didn't go your way at all. You at least have something to work with. Whereas Peps didn't take a point on anything against First Pro.
And Moxie, just to call
You
it back
guys
to
are
way
wrong.
earlier at the
I am
start of
right.
this preseason, we're talking about winning first fights on domination.
Just like how everything else is on the internet. That's how people argue. I'm wrong. I mean, you're wrong. I'm
Why
right.
is that so important on these domination maps?
It's the frequency of the ult. Like, the fact that ult generation across the board got heavily nerfed by around 20% universally. Vanguard Deadpool, all roles of Deadpool, avoided it entirely. So the fact that, like, we're seeing Vanguard Deadpool on domination especially get first ultimate up, have the ban hammer.
Let's
use
see
it
what
on the
Google
strategist line
says.
to
Oh god, you're
force
gonna be
into
one of those people.
motion. You just
Are you
give
also
up
gonna
the
go to my
fight
Twitter
because
post
you
and say,
don't
"Grok,
want
is this
to
true?"
Potentially lose a strategist because you can't heal for 8 seconds, or it forces you to have to take it and burn all of your resources. And so we get ready to go into the ban draft. Do we see anything unusual? Or is it going to continue looking like Gambit first ban into Elsa mirror saves? Because currently Strays actually and Peps both in alignment. Gambit gets through, Elsa does not, which means, Ryan, when we look down later through this line, things like Gambit, Rogue,
they're playing on Season
Starlord,
7.
all going to have to be looked at much more.
This is Brave. Gambit, yeah. I think both teams, it's almost like a sort of handshake of like, let's just pretend that Gambit doesn't exist so we can both get our hands on him, to the point that Invisible Woman
Grok make Jay completely bald. Oh my god.
This is,
I think AI is gonna make our society dumber. I'm just gonna say that right now. I think a lot of people, instead of like thinking for themselves, are just gonna be like, hey, AI, do this. Hey, instead of like critically thinking, hey, do this, do this. I think it's,
imagine that Peps are going to be allowed to protect
yeah.
right at the end of this draft either.
No, there's the Gambit ban coming on the side of Strays.
Don't get me wrong. I think you know, it could be useful,
low-key
but
before Strays get the opportunity to save it. But because it was a low-key
bro reads
ban
one comment talking
instead of
about
the
going to Google and
Mantis,
AI and
it could
is going on an
potentially go
AI
for the
rant.
Mantis, or
You
we're
think
going to see the
me
protection
making
on the
one
Strange.
comment
Remember, there was
is
a
going
new
on a
team
rant?
up that was added to the game. So
These are the
Invisible
people I'm
Woman and
arguing with
Doctor
on the
Strange
internet.
does actually mean that your Doctor Strange does a lot more damage
Ugh.
in terms of the frontline potential.
It's very different in this approach. Like, both these teams trying to throw
Nice.
a couple more curveballs. And for both these teams as well, like, narratively, both of them had a
yeah, the predictions are going on right now.
Any of the games that they had. Week 2, a lot better. Peps at least being able to get that win over, I think it was Pulsar, and then winning Alter Esports in that sort of matchup to decide it. It's going to be the Groot taken out at the end. Not a Mantis, actually, that's going to be banned out for Team Peps for Fire Stray. So that's left open, actually, for, I believe it's Zenos that's been picking it up the most.
Yeah, Mantis, Ultron, Invisible Woman is available for Strays if they want it. They could go for it, as they'll also be able to have access to
yes,
since it was
Lunex
on the side of
this
Peps,
is the
but
NA
it
games.
was not banned out on their end towards
NRG against
Strays.
Sentinels is going to be a good
But
one.
we also have
Swamp
Daredevil,
Gaming
and I feel
against
like
100
when
Thieves.
One team plays Daredevil, you both have to play Daredevil, and that's what
That's
going to
be
more
an
depth
insane
coming back
one.
into play, because
YWL
Venom
against Team Liquid
also
Citadel.
got through
Ooh.
the ban line, Ryan, which means that if you want to play Daredevil Dive, you have both the Daredevil, the Venom, and the Jeff to get the premier dive composition.
Are you going to play Resident Evil 3? I already beat that.
Symbiotic shenanigans,
For sure my editors will put that on
and
YouTube
just being
here
able to
soon.
clear up a lot of map space for free.
Okay, this is an interesting game with both these teams showing bright moments at the right times. This isn't quite Coffin Baby versus Dying Ant as much as people on Reddit might want you to believe. These are two teams that are looking to see if they can continue on here, to see if after that torrid first week they can build upon this a little bit more. Domination, a bit of a rough start for both these teams, but you have to imagine that Fire Strays are going to be the favorites here. Going over to Binary actually on the Hulk to begin with too. It's been a lot of him on the other side, and Frankie boxing, clobbering time. A lot of haymakers coming out potentially on the thing.
Okay, are we getting a portal drop from Blaxout? Yep. To instantly drop on Peps. Now, here's the thing. Normally, Daredevil's passive would be able to detect movement, but it's actually blocked off by portal.
Yo, King, appreciate the massive dono, my friend.
Bubble coming on for
I really
IMLK,
love both
but
of
it
these
does
teams
get
because they ban
broken.
Elsa
6 goes
first.
down, the XL2 onto IMLK now takes him back into
Hey,
Team Battle
appreciate
form,
the great
and that
vibes
will
while I
then
fight
move
through
on
hordes
to
of
putting
people
the
at this
pressure onto
airport.
Protoss.
Hey,
And in the
WW. Hey,
first
don't
ball,
get sick
Sweep
though.
Strays will be able to find all of the
I don't know about you
eliminations,
guys, but when I go to an
Zero
airport, I
trades,
try to
lethal
touch
elimination
as
onto
little
Baby Bat,
things
then
as
onto Frankie
possible because
Boxing, and
bro,
that is a
people at the
clean
airport,
fight
I've
win
seen
for
people not
Strays
wash
into
their
first
hands,
point cap.
cough on everything. Ooh,
You're sort of looking
make
towards
sure
him
when you're
playing
opening a
the
door, like in a
Deadpool.
bathroom, if you have to open a
See if
door
you
to
can
go to the
actually
bathroom,
get
I
the
wash my
ultimates
hands,
working
grab the paper
online
towels,
early
dry my
on,
hands, and then
actually
use those
enough
paper
to set up
towels
the fan
to
from
open
hand,
the
see
stalls
if
or
you can
doors
go
because I don't
and
want to
fight
touch
to
that.
the
Oh,
head. It's certainly a different look with how they've been played.
yeah.
I mean, they got the elimination on
Wait,
6, which
Spirit
resets the
Airlines
ultimate,
filed
as
for
opposed to
bankruptcy?
Snob to stayed alive through the whole fight.
Really?
And manages to apply it onto Team Peps, but no elimination comes off the back of it. A whole lot of damage reduction as well as pure coming
I mean,
through in
Spirit
the
has
form
a
of
pretty
those
bad
whole
rep,
bubbles.
man.
As Peps
Oof.
now, they've got the Jeff ult. They could potentially make a play here. Strays don't have anything outside of the bubbles coming through from Binary to be able to block this. Everyone should be able to just stack up and anticipate so no one gets hit. Blackstar now gets to use that Eye of Agamotto, knowing that Protoss can't dodge out of it, and you're relying on Baby Bat instead with the invisible boundary mirrored by Closer. We go down to sustainability, but Peps having Frankie boxing on the thing means vulnerability applied on top of Strays players, and that's enough to break through the invisible boundary mirror.
Yeah, Deadpool in your area is making the perspective of watching
Jay
Frankie
touched
Boxing
as
just
little as
melee
possible,
onto people
including
a
his own
little bit
luggages.
more
I carried it all.
colourful in
That
this
is
ambition.
not
So now
true.
Team Pep see if
Don't
they can actually
even
get this
try
point in
to
their
get
favor.
me
Willbreaker's even going to be
in
dedicated
trouble.
to 6. Now trying to leap in. Pink going to focusing onto the target of Xenos. The Deadpool strategist not able to do all that much this time as he was trying to reset. The rest of his team see if they can build a little bit more as they've reached 3/4 progression.
Emily
on
is
this first
such
point.
a liar,
More than
bro.
mad scramble. It
Emily-
really pretty much is just a straight brawl out on this point of Benim T'Challa. There's no eliminations, a clean cut. There's no poke. It's just a lot of punch. I have Agamotto connected onto Pink on the other side, but the peel is there immediately.
I am a very
Nice work in the end
charming
from
individual.
MLK,
I
but it's
open the
still a
doors
Daredevil
for
that goes down
Emily.
in
I open the
process.
car
Look back
doors for
close up.
Emily.
Now you've got- it's just
I
gonna
make
be
sure
used to see if it can get any
I'm
grabs in the
carrying
buffer time
everything.
actually
She
connect
is
up to
such a
three
liar,
for
bro.
Fire's
She
Watching
is.
it from this perspective is just chaotic, to say the very least, as both the GFs grabbing up onto the enemies as much as they can, seeing if they can be pulled off of the maps. It's Slopper that is able
Nice.
to get onto 2, and Team
Oh, yeah,
Pep's
sorry.
losing out numbers again. Moxie, that was probably one of the most chaotic fights I think we've seen on the domination point.
Yeah, I mean, outside of the first fight, it pretty much just rolled into one massive brawl for
Jay
the whole
carries
rest
his
of the
Nintendo
round.
Switch, and that's
To-
about it.
to
She
be
is a.
totally
You
honest
are
with
a
you.
liar
And I feel like
and
that's
a
where
sinner
things like the Deadpool,
in this
no
goddamn
matter
chat.
what role you're on, really
Hey,
thrives. There's so much chaos. He
stop
can continue adding to
lying.
that. He can poke away. You've got survivability too, since you're running the strategist.
You don't
want to
be
the Deadpool
labeled
and
as a
have all of
liar
your
because then no
ultimates
one's gonna
built
trust
up
you.
to put
It's
the
like
pressure onto
what's it
those
called,
squishy
Chad?
players.
The
And
boy
for
the
Strays,
boy who
also
cried
remember
wolf.
they gave up 0
You're gonna
map
say
control.
woof,
They did not
and
have
I'm
to
gonna be
play
like
the really
liar.
punishing
You're not a
retake
no woof.
positions.
You're a
Players
meow.
had to literally fight for every inch that they could
Nah.
just take steps outside of their own choke from.
And let's see if this is going to be a little bit better as Fire Strays. Black Stars, still on the Strange. Could go for a portal play again, as it did seem to have a lot of success beforehand. Frankie Boxing maybe considering doing the same himself. There has been a lot more of just staying on the Strange just with the impact of the likes of Agamotto, especially when you have a lot more. Like,
I love these watch
thing,
parties, and they've been
less
really fun, and I
barriers
appreciate
to
the
actually
effort and
block some of the
positivity
big
a lot.
stuff
I don't
coming
really
in.
watch
And like you mentioned,
streamers,
that
but you
team
are
up with
super
Invisible
approachable and
Woman
friendly.
is often
Hey, see, look at that chat. Not a paid
maybe
comment. I
invisible
appreciate
to the
it.
majority of
Appreciate you
people, but it has
watching.
impact this small
Doing
margins
watch
make a
parties
big
with you guys
difference.
is a lot of
The Fire
fun, so
Strays,
thank you
instead of
guys.
trying to go for a kidnap play, looking for the more offensive, and then the dive in full maelstrom is able to get a lot of damage done, and then you got a world breaker and an invisible boundary stacking on Team Peps. This is a bit of a steel cylinder crushing them in.
Not
but
a paid
they're
comment.
actually able to hold on and survive this for the most part. In fact, going for a counter attack with the Let the Devil Out, flushing.
Okay, let's
through
see this
water,
chat. We
falling
gotta
onto the
pay
objective.
attention. I've been
But
going
nobody's
on
gone
rants with
down.
you guys.
This has been a
We gotta-
crazy fight, but the stun actually onto Black Soul as the Eye of Agamotto comes in means that it's going to be interrupted back down to 50% as Let the Devil Out's going to be used on the other side. Pep's doing well to keep themselves in the fight, Moxie, but it seems that Fire Stray's just having a little bit more to burn.
Yeah, I mean, the exile onto Blacks through the Eye of Agamotto was absolutely
I think
massive.
this. I'm not trying to be
Unfortunately,
mean.
what
I
it's
think
done
all
is
these
delayed
players
the
are great
problem to
players,
this
but I
next
do
fight.
think Fire
Also
Strays
for
is the better
Peps,
team,
like,
and we might
they
be
had
seeing
the
another 3-0
survivability
pretty
with
quickly
the
here, chat.
invisible
But
boundary mirror,
I will
but they
say
got no
the
elimination,
next
so once
two
that
games for
dropped,
EMEA
they'd
are going to be a
already
lot of
lost their
fun.
Let the Devil
You
Out.
have
Demon was still holding his.
you have
Black
Team
Star now
Heretics
on the
against
Strange again with
Shikigami,
the
and
Eye of
also
Agamotto
Navi against
back
Virtus
off
Pro is
of
going to be a
losing
really great
50% of
match.
the charge. Scouts out Pep's rotation as we get Pink moving now off of the Daredevil onto the Punisher. Early connection, Eye of Agamotto finds the stuns onto Peps, forces them to have to just hold their position around this corner to try to stabilize the team. Everyone, this is the thing when you play Hulk, right? You have to stack so that you all receive the guard, and that means that when Strays focus all of their damage into one space, they're coming at it from multiple angles, and Peps only have the one area to just try and take all of the hits.
Peps having struggled a little bit more. You could sort of see just how much Fire Strays are cordoned up in this position. You've got IMLK trying to pull them back onto the objective to create some space and a World Breaker to rely on just in case he needs a little bit more survivability. Gets the stun onto the Jeff, but the Jeff is going to just Jeff his way out of the occasion, actually grabbing onto IMLK to make very little use of the duration of the ultimate in the hands now. But Sloppo is seeing if he can quite hold on for as much as he possibly can. It's 68% now for Fire Strays as World Breaker is going to be used on their side alongside Invisible Boundary. Don't think Frankie Box is able to get that much with the Eye of Agamotto. It's the same as before. Even if he does connect, there's no eliminations coming through at all. There's no names in blue in the kill feed in the slightest. Team Peps are just struggling to actually turn this into any form of pick.
Oh, Protoss
feel
doesn't
bad,
manage
man.
to eat as well, which means that you get locked into the animation with the bubble, so Sloppo
Chad, I'm feeling
punishes.
bad, bro.
Perhaps now
I'm
get
feeling
the
bad.
eliminations. It costs them Invisible Boundary for the slow to lock Strays up. forcing them to have to stand up to the damage potential of the final judgment coming through from Pink. But the problem now is you don't have Invisible Boundary or its Jeff to be able to deal with the incoming damage. And Strays, they're just going to start the fight. Yeah, they're going to portal right onto the point itself to force Peps to walk into them because you've got Eye of Agamotto. You have uncontested Let the Devil Out too. Demon's going to be able to keep up this damage. Big XL comes through onto Blackside, but that means that he does have the Eye of Agamotto still up. The flip comes through. Peps don't touch in time, and they're now locked into just taking the damage coming on through from that Daredevil. Eye of Agamotto doesn't find the
Oh my
connection. There's
god,
too
bro.
many shields as
When
well.
you
Force
Eye of
physics in the
Agamotto in
way,
front of a
but
team,
with
you
Strays
see
getting that
no one
flip
get
Ryan,
stunned.
they flipped
Oh
it to
no,
OT.
chat.
Sloppo gets the edge. Jeff closer will have Invisible Boundary for Strays to be able to stabilize this point. Peps have to find eliminations now.
Yeah, they have to look at those duelists to be in order to do it, and Pink wants to bring himself back into the fight almost as another final judgment, which wasn't used all that long ago.
Wait, that is such a good take to my
Heretics in that first week. Maybe not quite the same, no. Xanostic
displacement is not a CC. If
to
I
keep himself
use
going in this
my
fight, in
Punisher
this
smoke
engagement,
grenade
its
and it
focus is
pushes
going
me
on to
back,
I'm
does that
okay,
mean I'm
who's struggling
CCing
to keep
myself?
this going. It's no eliminations yet again for Team Peps as they're dropping one by one, albeit a lot slower in the end. Frankie Boxing sent back at this point in time.
It's displacing me, and that literally means displacement is not a CC.
It comes out at the right time.
Oh my
but there's so
god.
little to work with. In the end, it's going to be Fire Strays winning this out 2-0, and Pep's still struggling to get a point of anything in playoffs.
No.
Yeah, there's like two ways for Peps that you're winning that fight the moment Invisible Boundary comes up. One, everyone lives, you keep your Punisher up, Invisible Boundary ends, you have Final Judgment, you sweep the fight. Or you lose your Strange early, he sets up the TP for the rest of the team, someone else holds point, and you get your Punisher back into the fight with Ultimate that way. Unfortunately for Peps, none of those happen. They lose the Punisher before Final Judgment can be built up, so no eliminations off of the back of that, and they lose Frankie Boxing, who's on the Doctor Strange far too late. He's one of the last people to fall, which means that they don't have the opportunity of using
try it in the practice range. That doesn't.
way that Strays
What,
had
you want me to
zero access
smoke
to it
grenade
because
and
they
push
used it
myself?
before
That's not a CC.
Establish their position on point and force Peps into having to come into the brawl when point had already
That doesn't
flipped.
make it. Third-party displacement is CC. Please try harder. No, you said displacement is CC. I mean, I'm using my own ability to displace myself, so therefore I am CCing myself. You see what I mean? Yo, it's Mo. Appreciate the tier 1 sub.
If you want to do maths, look at the stats. Look at the amount of damage that Blackside did on Strange.
That's which I am saying it should not count as CC. So you guys saying you guys get tenacity from it is exactly why I'm saying I'm right. It's not a CC. Oh my god. You guys are proving me right. Ay, 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 ay. Is Strange Portal a CC? Because it's displacing you. No! I'm tweeting that, bro. I'm saying that.
Watch out, they're headed our way. Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
CC this, CC that, CC these nuts, my friend. Oh my god. Ay, 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 ay. At this point, it's like rage bait on Twitter. I love it. Ay, ay, ay. I missed your Marvel Rivals interview yesterday. Did it go well? Where can I watch the clip? It is... Wait, did they just fast forward that? What the hell? If you want to watch my interview yesterday, it is on... what do you call it? It's it was right after the first game, but before the second game. So I mean, there, yeah. It was a pretty good interview. It was a lot of fun. Zoe was actually really funny. She said, "Yeah, that's wild." It was a lot of fun though. It was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun. Yeah, it's simply as if someone moves, stops, and slows you out of your control. That's a form of CC. Yes. So what happens if I do it to myself? I mean, am I CCing myself? No! Oops, I accidentally didn't mean to click on that button.
Fight. Just going as hard as they can. We see the return of
Didn't mean to go zoomed in.
Here, combined with the Hulk that we were told was a potential good combo with it earlier, and then we saw the Jeff, another integral part, being used as a counter multiple times to eat Monster Hulk.
How do you CC yourself? Apparently by using your movement abilities.
I know, like, there's so many arguments for what constitutes a brawl composition. That is brawl comp. There you go. Like, you take a fight, it lasts, what, 30 seconds, potentially more, and you just continue going,
chat.
like, ultimate
and I'm pretty
neutral,
sure,
you brawl it out,
I'm
you
pretty
hold your
sure
position,
Marvel
you just
Rivals is going to be like, wow,
melt
these
away with your
these are
melees
probably
and
not
your
CC effects, and they're
bubbles
probably
and
going to
your
change
just
that.
being able to hold
they're
on
gonna
to
change
that
it. It's a
point as long as
relatively
possible.
new
But I feel
system
like
that they
you can
added.
do that more in domination,
yeah.
where you can really concentrate where the fights happen. Less so, though, is it going to be possible in places like Convoy, where you have to move your
movement
position
abilities
as the
are not
objective changes
CC.
too.
Sorry, chat.
Yeah, right.
Movement abilities are not CC.
To
Displacement abilities are not
What do you got for me?
Kind of like what Moxie said, like, you've got this constantly moving objective. You've got Frankie boxing that can bring out a little bit more of the Angela, which is promising for them. You've got some more melee options, I suppose. Wolverine, notably. So I'm excited to see what Demon's going to do there. Now that there's more fastballs potentially to be used, it's going to be like throwing it back to the old ages of 2025. But kind of like I said just there, like, it's not quite like Fogwell's Gym, where you've just got all of these like brawling fights happening, where it's a whole boxing match between the two teams. But it is like, you have to separate yourselves here a little bit. I think for some moments for like Peps, the thing that makes me feel stronger about them than say like Vision or like Fire was like the flying compositions that we saw in like Celestial Husk, that they were like playing with a couple of cute ideas, to say the very least. I would like to see them here, because right now Fire Strays have sort of worked out how they want to identify themselves as a team, and now started to hit their stride a lot more.
Let's see if Peps can do the same thing, as we're going to be heading in to map number 2. Will Fire Strays extend their lead, or will Peps, as Ryan said earlier, be bringing a little bit of a pep back into their step?
I feel like, I mean, yeah, I feel like that last map, that was actually almost traveling back to old school test server Rivals, where teams like tried experimenting with a triple Vanguard outlook and just couldn't make it work with the amount of damage that Punisher could output, both with infinite ammo team up, throwbacks to all of the OGs, but also Final Judgment too. The fact that Pep's literally the only fight that they could win to be able to break through the triple strategist line with the strategist Deadpool in play were the Final Judgment fights. Yeah, that was old school Rivals, baby. As we'll be getting new school Rivals in that instant ban Elsa comes through instantly. Not surprised about that one, but will we see a continuation? Like, is it still going to be Brawl with an Invisible Woman save? No, we're going back into damage loaded compositions. Mantis comes through instead. So we're moving away from one extremity of the sustained composition, and we're coming back into that we have all of the damage, we blitz you through the moment that we see you play instead.
Oh, the Fire Strays actually want to go for the one-side Invisible Woman first, which, yeah, feels... Certainly on that last point, I think the highlight of, yeah, the team up with Doctor Strange, and then look at how much damage Doctor Strange just did, and you're like, oh my god, like, yeah, this is possibly a direction that things are going to go. But it does mean now that you have got like still the options for like a Mantis to be protected later on. But I would imagine that when we see these mirrored bans in this like second phase of the draft, Moxie, I'd imagine that the Mantis is going to be taken out one-sided on the side of Team Peps.
Yeah, I think like for Peps now as well, you have the Mantis to be able to push your damage higher, both for your ultimate output, but also for your neutral output. Because that was something that they were lacking when we look at those rounds of domination. Both of those teams having very similar styled compositions designed to go at it tooth
Sorry, I had to
and
get myself a
nail
napkin.
for a good 30 seconds
If
per
I hear
fight.
CC again,
But
I'm gonna go
Strays were
crazy.
the ones coming through the eliminations means
CC.
that perhaps the target focus wasn't quite there.
Protect your
Multiple people
ball,
fighting different players at the same time, as opposed to looking at just the one, finding the elimination and then moving on. Mantis at least alleviates some of that problem, as we're now going to see the Loki save coming on through on the side of Strays, which does mean that even though Peps will get a save onto Gambit, this is exactly what Strays actually used against Na'Vi when they pulled the map of Museum of Contemplation. If Peps run the Gambit
chat, I
here,
got my breakfast.
Strays
I
will
should
have
be,
God of Mischief
I'm
up
good.
and will be able to walk away with the copy.
I could have gone for it there, but it does almost feel like if you fire Strays, yeah, you have
I
to ban
love
out the
these
Gambit
games
here. This is
when
a team
Elsa's
that
banned.
Typically want to play it, so even like
Oh,
the ban
Rel
on the other side
014.
wasn't necessary
Appreciate
all
the
that
massive
much for
prime
Team
sub.
Pep.
Shiro
But
with
it does keep it a
the
little
2
bit more
gifted subs.
honest. And I think
Absolutely
when you
insane.
have the
Appreciate
Mantis
it.
Protect, similar to like the last map that we saw in Benim T'Challa, yeah, you can have that if you want, because we're going to ban out like the likes of Loki and Groot. So even if you do have it one-sided, we don't care. We're just going to make sure that that team up can't be fully fleshed out. They got rid of the Loki at the very least, but the Groot is still available and one-sided on the side of Peps too.
Yeah, something else that Peps were able to secure is Mantis Ultron. So triple strategist line, they won't have Invisible Woman, but they can still apply something like a Lunar Snow to be that third strategist. And it being a Racco, we can start to
Lethal.
see why
Appreciate the
Peps
massive,
wants to
Prime
take
Sub,
us
my
here
friend. How you doing?
specifically for a convoy map, because we've been talking about Frankie Boxing's
Jay, I had no
potential
clue
on the
if you will
Angela.
see this, but
was
I got
one
out of a game
Angela's
that someone
strongest
threw because
maps.
they didn't. They
And
got
now
Black
we get to
Cat
see a
banned.
little bit more context to why Strays were
Usually
putting so
you
much
never
value
want
into the
to
Invisible Woman,
play
both in
ranked
terms of
because,
synergy with the Doctor Strange, but also being able to counterplay versus Peps' Vanguard line.
I think it's helped out Black Soul a lot too, because he was somebody that was known very much for playing for Fnatic, like with the Groot, was considered one of the strongest Groot players out there. Whilst Groot is still strong, not going to be available at all for Black Soul to play, he's now just going almost exclusively for the Strange in its stead. And I think it works a lot with that team up, and just in a lot of these moments, often overlooked, and there's been a lot of buffs that Strange has managed to grab over the last couple of patches. So Fire Strays on this defense, hoping to stem the attack from Team Peps. It's been a struggle for them in the preseason playoffs so far. They've not been able to get a point. Hopefully we'll get past first this time.
Well, Strays though, it's full stall. Loki, Adam, so potential cast of Invisible Boundary, potential cast of Karmic Revival Copy, and instantly, like Peps, again, they're just going to be moving to this very front-loaded, damage-heavy composition. You've got Punisher, you've got Phoenix, you keep applying those damage boosts, and you melt through Strays, even getting to use the Groot Walls to interfere with Binary's jump positions, but it's IMLK who falls instead. The thing is vulnerable to Poke, but if he gets to brawl in the close quarters and apply the vulnerability, Strays, despite lacking a duelist, have enough damage burst to bring Peps' players down.
It's a little bit threatening.
I got a waffle.
This is all gone.
Because
it's
waffles
been a minute and we've managed to move
are better
about
than pancakes.
20 meters. So you're looking at Peps. You're looking at 6 especially to build up these final judgments to be the difference to actually break through stuff. But it hasn't worked out so far today from a lot of the teams. Able to get a pick onto Demon, but he is
Bruh, this guy's always eating.
And there's trades either way, which means that this fight has not gone the way of Team Peps. More time.
I streamed yesterday for 16 hours. Do you not think I should
from
eat?
The Unicorn Shield coming on through from Frankie Boxing, setting up the elimination.
That's like your job saying, hey, you know what? We're taking away your lunch time. Why, you're not going to go to lunch anymore because why are you always eating lunch? Like,
before
what?
the fight can start, as Binary's just on absolute fire at the moment. Slopper with the Banhammer setup, the thing coming on through with that follow-up, and Strays haven't even been pushed to the point of losing players where they're forced into going for an early low-key copy when Demon does not have the ult. Like, Peps are coming in with 2 ults that can both full sweep Strays as players, but if they don't
Yo,
get the
Bright
Loki
Warrior,
or the
appreciate
Adam,
massive, get this
Strays
up, my
are bringing
friend.
them right back.
They managed to actually get the pick onto close side though, so it means that there's going to be a copy for the Adam ultimate in order to bring them back. They're going to go down, so it's not going to last too long. But Demon's actually built up his own Karmic Revival. Could be more forced out in the end if Fire Strays are feeling a little bit cheeky because they're not supposed to copy.
I actually did not know that. If you copy Adam Warlock with Loki and you pop your ult and die, you still have Loki's res, self-res. That's awesome.
All of these players going down. I don't see the Adam Warlock. He might might be sitting pretty on this one. And there it is. Everybody's back in full stead, looking for the end song Inferno, trying to avoid it at all costs. And Team Peps have to deal with it all again.
Yeah, not so much sitting pretty as levitating slightly above the ground, prettily bringing Strays' players back. IMLK, though, does have Strangling Prison. 6 falls before he can follow up, as instead of Peps making the first move, it's Binary. Clobbering Time forces out the fate of both worlds, but Peps have already lost players, and that means that they're going to be down Luna all in
What
this
Fire Strays is running is one of the most annoying comps ever, bro. You have 2 reses.
But can you actually get close enough to Strays?
2 reses and a
use it
defensible
instead of
with 3
eliminations?
tanks. 3
Snots
tanks are
back
never
in
going to die
neutral
with
will
3
have
supports, man.
regeneration domain.
Yo, Bleed,
Demon
appreciate
will
the
have the
massive prime
soul
sub, my
bombs
friend. How
back
you
up.
doing?
Like, perhaps those desperation plays having to come on through. We're going Moon Knight. This is the only duelist who, with the changes to ult generation, will have the ult up in time to follow through with the Grutal.
It's a very big uh-oh moment in the end now, as it's going to be a build-up of the ultimate from Slop. Oh, the Banhammer comes through, and there's the aggression from the defensive side of Fire Strays. They managed to find the picks, but Binary's gone down in the overstep as Protoss has been able to take him out. But this is so much of a pushback. The Team Peps have to dedicate some big forms of utility in order to go fight this. The stuns go in onto the thing, and Moon Knight,
that was
Moon
a
Knight
big
goes
stun
down whilst he's built up the hand of Khonshu. That combination with the group might not be in play. IMLK was holding on to it for so long. Is there going to be a touch? There has to be, as overtime is now going to loom, but you can see the Fire Strays almost playing with their food, ready to set up in this fight to make sure that this pressure is going to cook Team Peps alive. Clobbering Time means that there's a little bit of grace now for Frankie Boxing as the haymakers start to swing, but now an I Am Groot coming through, the Strangler Prison able to find the picks, and there's no,
they don't have res.
Counter revival this time. Portal play potentially, I don't know in the end, because Black Star's been on it, but there's been a switch around to get Posad to get.
Was that his first Groot ult the whole time?
I mean, can they manage to get the portal through in time? No. So slight misplay actually comes through on the side of Strays that has not had God of Mischief. Could have gone for the copy onto Demon, but Demon gets taken down, has to burn the self-revive to bring himself back into the fight, and Znos gets caught out by Strangling Prison as opposed to being posted up in a way
still
that
server
Peps can't get
admin.
on top of the Loki to stop the rest.
If you guys think Bucky is server admin, I don't think you guys played this game.
Eternal
He has
Bomb, but
not
he
been
goes down mid-dash to the
server
Strangling Prison
admin for
hand of
months.
Khonshu combo, and Peps
Yeah,
get an
this is losers
opportunity to
bracket.
push
Whoever
into
loses this
second
goes home.
with Demon Eye swapping off of the Adam and onto the Bucky instead. Big pickup though comes on through from Sloppo, claiming the high ground position for Strays, and this means that they can poke past the Groot Wall protections from IMLK. Groot Walls might be able to isolate Vanguards, but here above the ground, Demon has a perfect Eagle Eyes vantage point to take the Vanguard down.
Now seeing how much they can fight in the end of Fire Strays, like
Yo,
they've
Kami
changed up their
Calzi,
composition very
appreciate the massive
quickly,
5
even
to the
with
subs.
the set portal
Absolutely
mistake
insane.
back onto what they want to be, as we have Jean Grace just traded shots over at the same time. See, it's a little bit more stressful from Protoss's perspective as the Mantis is trying to clamber up another soul resurgence to really allow this team to go. Six has actually switched away from the Punisher as well, full on ultimate to go for the Ultron. Now they have to be ushered back as Binary's brought out the
Fire
Banhammer.
Strays is looking
And
like a
you can
really
see
good team
just
right
the
now, bro.
eliminations for
Their
Fire Strays coming
team
through.
coordination
Team Peps adjusting as they go along. And
looking
I'm
so
really
much
curious,
better
like the final judgment
than,
was in hand, decided to go and switch off of it. A Rage of Ultron
sadly,
is going to
Team
be built up
Peps.
fairly quickly, but that
I think
would have been
Team
the
Peps
case
might be
anyway.
going home today, chat.
Yeah, but I mean, Rage of Ultron means that you have CC immunity. It also allows you to have a triple strategist line to keep up with the sustainability of both Invisible Woman and Loki. Regeneration Domain is in itself an ultimate, so Strays essentially have 3 defensive cooldowns. So they'll be coming into this fight with, well, 3 defensive cooldowns plus those ultimates, as Closer has Invisible Boundary, Snoss having that God of Mischief. 6 can kickstart all of this, and Peps will have to make a move soon. Strays, they're happy to let the time burn down. Peps have to make the first play with this Rage of Ultron engagement, but Regeneration Domain just allows Strays to disengage. They'll lose the Winter Soldier at the tail end of it once those runes are broken, having to actually burn out the Invisible Boundary as well to get into a position where Peps don't push for more.
This has really been a chaotic series so far, and we're only into map 2 with a potential 5 maps to go. Aya Bagamoto leaping in, it connects on to
Oh,
King,
he
but he's on
actually
his own.
got
There's
him.
no
I thought he
sustain or
was
support
behind the
coming in from
wall.
strategist. That means he's taken out. The overstep might be able to be countered from Frankie Boxing as he goes to avenge his teammate, but the fight on objective is a laborious one for both sides. You got the copy from Xenos going in for the Invisible Woman, so the boundary is going to be up as overtime is hit, and you've already lost one of those 3 strategists. Soul Resurgence is going to be used to make this 5 5v6 work a little bit better in the end, and Pink is now going to be the one switching over to Strange. I feel like we've seen 5 or 6 different players over on the Doctor.
Wait, I think both Wait, what was that? Both portals are in front of each other?
When it comes to these fights going a little bit longer and a little bit more brawly, Final Judgment, sorry, the Kraken's Impact is going to come in from Demon to see if he can absolutely clear through. Final Judgment even, it's just so
yeah,
chaotic.
wait.
It's hard to keep up.
Wait, both
like
portals are
also
literally
Towers and
facing
Ducks
each
gonna be
other.
involved in this fight, I swear, in a minute, because of how this whole thing has been going. But Fire Strays, they're just holding on as much as they possibly can to see and stop Team Peps from going any further. A point taken at least, Moxie, but good God, they had to stress over it.
Yeah, I mean, for Peps, not a full hold. I think like they'll be happy that it was not a full hold because it came so close. It came so close to being a full shutout situation, and we saw even yesterday that getting that far on Araco can be enough to win you the round. The problem here for Peps is that like they just don't have access to the same stall outs that Strays had, right? Loki banned out, so you can't go for the Loki Adam. Instead, it looks like they're not even going to go for the Adam. They're just going to play for this Mantis, Ultron, Luna composition, where you're going to be able to have the Ultron give the drone to your Angela. We're also seeing Pink actually commit to the Human Torch. Reminder as well, this is still 7.0. This is not 7.5 Torch rework, but this is not the first time that Peps have made a play like this, right? They copied the Shikigami composition from when they were playing up against Na'Vi and actually took Na'Vi to 99% on some rounds of Celestial Husk when they matched up against them earlier in the group stages.
I think a lot of this, you know, Peps went for this composition before, but I think a lot of it is comfort. When it comes to like this defense, it's a lot more abstract from what we've seen from typical, in inverted commas, meta options. But like, you've got Frankie boxing on Angela. This is a very good Angela point. You've got Pink that was on the Torch, did a lot. Six that's been on the Ultron. It really feels like just play what you're good at. Like, that's how we make the differences here. Just go for that kind of like major level character that you're good on, and see if you can.
Are they like throwing?
Fire Strays, they have to deal with it, and D-Man's going to be trying to catch.
It's just
the pigeons right out of the sky
difference
with the help of binary.
in,
I feel like we are just running it back to the old Insomnia days.
I mean, not just the fast wall special that you have to worry about if you're the Torch. You actually have to worry about the literal fire extinguisher in the form of Sloppo. Like, water beats fire in terms of the table, and Pink does not have, well, he does have to worry about the Jeff fall-off. As speaking about fall-offs, Frankie has to just get the environmental onto Binary, who takes a dip in the pit, and that will just mean that Strays have to back off this fight entirely. No Hulk to be able to open up the space
like the
and draw
Angela
the
on the first
attention
point
of the
here.
Angela or the
Also,
Torch.
you guys are going to say
Go
Torch's
back,
ass?
GG, go next.
Remember, there was a team that rolled Na'Vi using Torch.
Every time I
So
look at a player in the top, it's just a different hero. It's just one of those, like,
I don't know if Torch is a bad character.
fever dreams, I suppose, of how this has been going. But for Peps, at least there's something to hold on to.
Yeah, it was Shikigami. It was Shikigami that rolled Peps with it. Not Peps, Na'Vi.
From the strategist side of Deadpool, is going to go right into the face of the Torch. He's doing his best to try to add in suppressive fire onto the ground to make it a little bit more of a quite literal hot step against Team Peps. But now it's going to be on the other side as Peps are going to bring out their own Banhammer. IMLK looking to try and shove and push this one back. Gets the Nost on the way out and even connects onto Closar. So those strategists are starting to go down. And Peps are probably starting to feel a little bit good about how this is going.
Oh. Yeah,
I do like that. You guys are hating on the Torch pick. I'm really liking it.
The next fight, Snos is going to swap onto the Loki. If you're wondering why we're getting the Loki swap, it's because Six can start the next fight with Rage of Ultron. Closer will have Invisible Boundary, but ideally for Strays, you don't want to use Invisible Boundary in reaction to the Ultron ult because it's static and it would be used on your side of the map as opposed to being closer to the objective itself. Speaking about ults though, Demon swaps to the Star-Lord, and this is the hardest counter for both the Ultron and the Torch to have to deal with, as Strays are going to take a little bit of a longer wraparound rotation, try to play more around cover, again delaying the opportunity for Six to open up with the Rage of Ultron, closing up the space so that they can use the Invisible Boundary in anticipation of it. Heaven's Retribution alongside the Torch ultimate is going to make that particularly spicy position to play inside of.
Wait, what the?
The Strays get
Wait, what the
outside
hell?
of it without losing players and take us to the long term.
Oh, Sloppo's popping off right now.
Plays now because of just how close this is, but you can see Six actually be the one switch over. Blacks out. Anybody that tries to get onto the point, just clear them off of it. Just do your best to actually make some space in the end as there's more switch ups. I swear we've seen more hero switches in this map than some of the other series that have been fully played out in the end. But now
sometimes that happens. I don't know if you guys ever played Hella or like Punisher sometimes, because it does glitch there too. But if you Hella bird into like close to enough to a wall, it looks like you're hitting the wall, but then you would like once the bird's done, like you teleport past the wall. It's crazy.
Even if Peps were able to come on through with something like a strategist ultimate, might not be able
also
to
when you zip line, sometimes like it doesn't look like you're flying, but then like you, yeah, it's weird. It's
onto the
weird.
high ground. Combination of God of Thunder plus Ensong Inferno, capitalizing on the stun effect of the foe's ultimate as Frankie Boxing goes down before Soul Resurgence, but Peps still have to run into this fight. Even a Vanguard down, they have so little space that they can afford to give Strays. They have to take these fights and draw them out for as long as possible. Invisible Boundary aggressively from Znost forces Baby Bat to have to use the fate of both worlds, and that means that Strays just disengage out of it, come on through with Galactic Legend once it's done, keep the heals up even through the Banhammer damage coming on through from Demon with the stagger out of the Guardian Shield from closer, and they have unmatched Invisible Boundary for the fight that will just secure the fight.
Oh, they even got time to actually touch it. It doesn't look like it. It has to be ushered in, and the leap over isn't going to quite be there for Team Peps. Honestly, that was just like one of those like slapping match tournaments with these teams that you can't turn away. You can't not look at how it's been going. But at least some moments for Peps, like the composition there, I think the right idea towards the end. It was Justify Strays are well versed enough to go and swap to the right kind of heroes to deal with it. And just a bit of a rough fight. I think it was like 3 ultimates used in the end from
I think the
Peps when they
next
went
games
in
are
for
going to be a little bit more
the
entertaining.
ultimate
Chat.
play with Human
I'm not trying to be
Torch and
mean.
then Heaven's Retribution from Angelo on the high ground. And it was all just counted out by an Invisible Boundary.
I just think the next games are going to be a little bit more entertaining.
But you held on pretty well.
Yeah, I think as well it was problematic where the Heaven's Retribution was actually like focused, because the thing is, you should be able to, if you stack up those tornadoes from the
Are you
Torch
not
ultimate,
entertained?
The whole ideology behind
For
the
these
Torch
games?
group
Not really,
meta,
man.
all the way back in Prime Torch Ultron composition, was that you would use
I don't really
Strangle
like
Prison,
watching.
you would stack all of the Torch
I don't think you
hurricanes
guys
on top
also
of it
like
because
watching
they
it.
all
Like
do their
let's just take your
own
favorite
damage
sport
as
for an
opposed to,
example. Do you guys really like it when you're like watching a sport and one team is like dominating another team? It's not really that entertaining. Well, entertaining to me is when like there's a really close game, both teams are battling it out, bro. You don't know who's gonna win. Leads are changing. One team might be winning 1 second, the other team might be winning the next second, and it's always going back and forth. That is fun to watch.
Hug the ledge of to stay outside.
Close games, chat, are a lot more fun to watch than like rolls, in my opinion.
Pretty much down to its last brick in
Like, think about it. Think about it. Think about it. If you're watching the NBA, I'm just going to throw out random teams. If you're watching the NBA and you're watching a team like Miami Heat, 100 points, and the Lakers are at 30 points, you're going to be like, I don't want to watch this shit. The game's already done. I'm just going to, I'm going to turn it off by halftime and, by halftime. I'm going to turn it off by halftime and go do something else. No, now, see, now if the game was like 57-58 and then 59-58 and then 60-59, like if it's always changing and fucking you don't know who's gonna win, you're glued to your chair. That's what's entertaining, bro. Yeah, I know, right? 130 by halftime. Or like watching NFL. You're watching an NFL game and like one team by halftime is like 28-0. It's gonna be, but you don't want to watch the rest of it. You want to be on the edge of your seat. Like you want like edging. You want to be on that edge. You know what I'm saying? Ain't some streamers playing with sport games? What does that mean? Yeah, NRG and YWL, great game. Match 5 was a really, really fun one to see. Oh, true. I need a new Guardians movie. Yeah, I can feel that. Poor Yondu. Now you made me sad. Yo, Ian, appreciate the massive donut on YouTube, my friend. My notifications are bugged right now, I think. Just as a heads up. Please don't mention 28-0. I'm a Chargers fan. That hit me hard. Hey, listen, bro. It's better to be a Chargers fan than like a, I don't know, a Browns fan or something. Oh, wait. Did it work?
X3.
Ah, there you go. It did work. That was a very late notification, though. Hey, listen, I'm a Dolphins fan, bro. I mean, because it's my hometown, you know what I'm saying? But sadly, I don't know what the Dolphins been doing for the past few seasons, but...
And we are back. As Ryan mentioned in that cast, so many swaps from these teams. It's exactly what we heard in the interview with Ducky earlier, of just, it's so important to be able to adjust midway through a game now. It's so different to what we had last year, and right now, Fire Strays are starting to extend their lead because of it. We're waiting to see where Peps are going to be taking us for this potentially last map if they're not able to bring it back. All we know, Moxie, is it's, well, we just found out, it's going to be Convergence, and it's going to be Hall of
Oh man, this
Jalia.
thick sausage is
I mean,
it's pretty big and
looking at
juicy.
the ban draft though, it's the same problems that you faced on Convoy, especially on like all of the Convergence maps. I can see why they wanted Convergence to come for last, because like the low-key Adam was problematic for them on both Convoy, but also Convergence as well. And
Yo,
I think, like,
Branch,
Trace getting
Preseason 300
one-sided
bits per
low-key was probably one of the harder aspects for Peps to have to deal with going into that Araka. Problem is, like, so much else requires being looked at in the ban draft. I don't know if you can go for the Loki ban.
It's also a map that we have seen a lot more like Ultron and stuff being used on, like attack and defense, so more verticality, which is going to suit what Peps are wanting to do.
My
But
bad,
the only other time that they played Convergence,
My
was
bad,
when they
bad
picked it
crunchy
in
dad,
the
I'm
last
sorry.
series, against Virtus Pro.
Whitmunch,
where they got
appreciate the
full
massive new
health
tier one
on
sub.
Central
How you
Park,
doing?
So that's all we've seen.
I'm the opinion that we saw the instance of
They'll
top
be attempting
taking
to
from
avoid
slightly
as
lower.
Peps are
Since the season
definitely
started,
been able to get
it
some
felt like the
momentum
player have
going
known
in
to
the
ban as
series
many
so
healers as
far,
possible,
but
plus
it's
Elsa.
just getting past the
I
Fire
think
Strays
banning
after
healers
the
is just
points
like the way to
season
go
where
because you're taking
people
away the
started
other
to come
teams.
in.
And this isn't your
Seems
ranked
very
games, right? If you
creative.
ban like Luna Snow, you
Banter,
can't play
especially
Luna
with the
Snow.
fact that they do
But
seem to be willing to sacrifice both the Gambit and the Elsa, which is very unique for us.
What do you call it? Banning supports and taking away the support ults from the other team is very strong. Very, very strong.
Last game, unless Peps can bring it back.
Hey, appreciate the five bits,
mean,
not free soul. Appreciate it.
I worry for Peps, like when moving on to Convergence, you can make a shout to play the Mantis Ultron, but at the same time, as we saw from Strays, they adapted so quickly when they clocked that it was a Torch Ultron composition coming on through with that Star-Lord. And again, like even without the
These are the
Gambit,
playoffs.
Star-Lord is still very
preseason
problematic
playoffs.
for Flyers to have to deal with. And it's just not enough lines in the ban draft for you to be able to look at both the Star-Lord and the Loki and the Mantis and the Gambit and the Elsa.
Seems that we're going back to the first draft a little bit with like the Invisible Woman, probably available on both sides.
I did not have
here
cornbread.
Makes sense.
I wish
some
we-
good verticality.
I need to find a good place for cornbread
Strange.
here.
Mantis being banned out second, so Gambit is left a lot later on as both teams want to make sure that a one-sided Invisible Woman isn't going to be on the cards against Team Peps this side. They're going to protect it and probably take out the Mantis here.
Yeah, I think like first race, honestly, you're okay with just continuing the Invisible Woman mirror because you've been getting the better of it for the last two maps. right? So it's on Peps to have to try and adjust what they're coming through with as we get the Mantis ban, no damage boost for both teams, no Gambit for both teams. Loki still going to be available. The last time Strays went for the save onto it, they could well go for the save onto it here because that then leaves them open to potentially coming on through with an Adam Loki composition to really stall things out at some point in this map, but they're actually going to go for the Vanguard Deadpool instead, which has been doing a lot of work, being able to come on through with those isolating Unicorn shields and cut off Peps's backline from that front line is really, really important at being able to set up these eliminations quickly so that we don't see the amount of brawl, lengthy fights that we had on Domination earlier.
Loki's been banned out. I imagine unless there's a protect here, it is going to be banned out on the other side from Peps. From Fire Strays as the final option. But really, like a lot of things that they could go for here, like if they want to make sure that they have their duelists to work with. No, they want to make sure that they get their own Deadpool Vanguard, which I imagine is going to be IMLK playing it. I think Frankie can touch on it a slight amount.
I mean, those wow, both teams literally mirror the same bands.
Over on the Strange, much like Black.
Which sometimes you get. Sometimes you get, but it might not be all the time.
Might as well be on MLC lines with the access of heroes that everyone has here. But for Peps, there's going to be a little bit of focus, like you said. IMLK is going to be going for that Vanguard Deadpool, but Frankie Boxing is very likely going to be going through onto the Angela when we do go into the map, as we have a slight delay to the schedule coming on through before things start off. We will have a ever so slight pause, but we get a taster, Ryan, that we get to see as opposed to the rest of the stream of what exactly the heroes are going to be coming on through. And like, while we sort of looked at the Loki getting banned out, which again, no brainer, this is Hall of the Charlotte, this is easily
Friday,
one of
Jay.
the strongest maps.
Yes, sir.
We do still have Ultron in play for both of those teams, so there's always going to be a, well, you could go triple strategist on
Who
your
should I
defense,
support in
but
the America
Frostpoint
seasons?
especially.
I haven't claimed a team yet. Someone sell me on a team.
A little bit
Ooh.
Strays as well. Like Ultron, at least for like the most played characters, isn't amongst that list. Whereas we're seeing a 6 actually pick it up more so than the likes of.
I don't know, man. YWL. I might be a fan of YWL, bro. They play the outrageous stuff, and sometimes they won yesterday.
White Fox and
So
Mantis when they can get a hold of it, and then like close are the typical like main strategist, I guess you could call it.
If you want to pick a good team in North America, though,
has notably been avoiding Gambit.
I would probably pick either Swamp Gaming or Team Liquid Citadel. Those are probably going to be the two best teams.
Neither of them in action today so far, at least for these two teams.
I mean, I know it's sort of like taboo for casters to talk about attacking team compositions as well before they've actually locked them, because we can get baited too, chat.
Swamp Gaming did not lose yesterday. They were playing really bad, but they didn't lose.
On the side of Peps with like this Hela with this Phoenix Crossfire hover potential, I am actually okay with going through. I think like if you try and go for an Ultron composition, you could be vulnerable to something like the Star-Lord on your attack. Having the Phoenix, having the Hela, having the Angela to be able to make a lot of space.
That is true. Melo didn't play, but I feel
being
like
able to set up multiple angles of pressure on your attack, so that Strays can't just control the full map space before you get a chance of doing it. And the play could be really strong. And we talked about being very, very good for Loki.
I don't think your whole team should rely on one person, bro.
Where it's going to be a little bit problematic.
Can you have a star player on your team? Yes,
if the fight is brought to her.
I feel like a star player with that team can lose to a team of really good players, but
making sure that you can just guard the off angle
that makes sense.
That your Phoenix or your Hela is playing, so that you can have as much map space as possible while making sure that you're not just
because you have a LeBron or like a Messi on your team, or
the moment
that doesn't mean you can't lose.
When it comes to
I feel like teams with very good coordination and teamwork can beat teams with better players.
Experienced, I'd say Closar and Zenost have been the main backline of all business. Then throughout all of 2025, it was the MRC that was the first one that we probably saw.
Yeah, Swamp Gaming is going to need to look good today because they are playing 100 Thieves. So that's going to be, I think
and also I think
we're getting into the good games, chat, because we're in the playoffs, bro. Not these two. I think these two are going to be like pretty fast, but
as far as it can realistically go,
we're getting into some good games, guys.
Unless they can win out here on Jalia.
My XP VAR is low when it comes to Rivals Esports.
And not get sold out on first.
Well,
Don't-
no, wait. There's
I
also
will-
the composition that
I
Peps
will
can
make
too,
your
and like I
XP
said, not opposed
go
to it.
up.
You have a lot of damage burst potential. Strays have a triple strategist
Ay,
line,
ay,
but with
ay.
how fast your Phoenix and your Hela can do the damage, you might actually be able to break through the slower healing potential of things like that Ultron drone. As Six is trying to take this high ground position, dueling out Strays' own high ground hold. Demon's taking multiple angles of fire. This is what we were talking about, right? Hela from the high ground, Phoenix from the opposing side, Strays caught right in the middle with nowhere to run, and Peps just pins her onto first of Djalia to claim all of the map space.
Yeah, first nice pick, and it seems it's going to stress out Fire Strays a little
What happens
bit
if
more
Team
as
Peps
Banhammer's
actually
been used,
reverse
the Black
sweeps this,
Star
chat?
is
What are your
taken
guys'
out.
thoughts?
Means that it's a little bit more scarce.
If they
in
reverse
the
sweep
end.
this,
Demon over
that would
on
be
the
insane.
Strange. Whether there's going to be enough stall to go for a pot, I'm not quite 100% sure, but that's another pick in the end for Peps, who are really like leading the lines. It started on that first map of domination that they weren't able to get the picks needed, but now they have to try to beat out the stall as ultimates might start to build up in the end. Binary is going to go down as Frankie boxing.
This is very interesting that
but they're still dropping like fives.
That they're playing the Angela. Usually when we see teams play Angela, it does not end well for them.
Numbers only ever so slightly. It looks like they're only going to be able to stall this out for like a minute or two more.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Strays, maybe you can force out Invisible Boundary from Baby Bat, but that fight is literally just going to allow Baby Bat to have uncontested Invisible Boundary to react to things like Feast of the Abyss coming through in this next engagement, which
Nice
Binary is going to have to wait to have access to, as like you said, Pink is able to, on that Hela, just find the elimination late, and we can
almost
see that
5 minutes for second phase. That's really good.
Not work, even with the Jeff
Any
in
controller
play.
players
the
in
Angela
tournaments?
being able
Yes,
to
there's a lot of
countersteer
controller
engagements
players
as well as
actually.
running into both the charm from Protoss,
There's a few tank players. I don't know if there's any DPS players. I used to know Smash used to be a controller DPS player, but I don't know if he's still playing. And then there's like one or two support players, if I'm not mistaken.
2-2-2 set up in the end now for Fire Strays. They want to try and like match it up as best that they can. You don't have the Hela on the other side, but Heaven's Retribution going to be used from Frankie Boxing, but IMLK goes down in the process, similar to what we saw in Arrow.
Nice, wow, nice, very consistent shots.
As the dive was looking to try and go in. The fight is still going splendidly though for Team Peps though.
Yo, this guy's popping off.
Command over on the high ground, really pushed Fire Strays back all the way, and because of the portal being used so recently, they're not going to have much of a chance to touch on here.
Yeah, I mean, Blacks go to this range, realizes, wait, Portal's still not back. And in that time, Peps picked up second.
Dude, this guy is dominating.
In map 1 and map 2, they have absolutely come alive. But question is it too little?
Dude,
is it
this
too
guy
late?
is
As Pink has been
dominating.
an absolute fire. Hela not getting hit by the Deadpool ultimate, goes into the Goddess of Death, and Strays don't have a strategist ult to be able to mitigate it. Blackside just swapping now onto the Mac, no Meteor M, and they just have to give up the space. They don't want to lose more players and bleed out more control of third to Peps.
Yeah, Frankie's doing a great job in just sparing some of these players into precarious spots, and the rest of the team is feasting 3 ultimates, almost 4 with the Kamiho for Protoss in hand for the attackers, whereas the defenders with an invisible boundary want to try and set up his closer, seeing if they can maybe go in and fight on the corner.
Frankie is making the Angela work, bro. Usually when we see other teams play Angela, they are losing pretty bad,
chat. On the left-hand side, Blackstar's trying to sort of cordon off this main walkway as the Galactic Legend's going to come through. All of these ultimates as well. Invisible Boundary is going to be Venn diagrammed on both sides, as well as the Banhammers are going to come through from both sides of the Deadpools. Kamiho now charging on forwards as Binary is able to get that pick on the 6, and a bit of a shot in the dark for IMLK. Still able to find a pick
this
on
guy,
the slot,
MLK, is using the 100 Thieves
forward.
bundle. I don't think Fire Strays has a bundle, that's why.
Phoenix back into the mix faster. Meteor M from Blacks out, attempted to get bubbled out by the Unicorn Shield from IMLK, so that Peps, they can just pull back. They're going to have 6 back in the mix.
I'm gonna put my tinfoil hat on.
The Endsong Inferno to land on
or maybe MLK is showing 100 Thieves that he can play tank Deadpool, and he wants to play Deadpool for 100 Thieves and play a tank for 100 Thieves. So that means that he's trying to replace a TTK.
Forcing now that Endsong Inferno from 6, since Baby Bat just cannot heal without going down herself, and that might be enough for Strays to be able to stabilize their hold.
Yeah, Binary's done well actually to find a lot of these picks to make sure that this defense stops the payload for a brief amount of time. It's still 3 minutes on the clock for Peps to finish towards the end, but I feel they want to make sure that they can keep that momentum going. It's been stifled for the time being, but we haven't seen any switchovers compositionally. It's mostly on Fire Strays that have gone over to having the White Fox on their side. Heaven's Retribution now going in for the deep dive in onto Fire Strays, onto the back line. Finds a pick onto Binary. There's not going to be any ultimates expended on Fire Strays, still holding on to the White Fox, and everything else has been slowly built up. You can maybe look at the fact that Demon is very close to having another Galactic Legend, as well as an invisible boundary to match the one that Baby Bat has put down. They have to be a little bit more scared, though, because the Goddess of Death is looming on the other side of it, and Sloppo taking his time to make sure that this duration is wrought out. Peps is still moving his objective forwards, and Frankie Box is trying to see if he can find another pick to pull out onto the point. Now it's going to be the White Fox charging our way through onto the objective. Fire Strays, seeing if they can get the numbers onto the point to fight on it. Invisible boundary is going to help somewhat, but you could already see that like Team Peps have actually pushed beyond the objective, trying to get in towards the spawn doors, switching things around, but they've lost Pink. It's going to be a Banhammer thrown in onto, I think it's 6, that's managed to try and sneak his way out. He's under a lot of
Wow,
pressure
that guy
in the
actually
binary.
lived and he got
Gets the
ulted? That's
peel of
crazy.
Frankie Boxing and peels Frankie Boxing's wings straight off. The reset is good, but what a fight Mox is. Team Peps just tried to cut all the way through.
J3 should be a
Fire
coach. No,
They can't afford to
I'm
lose
good, man.
anyone here. I mean, you've got
love
Ensong Inferno,
streaming.
you've got Banhammer.
I'm a streamer. I
and
love
there's
doing
no
watch
strategist
parties with you
on the
guys.
side of Strays, but what there
this what I like to
is
do.
Meteor M as well as an Ensong coming on through from Sloppo, plus Demon swapping off
Emily
of the
is going to be a
onto
coach,
the
though.
Heller as well. So
He just
full
said.
duelist mirror coming for pick
100 thieves.
potential. Poke potential on
You
Peps
think you
when
can
they
do
try
better
to
than what
walk
the
up and take
current
some of
100
the
Thieves coach
space
is doing?
that Strays already have pre-developed before the fight starts. So Peps have to slowly make their way in, not losing someone early. IMLK comes on for the Banhammer, puts that onto Demon. Actually, it looks like to stop the Hella from shooting.
I think
Ensong
me as a
Inferno
coach
comes
would be
on for
really
from
funny.
6. Sloppo going for
I would
hits.
tell my team to
with the
win,
combo
and if they're not
of
doing
Meteor
good, I'll
M
say they
on
suck,
top,
and then I'll tell
the
them get out of the
backline
chair and
is
let me play.
Decimated. Strays.
I'll be like, yo,
wiping
bro, it's not
Peps'
that hard. Just
backline,
win.
now
Kill the
turn to
enemy
front
team.
line
Kill
and
them
deal
before they
with
kill
it.
you.
And
Get
we
out of the
have a
chair. Let me
Portal
play.
contest play coming on through from Frankie Boxing as Demon swaps onto the Wolverine.
extra
They've
actually
read
really
that
good.
Strange is going to be in play. They know that Hella could potentially be vulnerable. They'll go for the Wolf to have both their heal passive coming on out with the team up from the Phoenix, as well as that regeneration now. That Pink is on the Daredevil,
that?
looking to just get past the front line and hit the back line before Znos can use ult.
Yeah, they have to make
don't
a
put it in
good
my
meal
hair.
of this one so far. Like, the push on, at least the objective's going to be hit, but you've used the Strange Portal pretty early on, so
Thank
overtime
you.
is not going to be on the favor of Team Peps. Invisible Boundary is going to be used. Kamiho on the defense for Fire Strays. As Binary charging on through with a Banhammer. Now there's a lot of actual, like, restraint from Fire Strays here as they've strayed away from the objective for a split second before they go in for the redive here. The Eye of Agamotto leaping in right onto where this Invisible Boundary was placed from Closer, who almost goes down, able to survive through it with the help of Sanost, who was also taken out with the stun in the end. Still able to hold on a little bit more hope as Banhammer from IMLK looking to see if that backline can finally go down and stop Fire Strays from this, making sure this payload doesn't reach the end of this map. You've got the last stand now from Demon, seeing if it could be a last stand in the end from the attack of Peps. Nobody else is really alive to get going on this one. The portal was used up prior, so it is going to be just shy of that third and final checkpoint. Team Peps not going any further, at least on their attack.
Yeah, classic Call of Duty, especially from a pick potential composition from the attack, right? You lose that space, you lose one fight on third, your Hella, your Phoenix, they're not in position before the fight starts to put the pressure onto Strays, and Strays just deal with the threats one by one, having all of the cover to be able to hide
True.
that backline
If I was a
behind, so you don't
coach,
lose a
my
strategist
mandatory
early, being able
my
to hold your
mandatory thing would
position
be
with your
ban
front
Elsa.
line to make sure that that objective doesn't push further into your space and force you to have to change your positioning. And then when you win one fight, you can start holding up closer into the attacker's side and force them to have to use ultimates, which you can just kite out or mirror, depending on what you want to do. But still, for Peps, honestly, a really good showing. Like, the tempo that they had for picking up first and second was very, very strong, and it is no surprise at all that when the sides swap, we're seeing the same composition. Like, now you have your Hella and your Phoenix already in position before the fight even starts, Ryan. So it's all about how Strays react, and if they can clear out the Hella and the Phoenix before Peps can use the crossfire to complete the full hold.
I would imagine now the Fire Strays are going to expect this. I think with the Jallia pick of like, okay, we ran into the Hella. You've got Slopper that is hovering over towards the Namor, but it is still in the attacker spawn. Could shift at any moment. Maybe with Blackstar switching over towards the Stranger, there's going to be a portal play right off of the bat. Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
And just make sure that Sloppo could use the high ground themselves. That's going to be the case. There's some damage that's at least thrown out in the end from Peps, but they're going to see this coming.
Oh, here's the portal. Right through. It's actually not onto one of the isolated players from Peps' end like the Heller. It goes onto the high ground instead, but 6 is coming pretty low. Manages to drop off before you get picked. Frankie Boxing is the one that Strays turn on.
I went to go look at my
instead.
Twitter post
And
to
now
see what
Strays
people are
can start
saying about the
making this
CC stuff
counter-rotation
and
too,
displacement's not
taking
CC.
even more
Someone
space
just
away
on
from
Twitter
Peps.
said
They
that
would
the
actually
more
have
squids
their backline kite too when they
is a
come under
CC
pressure
ability.
from main. Good charm though from Protoss in reaction. Sets up the pick with 6 on the chase down, and Peps have been able to stem the bleeding. They've lost 1 point of tick, but they haven't lost the whole fight, and they will be able to push Strays back. And next fight, Ryan, well, there's no more strange TP to cheese all of that space. They have to walk through the gauntlet of the Phoenix and the Hella before the fight starts once more.
Yeah, they get the stepometer out, the pedometer, to see if they can actually just make their way onto the point the old-fashioned way. So Peps deal with that nicely, considering that they were the first elimination against them, being caught out from Frankie Boxing. But the good thing is that the Angela going down means it's going to be a fast rotation all the way back to the point on this defense. Black's out now. Yeah, he's
Is
like,
Namor Bubble a
I
CC?
just gotta find what is the other good route
Technically
to go
speaking,
down in this
to
way. And
people
like for compositions, it's
on
looking
Twitter,
like they wanna
you should
keep
go
it the
ask them.
same. They find the pick onto Protoss though, which is a major one. It is going to force that Van
You should
Hammer on
go
the other
ask
side,
them.
which might lead to 2 for IMLK, who in favor is wanting to make this work. Binary though, dedicating their own Van Hammer. It's a good ultimate sprout in these cases, and it's allowed Sloppo to actually find a pick. So it's still another really chaotic fight in the end that both teams are trying to adjust to, as Firestray seeing if they can grab 2/3.
I mean, they might be able to grab all of them as Pink has to swap onto the Strange and try and teleport Peps back in time. Someone still alive will be able to hold on to the space long enough for the TP regroup.
You know,
to
it's
come
actually
on
really
through.
funny.
6
Someone said...
so close to having Ensign, but goes down 1% off getting it online. Sloppo's got the Horn of Proteus too, so Peps have to be very, very careful that they don't lose someone to the one-shot potential of that Namor ultimate. Demons coming back on the Star-Lords here. Much more survivability with the iframes. There's the Ensong Inferno capitalizing off of the slow setup from Baby Bat, catching onto the Invisible Woman, but Stray still think that this is winnable. Out comes the Kumeho Unleashed, stalling everyone up with Slopper trying to find the follow-through of the Horn of Proteus. It gets dodged though, and Peps with the Eye of Agamotto turn onto Strays. No CC immunity. Complete the hold.
Ooh, big fight win in the end. Pink being the saving grace with his own portal play.
Someone
Sloppo
asked me
jumping
to
off the map,
search it
trying to
up,
be
so I did.
fast, and it's gonna switch over
Is
towards
displacement the
Team
same as
Grey.
CC in games?
Fire Strays do make the
No.
right
In video
adjustments,
games,
but just a
displacement
little
is
bit
not
later
the
on,
same
so
as
there's a lot more
CC.
stress that goes onto this
But it's a specific
potential
type
final
of hard
engagement of
CC.
Halls of Jallia. Team
But
Peps
no.
hoping to bring this map back in favor.
Right
They've
here.
got some stuff to work with, but
I
it
wouldn't
is
say
pretty
it's a
much only the
specific
Heaven's
type
Retribution.
of hard CC. That's not really
that,
hard
but also
CC,
just
but
the
no,
Angela
it's
body
not a
blocking
CC,
Galactic
chat.
Legend coming through from Demon. Like, Pink shield has to be perfectly placed, but the Angela's using the ultimate on Strays aggressively as opposed to being that's a body block for the back line. Still,
I trust the
Peps
AI.
think
You
the
guys
best
were saying, look at the
defense is a
AI
solid
stuff. I look at it.
offense. The problem for them, though, is that who's holding on to point now? Frankie Boxing has to turn around and try and stall it out, but Peps have already used that strange TP, and it comes down to just clutching, being able to survive. One went down to the Galactic Legend, but one still lived, and that strategist has been enough to keep the Angela in play. Frankie is able to scout out Slopper's position too, so no stall out potential for Strays to be able to touch long enough for Blackside to be able to get a strange TP.
A Banhammer is going to be used from Binary. He gets stunned out though, and he gets pulled out of position. So the rest of the team.
We
is
actually might see
feasting.
a reverse
It was
sweep, by the way.
amazing peel onto Frankie Boxing to keep him alive, as he might have overextended as the rest of Fire Strays came back into the fray. There goes the Banhammer from IMLK to clear up 2-3 with the help of 6. And now Fire Strays have nothing in order to touch it. Invisible boundary is used to find the catch in the end, and it catches Pep at the very least a map. Halls of Jelly.
We
goes
might
their way,
see a
and they
reverse
maybe
sweep.
saved the best to last compositionally. They're starting to shine with the likes of the Hella and the comps, and yeah.
I will say that Hella player, Pink.
That's how you beat a triple strategist sustain composition. You have so much incoming burst pressure.
That guy
that
was
they just
disgusting.
Don't have the time to be able to heal it back up.
I think that guy
you
carried.
get those eliminations back to back to back. You take all of that map space. The problem for Peps though is that it came out so late in this.
Look at that guy,
first to
27 and 5, 15
Stray's
final
now
hits.
losing that
I wish I
map,
could see his
get the
accuracy on Hella,
opportunity
but
to choose where we go
Yeah.
next. And I guarantee you that that map will not favor Hella or Phoenix.
which is actually crazy too, because usually when we watch
majority of maps
Angela players, they're not really doing anything. Frankie is he's cooking.
They would
He's
have
cooking.
maybe gone for Heart of Heaven, but because we've just played Convergence, it's not going to be the case. Maybe they just go to Domination because of how strong it looked on that.
Wait, did the
first,
Phoenix on the other team have
opportunity
57%
on
accuracy?
Galleon.
That's
So
crazy, bro.
we'll have to see
That is
where
actually
Firespace want
crazy.
to be able to take this
That's
one
good accuracy.
Or map 4s, we start to see a little bit more played out of Peps, or whether that's going to be the end of it. Stay tuned. We'll be back after a quick break.
57% is actually insane. What changed this match for Team Peps that made them dominate? I think Pink did a really great job. But maybe, I don't know. I'm not so sure. I think maybe just better team gameplay. I just looked at it. It looked like Elsa was banned for both teams. Mantis was banned, obviously. I think Loki was also banned. And then, I don't know what the last one was. But I think it's just the players probably play better. Was it Gambit? Probably was Gambit. You're right.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man.
I am a firm believer. I am a firm believer that if you get a group of great players and put them on a team together, they can play well. Obviously, they're all individually great. But if you get a team of, like, let's say, slightly less mechanically and better players, but they have been on a team together and they played with each other for a long time, and they have strats and team cohesion and all that stuff, I think they could be actually the better players. I'm a firm believer in that. I mean, look at Virtus Pro. Listen, I will say I am a fan of Virtus Pro because of their history. I don't know if you guys were watching my watch parties last year, but Virtus Pro won the Grand Champions, right? They were the Grand Champions. But before that, for China, they never made it to the mid-season finals. They actually never made it. They lost. But one of the most rarest things in esports, or I guess teams in general, is that they didn't make mid-season finals and go like, wow, we suck. You know, at GG's, I'm gonna leave this team. No, they all stuck together. They stayed together. They practiced more. They stayed as a team. They got better as a team, and then they're rolling everyone now. And I think that's a problem with a lot of these young kids, is that when they get on a team, they might not do the best, but they're very quick to say, you know what, wow, this sucks. This team sucks. GG's, I'm leaving. Instead of like building that team.
Protect your bald king.
Yeah. GG's no team. GG's no heals. GG's chat. Wallet, appreciate the massive prime sub, my friend. I hope you're having a great day. Happy Friday. Happy Friday. Also, just want to say appreciate you guys being here. Love you guys. We had a 16-hour stream yesterday, but we're gonna do it all again today, and I appreciate you guys being and joining us for this watch party. It's been a lot of fun. The games right now are, well, I mean, now it's starting to get a little spicy, but I don't like seeing 3-0s. The next two games, Team Heretics against Shikigami and Navi against Virtus Pro. Navi and Virtus Pro, those games should be good.
That we're going to Museum of Contemplation, and you said something in the break I would like you to repeat here about the Hella Phoenix.
I mean, it's a little bit of a surprise that it's Museum of Contemplation. I think, like, for Strays, obviously this was the map that you pulled against Na'Vi, so they've obviously got a confidence boost in being able to play this one. But I feel like it also leaves the door open for Peps to lean into something like the Phoenix composition, which did really, really well for them with just the tempo control of having that poke pressure of both the Phoenix and the Hella when they played a full of Dejalius. And a lot of very long open line of sights when you you walk around those corners in the museum.
But Ryan, Moxie already mentioned that Fire did take a map off of Na'Vi with this map. What else can you tell me about this map for these teams?
We've seen a good amount of it for Peps, I think, with just like they played against Na'Vi and Heretics on it in that first week. Lost both the maps, but there was like a lot of like good moments from them realistically. It felt like Heretics were really starting to come into the form that we know them in right now and what we're expected to see from them in the upper bracket a little later on today.
Waffles are not L, bro. Waffles are better than pancakes. We're not starting this again. Yo, imported tuna for 6 months. Absolutely insane. Appreciate it, my friend. How you doing?
Themselves in the past. It does feel like if they can tighten up their gameplay a little bit more, Fire Strays might not have the same amount of success. Granted, like Moxie said, they beat Na'Vi yesterday. They're going to want to take that confidence into this one. It's just whether they change the draft at all or whether they're going to keep things mostly the same.
Let's ask that question. Do we think they're going to change the draft at all? Let's start with Ryan. Continue your thought.
So I think you've got like pretty much a mirror matchup there, which I think goes to suit Peps if they want to go off the beaten track here, because the comfort is really strong for them. We've seen in interviews with other players saying we don't want to rely on comfort, we want to play what's meta. Here in these kind of games where both teams are a little bit more scrappy, play what you're good at. If it's Hella, play Hella, because there was so much of a big difference there.
And Moxie, I will ask the same question of you. Do you think we're going to see some adaptation? Do Fire Strays, after seeing that and knowing that they're the ones taking us to this map, do they say maybe not, but they'd lose so many of the priority bans to do so?
I don't think you burn a ban on the Phoenix or the Hela, especially because like Museum of Contemplation, while there's also like a lot of really good line of sight positions, I feel it's more that we would see the Phoenix be played over the Hela because there are so many flank routes for dive teams to be able to just wrap onto the Hela before she gets the opportunity to poke them down from range. So I think, like, again, this is more Strays just like, okay, we're fine with playing what we played previously. We can go a triple strat line. We can go for sustainability. We can try and go for a heavier brawl style if we get the strange invisible woman coming back on through. And they're also trying to put a stop to some of the things that Peps are doing that was working out for them in Hall of Dejaliah. So when we go into the ban draft, would be unsurprised if we see it remain as it has been previously. And yet again, we do start off with, yep, there we go, Elsa ban into Invisible Woman save on the side of Strays.
I have been enjoying these maps that we're seeing both Elsa and Gambit banned out, because it's usually one or the other at the very least, but here it's almost like a utopia of like, this is what the game could be like if these characters weren't as strong as they are. And even like not as much focus on Mantis either means that you do get like a different look. For Fire Strays, it feels like the second week was them really leaning hard into the triple strategist compositions. Here, however, they are going to be pulled away from it into more 2-2-2. That seems to be the game plan for what Team Peps are wanting to try and put together.
I mean, Invisible Woman as a strategist is just strong all round, right? She has Pierce attached to her primary, so if you're stacking up and taking these multiple brawl positions with your whole team, Invisible Boundary just charges up so quickly, despite the nerfs being made to ultimates as a whole. You do still have to worry about things like the Loki, so again, we are going to be seeing that one come through, but it will be one-sided. Peps go for the Loki ban into potentially the Loki save, as Strays have already been able to secure the Mantis removal. And, oh, wait, Peps?
Nope, never mind.
Vanguard Deadpool instead. I mean, yeah, IMLK, honestly, for what he was able to do, like, multiple times there on Hall of Dejaliah, especially on their defense, Strays walked away with an elimination at the start, and then IMLK was able to just go deep into the backline with the survivability of the Vanguard Deadpool and find the trades to secure the fight win.
You are going to manage to get some one-sidedness.
Yo, what's up, Paul? Good morning, how you doing?
Mantis has been banned out against Team Peps and protected for Fire Strays.
You want,
I would imagine here, like, banning out the Deadpool Vanguard means that you have some one-sidedness to work for. I do like the Jean Grey. We have seen, like, this a little bit later on in the drafts of Peps, really adding a curveball into this one. And if it's a case of Fire Strays wanting to play triple strategist, well, you don't have the Elsa anyway because that's not been allowed. Jean Grey probably was second in nature behind a triple strategist, like the solo duelist with triple strategist. You've taken her out as well.
Yeah, and I mean, if you have the Invisible Woman as well, we got to see from multiple fights of Hall of Dejaliah how often the Invisible Woman was essentially joined at the hip with the Phoenix's position, providing those Guardian shields. If you try
How
and
successful
jump the
have
Phoenix,
you been with the predictions, Jay? Oh, I've never gotten one single thing wrong in my life.
Woman, which then leads into the CC chain coming.
You can even ask my chat; they'll back me up. Every time I think a team is going to win, they end up winning.
Approach. Like, yes, the Mantis gets through, but the Mantis now loses some some of those crucial duelists that you would traditionally look to empower. You still have things that you have to worry about, obviously, like Wolverine, Punisher, potentially even the Psylocke. And that Mantis damage boost is going to be doing a lot for Strays, both in terms of damage boost, but also in being able to secure the team up from Black
Who's gonna win
Star,
this
who's
game?
actually going to be able to play his
Hold up, I gotta use my
comfort
special
pick of the
powers.
Groot this time around.
Remember what I said to you? I think it was like after the first
Okay.
game of Museum of Contemplation we
Okay,
casted,
the
I
gods
was
have
like, that was like
spoken,
a
chat.
white-knuckle
Fire
roller coaster. That
Strays
was so
is
fast.
going
Crazy
to
but-
lose
and it was
this.
Team Peps.
Team
This
Peps
whole
are going to
series
win.
has
We
been
are
like
going
that.
to have a
This could be the
tied
potential
series
last hurrah for Team Peps.
2-2, and we're
Rest
going to
of
go
one
to a
brings
match
to
5.
full best of 5. It's Fire Strays
I
attacking
spoke to
first,
the
their
gods.
choice to push this onwards, and it is the Adam
Watch,
competition.
I
looking to try
guarantee,
and
look,
work
I
with 6
guarantee you
unbelievers
guys
to
I'm
go
100%
down and
correct.
bring this fight to a standstill as much on the defense.
We're going to be seeing a lot more Wolverine as well, it feels like, especially if you're trying to run this Venom. IMLK just cannot commit to going to disrupt Strays' backline or dive the objective because of the amount of counter dive potential both from the Wolf grabs, but also things like the Manta Sleep and the Invisible Woman Force Physics. And you can see the lack of space that Peps had. They just get walked onto before they can create that divide in attention. So 6 falls, 36% to the first comic revival, and that's what Black Star won this Groot also comes into play. Those walls, they're blocking off the line of sight for both the Adam and the Invisible Woman. Like you said, they have to touch, but they have no ultimates to actually make a play for it. And that lack of confidence just means that they miss the timings, and Strays managed to pull the checkpoint for 0 contest.
And then everybody gets eliminated or jumps
Sometimes
off the map to reset
it's
here.
okay
The
to
whole
start off
conversation just
sloppy
did not
as
do
long as
anything.
you
It was
finish
like
strong,
watching a
chat.
car crash in slow motion as Team Pep snailed their way to try and contest that. Now switching over away from the triple strategist, which didn't see all that much work as Fire Strays showing a little bit more of the prowess of what they did on their attacking side against Na'Vi too.
Yeah, snowball potential here, though. Like, Baby Bat will have Invisible Boundary. Maybe you go for a combo with the slow into Hand of Khonshu follow through from Pink. Unless Pink goes down early here to just pot shots with Mantis damage boost, taking
That
a little
sound
bit
is too
too much
low.
fire
Oh,
before
trust me, it's
expecting
not.
it. Oh,
You need
Hand of
to- you need
Khonshu
to turn it up
does
for yourself.
land, taking out some of the squishies, forced by the ban hammer coming on
moving.
through from Binary. But like you said, objective still moving. Closer is able to come on through with the Invisible Boundary. Baby Bat has second cast, though, and Team Peps, they're not out of this. They've got the close to respawns, they've got the later Invisible Boundary. That's enough to solidify their hold, and Strays are pushed back.
They're holding out for as much of this hope as they can do for Peps. At least they managed to get this truck to stop for a moment because it has been pretty much moving at full speed throughout the entirety of this attacking side, and it's only been a couple of minutes, mind, but still,
There's
it's
8
gone a
games.
fair distance here. This fight isn't quite
4
over, though.
EMEA,
Fire Stray's not
4
really
NA.
resetting that fast Soul Resurgence as well as that Final Judgment means that it's a turn through as the Ensog Inferno is going to slam down from 6, trying to command the high ground a little bit more as it's the Banhammer used from Binary at the same time. It's Fire Stray's trying to go for a very quick riposte, but it's, again, been silenced for Peps as they've got the payload in a pretty good spot for the defenders to be holding.
Big play as well that Peps are able to win out the fight against Final Judgment while still having Kumiho unleashed for this next one. You do have to worry about Wolverine. Health percentage damage against 900 health Summon Fox is not going to be a fight that the Wolverine will lose, but it does mean that Peps have the ability to brawl into the Invisible Boundary coming on through from closer. But you can see, yeah, look how fast Protoss's health bar declines when Demon's able to come on through with the last stand into
That is
just
actually-
the
bro,
adamantium claws, ripping,
I know White Fox is one of the newest characters, chat, but I think,
Yeah, it's the hand of
in my
I would imagine
opinion,
that we're going to see
her
a
ult
switch over here from
is
Peps. Is
so
there gonna be a pole player
underwhelming.
that's going to be able to touch in time? It just, managed to actually get this fight still going. Pink has switched over to the Daredevil, able to leap out to make sure that Matt Murdock is going to get a bit of a spurned approach to this fight. And now Peps still actually stalling for a lot more time. In fact, they might even be looking to win this fight. Maybe Fire Strays were expected to make the adjustments to go into the third area of the map, but it was a very swift punch in from Frankie Boxing with the portal has actually allowed Peps to hold on second a little bit longer.
Baby Bat has unmatched Invisible Boundary here too. So
How
like,
do they
if
remember
Strays
all the
tries
ult
to make
names?
an aggressive play forward,
That's what it takes to be a
engaging with
caster, bro.
solo
You gotta
associations
know
from
all the
Smash,
ult names and
wants
all the
green light
character
for
abilities, bro.
multiple times in these
These
past
casters
engagements,
are
Babyback can just react with the
insane,
invisible
dude.
boundary leading into the end song, slamming down on top of Strays. We get Banhammer kicking things
can't
off
even
from Pep's
remember,
first.
like,
Six comes
character
on
names
through the end
sometimes.
song, just stopping Strays from taking momentum with this Mantis ult, but Six still goes down after the ult's ended. Unfortunately, the invisible boundary, it's
Where
not
is it?
actually in the
Where is
position on the objective. A little bit of a misclick, a panic of the moment, and that's going to cost Peps the point.
Oh no, it's a bit of a misstep. It seemed that there was going to be that aggressive nature of the Ensong Inferno. Clears a lot of the group walls, but that's pretty much all it does. Fire Strays able to keep this fighting and going. And Demon's doing a lot with the Wolverine when it comes to this disruption. And bear in mind the fact that Fire Strays don't have that team up with Jean Grey. That was banned out. It's on the other side. Six is going to be on it, but it doesn't look like there's going to be any other defensive switches other than a Moon Knight back for Pink. Okay, so the Daredevil wasn't working. He's gone back to the original spammer.
I mean, the problems for Peps here, though, is that Sloppo actually swapped onto the Winter Soldier. We didn't really get to see the impact of it in the last fight. We'll absolutely get to see the impact of it. Kraken impact, to be exact. Slamming down with Strangling Prison as the first setup. And Peps have very little that they're going to be able to respond to with it. Like, Protoss can come out with the Kumeho Unleashed, but with both the Wolverine Ultimate, you're looking at a very fast burn through from that. Eye of Agamotto connects onto both the group, but no eliminations! Strangling Prison, Kraken impact, and the ground shakes with that one. Strays claw through the fight, and Peps are sent back to the respawn post-haste.
Yeah, the museum is closed for refurbishment as Fire Strays just burnt a hole straight through it. A slam down from all of the combinations, enough to send Team Peps back for a moment, but there's no changes in the composition. Gonna try and stick at it, but there's no space for them to work with. Sloppo's done well to just create this space. It means that Frankie Boxing can't get too far forward to actually contest this, and they're already losing out players. It looks like Fire Strays are going to be able to finish out the map as Team Peps have nothing left to go with on this defense. Scrambled it back on a torrid first point to keep it even on second, but that was a full stop and multiple exclamation marks with how Fire Strays ended that one.
Oh, the Tainted Voltage too, to be able to find the connection onto Pink. Tainted Voltage is AoE. Like, if you're trying to like work out how Buckies build their ultimates up so quickly, it's that.
I'm just
you
trying
literally
to
just
find
fire
the
off his
VOD
E into the stack of players. You'll
where
get
I
like
said that
30% of
Team
your
Peps was
ultimate
gonna win
in
this.
one
I'm
hit.
trying to
And
delete
surprise,
it
you
real
got two
quick.
charges of it. But it also means that he's able to find the connection onto the Moon Knight, and Peps is sort of spiral out of control from that. They're trying to have people just go coordinate who goes to touch the relay race of holding the objective, so that Strays
trust me,
don't
that's
just
not gonna be
complete
the
the full
clip of the
push.
day. Chat, you
and
do
that
know that
means
on my
that
second
the Winter
monitor, I have
Soldiers is
my...
unleashed into your backline.
I can see everything that's going on my second monitor, right?
Full stop at the end of Sloppo's name is that. It's just what we just saw there. It's a hell of a proclamation, I think. But for Pepsi,
It's
going to
a
be a
mic
little bit.
drop. That's what
It
it
pretty much
is.
is. It could not be set up further. You could be like meticulous about it, be like, oh, you didn't need to use all that much together. But I think it was to really send a point to Peps here that this is where the series is going to potentially end. It is Team Peps's chance to attack. And the times that we have seen them play, they have attacked first because they chose this map. Now they're going to have to deal with the fact that they have to finish out Museum of Contemplation too.
Yeah, I'm actually a really big fan of the fact that Strays are keeping the Winter Soldier group combo for this. Like, you have so much counter dive potential. You've also got counter Wolverine potential, right? So you can play for the combination to win your one ult fight with the Strangling Prison, Kraken impact when Peps don't have an answer to it. And Gambit's banned out, so no Purify. Binary is actually going to be able to find the Battle Recall Beacon early on, so Peps lose the ability to bring one of their players back and also have to send someone to go clear that Vanguard Deadpool, or Binary just gets to establish that position for free and poke down your Vanguards to build a pole.
Whoa.
Yeah, it's
Hey!
It's not good. You got two brutes fighting around the column, just try to whack each other to the best of their abilities. One is, however, going to maybe overstep it as IMLK is looking to try to reset and regroup with the rest of the team. Ultimate's farmed up fairly quickly, but you have to be looking at Binary that is going to be pretty much uncontested with the Deadpool Vanguard building up that Banhammer. Strangling Prison actually might just beat him in the end, as Blackstar was able to do so much damage in the end. It's going to be thrown out, and it's enough to actually find the clearance onto these players. Binary not even needing to use the Banhammer. It's just going to shoot them square in the jaw and take them out.
I mean, it was Unicorn Shield from Binary. Unicorns usually make people's dreams come true. That shattered Pep's dreams. They had no strategist at all. They couldn't break line of, like, they had no line of sight on the heal as well for the people caught out by the group. Or because
They are not
of
playing
the
on the
Unicorn
season
Shield
7.5 patch. No,
interference.
chat.
And
What the hell is going on here, bro?
Bionic Hook, Trooper's Fist comes on through from Sloppo, forcing the bulwark coming on through from Frankie.
Ooh.
Pink makes space for the team with the Hand of
That's
Conchu,
not
but
my
Strays
internet.
just
It can't be
disengage
my
out of
internet.
it. They've still got the Kraken Impact. Demon 2 is still on this position. Like, Peps cleared it the first time with 6, but Demon's now just occupying it instead.
Yeah, you need to make sure that you take the bins out properly as this Fox has come around skulking again. And now Pips have actually managed to find a little bit more off of the Iron Amplifiers, seeing that Fire Strays were a little bit astray with how they were playing. Now split up, need to find the pick onto Demon, and they're sort of cutting the ties of Fire Strays that have been left in the dust a little bit as this payload starting to move forward. They can't ignore it. It reminds me a little bit of what Na'Vi were doing on Jeff, where they got into the split position beforehand, but Fire Strays split, to say the very least.
Oh, I mean, Peps at least, they've got the invisible boundary so they can hold their position on the objective itself to try to just take Sanctuary inside Baby Bat's ultimate in reaction to the Solar Resurgence. Frankie comes on through with the Meteor M. Can you find the connection onto Closer? No, invisible boundary
come
holds
on,
later
man.
for Strays. And now you have to worry about Strangling Prison, Kraken Impact being the sentence, that full stop yet again to end this next fight. As Peps are out of Strategist ultimates, they know the combination is up and they cannot afford everyone to get caught in one go. Blackside's looking for the all. Out comes the Strangling Prison.
That's a
Sloppo gets
oh
the
my
send down
oh
with Kraken Impact, and yet again the full stop comes full swing.
The
Sloppo
fact
puts
that
a
he
stop onto
slightly
the
ran
attack
a little
once
to the
more,
right to
and
get his
there's
ult
another
behind
full
that
stop at the
shield,
end of
hit
his name.
everyone in the back
This
line,
comp
because
is
if he hit the
looking
shield, then his ult
very
would have got
tasty with
cancelled.
these
Oh.
combinations, and with a minute left, it's not likely that we're going
God,
to
I
see it
told
unless
you guys in the
Blackstar is able
beginning
to
of this
farm up
game, I
another
told you
Strangling
Fire Strays was
Prison
gonna
in
win.
record time. For Peps, they just need to not be taken out from the CC. There's so good connections from Sloppo when it comes to these bionic hooks that are coming through. And he's getting so much damage actually done from IMLK that's tried to sort of cut these corners, make a little bit more of a crossfire. But it's not scaring Fire Strays away from this engagement yet. Hand of Conchu dodged neatly from Fire Strays, able to keep on retreating and then go in for the counterattack to find the pick onto Baby Bat, who's just struggling to make presence for herself. She gets cut through, cut down again, and now a portal play needed for Peps if they want to be able to touch this, as they haven't hit first.
I don't even know if
okay.
Strays are
This
going
is
to
a
give them
chance.
the respect of letting them have a portal cast. They're
But once
playing
the
outside
pitches
of
are done-
Pep's own spot. Frankie goes on to the Strange, but a good charm coming on through from the Fox might be able to cut it short. Nope. Portal does come through in time.
No.
And unfortunately for Peps, rather, it's not close enough to get the back cap through. You still have to contest with the invisible boundary. Cosmic Yarn Amplifier ends on combo, tries to cut through it, but the summon gets broken before it can connect.
Anything is possible, bro.
Peps still losing. Players haven't been
Do you
able
think
to find
Nennies will ever let
eliminations.
console players play on
Strangling
keyboards and
Prison,
mouse?
no Kraken
You mean
Impact
Zim
required, but this is
and
still the
cheat?
full stop.
Isn't that
At
cheating
least
for console
Peps'
players?
position
No.
in preseason as Strays complete the hold and complete
Nice
the
nice
series.
Fortnite gameplay, though.
Peps
I like
have
that.
popped for the preseason, and Fire Strays are going to continue on in this losers bracket to play on for the action tomorrow and beyond. And I've got to say, generally speaking, like Peps, after such a rough
Unless they
start,
do with
like,
what
able to find
Overwatch
a little bit
does.
more identity with
I think,
their
or
team, with
other
their
games. I don't know if just
composition.
Overwatch does it, but
here
I
it's
follow
the Fire
Overwatch
Strays
still.
with just a
But
little
Overwatch
bit
lets you
more
use keyboard and mouse,
experience in
but
their nature. They
you
found
don't
the
get
comps
put
that
against
work for
console
them.
players.
The new map
You get put
added,
against other
and then a little
PC
bit of the
players.
old group MVP
And no
coming in
offense,
for Black Tail makes it feel like we're at the invitation.
I feel like if you're playing keyboard and mouse on
the amount of fights that they were able
Xbox,
to
you're
secure and
probably
the
gonna
amount
get
of
rolled, no?
times as well that like binary also does not go down once the whole
42
map.
and
Same too
0.
for
Oh
Closer,
my.
which is wild when you look at how aggressive that Vanguard Deadpool was actually like positioned literally inside Peps' own respawn essentially, and then Peps had to spend time, they had to delegate your Phoenix to go clear that
the
position to
BFB
try and
lost
survive the one versus
$87,000.
one
I'm pretty
against
sure
the
that was
Vanguard
all your
Deadpool.
money
The
because it looks
moment that
very
they saw
specific.
that
86,
clear
9,
had
86,
gone
that
through, Strays just sent Demon through because you knew if your White Fox got challenged, you just teleport out of dodge and you burn time off of Peps's bank. You burn the opportunity for them to push forward because they're having to constantly have one person looking behind them instead of just full pushing with 6 players on top of Strays before you can build up an ult bank and just guard your position like it's Fort Knox. And Strays had just a really good idea of
right there,
macro plays on how to play defense at first of Museum of Contemplation.
They found what works for them. I think that's the main thing for Fire Strays. It maybe took like a couple of games. You know, they're gonna look back at like the recent gaming loss and stuff.
Okay,
and
now
they
we
played
start to
Rad,
get.
who
Now we start
might
to have a
still
little
need
bit of
face
fun,
up
chat.
against
Next
as we
games
go
are gonna be
further on
good.
into the playoffs with them. It's for Fire Strays. I think it's now Sloppo really back into form. He was playing a lot of Elsa in those earlier games and like really starting to sort of make his presence known. I think it's like one of the major hit scan players in this region. With the fact that we didn't see any Elsa today from him, he's shown up a lot and making sure that the likes of Bucky are still known and strong options for players. Might give them a lot to
Cozy
work
is
with
an
for the rest
NA
of the
caster, not an EMEA
It's
caster.
something that's delightful for them next patch, where you do lose a little bit of the grounding of the Trooper's Fist, the cooldown, that extra culling level.
They have different
for that,
casters for different
Kraken
regions.
Impact is going to be quite delightful. But despite Fire Strays giving me 2 days worth of stress about my predictions after taking that one map off of Na'Vi and then losing one map versus Peps, making me extra worried 2 times in a row, they continued their run in incredible fashion. Blackstar's making an argument for himself to be once again back up there in the top Groots along with some of the others we've had in EMEA. It's becoming a very beautifully Groot-heavy season, Moxley.
There is going to probably
which
be a
makes me think
second
maybe we
second
see
round of
more
EMEA
Winter
casters.
Soldier
Yeah,
being,
I
being brought in.
don't
We'll
think they
have to
make the
ask Strays
casters
too when we get one of
cast
them
for
in
8
an
hours
interview.
straight. Yeah,
If they'd
no.
been scrimming the Winter Soldier, or if that's another like spur of the moment, the way that we had yesterday,
D-Bert,
where you've
preach the
got
massive
one
100 bits,
person
my
like
friend. How you doing?
cross-mounting going, oh wait a minute, I know what can work in this
No, I don't-
situation.
I'm not
Let me
doing any
pull out the
interview today,
storm.
chat.
Because sometimes you just like, you have a plan and you stick to it, and then other times you just go, okay, do you know what, this will work, and everyone just takes that leap of faith and trusts you and completes the map.
And Ryan, we already know what's going to be ahead for them, and it's going to be binary for an interview, by the way. But we're looking ahead at what's going to be next for Fire Strays. They're going to be playing against the loser of Shikigami or Heretics. A potentially, once again, very difficult roundup for them here. But I believe it will be a new match. They were in separate groups.
Yeah. So it's a good chance to see if Fire Strays. I mean, they have just been improving like in each game. Like it was, again, rough to begin with, but it felt that once the meta sort of aligned and once White Fox became a real option for them, they've been working wonderfully with it. And I think it's like, if they can sort of take something from this series away from like Peps, it's just like,
Hey,
go
I
for the
appreciate it, my friend. Not gonna
go
lie, you're
for a
good for
couple
doing
of
these
those
watch parties for how
curveballs.
long you do them.
There
Any
is so much
streamer
of a
award,
focus from
I'm
some of the
voting for
top
you.
teams on meta
Ooh,
that
I
sometimes
appreciate it,
might
but
not matter. Just go for these characters.
usually
that have a lot of
streamer
impact with,
awards are
because
like,
when it comes to the opponents, they might not have as much experience playing up against a Hela or against the likes of a Bucky. Those
or
kind
like,
of, adjustments
what are
could
they
be
like? They're like
major
friend
when it comes to some of
awards.
These other teams focusing too much on what's really good right now.
And you know what's really
I'm good,
right
man.
now?
Listen,
A player
all
being
I
very
need, I don't need
functional.
no
We already
award.
have
All
our
I need
interview
is, yeah, it's
being ready as
popularity
we are
contest, and
joined
like your
by Binary
whoever's
from
running
Fire
the
Strays,
award ceremony is gonna
continuing
like, you know,
your
include
run
their friends.
through that lower
But
bracket. An incredible
I don't need no
performance.
award,
But
man. I have
that
you
Hela
guys. That's all I
Phoenix
need.
in game number 3 did send you
Matt
for a
Robb,
little
appreciate the
bit
massive
of a
new
stumble
tier 1
there.
sub,
What
my friend.
happened?
And Orbits for 45 months. Appreciate
Yeah,
it.
for sure. So I'm actually very surprised, and I think Peps really played really good on this map. They played their angles really good, and we were not really prepared for that, because this is also
Men's
one of our
Finesser
maps
for 3 months.
we've been
Appreciate it.
struggling with in the recent series, so to say. Like yesterday against Navi, we have also played this map, and we're not doing too successful on it. So we're definitely planning on improving on getting better on this map, because we're just not like quite there yet.
I'm trying to look at his board games, chat.
So
I need more
we're
board
seeing
games.
a lot of it's easy to say like he's definitely one of the best picks in terms of Vanguards, but talk us through the Bucky. Was that something that you guys like premeditated coming into this map, or was that a sort of spur of the moment, wait a minute, Bucky Groot could be really strong here?
Chat, I need some new board games, bro. Oh, yes, Scrabble. I see that one.
I mean, we saw them taking a swap from Strange to Magneto at one point on the map. So we just told Slowpoke just go Bucky.
I'll let him do his interview.
And just go have fun, because they banned the Phoenix out. So we didn't have much other options, and we felt like, yeah, if you wanna go Bucky, just go Bucky.
I mean, Comfort is like fun, and it made a lot of exciting moments for sure. I do want to ask a little bit more about the Invisible Woman. Like, we sort of spoke about it a little bit. Like, there's been the Elsa being banned out, the Gambit as well. It's been more opportunity for other characters to show up. What can you tell us about the fact that both teams are protecting the Invisible Woman? Because it's usually an Elsa or a Gambit in there, right? Why is it that over, say, Mantis, for example, from your perspective?
I mean, like, for example, like our like kind of like vision for most maps, like especially like all those front to back maps, Museum, Midtown, even like Central Park to some certain extent. We just think like Invis is like the character that disables and enables like the most characters in the video game right now. Like you get the Strange team up, which is very popular. I think yesterday there was like a post where it's like the most played character in the game. In Ignite, so we just think like Invis is just really good in like controlling also the tempo of the game, because the push, in my opinion, is even more powerful than the pull, because it just enables your entire team to not get walked on by most of the comps. But yeah, that's just our team. Like
I'm letting him
like,
talk. I don't want to talk over him,
we
chat.
feel like the Invis woman is a bit nicer to play with, and an unmatched Invis woman like feels like really painful to play for most of the comps we play.
I'm going to ask you the same question that I asked earlier on. Your next opponent is going to be either Team Heretics or Shikigami, loser of that match coming into your lower bracket run. Do you have a preference, and how are you preparing for it?
I mean,
I'm letting him do the interview.
For sure is,
I don't want to talk over the interview. I was talking to chat. If you want me to talk over him, I can. I was asking.
The matchup against Shikigami.
I was gonna ask chat what board games should I get, because I want more board games. I kick your ass in Q. I kick your ass in Monopoly. I need a new game that I beat you in.
Yesterday against Red, I guess. They played a really solid. Yeah, they played a really solid match.
I could do that.
Honestly, amazing to watch. So I'm definitely ready to that. But I feel like
what's
our
flip 7?
Preferred opponent is definitely Shikigami over Heretics.
And final question, as per usual, people who are coming in just discovering this amazing thing of Rivals Esports that we do have here might be seeing you for the first time. What do you have to say for any aspiring Fire Strays fans out there?
I just say go Fire. I hope we can make all our fans proud, and we're gonna lock in for every single one of you guys, and I hope we can give like some exciting matches on the upcoming preseason finals, and hopefully we're coming back even stronger for stage 1, of course.
Flip 7. I don't know. That sounds very interesting. Multiple people have said Flip 7.
Coming up to now, and still more to go. Thank you for joining us very much, Binary.
Thank you very much. Have a nice day.
Decorum.
You too.
What a performance by Fire. Like we said, a little misstep. Peps on it as well. Incredible performance. They are eliminated from the preseason. We'll be seeing them again coming up in the main season.
A game of passive-aggressive cohabitation. That sounds actually really funny.
By Leg Day, Lemon Kiwi, and Vulnerable.
You and your partner share a home and very different ideas about how to decorate it. Negotiate without saying too much, compromise without giving in, and try not to end up on the couch. Oh my god, this sounds like a very funny... This sounds like a funny-ass game.
The ban drafts. And like really like think as well about if you want to conform to meta or if you want to pick some of your like more comfort heroes, because we saw them like really pop off when they were playing things like the Phoenix Hela, and I think like maybe if they tried to play to that a little bit earlier, it could have gone for a little bit more of a series.
Same question to you, Ryan.
Just
oh my god, there's no way they just did that. No way! No way! Bro, that's fucked, chat. Hey, how about you, Ryan? Same question to you. Cut. Oh my god. That is fucked, man. That is fucked. Oh, I like Cards Against Humanity, but one of the games that I play with my friends a lot here is Coup. I don't know if you guys played Coup. Coup is my favorite. Or there's what's it called? Not just Coup, but there's another game called it's another game called oops. God, I'm trying to think of the game, but I can't. Oh, Poetry for Neanderthals. That's a really good one.
Arcade Order. Gamma Charge. Cosmic Cyclone. Rocket Network.
I like Poetry for Neanderthals.
Stark Protocol. Chilling Assault.
Exploding Kittens. Is that the one where you make like exploding kittens?
Yeah.
Vibrant Vitality.
I think Vibrant Vitality. I can't say it. It's that good. It's too hard to say.
No, I don't think I've ever played Exploding Kittens. Is that fun?
Yeah, and like you get so much out of it. It's like 3 meta heroes all at the same time. That like, yeah, it's just the best there is, I think.
Dan is suffering.
Where's Boba? No idea.
Deep Wrath. Gamma Fastball. Mr. Pool's Interdimensional Toy Box. Sword of Duality.
Well, I see Exploding
Bestial
Kittens.
Hunt.
They have Horrible Couple, Exploding
Burst
Kittens, the original edition, Exploding Kittens, 10
Divine
Years of
Armor.
Cards, Exploding Kittens, Good vs.
Stars
Evil.
Align.
Like, which one?
Planet X Pals. Primal Flame. Parker Power Up. Explosive Entanglement. Blade of Khonshu. Bless of the Kumiho. Dan, you believe that Symbiotic Shenanigans is the best team up in the game?
There's an Exploding Kittens party
it
pack.
enables Jeff, right? You can either play him really far back, that's what he's usually doing, but with Symbiotic Shenanigans, you can really play up close. You can even facilitate dive with it. But like
Exploding Kittens NSFW edition.
I was like, oh, maybe it's stronger. I don't know. I mean, to be fair, it does get pick banned a lot. But
did you consider that?
Oh yeah, he does.
Vibrant Vitality makes the regen domain real big.
I was gonna say,
yes.
The sound outside came back. Yeah.
Talk when you hear a team that you
I heard it at like 7 a.m. I woke up.
Tomorrow. Chiefs. XOXO01. SLZZ. Fury. Team Peps.
We didn't play test this at all. Very funny and fast
Yeah,
rounds.
we
We didn't play test this at all. We didn't play test this at
I'm going
all.
back to we lost because it's not will they, it's that they can, and I do think
For
that,
2 to
Lost
15
can
players,
beat
and it takes
anybody.
1 to 5
Will
minutes
they?
to play.
Probably not, but they are.
A completely
They are
ridiculous
capable.
card game for 2 to fun-seeking people.
It's
What
the
is it?
flashbang strat. You can kind of beat anyone if you catch them off guard enough.
Yeah, that's their whole thing. Like they win by attrition, and if they just wear the other team out, I think they could do it.
All right, we'll keep going for Dan. Pirates.
Yep, I think Pirates can be.
What are the predictions? Oh, I can start the predictions for you guys now.
They are looking concerned that they're an MRC team. Yeah, they're an MRC team.
This is going to be a good game. You have
so
Team
many huge
Heretics
names,
chat
Hoodie,
against
Aztec, They're
Shikigami.
all looking really, really strong. And I honestly
Okay, while you guys do the bets, I'm gonna go pee real quick, and I'll be right back. Okay?
If I
Give me
didn't
1
speak
second.
up for we lost, I would have.
1 second, chat.
I was waiting for Pirates. I was like, waiting for Pirates. I was like, where's Pirates? Pirates right now. Oh yeah, there we go.
Like we've been watching Pirates just dog walk the entire Asia region for the past 2 weeks. I think I think they're ready for Genji.
Hey guys, my name is Ryan Central, and what's the meta? Eventually we will get to a point where you guys in the chat are responding what's the meta with you, but we've got the whole Ignite season to go through. We've finally seen all 4 major regions play now in Pacific Asia, China, EMEA, and Americas, all at least debuting in their pre-season. So meta-wise, what has changed? So we have to start with the Glortrox in the room, which is Elsa, who actually fell down a bit in popularity to the point that Gambit is the first time actually overtaken her to be the most powerful, most impactful character in the game. And a lot of people ask me, like, how do you gauge this? How do I know all of this stuff? Well, I have a system that I use with all of the drafts that we've seen across all 225 games. I use this system called threat level, which goes from 1 to 100. 100 being an Avengers level threat, hotly contested, a very influential character when it comes to the draft and compositions of the meta so far. And out of a score up to 100, Elsa's score was 99 after the first week. It could not have gone better for her, but since then it has dropped down to 93, and Gambit's for context is 95, which is sort of stabilized in that point. So this doesn't mean that Elsa was involved in 93% of drafts and 7% of the time she wasn't used. She has been involved in every single game of Ignite so far, other than one, where Rejects and RVLE in Asia Pacific just didn't decide to touch her in draft at all. That's one game out of 225, might I add. A drop in score doesn't mean that she's just not popular or she's not strong. It just means that she's not as contested as much in the start of drafts, which is really where those threatening characters tend to stay. Because Elsa is good in every type of composition, removing her is just a good way to influence the draft more. Anybody can play around Elsa, whether you're playing dive, triple strategist,
Okay, sorry, chat.
convergence,
I went to go
convoy,
get water
domination,
as
any
well.
type of map, Elsa is just good on it with the amount of stuff that she can do. You remove that, you kind of force other teams to be a little bit more uncomfortable on other types of compositions. And if the other team decide to try and protect Gambit instead, that's fine, because we'll remove the likes of Star-Lord, because the combination of ultimates between Star-Lord and Gambit, which I was going to call Royal Legend, you guys can decide between that and Galactic Flush, but I know which one I'm picking. You can get rid of the Star-Lord if a Gambit is protected, or even the likes of Rogue that go up so much when it comes to her strength because of that combination with Gambit. You just remove the characters around Gambit if he is protected, and a lot of teams tend to start to struggle.
Yeah, no problem.
So Elsa is being protected less and banned out a little bit more. And whilst she is being banned out first in a lot of games still.
Sorry, I had to go to the bathroom and get water. Chat, I don't have my big water bottle today. I have to fill up my little cup.
But other teams are still very much committed
I don't have
to
my
getting rid of
huge
the Gambit. But
bottle.
if Elsa's not being protected
Getting washed right
anymore,
now.
who is? Who's contesting her there? Well, Gambit for one.
Who do you have
Also,
winning this one?
Mantis has gone
Shikigami
massively in
or
popularity? Notably as a protect option, because Mantis has amazing
Team
with
Heretics.
the likes of Loki and Groot, who are still pretty good.
In my
with that
opinion, I think Team
combination.
Heretics might
But
win
because
this.
the likes of Mantis has damage boost, she synergizes with
I think Team
everyone.
Heretics is the
Soul
second
Resurgence
best,
is
like,
really
NA
good
team.
defensive
I mean,
and
EMEA
defensive
team.
ultimate. And most importantly, she is one of the staple characters when it comes to triple strategists. She can pair with whoever. If the other team decide to ban out Loki, Invisible Woman, the Mantis can make other characters around her work pretty well, and she has a lot of offensive capabilities, which means running triple strategists doesn't feel like you don't have that threatening firepower, I guess. But if I had to show you guys a graphic of what this would look like, it would look like the following. Granted, graphic design isn't really my passion here, and it's not a perfect system to gauge strength because it's a hero shooter. We're just talking about the draft, which characters have been banned out and protected. The hero shooter, you can switch characters at any given point. The two things I want to know: almost half of the top 20 heroes in this list are deemed as threatening. It's strategists. 9 out of 20. There's 5 duelists and 6 vanguards, but 9 strategists. And I don't think there's that many strategists missing from this list at this point, to be honest, either. Even White Fox has been banned out a bit. But also, I wanted to note the big drop-off between Elsa, Gambit. There's a big drop-off between them, then Mantis, Deadpool, Vanguard, and then another big drop-off before we get to the likes of Invisible Woman, Loki, Ultron, etc. I'm very curious to see what some of the regions can do to be creative and see what other characters that might not be on this list.
The J3
might be
curse?
starting to
Chat,
climb when people
bro,
realize
there's
how good
no
they are.
such
But
thing
until
as a
then,
J3
thanks for
curse.
watching, and I'll see you next time.
It's
Nice!
time for the
Change of
semifinals
casters,
of the Marvel
chat.
Rivals
I like the-
preseason
I like the-
playoffs. We had
I like
to say
everyone getting
goodbye
their
to two
own,
teams, though. So goodbye
their
to
own
Vision,
taste.
goodbye to Peps, but hello to us, and also some teams that we're going to be sending to the winners final. I'm your host, Lemon Kiwi, today. I got to trade seats with Vaudable, and I have my caster goats with me. Like that, you dressed nicely for the semifinals. How's it going?
Thank you. I've got my Gen G attire on right now because I'm very excited for OCE to debut soon. So I thought I'd wrap a couple.
My
of the
car broke
Tigers
down because of the
and get
J3
stuck
curse?
into
No,
the
chat,
biggest
come
games
on.
of the day.
Yeah, we all got our dark jackets on. Vaughn, you're looking nice too. How excited are we for the semifinals?
I'm super hyped.
Awesome.
I mean, we got to see some great matches yesterday, right? The upset, as some people call it, from Rad Esport going down to Shikigami, where somehow in one map they had more final hits and less KOs against them and still lost. And well, we saw Rad do a little bit better today, of course, with their 3-0 sweep. Back into good graces with me. Maybe you mess up my bracket, it's okay. I don't hold any grudges.
Yeah. Dude, mine is cooked too, and that was like the second match of the day, but we're still trying to figure out who is going to be the best of the best. But like Day, we've noticed that the top teams have really proven that they are a cut above the rest.
Yeah, it really feels like we still have like a dynasty here in EMEA, right? We've got both the world champions in our region in both Na'Vi and Virtus Pro who are going to be going up against each other.
What do you think about the
later on,
Na'Vi
so
versus
bang.
Virtus Pro
I'm
matchup?
gonna
I think that's going to be a
wanna
great
switch off
game.
this stream. But like, it definitely feels like the top.
My
is the
wife
top here
left
in
me
EMEA.
because of the J3
We've
curse.
had ourselves some
What the
stratification between our different tiers,
8
and one
AM.
of those tiers has to be filled with Team Heretics, who've taken down Na'Vi previously.
Yeah, and Heretics have not.
Team
dropped
Heretics
a
is a
game
great
in
team,
playoffs
chat. They're
yet.
looking
They are
pretty
looking
good,
as
man. Look,
scary
they
as
even have the
ever.
real
But
life
Audible
Gambit.
Beetle yesterday
How
talked in
can
an
you
interview
lose when
about
you have the real life
expecting
Gambit?
Rad to be their opponent today. Seemed unbothered if it was going to be Rad or not, but is Shikigami being here their opponent? Is that going to cause a rift in their plans, or does that make it even easier for a team like this?
I don't want to say it's going to make it easier, but it is a more known quantity for this team. And I feel like, in essence, it has to be easier than it would have been for Rad, who they haven't played against in this level of competition. Scrims, you know, you can say they're one thing, but it's a bit different when it comes to this. So Team Heretics, I think regardless of who they were going to face off against, they were feeling confident, but they 2-0'd this team last time. Didn't give them a single point on domination, and then only a single one on Arako, so they're feeling pretty confident.
And they showed us so many cool looks, like even Alex on the strat pool. I mean, Naga can play it all, but someone who wished they got to play more.
My dog kicked me out of my own house and still has to pay the mortgage because of the J3 curse. Well, good, bro. Listen, just because animals live in your house doesn't mean they have to do it for free all the time. They're freeloaders, bro. They're squatters. Put them to work. Boba has a second job. Hey, he has a first job too, because having a second job implies he has a first one, right? He sells his paws. He sells his he's on only paws.
Fearing for those monster piercers and what they're going to do to our Vanguard. So the question is, are Team Heretics going to start prioritizing the Elsa?
100 Thieves plays later today, Chad. That is an NA.
With their positioning.
And Vod, like, talk to me about kind of the meta right now. The teams are still figuring it out. What is more important to this team, banning Elsa or banning Gambit? And kind of same question for Shiki.
I think Heretics doesn't care whichever they have to play or whichever they have to ban. I would say against Team Shikigami, you want to make sure you ban the Elsa though, because they looked on fire when they had it available to them against Rad. The way that we saw Layla specifically performing was on another
Shikigami
level,
did play
that-
good
I don't
yesterday
know
though.
if
What was the
that's
score of
because
Shikigami's
Elsa's
game
just really
yesterday? Do
good.
you guys remember?
Layla
It
is
was a 3-0
amazing. I
probably,
think it's a
right?
combination of the both, so if they can get them off that comfort, they'll be looking at that much better.
And Layla said, let's do something crazy. And we were all sat watching because like Dave, Frost Mountain was that clear-cut carry throughout the regular matches.
Okay, let's
and
get
he
this.
showed us
Was it
so
a
many
3?
different
Oh,
looks. Lucky,
okay.
Wolverine,
That was a
and the
okay.
Storm. Frost Mountain is so fun to watch.
They lost 2-0 to Team Heretics in week 3.
From the fact that Frost Mountain, like last year, was a bit of a flyer merchant. Like, bro,
Wait, wasn't there only 2 weeks for the preseason?
The Human Torch quite a bit, but of course didn't
Was
get
there-
to
was
show
there 3?
very much when Human Torch was just like perma-banned. But has really come into his own this year as a top fragger, a real leader in this team. Being able to move over onto the Daredevil as well feels like it was the perfect hero release for Frost Mountain. And the stocks of Frost Mountain this year have just climbed immensely after last year's performance.
Yeah, you're not called Frost Hill, okay? You're called Frost Mountain, and I just can't stop putting all of his clips in my top 5s, but our first map being Hell's Heaven. But I want to also give some love to the Vanguard line of Shikigami Vaudable, because speaking of that leadership, Kaya and Frost Mountain are part of making most of those calls, but focusing on Kaya, he was incredible yesterday.
Yeah, did really good on the Vanguard pool. We saw last time they played this map actually against Team Heretics. We saw Kaya on it. We've seen some really good looks on Venom too, and that enables backline to play some Jeff. We've seen Name play it. We've seen Lindstrom play it from time to time. So they're still trying to figure out exactly who.
Do you need Jay3 to help out with their photos? Chat, it's all gamer photos, bro. All gamer photos. It's all gamers.
And then also the interdimensional.
When we do gamer photos, it's like
for Jeff to kind of enable them when they try to go in for dives. So I think this is a good proposition for that they could go for this map. But last time they lost in an 0-2 fashion against Team Heretics on Hell's Heaven.
Yeah, that's an amazing point, guys. This is a rematch of the final series that both these teams had before going into playoffs. And leg day, it was only a best of 3, but it was quite a swift one for Heretics, who closed out in amazing fashion. And guess what? That first map, Hell's Heaven, was something that they visited.
Yeah, Hell's Heaven definitely seems like a Team Heretics stomping ground in particular. Like, this is one of the
drive safely
maps of Enzo's previous team, Citadel. They loved Hell's Heaven. It was probably their best map. That was formerly known as Burba Patapim. That was the map where no one wanted to take Burba Patapim. This is also the map where Team Heretics managed to beat Na'Vi quite handily as well, off the back of some great Enzo Hulk play. It's a fantastic playground for the Hulk. We know that Enzo's got that in the toolbox. So for Shikigami, when it comes to random draws, this probably isn't the best one, given that they've already shown their hand on it, but we have had a week out, and Shikigami, having looked at the bracket, probably assumed they were going to play up against Team Heretics. So maybe they've come up with some new strategies to try and roll out on the Hydra base.
And Shikigami yesterday, Vaudable, pulled off something very special, an upset against one of the top teams, and I think a lot of that spotlight went on Isidore, and he could be playing Captain America against the GOAT of Captain Americas in
Dude,
Beetle.
I love watching
Yeah,
chat.
Really
I love watching
Captain
leg
America
day's
mount.
face,
we
bro.
also saw in every single map
I'm like,
play, and I feel like that's something we didn't see as much during the group stage into now, and that could be a secret weapon that they have available to them, depending on how the ban and protect phase goes. So we could see the cap battle. I'd love to see it personally, but I don't know if that's necessarily what their game plan's going to be, because Beetle seems to just be that guy, that Captain America in EMEA.
Yeah, and leg day, it feels like this strat line from Heretics is ban proof. Yes, they lean towards that triple strat, but having someone like Naga on your team that can play the Bantis and literally anything you throw at him
you always look
makes
good.
this team so good in playoffs.
Yeah, Naga's a very selfless player, right? We'll just play whatever the team requires, and it seems like is more than happy. We saw during grand finals when Na'Vi got their map, Naga said, "We're not doing great, sub me out, put prices in." Naga's very selfless, and that's a big asset.
Ooh,
right,
that is actually, I did not know that. That's actually crazy.
Yet again, can you make it
I did not know that.
in a row, or will Heretics ever drop a game into playoffs? How smooth sailing will it be to the end? Let's find out here in game 1.
13-0, Vaudable. Team Heretics' current map score in Ignite, let alone fall, but Shikigami have dreams of making sure that Team Heretics fall down the biggest pitfall traps that are available here on Hell's Heaven.
That's the biggest question. Will this be the team to do it? I mean, we were thinking the same for Na'Vi versus VP last time, and unfortunately, or Na'Vi versus Peps, excuse me, last time with VP in the equation there. Who would be the first to take the map against them? Well, we'll have to see later on for that one specifically. The Elsa is secured for Shikigami. They're not worried about Leyless, I guess.
Yep, not too worried about it. Instead, everyone just prioritizing the Gambit for now. And Team Heretics, they're not going to go for the Elsa themselves, preferring to potentially put Naga on the Mantis here. But as Lemon brought up in our pre-show, Naga's a
someone was messaging me to run.
Really well,
this is the max volume chat.
Really curious what the focus is going to be now for Team Heretics.
Someone was asking me to run on Sunday, but I think our matches start at 9 a.m. and they want me to do 3 miles at 8 a.m. If I ran 3 miles at 8 a.m., I would be
exactly what Heretics love to play.
I would be there. I would be there at till 12 p.m.
The Loki as well. I like to see this from Heretics.
Is this going to force something like a group ban from Shikigami, or could it be a bait? We know that there are some excellent Loki players just in general. Oasis, fantastic Loki player. Weirdly, Oasis hasn't had to play that much Loki previously, so previously twinned with Winnie, who was a great Jeff and Loki player, and Oasis finally being able to strut a little bit more of their hero pool here in the big 2-6. Removing the Vanguard Deadpool, though, this is probably going to...
I had Team Heretics winning EMEA over Virtus Pro.
That's what we saw
That
be part of the reason why that Team Heretics was able to get that win last
is
time.
a
right?
very ballsy move,
They're
but
gonna be
I
making
respect
sure
it.
that there is no worry for their Vanguard line.
What's very interesting here, though, is that Team Heretics did not. Oops, let me change my camera. Team Heretics banned Gambit first, but the other team protected. Oh, they both banned Gambit, but the one team didn't protect Elsa. One team did protect Elsa. So I want to see is Team Heretics not using the Elsa as a crutch, or are they gonna need to rely on the Elsa? So it's gonna be very interesting. Are you ready to power run through another 16 hours? I'm ready, bro. I'm ready. I'm ready.
I'm liking this change up from Naga specifically if they're
okay. Let's see this.
For this Adam play, we saw a little bit of it during the preseason group stage. Oasis did actually opt for the Mantis in that triple strategist composition, and it worked out well for them, and maybe a bit of a circumvention of what Shikigami would expect going into this specific map, especially the last time they faced. Didn't quite go as well as they would have liked, and a little easier because they had the Gambit available to them the first time. So a bit of a change-up might be something that Shikigami are not prepared for.
Well, Shikigami have all the tools they need, at least, with both the Elsa and the Vanguard.
Okay, guys, let's get this.
They're stable, but they're going to be going up against a team that has a lot of staying power for triple strategist.
Speaking of that staying power, Team Heretics, they want to stay on top of the world, make sure they don't drop a single map, and Shikigami, they'll potentially be the closest to do it.
I'm rooting for the underdog here, chat. I think Team Heretics is a stronger team. I do think they're going to win, but I want Shikigami to win, so I want an upset. So I'm cheering for Shikigami. They just died.
All of his stuff thus far. It used to be Ken, who was always over on the Loki, but showing off that, there's just so much breadth in this hero pool. All it took was 2 picks onto a pair of Vanguards, and the rest of Shikigami scatter to the winds.
Seemed like a bit of an overextension from the Vanguard players. Shikigami
not a J3 curse, an overextension by the player, not a J3
exactly
curse.
What their attack angle would be, but unfortunately did not work out well enough. They backed off and retreated with the rest of their team, but could not escape in time.
J3, stop talking, please. Okay, sorry, my bad. I'm just going to stare at my screen, chat.
This might shut down Enzo very well, as, of course, the immobilizing effect of a Trooper's Fist can stop any real disengage from a Venom for a couple of seconds longer. Tanuki's just taxing their approach, though. They're so tightly grouped up. Those
is this what you guys prefer?
Throwing in every single explosion gives another one over to all of the neighbors of the afflicted individuals.
I'm liking this flank around from Shikigami, trying to get the high ground and position themselves a little bit better for the retake. The problem that they have to worry about, though, is Enzo on the Venom. He can be unleashed at a moment's notice. Doesn't have the ultimate yet, but still is a nuisance.
Oh, doesn't even know where that Venom went. Enzo was out of there so quickly. The softest of dives, but it did force out the Bardic Cook. That's exactly what you want to see. I believe a Banhammer given over by Kaya onto a back line, ready to slam on down. You need to get rid of those regeneration domains. It's already been done. For Sparks detonating, Tanuki claims 2. Well, Enzo is going to be a flesh sacrifice.
I don't like it. It's too quiet. Okay, cool. Damn! That's what I'm talking about, bro.
Lemon asked us earlier if
Tanuki's a great DPS player, and you have Naga, another great DPS player, but he's a very, like they said, selfless
or a known quantity. They played
player,
before, know the
and he is playing Mantis to help his team. Damage boost. Chat, Mantis is very strong, bro.
This is usual for Team Heretics. Oasis also just feeling good having these team ups available to them.
Okay, quick swap.
Mantis is a very good character.
This door's going to be the one to pick that up now. It's going to be Kai moving over onto the Venom instead. Beetle handing out those heals, courtesy of a Vibrant Vitality. Tanuki around the back. There's so many sparks, and he's just carving through the members of Shikigami. Even with the Eternal Bond, there wasn't enough healing to keep Frost Mountain up, so that's Kraken's Impact is not going to be available for this one, and a nice heal coming through from Alex off the back of that copied Eternal Bond. Moving forward now, Tanuki feeling lots of pressure as they move in on towards that.
Oh, was it a big swallow? Was it a big swallow? He does have 2.
Oh!
Is he gonna make it? No, I think they both live. They both live. They both live. They both have movement abilities. Yep. Look at that, chat. Oh, sorry. They both don't have movement abilities. They both have CC abilities.
Try their best to shut down the remainder of these.
Because apparently displacement or even movement abilities is CC. So, chat. They both have displacement
That we
abilities.
could have seen from Oasis,
CC
but I
abilities.
feel like they're more used to at this rate using it for positioning and healing the divers than necessarily going for the big eats. And you can see why
he couldn't.
maybe not as
He
prepared
had a
as they could have
spit.
been
He wasn't
for.
gonna make
Shikigami,
it.
A great retake, but they have a lot of room to make up. I feel like this Feast of the Abyss from Kaya needs to be a set piece if they want to shut down Heretic's approach.
Yeah, how can you amplify this is the question. Beetle's just claiming all of his power. Down goes Ironwood Wall. Immune to CC. Frost Mountain down again, unfortunately. And Kaya's afflicted so many with the anti-heal. Leila's going to be the primary victim there as they were caught in the midst of Team Heretics, who almost have flipped the point again. A Spore Bomb towards Lindstrom. The God of Mischief can't stand up to the power of plants itself. Weak to grass types, apparently. I didn't see that one coming.
Weak to grass types. Oh my god, I love this.
Enzo is feeling like a king in his throne over this point. Is going to be a recontest coming through.
Which is crazy too, chat. Remember, Enzo is a controller player, bro. He's a really good player.
Seems like they're not going to actually commit to this one.
At least it wasn't a 100 to 0.
Save their resources for the frozen airfield at this rate. They knew the retake wasn't going to work out as well, and they have to go back to the drawing board in terms of composition against Team Heretics. Enzo on the Venom, especially on the Eldritch Monument, seemed to be a massive deterrent to any engagement that we were seeing from Shikigami. And now we've seen a couple of swaps here and there across the board for Shikigami. Kaya pulling out the Venom, as I was talking about earlier. The Vanguard Deadpool more for Isidore. We've seen them use it a couple times as well. And still Layla sticking, of course, on the Elsa. But we heard from the interview yesterday that they're not too worried. Beetle specifically mentioning that, hey, if someone gets Elsa, we can just shut down what enables her and we can still play our game. And that's been
what's
proof in the pudding so
what's
far in this
the
first
what are they
point.
doing? Are they just like going through all the people to show you like what all the cameras look like? Let's see if the cameras are working.
From the Mantis, likely for an early engagement here. Maybe knowing that with Frost Mountain likely having channeled that teleport earlier, but there's going to be no counter TP coming through. Team Heretics will go for an early engage.
I like this early engagement style for them too. Heretics.
Oh, they were doing a crosshair check. Wow, the spectators watch J3
But
content.
they have to worry about potential if the dive does escape here. The portal play didn't quite work as they wanted, but great positioning to set up to get onto the point.
Already forced out the greens from Lindstrom, though, and without that regeneration domain, it's a huge advantage. Look at that damage boost that's going over onto everyone as well, courtesy of a Vibrant Vitality. Not much to do here if you're Venom. Kai can just stand on point and try and stop the cap, but this engagement needs to come through. And now it's down to Alex.
Hey Jay, I had a dream about you. You had the luscious hair and you were on TV yelling ban Elsa. I hope both the teams had the same dream.
This is the problem with playing Venom, I feel, on this submap specifically. The Frozen Airfield,
I respect that.
Contained in terms of these rooms that you have to brawl against your opponents, and it's not as easy to dive in and dive out as you saw with the Eldritch Monument. So maybe a different option might be better for Kaya, but they have a couple ultimates online. We'll see how they can use them to their effectiveness and hope that'll be enough to win this team fight.
Enzo moves in. Seems like not too much was gained off the back of that Feast of the Abyss, and Leila's going to try and shut them down on the disengagement. Monster Piercer after Monster Piercer, but that's going to be a big drag in there. Multiple members faced with the danger of the group. Alex has just been taken out by the Banhammer on the other side, and now Oasis has to do all of the healing by themselves with the Soul Resurgence. Team Heretics are now on a timer, but they have backup if they need it in the form of Tanuki's ultimate. The Song Inferno so close. Oasis gone down to the dying.
I don't know if they play tomorrow, do they?
I
don't think so.
Sparks may be
I have to look at the bracket.
Ultimate. There's no frags to be found, and what you do have to carve through the forest that's been erected here by Beetle. The remainder of Team Heretics are nowhere to be seen, and Shikigami should be able to flip after they get rid of this Venom.
Venom just being a thorn in their side, or a tendril in their side, I guess you can say it that right. Making it so that they get as much percentage as possible, only at 66%.
Ooh.
Though, a little bit
I was about to say, I like that spot. Why didn't he commit?
I like these swaps. Frost Mountain on the Daredevil has the vision and can know when Team Heretics are going to go. The problem lies in their sustain here specifically. Name doesn't have their ultimate available. Lindstrom does have the copy though, so that's going to have to be perfectly timed for this next team fight.
Eternal Bomb potentially ready to go. That is a massive terror cape. Multiple members of Team Heretics are going to be in danger, but they're not really going to push up onto it. Instead, just enjoying the space that they've already purchased with Beetle's walls. And now it's going to be Beetle setting feet upon the point. Needs to be challenged. It's going to be Kaya in towards the back, and Frost Mountain's moving with him. Unable to yet.
Oh no, bro.
Kaya's already fallen on down. Lindstrom knows.
Yo, Shikigami, you guys have ults. Use the ults. There we go. Team Heretics had nothing for so long. They're just letting him build the ults, bro.
Heretics maneuvered. It's not really necessary to fight. Instead, Alex prepares for Doppelganger. Soul Resurgence gives everyone movement speed, heading towards the backline. Leolas is public enemy #1. That big target that needs to be dealt with. Multiple players grabbed into one position.
I don't
by
play a lot of
Beetle
Groot
off the back of the
or Groot at all,
and we're
but
both with the
dude,
strategist
when you
now,
hit a
it seems like
fat
this one
Groot
might
ult,
be
chat,
curtains for Shikigami. All they
oh,
can do
bro,
is
I would be
trade their life force
salivating,
for
man.
full
That
percentage.
has to be such a great feeling.
Trying to
Any
use the
tank players in
banhammer
here,
just to
bro?
stay on the objective as long as possible, and they technically get the edge
When
here,
you
but it
hit
felt
a
like
fat
Heretics
Groot ult,
won
bro,
the
it has
war
to be
for
so
now. They have
satisfying.
the ultimate advantage going into this next team fight. Shikigami had to use a lot of their resources, and I feel like Kaya going down so early really led to their demise later on in that team fight. Weren't not able to have the sustain, couldn't distract the strategists on the back line, and they got their ultimates off perfectly, especially with the Soul Resurgence we saw from Alex.
I want to get better at Groot. I think Groot is a very consistent. He's not like Magneto. I think Magneto has been one of the strongest characters as of recently. But I will say Groot is by far one of the strongest tank characters still, because he gets ult very fast, and not only does he get ult very fast, he does have a very strong ult if you hit it.
Turns upon the cloak and dagger, trying to burn them through the healing of the eternal bond to the sky. Comes the glass rocks, but they're not going to be grabbing anybody. The focus fire from Team Heretics is just too strong right now. Isidore looks towards the villains on the side of Team Heretics, and they take down the group, but not much more than that.
Come on,
Tanuki
Shikigami.
will be joining the body pile
Come on,
for now.
Shikigami. I need you guys to take at least one round off of him, not. Nice.
Generation Domain getting procced there and really did help keep them on the objective, turned the tides for Shikigami. So many ultimates used by Heretics to get at least to that overtime percentage, but will it prove to be enough? Shikigami have a couple of their ults building up, and Lindstrom almost has that.
Also, yeah,
available.
you can kill 2 support ults with Groot ult. It's really good. Great combination too. Groot, you could Groot Moon Knight. Ooh, Frost Mountain. Hey, Frost Mountain has been showing off. Been showing up recently. He's growing on me, man. He's growing on me.
Beautiful work.
And hopefully they take this. Oh, they're gonna probably be able to make. They're gonna make this.
But here comes the portal blade. The next engage goes through.
Rolling through into the regeneration domain. Plenty of safety here for Naga to try and play with his Tanuki's moved everyone to the wall.
I forgot what I was saying.
Try and keep Kaya at bay, or make sure that Frost Mountain does not feel comfortable playing around the back.
Groot.
Might wait for the portal
Very
to go away, so there's
consistent.
no safe disengagement
I think
available.
that's what I was saying. I don't know.
Onto Frost Mountain, it's perfectly done. Lindstrom now has access.
I think they turn off the audio, chat. We have no audio.
Eternal bond coming through from both sides, but still Kaya goes.
Oh, that was a fat ult, bro. Shikigami's gonna take this to around 3.
Shouting their name from the rooftops. Shikigami is Shikigami at the moment. Look at Lindstrom's angle. Tanuki has to get on top of them. A massive feral leap might have to be a swap from Lindstrom, but he isn't there in time. The adamantine claws burn through them. Naga's taken down by a terror cave as Naga decides to get involved.
No, it's still not game, chat. Still not game. Still not game. We still got no sound. We only got the casters.
In their own means towards the back. Tanuki takes down Name. Just strategist after strategist falling to the claws of Tanuki, but can they get towards the point? The remainder of Team Heretics have to move on for now. Leolas cuts them down one by one. The Monster Hunters found their mark. They're going to claim the bounty. Beetle falling super low, and Tanuki can't last long either. It's just going to be Enzo standing alone against the world. The gargantuan Frenchman, the Colossus, will fall.
Oh my god, I love, bro. You guys make fun of him like that because he has a resting Mog face or whatever, but his casting is so good. And
this is the bounce back we need to witness.
Shikigami bounced back, bro, which I love. It was a really close round, and hey, Team Heretics almost brought it back, but hey, can we get the sound back?
Might be the strategy here, though, to deal with Isidore. They were multiple times during that last team
can I get a
fight,
sound check?
one-hit wonders that they could have gone down, and nobody was cashing out on the album there. So Kaya staying up a lot better as well in these team fights, not going down first, not engaging as early as we used to see. And
your casting is so good, Jay. Oh, trust me, I don't cast, bro. I sit here, react to things.
Exactly where
good
they
play.
need to be and dealing chip damage
Bad play.
as they go around with their elephant gun. This is the Shikigami we saw yesterday. It just took them a bit to
Someone messes up and makes them look bad.
Tanuki getting that early jump pack from the Rockets battle recall beacon.
Someone wins.
Will be a tricky customer when it comes to
someone
grabbing
loses
one of these vanguards early on.
I like the change for Naga here as well onto more of the dive, the anti-dive specific change here for the White Fox.
What's the Home Alone face? Is it
then there's the Exile as well from Enzo. This might be a kidnap option.
Doesn't actually end up using the jump pack there.
Watching this without any sound though is weird, bro. I don't know. Just probably just me.
Fast ball there, directly on to the Deadpool, but good regeneration.
Oh, my bad. Can't you just do the sounds with your mouth? Okay, I got you. Earth around us or something. Pew, pew, pew. Hulk. Punch, punch, punch. Punch. Ooh, Daredevil. Oh, someone dying. Oh, the tree. Punch the tree. Ooh, got a splinter. Ooh, Groot. I am Groot.
Beautiful work by everyone.
And then that's fight.
Name you mentioned specifically because the cloak and dagger seems to be a massive difference maker here. They have the terror case, but they also have the extra damage that they're able to do as soon as people engage.
Oh, there you go. Earth around us. It's us against the world. Oh, my bad.
Synergy is what the way you would describe Shikigami's play. So
yeah, Jedi with the massive fight in the subs. Absolutely insane. Appreciate it.
Perspective it, Enzo. I can't believe it. Almost ready to go World Breaker mode here with the monster Hulk feeling angry.
Venom. Take my 19 inches. Grow. Unleash the Garthrox!
And this is the kind of economy they need.
I'm dead.
There you go.
Oasis even respecting the cloak and dagger pick here too, swapping over to it and hoping that they'll be able to find some windfall with it, but unfortunately not enough. Shikigami just have a full hold on at this point, know where the potential routes will come because of the Daredevil play of Frost Mountain, but it now comes down to how they use their ultimates in this team fight.
All right, moving on to a point here with the indestructible guard once again towards
there you go. He died. Okay, I can't do it anymore, chat. I'm done. I'm done.
And so can't escape the attentions of Enzo. Unwilling to invest the ultimate just yet. Team Heretics, they are going to be able to stay on the point as a group due to Alex's eternal bond copied over from Oasis. And while it is going to be a flip here for Team Heretics, Shikigami have quite a bit of time.
Cloaky, I think.
Oh, Ronnie, appreciate it as a prime sub, my friend.
Exactly why it's so lethal and why also earlier yesterday we saw double cloak and dagger.
I can't be a caster, bro. You know how hard it is to remember every single ability and every single ult name in the whole game with all like what almost 40-50 characters. I can't do that, bro.
Now going into this, it seems to
my
be
brain cannot comprehend that.
Long ultimates, the terror capes with the blinds, and also just being able to.
Like what is Groot's ult name? I am Groot.
Peter wants to claim the initiative.
I don't know.
Strangling Prison could do just that. Kaya took so much damage, has to use for symbiotic resilience in order to get out of there for now. Do they want to double down with the Feast of the Abyss? You can see the healing debuffs.
Strangling Prison. Yep. See, I would have never guessed that. I thought it was called I am Groot because he says everything. Because when he ults, he literally says I am Groot. Ooh, bro. Watching Hulk gameplay, I will always say it when I see a Hulk, is so satisfying and so fun to watch.
This would be a crazy turnaround here from Shikigami if only they can manage it. Layla still has access to the Apex Predator, but Isidore knows that a long fight is
Yo, Ian, appreciate the massive dono, my friend.
I'm loving these dive in, dive out engagements from them, but they need more from the rest of their team if they want to convert with it. And this is a great look for them on the point. They just need the pick, and that's exactly where it comes through.
That's what that gun sounds like.
All right, early start onto Beetle. Shikigami almost in control.
We lost the sound. Now we lost the casters. Okay, Jay3's. Oh, I was about to take over, bro. I was about to take over. Ooh, I was about to go off, bro.
Heading in towards the epicenter with the big plays, but it's. Oh, Frost Mountain on the other side, letting the devil out. Team Heretics surround him. They're trying to say put the devil back in, but Frost Mountain, he's frosted over. He's made sure that there's nowhere to go. Shikigami need to madly now scramble to defend. This is Pentagram of Ferrara has opened up on.
Come on, Shikigami. Come on, Shikigami.
Staying power here. Plenty of healing to try and play with. But guess what? Second cast comes from Name. This is going to last longer. Already, Alex has to disengage with a duplicitous exchange, and it's just about a little bit.
Oh, we got the sound back.
Oasis still has access to.
They were probably scrambling in the Discord or what do companies use, chat? Slack. They were probably like, hey guys, we gotta fix the sound. One of our co-streamers named Jay3 looks like he's on fucking drugs. Please fix it real quick. I don't know what the hell this guy's doing. They look at me and my co-stream. I am Groot.
Here's the Feast of the Abyss coming in as well.
The Abyss grabs Alex. That's a huge pickup. Can they give a second? Oh, Kang gets them both and gets out. Unbelievable more stuff from the big Swede right now. Enzo has to try and build up towards this one, but they're not going to get a chance to open the eye.
Release the girth trucks!
By Leolaz. What
There's no way. This is a really good game. This is this might go.
Bloodstone. All Naga can do is try and fly gracefully towards the point with the Ensong Inferno. And while they do have the moves for Tokyo Drift, they don't have the moves to claim Hell's Heaven. Shikigami, take the map.
The first time.
Oh
Heretics
my
have
God,
bled
they
is to
actually took the
Shikigami,
map from
that
Team
they swept
Heretics.
in the group stages. This team has been unlocked. They've been cooking in the kitchen, ready for a meal, and a feast is what they have.
I was just about to say, this is the first time Team Heretics
They have been
lost, and
able
I
to
was
serve
cheering
up
for
cold against the competition. And unfortunately, they don't really like what they are taking a bite out of in this series. Team Heretics maybe got some food poisoning from that one. They'll have to go back to the basics if they want to come out on top in the second matchup here.
Hey,
Shikigami,
what did
though,
I say?
mean, the biggest
Ban Elsa, ban
plays,
Elsa.
the
Not
biggest
even the
changes,
good
I'd have
teams,
to
Team
say
Heretics,
here,
are
like,
banning Elsa.
Kaya.
Hey,
Kaya
put your
really
ego
improved
aside.
cross points
Ban
throughout this Hell's Heaven. You
Elsa.
saw the massive
The
pick
Elsa
onto
went
the
33
Oasis
and
Cloak
2,
Dagger to
bro.
enable them to
I mean,
re-engage in that
Tanuki
last
actually
team
went
fight.
off too. 14
Isidore
final
with
hits,
the
33,000 damage.
Vanguard pool play. I was just touting how good Kaya was playing on that yesterday. The flexibility that we've witnessed from Shikigami is on another level compared to the group stages.
Yeah, Shikigami are a different beast, and honestly, with the amount of raw damage that's coming out of Leolaz, you might want to think
It makes
twice
no
about
sense,
allowing
Chad.
him
It makes no
access
sense.
to this Elsa once again. Isidore as well. What a game from Isidore.
It makes no
Just
sense.
Playing so well on the Vanguard Deadpool, doing a bunch of damage. Also
No,
getting
it's not the
good
J3
TPs
curse,
on the
chat. Just because
Strange
I thought
13
Team Heretics was the
final
better
hit.
team, but
Actually
they proved
banging
me
out there,
wrong
looking
by not
good
being
to
the better team because they don't even know how to ban Elsa. I
Beautiful
said it.
performance across the board.
Ban
from Shikigami.
Elsa.
No notes.
I don't
mean, they
care that the
took
pros
everything
probably
that they
know
needed
more
to
than
change
me.
to heart
The
after
pros
that
are
first
a lot better than
Seemed
me.
like a different
I don't
team was
care. As a
playing
viewer,
almost like they- but
ban
they
Elsa.
locked in,
It's
they
like me.
figured out,
It's like
hey, we
watching the
have Daredevil
NBA or the
available. We have
NFL
the
or
two
like
best
your favorite
duels in the game. Why
soccer
are we
team.
not playing this?
Like,
And, well, you
hey,
can see why
what
it
are you
works out
doing,
so
bro?
well. And Heretics have learned that they cannot allow both of those to be available. The Loki worked out so well too. The Cloak and Dagger from Name. Everyone on this team did their role, and that's why they were able to come out with the map win. But it's only a single map. It's only domination. A lot of teams here, like they say, that domination doesn't matter as much as the long run with Convoy and Convergence.
Yeah, there's still the chance for Team Heretics to choose their own map, but they have just lost their first map of 2026. What happens when Team Heretics' souls are filled with vengeance and they get to pick our battlefield? You can find out after this break.
Thank you, Mogday. Ugh. Yo, listen, chat. If you guys ever need a caster or a sound effects person for your upcoming tournament, birthday party, wedding, let me know. I could be your guys' background noises. I got you guys.
Watch out, they're headed our way. Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man.
I went to bed last night when Jitward was playing bad. Did he turn up the rest of the games? You went to bed against the YWL and NRG game? That was probably one of the best games so far. That was the best pro game, playoff game that we've seen. Do you have a recent Rivals guide on YouTube? No, not really. I don't really, I'm not really an educational content creator. I'm more of a, you know, custom games, make it fun for people. I do sometimes. I will upload it on YouTube, Jesco. It's gonna be on my second YouTube channel called J3 That's where usually everything gets uploaded. But I do sometimes Elo Hell or spectating videos, but no, I usually don't do guides. Yeah, it will be on my second YouTube channel though. Yeah, so if you guys didn't know, if you guys didn't know, so my main channel is basically all the custom game content that we do. My second channel is all the... Oh, wait, he just started uploading them. My editor just started uploading the games that actually happened yesterday, W editors, but you have all... This is basically like a reaction channel, so if you miss any games, all the games are going to be here. My third YouTube channel is going to be strictly gameplay. If you guys are wondering how I play in games or funny games, they're all here. And if you guys ever miss a VOD, I do have a VOD channel. All our VODs from every single stream are uploaded here. And we also have the IRL channel, which actually Emily is coming out with another video here pretty soon. She just finished editing it. It's behind the scenes of the J3 Community Clash Tournament. And this is me basically with Emily going outside and touching grass.
I can't believe it. Heretics dropped their first game. Shikigami just might be the king killers. I don't know what it's about, but sometimes the setup, the stage gets set in the pick bans like day.
Yeah.
Lindstrom on the Loki. They opted for the Wolverine ban instead of the Loki. Heretics were all about, we gotta stop with setting up the Elsa for success, and then the Loki gets through.
Yeah, the Wolverine ban, of course, coming through to try and give some safety over to Beetle on the Groot and Enzo on the Venom.
I sometimes
These
touch
large
grass,
health pools
yes.
are easily decimated by the Wolverine, but it does mean, like you said, that the Loki gets through. Lindstrom is a very proficient
How did I
Loki.
just click?
And it also means you can set up very well with a two-strategist composition, because once you've got the Cloaky, double Eternal Bond.
The
there's a reason it's getting
Cloaky?
nerfed
Did
in
he
the
just
next
call
patch
it the
down to
Cloaky?
11
That's
seconds
funny.
from 13.
Where are we
It's
going,
so
chat?
much healing
Yggdrasil.
and so much sustain, and it allows for you to take Frost Mountain on these flanks with the Daredevil, which is one of the premier duelists right now.
It's so hard for Enzo on the Hulk to dive a Loki. Like, he's just gonna go invisible. There's 3 of them. Like, Vaudable, it was so hard to keep up with. And Isidore, I mean, he's instrumental as usual in the Van pool.
Yeah, that was textbook play from Van.
It's
you engage
C-Man.
early, you
Appreciate the
bait
massive
out some
Prime sub, my friend.
cooldowns
Welcome.
from your opponents, and then you capitalize and get out of dodge as soon as you need to. The survivability that we saw from Isidore was monumental in at least securing their second point victory on the Frozen Airfield, and then it was just a whole different ball game from then on out. So really textbook play. If you want to watch the replays back of the esports tabs and learn how to play Vanpool, that's the matchup to watch.
And we have just not watched Heretics on Yggdrasil, I believe, and this will be their map pick. This is where all the aces up the sleeve, all these hidden comps, hidden strats. Of course, these teams know each other better from scrims, but like this is Heretics' choice of map. Initial reaction.
This is a very wide open space. It's going to allow for a lot of Tanuki to flex the aim. It's also got some nice flank routes. It's not like a Psylocke if you're so inclined.
Jay, what are your thoughts on the new Psylocke skin? I think it's all right.
One out after what has been a
I'm not really a tennis player, so I don't think I would. I don't think I personally would probably get it, but it looks like a good skin. Hex, appreciate massive new tier 1 sub, my friend. Welcome, welcome.
Tanuki's Psylocke stats across 7 matches.
Yeah.
Dropped 21k damage per 10, which is
rocket salad. It's a little cold outside. Don't judge.
Because Team Heretics were wiping out the enemy teams pretty quickly in group stage, which meant there was a lot of waiting around.
Shikigami, we don't have to wait any longer. Do they have what it takes to keep pushing Heretics?
I can't believe Shikigami won this. This is crazy.
Chosen by them. We'll see how it shakes out. Let's go see.
All right, Team Heretics, we're yet to see them angry, VOD. But now they've finally been bruised. All that for a drop of blood.
I mean, we saw Enzo angry playing the Hulk there for a second, and it felt like they got the combos going, but it just didn't work out towards the end for them. So I'm more interested to see the compositions that come out from both these teams on this map. Neither of these teams have played Yggdrasil Path, mind you, so this is a whole different ball game between these two teams. Yes, we are in the end game for Shikigami. If they can secure this, they'll be one step away from congratulating themselves on a top 3 minimum finish, but here is the usual that comes out from Heretics. The Mantis save, they've gone through it almost every single time that they can, and now we know there's 2 players who can play it on their squad.
I mean, I'm just saying, Shikigami are 4-0 on maps where they've got Elsa thus far in the playoffs, which I believe is all of them.
That is all of them.
Team Heretics are
That's
still
crazy.
putting a lot of faith in this Mantis.
That's a best of 5, yes.
It did seem like the rise of Mantis was
The tournament is on the previous patch chat. Every time there's a tournament going on and a patch happens,
I do like
more likely than not, they are not playing on the new
both
patch.
Teams don't want to allow for that off-angle pocket. for any duelists, that, especially ones on Team Heretics who might be loaded up with those damage.
You know what would be
boosting
really
tools.
funny? You know what? I'm just gonna say this. I hope Shikigami wins this next map because Team Heretics refuses to ban the Elsa.
Hey, we saw you try to play it. We played it better.
I
so
hope
we're just gonna lock
Shikigami
in
ban
ourselves and call it
wins.
a day and go
Just
back
so they
to
can
the
prove a point.
basics. And I feel like Vanguard pool, you gotta ban this. Maybe Cloak and Dagger, of course, especially with this map specifically, so good around the convoy itself, and pushing the mission vehicle is going to be difficult if you are not able to.
How you doing, Jay? I am doing fantastic. I'm actually surprisingly. I was tired earlier, but I'm not that tired today.
I actually really like this Cloak and Dagger ban coming through from Team Heretics. Like you said, don't need to deal with the Cloaky anymore, and you're not going to see like double Invisible Woman either. So what's your next best choice? Probably Luna.
Actually, I respect the Adam ban here. You don't want to go for the double res, the board again and again and again that we've seen in times past, and pulling out old strategies and tricks is what Heretics is kind of known for. They said in some of their interviews that they have so many different compositions that they have not showcased yet. I mean, when I talked to their coach, Line Pro, that's exactly
Did you
what
drink
he was
Red Bull
saying,
today?
To be prepared
No,
for some
not
craziness
today.
this weekend. So
I usually
they shut
try
it down
not
early. They
to
maybe
drink
got some intel from some of the
sugary
Scrimbucks, but we'll
drinks,
see how it
but
actually
if I'm
goes in
too
the map
tired, I
itself.
might try one.
All right, let's head on into Yggdrasil Path. This is where Team Heretics are keen to even up the series.
I even
This
stopped
is
drinking
their
soda.
own choice of map. Layla's a little bit trepidatious about rolling out a spawn for now.
I stopped drinking
but
soda.
You are going to be playing potentially a lower output strategist composition. You might want the extra oomph that comes from those Ultron drones.
And Ultron relatively more of a resurgence after like the first couple days, right, that we saw of the group stages, than we saw so much of it afterwards because of the damage boost, so effective, and Heretics realizing, oh, they didn't use it last time, maybe they're not going to use it this time. No, it's definitely going to be coming out.
I think apparently
this
when you
go
stop
around.
drinking
They
soda
wanna
and
make
you
sure
try to
they
drink
have
soda
their
again,
as you were
it's supposed to
talking
taste
about,
like
to
very
take down
different.
Heretics even more so, but I feel like having the Mantis with Tanuki on this Phoenix cannot be understated. We saw how effective that has been in the past.
Yo,
too.
Tez, appreciate the massive new Prime
Friends
sub,
as
my
well,
friend. How
who
you
has
doing?
once
How you
again
doing?
Gained custody of the Deadpool, as that was not taken out in the ban phase, and we've seen just what Enzo can do with those dual desert eagles in hand. It's going to be Kai who's up against them here. It seems both Kai and Isidora plenty proficient when it comes to using those.
Your bald king.
Desert Eagles did really well for the side of Shikigami last time, and I do like the change up a little bit here. Isidore focusing more on just keeping their backline sustained with the bubbles, and you can see as the engage comes out from Beetle, that's exactly what their focus is.
Okay, Isidore needs the regeneration domain to try and survive this one, so that's a major utility that's now going to be missing from the side of Shikigami, but Leolaz watching the approach of a Vanguard Deadpool. The punish is there. Enzo had a wall erected behind him, and Oasis wasn't quite on the angle in time to supplant it. Still, Alex with all of these doppelgangers able to put out a bunch of healing and damage. Kaya getting close, but seems like the Banhammer's not going to be able to secure a frag off the back of that. Just having to bunny hop away and get back to the safety of the strategist.
Jay, do you think I
Leolaz
should
on the
watch a
off-angle
video on
can dodge away
mechanics
from
or
Loki
you?
fairly
Is there a...
easily, as
I
Frost
don't
Mountain
know
is
if people come out with
temporarily
videos
sedated
on
by the
mechanics. I don't
Mantis.
know.
And can someone actually make it onto the cart here? It seems like one of the Vanguards from Shikigami has been able to do so, but Leolaz's escape is going to be hard won as they move towards the back. Little HP to try and play with what an angle
nice
here
shots.
from Tanuki. A third dimension of view is not available to Shikigami right now. They just focused in on the cart as Lyncham and Frost Mountain fall both. And Team Heretics
Okay, maybe
easily wipe out
maybe
Shikigami.
Team Heretics doesn't need the Elsa, but I still think they're going. I still think they're going to lose by not do. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see.
Fall to the wayside because of it. Tanuki had the angle on them, the high ground that was necessary to secure the first objective, and now they have all the ultimates in the bank too. This is a must-win for Team Heretics in this next team fight. Have to make up for the mistakes that we saw in that domination and prove once again that they're a top dog in EMEA.
Oh, big grab coming through onto Enzo. So much CC, but they were kept close to Name. And what's Oasis doing back here? There's a Jeff in your spawn, and he's making you all wet and soggy.
There's a Jeff in your spawn, and he's making you all wet and soggy.
More swaps coming out though from Shikigami.
Which brings me to a really hot take. Soggy cereal is better than crunchy cereal.
It was banned in the last map. They were worried, Heretics, about it. Specifically, Layla's back on the Old Faithful, and we'll see if the damage will be enough to deal with Heretics in this next one.
Okay, Frost Mountain's approach is going to be relatively covered here. Does need to make their way past the group walls, though. With that Ironwood wall up, Beetle is still unattackable. A portal has been
Have you
opened
guys
here.
ever
Enzo
had
just moving to come back
soggy,
quickly after being picked off a touch earlier?
soggy, what is it called? The wheat things with frosted mini wheats. Oh my god. Delicious. Delicious, chat.
Was hoping for some real value out of an ultimate, but instead it's Oasis in the back, eating up multiple members. Leolas takes him down rather quickly. 4 players inside of a strangling prison. Beetle erects the walls, places them within the cage. Team Heretics have sentenced you to prison with hard labor for embarrassing.
What?
On Hell's Heaven.
Sentenced to prison with hard labor? What?
The point, but can't stand up for long, especially with Isidore only just able to try and get involved in this fight. Everyone's just taken aside, and it seems like Naga's getting unlimited spores. This guy's just hitting headshot after headshot.
And this is why maybe Naga should be the one playing the Mantis instead of Oasis, who was opting for it in the last map, back on the usual compositions that we've seen from this team. But Alex seems to also be unleashed on this Loki. Beetle, this is the performance he was hoping to showcase in the last map on Hell's Heaven, and proving that, hey, we don't have to rely as much on the Captain America, and really using the strangling prisons. And
nah, don't say L take, chat. You guys know my takes are. You guys come to my channel for not just the best watch parties and the best place to farm drops, but also the best and fire. The most fireest takes. Yes.
Thanks to the vibrant vitality, and Kaya found that out the hardest way.
Oh, that's a fat ult. Oh, that's fat. Oh, that was fat. Oh, that was fat.
Okay, Enzo, I respect it. The Doctor Strange
reminds me of a leg day, and you're looking at my form. You're like, wow, that guy goes ass to grass, and that ass is fat. That's how big that ult was, chat.
Damage against them, and unfortunately for Shikigami here, leg day, they just have not been able to find anything that sticks. The drawing board has all these different plans for them, but none of them are working.
Moving into all these doppelgangers as well is so difficult to deal with. Alex is just pumping out damage right now. Kaya has to go back for a little bit of reinforcement.
Oh, that's a big ult.
3 squishies caught within. A duplicity exchange to get out of there for the Loki, and only Isidore is going to be the one to fall. But now Kaya has to try and stand on this cart alone, and the healing's not there. Naga's getting up close and personal. Tanuki is absolutely railing through this, and that's going to be Team Heretics with quite the time back on Yggdrasil path.
Statement has been made by Team Heretics that domination, we could give you that win. Or we're going to take it back in stride immediately afterwards on Yggdrasil path. Groot walking forward, Naga on the Mantis enabling them with so much damage. Tanuki flying high and above as a Phoenix unleashed against the competition as well. And Oasis is just being Jeff in the back line, and then also in front of them, the streams of water are just drowning the competition of Shikigami, and they have not been able to put a hand up and get some air since the start of that attacking side from Team Heretics.
Like, how do you even deal with Oasis on these angles? Like, he's so fast. He has
Daredevil
all the bubbles
is the counter.
to speed himself out. Yeah, maybe Daredevil is the answer. Like, Frost Mountain at the moment, hovering over on the Wolverine, but of course we're in attacker spawn, so it's not really so much of an issue at the moment. Team Heretics setting up for their defense seem happy to stick with this, apart from Enzo on a far more stationary Vanguard to stand on the cart.
It's not necessarily just Oasis, too. I mean, seeing the flexibility of Alex cannot be understated. The positioning of the Loki clones, perfect regeneration domains that, mind you, because they do have the one-sided Mantis with the team up, are able to damage boost you when you use them, and that's been a big difference maker for them. And also,
they're not playing with the CC changes now.
Can put up at a moment's notice if he needs to stay
alive.
alive.
I have no idea what happened, Jake. Do I have to do my sound effects again so you can understand what happened?
You know, Isidore was the one to watch for Vandal. He's the one to watch for Groot.
Oh, it's a little bit silly goofy. It's a little silly goofy. A quick exchange away. Alex doesn't actually manage to make it too far. Maybe didn't have the doppelganger set up. He is going to get resurrected, of course, by the battle recall beacon. But Frost Mountain's already at 100 range.
Great setup, and Werewolf all to know that they're going to be sticking with this Wolverine and have that beacon available to them. But Leolas relatively silent.
Someone on
the
YouTube
defending
says
side, so they
whoever
really need to pop
wins
off here.
wins.
Tanuki needs to teleport away, but great focused.
But this is
fire
going to be
from
one of the best
Shikigami
matches.
gets rid of
I
Tanuki.
agree.
Now without their singular duelist,
But
the
next
opposing
match is
team
going to be
Heretics
really great too.
incredibly
Navi against
weak,
Virtus Pro
and this
is
gives
going to be
them a lot of
that's going to be a
forward,
fire game.
emboldened by the missing Phoenix, no longer having a fire type that they're weak to. They're happy to just roll on through here as a grass type juggernaut.
I love this mirror of the group play. They saw how well it worked for Heretics on the attacking side. They're like, okay, I can do you one more, but also have the Wolverine, and everyone is sectioned off.
All right, moving through this corridor. Incredibly difficult to do. Kai's making sure that anyone who presents himself is taking so much damage. And we can see the damage just here from a Fate of Both Worlds in tandem. Grabbed out of a sky is Tanuki. A nice play from Frost Mountain. So accurate with the feral leaps. And as the door opens...
Hey, Shikigami, I'm glad they are doing really well on offense right now.
Beautiful
I'm glad,
combination
bro.
between
I'm glad.
Kai
I'm
using
glad.
Wells to section off the players of Heretics from their heels, and Leolis can finish them off. And that's exactly what we needed to see last time. There wasn't the synergy between the combos of these players and Shikigami on defense. Now they have found their rhythm, but will it be enough?
Another fastball and another pickup. Oh, the last stand. Enzo's already gone. Frost Mountain is erupting on the Wolverine right now.
Oh, my legs are...
This is what needed to happen for Shikigami to flip the script, and kind of an issue we've seen with other teams on the defensive halves of these convoy maps, where
on,
the
Shikigami.
snowball continues forward, or the fastball at this rate from Isidore the Frostbound for another kidnap.
How did he manage to get that one? Unbelievable.
Oh,
Vito was already
Shikigami, bro!
gone.
I need to
What a
learn
cheeky
Wolverine,
play
man.
from Frost
I
Mountain.
need
This guy's
chat. I
getting
need
air
someone
miles
who
in
here
this
plays
match.
Hulk. I need a Hulk to my
Nuki
Wolverine. I
trying
need
to
you to
match
pick
at
me
this
up
point,
and
too,
throw
so
me
see if he can
like
come
you
out,
could
but
in
the
real
Eternal
life.
Bond goes through.
Okay, that's a lot of healing, a lot of staying power. Could be answered here by Isidore, who's already become the world.
I want to play Wolverine, bro.
Worried about that Wolverine. Just tries to get back to the team, gives over a bunch of healing, and that's going to be ultimates available now for Lindstrom, Kai, and Leolaz. Everything you could possibly want Shikigami have in the bank. But what can Team Heretics do to try and slow this one down? Yet another fastball going for the group. The Ironwood Wall is brought on up, but that means Naga slips through the cracks. While you're worried about keeping your vanguards up and alive, in towards the back. Multiple players dragged in. A nice block off as well. Unbelievable wall play coming through from Kai. Your eternal bond has been denied. Somebody get the door, because this boy's slamming it in the face of a cloak and dagger.
Leolis serving them tea on the way out as well, with a dish served as hot and piping as it can be. Unfortunately for Team Heretics, they are getting burns.
Bro,
from it,
5
and will have
minutes.
to take their time to recover from their injuries in the furthest
5
respawn
minutes.
room after the second checkpoint has been activated. Shikigami unleashed again. The Shiki slingshot is real.
Right now, they're Shika gaming, you know, not just Shikigami.
They're Shiki gaming, not just Shiki.
Really need to see a change around though for Team Heretics on this one. We've seen so many swaps from their side. Tanuki now on the Daredevil, Naga actually using the Phoenix and the freeze onto Oasis.
Oh, that's one way to try and
Oh, by the
shut
way,
him down.
Delilah
Leolaz
and
has the
Bloody
blast
preached the
off,
Master
ready
Prime
to
in
go.
3
Doesn't
months,
wanna throw
sorry.
it into a group wall though, so Leolaz
And Tez
now just
preached the Master
playing
Prime
a bit more trepidatious, creeping forward slowly. The Ensong Inferno ready to go, answered by the Luna. The fate of both worlds. Well, Matt Murdoch's fate's been decided at the end.
I
of the
will
gun.
say, too,
Unfortunately, the bullets are strong.
what I love
Leolaz
about
is the
pro play,
strongest right now, looking
Leolaz is
absolutely
popping
off
off.
the trot.
Hey, guess what? Maybe you
Heretics
should
have
have
just not
banned
been used to
Elsa,
facing this
Team
kind of pressure, and I
Heretics.
feel like it's just
Ha ha,
it's hard to
XD,
giving
LOL.
Leolis the Elsa of 2 maps in a row. If this
Bro,
continues,
my favorite thing
there
about
could
pro
be
play
another
though
case
is
of
that
Shikigami
if you
taking
got
it because
rolled,
they just have
teams
so
don't
much
give
damage
up.
to deal with.
Like in your ranked
Baby
games.
Van Hammer about to drop. Enzo's
People,
already
if
put
you
it
get
on down.
rolled,
Tanuki's
you can
fallen
still
on
roll
other
the enemy
side.
team
They're
back.
dealing
I
with
hate
this
teammates
one. There was a last
who, if we
stand.
get rolled, they're like, "Ah, GG's, bro. Let's just forfeit." No, you only played half the game.
Checked it out myself. Enzo falls down. Lindstrom on the other side. That's both of the strategists having fallen. Team Heretics have
I
taken
hate
the
people
legs
who
out
give
from
up
under.
so
Shikigami's
easily,
pushed off
man.
the back of a fantastic dive, and now Naga's uncontested on the angle, can easily rain down fire from above. Still, Alex is forced to use the fate of both worlds, which is a little bit much considering the advantage they had.
I don't know if I necessarily agree with using it there. Might have just been better to go back into the respawn. You had the advantage.
Good hold by Team Heretics
It was
though.
a bit of a
So they,
miscue and miscom from their side of
Shikigami
things,
wouldn't
so
cap with more
one
time
less
than them.
Resource available to them in this
Good
next
hold,
team
good
fight.
hold.
So much time still available to Shikigami. Here comes the
I
struggling
hate
person,
people
though.
who forfeit after
Okay,
one
just
fight.
onto Enzo.
I
They
hate
want
it.
one, but are they gonna get it? There's even more follow-up coming through. So much percentage damage onto these vanguards. The dive though, and attempts to try and turn this one around. A feast of the abyss into the Glartrox. There's a temporary
Oh,
stun
no.
onto Beetle, but it's shut down by the felling of the Elsa. Team Heretics are finally deciding the momentum here.
Nuki realizing that if they have the vision, they have the way forward to victory against the Shikigami roster, forcing a swap for Kai to go for a
Hope you're
potential
enjoying
portal play
work.
that they have to protect with their lives and try and get behind them fast enough, and it does get off in time, and again, we'll see
Oh,
a
they flipped the
re-engage from
point.
Heretics.
That's
They're
smart.
split from the objective.
I like that.
Dodging the
What a
dive
smart
for
play.
now.
They flipped it.
Naboo temporarily freed by the Gungans. What a grab there onto Beetle. Frost Mountain is an absolute freak on the sticks. There's no other way to put it. The ice arts have been used here by Lindstrom. They're going to be a little bit more vulnerable to the dive now, so they're going to be lacking that self-healing. And indeed, Team Heretics seem to have figured that one out. Trying to chase Tanuki off the high ground. Lindstrom channels dances for their life. The cart still paused in main as Naga's found himself a nice pretty angle on the high ground. Moves in towards the backline core. Blows through them. Leolas can't survive it. And the Banhammer's put on top by Team Heretics. While Isidore has big dreams of taking down this
Oh
backline
my.
back with a big clap. It does mean the remainder of Team Heretics
Bro,
will be
I
back in
love
overall healing, but
I
still
love
the
Hulk
appeal
gameplay,
is
man.
there as Tanuki lets out the devil and does the chip damage to walls.
Especially on that little
Aura
ugly
farming
ass
indeed
fish,
on the
bro.
cart that
Oh
Kaya
my
still
god, I
needs to be
love
dealt
it.
with. Leolas chases down Naga. It's a messy fight to be sure, but a little plushie on the ground is going to give a momentary protection to Team Heretics.
Layla's realized that there was a KO feed that they could look at and see that somebody was dealing damage above them. They couldn't do anything against it, but now there comes the big eat. We'll see how it goes.
Enzo falls down. Who's inside of a Jeff is the question right now. Frost Mountain still has been given the indestructible. Oh my goodness, the fastball. He's so quick with it, bro. There's nothing Matthew Murdoch could do. We might be blind, but he still managed to make eye contact with the eye of Agamotto. Standing by themselves. Alex on the point. Invincible temporarily, but the DPS check has been
He
met.
might
The
be
mid-grade has been
blind, but
finished.
dude,
What's
these
also gonna be there
casters
if
are
the time bank
crazy.
isn't. Shikigami desperately need to try and finish this one quickly because they're losing second after second, and Team Heretics have such a healthy time bank to try and make this one work. It's a finish, but it's slower.
It seemed like there was an ant in the way of the cart holding on the world for Team Heretics at the end, time and time again, where it should have gotten the last meterage to force us to this overtime state. Unfortunately, they could not get it, so much time was wasted. Shikigami, yes, they get there at the end of it, but the resources are not going to be as
it's better to
available
cap
and
than to
bountiful
not
as
cap.
they
Who
are
cares
for
about the
Team
time, okay?
Heretics in terms
Capping
of
in
the
5 minutes
time
is
bank.
insane, but
This
if
is the
remember
exact
yesterday,
goal the Team
who
Heretics
was
were
the
hoping for. They
who
couldn't
was it,
get the
chat?
whole mileage
Yesterday
and
there was a
stop it
team that
before
capped it. They
the
were rolling.
doom
They
that
had like
might
4
face,
minutes
but this is a
on
good
the vampire map, and then
advantage
one
that they
team
have
had
going
like
into
1
this
minute
OT.
left. But that 1 minute
Yeah,
ended
watching
up pushing
Frost
farther
Mountain
than the
over it,
4
I
minutes.
understand
Like,
the
hey,
ban, I get it.
4 minutes is good to have.
I respect it.
But hey, you can still do a lot with 1 minute.
Seeing the vision.
I don't care what people say. 1 minute is a long time. Was it Chicky? 1 minute is a long time.
3 minutes to 1. Heretics, all odds in their favor.
If it
But
was
we said that
Shikigami,
going into the
they could do it
series
again.
that business as usual from point 1 is how it should have been, and it's been anything but. They were eventually able to tighten things up, have a full team swap, and found the comp to victory. But will it be enough time for Shikigami to push the issue towards the last hour against Team Heretics and go up to, they have to give it their all.
All right. Will Team Heretics be prepared for the fastball this time? Remember that it caught out Alex to begin with last time around, and then claimed Tanuki thereafter. Seems like a nice disparate positioning here from Team Heretics. Does mean they don't lose anyone early.
Good to keep the team up as long as you can here specifically, but there are some resources being used. Regeneration domain does go down, but there's a good KO on to Enzo.
Oh, that's a great pickup early. Oasis still on
I-
off angle. Shikigami deciding whether
Good
or not
Hulk
they wanna
players
actually
are so satisfying to
try
watch.
take him out. Unfortunately, Nami, the decision was made a little bit too
Yo,
late for
D-Bert,
them.
reaching
And
out
it
to do
seems
this
like
my
Kyle
friend.
just can't get himself out of here. Just keeps
Massive
walling
W,
himself
massive
in
W, I
because the
appreciate
Devil's
it.
Chain pulls back the group again and again.
Not on the 7.5 update just yet, so you don't have that tenacity. Unfortunately, you still have to deal with the current state of affairs, and well, eventually Shikigami will able to get that team fight win and force Heretics a little bit off of their rocker, but they do have time to bounce back and stop this before that first checkpoint.
Rear approach is noted. Isidore on top of it. Naga takes the peek, looking for Lindstrom. It would be a huge pickup. Kai is such a big target. Lindstrom might be a lithe one, but it seems that Naga's aim is just as strong. Someone needs to get onto the cart right now. Between all of these punchy heroes, it's got to be one of the bigger ones. The Bad Hammer ready to go. It's on top of the Elsa to try and shut down Leolas, and Enzo's gotten rid of the primary threats here from Shikigami. Going to be difficult to roll on back now as Frost Mountain can't grab anything off the back of that feral leap. Shikigami are held halfway through
3
first.
minutes to push 61
It
meters.
feels inevitable at this point that Heretics should take it. But something in me says not to doubt Shikigami again. Last time we saw them take down
Doable.
Rad. In map
Run
1, we
goats.
saw them come back with a reverse sweep of the sub maps.
Run
and
goats.
now it is their time.
3 tanks, 3 supports. Can we go goats? It's my rank up game. Can we please go goats?
They got to worry about the compositions that are coming out, and especially what Tanuki is hovering. The Psylocke is unleashed.
Just a little bit of backline pressure from Tanuki, trying to force Shikigami to look in different directions again. It really feels like Team Heretics are at their best when they're in this 3-3
what the hell is
split.
goats? You don't know what goats
constant,
is?
Like, where's Oasis? Where's Oasis? Where's Tanuki? Where's Enzo? Taxes those
My
commies
little,
and makes it more
what do you call it?
difficult to fight plans for
Noobling.
Shikigami.
You're so young. Don't
Back
even know
with
what
Billy
goats
Clubs,
is.
but no, potentially releasing the chi available to them.
3 tanks,
similar
3
to what we
supports
saw
is usually what
Tariq
goats
swapping
is.
to a
It
couple
was a
of times
very
here, trying to deal just enough
popular
damage
meta
to
in
likely
Overwatch.
the triple that they were hoping to face off against, and
Which
see if it's
teams do
enough.
in
Again,
Marvel
could
Rivals
be
as well.
some
3
quick
supports,
swaps
3
coming
tanks.
out of Heretics. They have the time on their side is the big thing here.
Yeah, so much time to work with. 3 minutes and 5 seconds, and it did not take them long to claim first last time. It was a rather quick offense for both teams, actually, but it would appear that Team Heretics fixed up their defense for second time around.
Also fixed up Enzo, sticking with the Vanguard pool even after the resets. They'll see how they can.
What's
do
the
it,
best comp for
especially
3 tanks, 3
Tanuki now
heals?
on it. This Wolverine trying to go with their own feral loop.
There's a variety of them, but usually
claiming
if you're
a
running
bunch
3
of
tanks,
space.
3 supports, you want to run an
Nice
Adam
dodging
Warlock
there
because an
from
Adam
Fire,
Warlock
so
does
getting
give you
trapped
that
out
ability
by
to res
Tanuki,
your whole
but
team
Layla
to stall out the
falling
because
well. You can see
what's the
Softback
name of the
coming
game,
through
chat?
Unable to really exit
Push
that
the
far.
objective
Worry
and
about
defend the
ways
objective.
that
If you're running 3
Jeffrey
tanks,
messes
3
with your
supports, you have a
ability
lot
with
of
those
healers. The healers can cycle through support ults,
Dive in by Kai,
and
specifically on
tanks,
the back
they
line,
absorb a
getting
lot
out
of damage, and they have a
immediately,
very
not
high
take too
health
much
pool,
damage.
so the
You know, as
supports
soon
can
as
build
someone
their
goes down, it's going to be a
ults.
difficult task to fulfill.
Rinse and repeat, you just stall the point.
The attempted shutdown of a dive, Frost Mountain in a 3
I think
versus
what a
1
lot of
can't
people-
make it happen because Kaya was busy
I think what a lot of
elsewhere
people
after
don't
getting
realize
teamed
is
up
that
by
you can get a lot of
Now
kills,
Naga will turn up on
like
Kaya
sure and
themselves,
whatnot,
who's
but
crawling over
at the
on
end of the
carpet
day,
to
this
try
is a
and keep it
team-based,
stalled. A
it's an
momentary touch comes through from the
objective-based
Hulk, but down
game.
Bikini banner form. Layla
You have
has
an
already had to
objective. If
start
you don't do the
channeling
objective, you're gonna
pentagram
lose.
of Ferrala
That's
to
why you
open
see
a
teams
portal,
with like
a potential gateway
insane
to
stats
salvation
with a
for
lot of kills
Shikigami.
end up
They're
actually
just in
losing
time,
because
but now they're down on their Elsa. Looks like it's going to be
Ooh,
an easy
Tanuki.
win out in the Wolverine mirror here for Tanuki, going back to his roots, going back to where it all began for BRB.
Oh, wow, that guy didn't- oh, wait, he got the kill. Wow.
And it seems like he's claimed the
damn,
Daimyo
2
ship of
minutes from
Yggdrasil
Team
Path.
Heretics though. Wow.
Team Heretics tie us up.
It's part of the reason why you do not want to see Enzo with the Vanguard pool available, but also the winning formula
Damn.
that eventually Team Heretics was able to find was Tanuki with the Billy Clubs and Oasis with the Jeff just flanking around and dealing damage.
Hey, we got
And
ourselves a
for
series,
some
though,
reason,
1-1.
Nobody ever looking up when Naga had the vision on the Phoenix, and I think that tunnel vision is what did Shikigami in on this map specifically. Point 1, they struggled against it. Point 3, that's part of the reason why they were taking so long to activate that overtime face down again or face off against Team Heretics, and unfortunately it was too little too late of time for them to come out on top. So a good hold by Team Heretics, a little shaky some way through on the defensive end, but they were able to clutch it up.
I mean, one of the most telling stats here for me is actually the damage taken by Oasis, only 7.1, which is not that much for a multi-round Yggdrasil path. Just always in these very annoying positions, like the positions we're just a little bit too far for us to go and deal with. It wastes so much time.
Yeah, so back to where our conversation was. Yeah, if you run like Adam, Loki, Rocket, that's a good example for goats. Adam has a res ability. Loki can copy either the Rocket for a Rocket ult for a defensive ult, or the Loki can copy the Loki can copy the Adam again and have another res, and then you also have Rocket Res Beacon that has another res every 45 seconds. It's a very good stall
Layla seemed to
comp.
be the one with the pristine accuracy, but Tanuki and Naga with the swaps that really made the difference here for Team Heretics. And then also Beetle initially on the Groot was just some amazing play that we saw from them. I do have to say though, Kaya on the attacking side of their own using their group play and setting up Leolus so that they can finish off the team without having to worry about the heals was beautiful.
No, don't compliment them.
Yeah, I'm
Ban
wondering if
Elsa.
we continue to see Leolas get access to that.
Any
Elsa
team that
now.
doesn't ban Elsa, I hope they
Interestingly, it felt like
die
Team Heretics,
by Elsa.
They were at their strongest when they actually dropped the Mantis.
Elsa.
Like, their Mantis play, don't get me wrong, very impressive. Naga still is that guy while aiming. But the real answer against Shikigami, it seemed, was going for this dual duelist setup where Naga could play those off angles as you were talking about.
Yo, what's up,
on
Mark?
the
How you doing?
Phoenix.
The 1v1 against an Elsa typically is a struggle, and that's what we saw happen when they were on defense all the way up to that 3rd point. So now they seem to have figured out the magic that makes Shikigami strong. We'll see if
Who's
that can
stronger between
continue
Space
into
Station
our
Gaming
next
and
match. It's tied
NRG?
1-1.
I would probably say
We'll see who takes the
NRG.
advantage
Space Station
after
Gaming
this.
did not look good yesterday, which I'm very surprised by.
The hunt is on. 1,000 gods!
Yeah, I can't dance. How you doing today, Mark? Yo, Divine SoCal. Appreciate the massive 6 months. How you doing? How you doing? And Ryukin Hadoken. Hadouken. Appreciate the massive 9 months. Also, I don't know what you just said. Also, I think their stream is dying right now. Okay, there you go. How are the games today? Both beginning games were a little anticlimactic, but these games are better. I will say I don't like this skin because I don't like tennis. I don't really play tennis, but I do love something that me and Psylocke can relate to. I love her hair. I really do love her hair. Yeah. The ult effect is doo-doo. I think you can turn off the ult effect now. You can turn off the stuff. I just think there are better... I mean, I like the Luna outfit, but I think there are better Luna skins. So really nice. I like it. It's just that I just don't do tennis. Yeah. Oh, Psylocke. Sorry, Psylocke. Sorry, I'm so used to Luna getting skins. My bad. 6 hours of sleep, chat. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm not a big tennis person. I don't usually like rackets. I like when I play sports, I like to feel the balls, you know, not just slap the balls with something else. I like to feel the balls. Like football, catch the ball, touch the ball. Basketball.
Well, Heretics
I like playing
eventually
basketball.
found
I like
their
playing with these
path to
balls.
Victory. Our series is tied 1-1 in our first semi-final, but we don't get to highlight Jeff players too much, Vaudable, but we gotta talk about Oasis. A flanking Jeff winning the game. What makes Oasis better than any other Jeff player out there?
I think a big thing here, specifically that can't be understated, is the speed that Jeff has to escape whenever anyone's chasing them down, aside from Daredevil, of course, because they do have that bring-in effect.
Her
for
hair
their
is
Belly
nice,
Club,
though. Yeah, her hair
acts
looks
them
real good.
One of the best counters to it, but also the map knowledge that we see for Oasis, knows the exact routes to go to flank around and see, gets the comms from their team, and I think that coordination with their team is crucial for a really good Jeff player. A lot of Jeff players in rank, they don't really talk too much, they just kind of do their thing and then hope it works out well enough. Whereas
True.
Oasis, you know that they're coordinating dives with their team, and typically how the dive plays work is like whoever sees the moment at the time, coordinates it and says 3, 2, 1, goes in, and we've seen Oasis kind of leading that charge a couple of times, especially whenever they've had team ups available to them, using those to distract and just peel away some of the attention to the rest of their team. So beautiful play from Oasis, I gotta say.
Yeah, and I feel like we all underestimate how good Jeff is in the anti-dive, from how like fast this guy is to the right clicks being also a very good deterrent to anyone coming his way. And Oasis, I mean, finding these off angles, but leg day, Heretics had to do like wholesale swaps to try and stabilize on their defense, and the Time Banks winning it in the end. How did Heretics kind of save themselves?
I think moving away from the Mantis, it's rarely a good choice, but it's definitely a good choice when you're going up against a Wolverine, right? Because the Triple Strategist was not lending any additional survivability to the Vanguards, because like they were going down just off the back of displacement and the percentile damage that was coming through from both a Wolverine and an Elsa. And when you're dealing with that much anti-Vanguard pressure, what you need to do is you need to, like, we've all been here, all three of us are Vanguard mains. If they're playing Wolverine Elsa, it's down to my duelist to win this, because I'm kind of just playing for my life right now. And that's what you have to do. You have to swap over to the Phoenix so you can start exploiting the off angles that get opened when all of their duelists are focused in on bullying your Vanguards.
Yeah, you have uncaged Naga, and now he's on the duelist, so you better watch out. But you better watch out for Shikigami's map pick, Vaudable, Central Park.
Yep.
The thing that shook everything up when they won this against Na'Vi early on.
This is one of their comforts. They've gone to it twice, once that they've picked, once that someone else has, and they won it both times. So they are most comfortable and most confident on this map. But the big thing is that teams have so much footage against this comp in the past. They just had to remember how to play against it. Na'Vi themselves even look better when Peps tried to pull out the flyer composition against them. And I think the big thing that comes through this is we haven't seen Heretics once let Shikigami have that.
Will you play?
Mantis, and
Will you play Rivals when it
really
comes to the
enables
Switch
the composition
too?
they like to play on Central Park.
Yeah, and leg day, I mean, from the Torch to the Angela, that is really strong, really niche on
Yes,
Central
I am
Park.
going to be running it
especially
down
on
some
defense.
games while I'm in the
Wasn't sure
bathroom.
if they can get away with it again.
I
What do you
always
think?
wanted to
I
play
guess we'll
Marvel
have to
Rivals
find
when I was
out,
in the
so tell me
bathroom
about
chat,
it.
and now I have the chance.
Well, if there was anyone who'd be happy to pull out the Human Torch, in North America it would be Speedily, and here in EMEA it would be Frost Mountain, who's always down to pick up a flyer. 1-1 between Team Heretics.
Okay, chat,
and
tie game. Let's
Shikigami.
get this.
And Frost Mountain's already hovering the storm because we know bro
Hold on, let
loves
me
to
pick
fly.
this up real quick. Oh,
Some
Van
sort
Elsa.
of composition. We've seen Frost Mountain actually do pretty decent on the Storm with the damage boost and also the extra speed to try and move on to the objective a little bit faster here as well. So could see something like that come out, but I'd be surprised if it does go through. Of course, the double gambit bans because, again, Heretics always thinking, hey, we can still shut them down, and what enables the Elsa as long as we focus on that. So very likely see a Mantis ban of some sorts, but could change it up here. They're taking a little bit of time, but there it goes, the Old Faithful.
Yeah, we'll see if it's once again
Come on.
protect.
Bro, I'm cheering
On the
for
Mantis,
Shikigami,
we're
man.
going to see a pivot over towards an Elsa-based composition. Team Heretics taking a little bit longer to think about
Bro,
it
I'm
this
cheering
time
for
after realizing
Shikigami.
that,
I
hey,
need
can
Shikigami
play
to win
Sense
so I can
Vanguard
finally
style.
say this is
I
why
think
you
maybe
ban
go with
Elsa.
the Mantis just because you've already
Please.
shown that you know how to deal with the anti-Vanguard style with things that are not usually banned, like the Daredevil Phoenix or the Phoenix Wolverine. So you keep this option open, and Team Heretics like, we don't need the Elsa, it's chill.
Yeah, I mean, this is back to what we've seen happen every time so far, right? We've seen the Mantis be saved by one side, the Elsa be saved by the other, and some version of Loki getting banned here. But the focus for Heretics this time is saying, hey, you're not going to have that Wolverine. There's not going to be a fastball special in your future.
They save Mantis because Mantis is really, really
Yeah.
strong
We
in
don't
3
wanna deal
support
with that
team
one
comp.
anymore, say Team Heretics. We're gonna make sure that our Vanguards feel a sense of safety. This is their safe space, their little bubble. You shall not pull them from it. I would love to see this ban on the Oasis Jeff. This is one of the best Jeff maps in the game, and Oasis is just too much to deal with, man. Like, Oasis is by no means a Jeff one trick, you know, but the tax on the comms from having that Jeff slinking around in your backline is never to be underestimated.
I'm really curious if they do go for the Invisible One here instead of the Loki, because they know one or the other is going to get banned if it doesn't get protected at this rate. So one-sided Invis or one-sided Loki, what do they want to play? Last time the Loki didn't work out as well as they were hoping it to, so I respect the Invis, especially if they expect more of a dive composition from Heretics. I mean, Enzo potentially on that Venom, but he'll likely still play some of the Vanguard pool that looks so good towards the end of that last map.
Okay, one-sided Loki here. There is a world where perhaps we just see the Cloaky come out again.
Cloaky. I like how he calls it
point, and
Cloaky.
It's worked really well in the past, and especially once you get past this first objective on to the next one. And well, we see some Cloak and Dagger hovered for Shikigami specifically. Name looked really strong on it, but not having the early usage of it from the copy is going to be a difficult task for Shikigami here. And we saw how well the Cloak and Dagger and Loki worked in previous maps for Central Park specifically. So having that one-sided, Heretics in my mind might have won out on the ban draft here.
Could be everything. Oasis and Alex already showing the Cloaky. Naga might play this more
Virtus Pro and Navi is after
reserved
this match, chat.
tertiary
Yes.
strategist to try and play for the full hold here off the back of a resurrection.
Which I actually think we are doing really well on the schedule, because I think yesterday EMEA lasted 8 hours and NA lasted 8 hours, so for a 16-hour stream. We're only at 5 hours, and we're
this being the
actually it
matchup
might
for
hit
Team
8 hours.
Heretics.
We'll see.
I think the Flyers, they're just hoping to get in and get out, deal with Heretics and kind of that brawl comp heavy style that we saw before, and maybe it'll be enough. But there's the Ultron coming out from Leolis. The damage needs to come through, but Tanuki on the soft angle, we'll see how they engage.
Okay, the Shikigami Classic here. And Tanuki is already sitting
Oh,
in the
solid.
end
Appreciate
trainer.
it. 3 months, my friend. How you
Looking
doing?
at this Air Force, I'm wondering, how do we deal with this crunch? Looks like Team Heretics might have to...
And
might
Honey
try to go
Badger
from
with the
a
massive
proactive
gift of
play
sub.
here,
Appreciate
or
it,
just
appreciate
crunch
it.
on the 3 members who are more ground-born before the Air Force can really get into position.
What do you think about the new CC mechanic? Oh, I tweeted about it. If you want to go hear my see my thoughts.
Positioning the split push from these two, they're taking their
But
time.
I
They
haven't
know
played
that
the
they
new
don't have to
season yet, chat.
overengage.
I'm
Just
usually
one pick comes out against them, that's going to lead to their demise.
I'm just enjoying the watch party with you guys.
All right, nothing gained off the first assassin's charge here coming through from Isidore, but there is time to try and play with. Leolas has got a great angle here over onto Beetle, and Frost Mountain just forced to hide in the wreckage for now while the Ultron drone heals them up. A little bit of heal actually came through there off the back of the assassin's charge. Nice hot drop coming through. Naga forced to use the Soul Bond. They're sharing out the damage, but Frost Mountain's doing plenty of it. Another big stab coming through from Isidore, and Leolas is there with the follow through.
I'm really liking the Human Torch, bro. We saw them do this last time. We saw them do this last time, chat. Human Torch. Someone said earlier, Human Torch is a horrible character. He's not that bad.
Onto the Ultron, the walls are carved through. The Ice Art is doing its job, and Shikigami almost have a capture here, but they need to remove Beetle, who is currently CC immune and so is not vulnerable to the assassin's charge. Isidore gets a little top up. Alex is playing very cautiously right now, does not want to peek into this as Oasis moves forward with the with so much healing. What accuracy from Naga, and with Frost Mountain down, this one's curtains for Shikigami.
Oh, they did change. They actually did change him this patch.
We see here from Naga with the burst damage against Shikigami.
They did change him to his shift
Unfortunately,
ability.
They could not escape their demise at that point in time. Got 2 ticks out of the 3, but now have to go back to the drawing board just a little bit, seeing if they can get at least 1 pick before fully engaging. And right now, unfortunately, they can't get rid of the group because they do have the Ironwood wall up.
Oh, nice weaving around the Guardian's shield. Name can't be saved, but Lindstrom plays for himself. Still for super maneuver in the back is complicating matters for Team Heretics. They're not going to go for the copied revival, instead playing for the Eternal Bond. And Kai says, okay, I can't really play this one. I'm just going to back out for now. They might have to leave Frost Mountain to his fate. Indeed, there's no healing that can be given over around the bound body of Ratatoskia.
He might switch now, though.
Galactic Legend as well.
No, he's not switching.
Shikigami's worst nightmares. They only have the 1 ultimate. Potential for Heaven's Retribution to create some space for them, but they might need to walk with the Luna Snow ultimate onto the point. Fate of Both Worlds is going to come online pretty soon.
Down to a minute and a half already. The Banhammer has gone out onto a backline and forced out a regeneration domain in response. Hot drop.
I'm having coffee while watching Jay3. It's going to be a good day. That sounds like a really good day, minus the coffee part, though. Because everyone knows coffee's kind of butt cheeks.
On to the point with all of their power as a live stream is given out from Naga to make sure there's plenty of healing to go around. Oasis is back. Alex is back. Tanuki's got the angles now. Looking down on 3 strategists, but they can't panic hard enough. Isidore has to move into cover. Tanuki's not taking enough damage here. There's not really a counter-strike coming through except for the Rage of Ultron. Leolaz lets loose upon it, and Isidore's into the back rooms, but there's no one there to meet them. And Team Heretics once again have control over the point.
Feels like the alt counting might have been off for Shikigami on that play. They knew Tanuki had it available, and there goes the Eternal Bond again. The Heretics just want to fully engage and push them back to the brink of extinction.
Oh, there's so much There's so little time to play with as well.
Wow, there's no way he lived. I don't know if this is a smart play or if he's like just staggering himself.
The approach. Knows exactly where the Human Torch wants to play from. That's a beautiful clip to start off with. Where's the second one gonna be?
That's actually really bad, bro. That's really bad. You should have just died with your team. That's really bad.
We'll swap over onto the Elsa. A Hail Mary or Hail Elsa,
DC
whatever
the comic. Appreciate massive prime sub, my friend.
For it. Debarking into the invisible boundary. Regeneration remains used here for Team Heretics. Speed waits patiently with the strangling prison.
Chat, it's okay to not protect your stats like TTK. It's okay to die and reset with your team. So you can have a
the eternal bond. There's healing and sundry for Team Heretics here, as it's the impact that manages to take down Lindstrom, and the impact rocks Shikigami to their very core as Team Heretics hold on first.
The worst case scenario for a counter pick convergence map, not even getting the full first point capture. We need a full hold here from Shikigami, which they've been able to do in the past, but that was against a tilted Na'Vi roster. And Heretics, they know how to stay cool, calm, and collected. When I talked to their coach, Lime Pro, earlier this week, he literally said any issues that arise between this team, they talk it out immediately and have no egos. And that's so important to have when you're going into these pressure scenarios and knowing that everything is on the line, and especially your winners finals playoff spot are on the line for this series.
This, for Team Heretics now, is remarkably doable. But Shikigami, they took all of our attention. We really started to pay attention to this team and notice them when they held Na'Vi on first on this map. Not precisely with this comp, but with something similar.
No, I don't have.
It just feels like the Cloak and Dagger Loki was an oversight from the Shikigami team.
Chat, I believe in the torch.
To come out.
You guys are saying why the torch? Believe in the torch. Chat. Believe in the torch.
And then Heretics realized,
a wild card. Appreciate the massive prime sub, my friend. Welcome,
I might not be
believe in the torch.
but I'm
believe
still
in the
going to
torch.
play their abilities just in the game itself.
Believe in the torch.
All right, breaking down.
You guys have to believe.
Over no free high ground. Kaya wants to meet them on terra firma.
Really need Isidore to pop off. I've seen them be relatively unaffectable for their team and ineffective in these moments, but it's a huge engagement.
That's an unbelievable assassin charge to start it all off. It seems like Tanuki's going to be able to, or rather Naga's going to be able to get out of dodge. Tanuki's actually playing on the Psylocke for now.
Really just a slowing of the pace for Shikigami.
I do like the
here on
Psylocke.
Defense. They don't want to over-engage and push the issue all the way back to the spawn room. They know that they can give some room to Team Heretics and have to respect Beetle here on the Groot. High and away is the play, and they don't want to overextend for one pick to come out, two in their favor now.
Yep, Beetle once again taken down a little bit early. Has trouble setting up those. Oh, that was a nasty shot from Frost Mountain. Sheesh.
Okay, you know, just going to silence our thoughts on how this composition might not work against Team Heretics and are going for the full hold strategy, and it could happen right before our very eyes, but the pace is being set by Beetle, creating space, even though they aren't able to deal with.
Why do all the pros have the same skins? It's probably
Shikigami.
preference.
They do need some more aim from Team Heretics, and I'm kind of curious on why they've brought out the Mantis here.
Dude, Isidore is just catching so much poke up in the sky. Right now, all of Team Heretics are that Willem Dafoe gif of just staring at the sky fearfully. Frost Mountain going to try and chase these players out. I believe someone's been isolated. That's the Mantis over there. Naga, yes, has been moved on over to just try and give over a little bit more oomph, I suppose, to the singular duelist of Tanuki.
No percentage has been taken.
You guys
by
are saying
Heretics.
get
They
off Human
seem
Torch,
so
chat. Human
dominant
Torch
on
is good, bro.
defense
Trust.
before, but that goes to
They
show why
won
Central Park is
against
so
a really good
defensively
team
sided.
last
They
time
just
doing
don't have
this.
an
You just
answer
gotta
at this moment.
trust.
The kidnaps are not doing them any favors.
Enzo drawn in, instantly hit with the vulnerable, and that's going to be the regeneration.
Chat, you have to trust.
Well. Alex has already popped their god of mischief, though. They've stolen away.
Oh, this might be bad though. Uh oh, this is really bad. Uh oh.
Play here, and instead it's going to have to be the peel coming through from the invisible boundary. It's going to just about last as long as is needed, and Beetle was drawn inside there, likely off the back of an assassin's charge. Nothing gained for Team Heretics in terms of their percentage on point, as a minute and a half remains.
Can't afford
Hey, what's
to
up,
give
Bree?
up so many resources and not get anything for it. Tanuki on the hard flank has the Galactic Legend. This needs to be the stabilizer for their team.
All right, Tanuki with an angle here onto Lindstrom. Unable to connect everything, though. In comes Heaven's Retribution, who's caught within. It seems like for now, everyone's been able to get out unscathed from the side of Team Heretics. So they use the Soul Resurgence in towards the back. The extra speed is being put to good use. Tanuki needs to try and find an angle here to make something work with the Galactic Legend. But already, Oasis taking so much damage. Looking towards the back, Kaya's taken down Alex, who wasn't ready with the Regeneration Domain. Beetle can't quite escape.
I don't even know if he had what do you call it? The domain. Regenerative domain.
From a crewing percentage. Oasis falling low. Kaya needs a heal. They're walled in by the Groot, and the Rage of Ultron has arrived just in time. Another nice stab from Isidore, who is looking absolutely sublime on the Angela.
Beautiful performances across the board from Shikigami. From the Vanguard line, staying on the objective, Kaya swapping it to the Magneto. Leolis is the aimer in charge for their team. Has the sight lines, then Frost.
Thought Jay had a massive peen until that coffee take. Oh no, there's a reason my name is J3. Also, coffee. Never liked coffee. Don't like the smell. Don't like the taste. Disgusting. I'd rather do tea or like chai. I like chai.
To deal with what's coming to them.
Supernova activated. Where can Alex go? A nice duplicitous exchange here. Wants to get onto Oasis here. Is hiding behind the rocks. There's nowhere to go. The dark teleportation momentarily gives them a reprieve. And Frost Mountain doesn't manage to get the hot drop. It's taken down by Naga. This could be a critical change. Oh, the interrupt on Via through ultimates. Isidore's an absolute madman. It's a manic stab. The assassin's charge has punched a dagger into the heart of Team Heretics.
Wow. This is the second draw we've seen in pro play in years, and it happened to be yesterday and today, back to back. I think it was, chat, was it on this map last as well?
I am flabbergasted.
Oh wait, it wasn't a draw?
The way things go down, but goes to show that finally a team has figured out.
Wait, it looked like they didn't even get a tick. Oh no, they got 2 ticks. They actually won! Hey, you guys, hey, where's that guy in my chat that I thought it was a draw, my bad. Where's that guy in my chat that was like, oh my god, get off Human Torch, get off Human Torch.
Doing what was necessary.
Yeah, I had a brain fart. Sorry, I completely forgot that they capped 2 ticks on the first fight, but they didn't actually cap the whole thing.
To their opponents in Team Heretics. This is the most dominant performance we've seen from them on the defensive side of any map so far against Team Heretics. And Team Heretics, they gotta go back to the basics, back to elementary school at this point and relearn how to play against this composition that Shikigami are pulling out.
The question is like, what do you do against it? I don't know how to counter it. Like when Isidore's playing like this, he's just that guy right now. Managing to shut down Beetle.
No. Don't say why did you do this to me, Jay. No.
To shut down a group of
Team Heretics is doing it to themselves. They are Shikigami didn't use Elsa, but this is exactly why. I don't care if Elsa wasn't even part of the problem this time. This is why you ban Elsa. Any team that doesn't ban Elsa, I want them to lose. Just because I am
There's multiple
an asshole.
And it just felt like Team Heretics were.
I love Team Heretics. I think they're all great players, but it pisses me off when no one bans Elsa.
Properly, but they had to look every different direction, and because of that split
chat,
focus,
if you guys are playing ranked today and you guys don't ban Elsa, just remember, I'm gonna be behind you saying,
Gaia didn't go down a single dive.
Ban Elsa.
I'm flabbergasted. What a performance from Shikigami, now on match point against Team Heretics, a team that before this series had not lost a map. They were 13-0, now 14-2. I don't know what Tetra saw in the tea leaves when he first predicted Shikigami, but evidently the tea leaves were good.
I don't think he could have seen this far into the future. There's maybe one possibility, but Shikigami is the team to do it. One step away
Elsa
from glory
does
into the winner's final.
less damage, chat, but I still think she's really good. We'll see. It sucks that Emily's not here as well. I don't do coffee, so the only way to wake up is for her to slap me. I need Emily to come slap me. I just want to see out of curiosity. 14%, 94 people for 700K. Team Heretics has 86% with 236 people and $4.5 million. A 1-to-7 return ratio. A 1-to-7 return ratio, chat. Yo, Turtle Headband for 4 months. Appreciate it. Oh, anyone have anything fun for the weekend besides watching Jay3? Because that's like probably the best thing that you could possibly do. Oh, Rust, bro. Try Winrose, chat. You guys will love it.
My son and my Jay3 Twitch subscription both turn 2 years old next month.
Hey! Happy birthday to your son and also massive 23 months, almost 2 years. First D&D session ever. You know, I actually never played D&D myself, and I really, I'd probably try it. I'd probably try it. All right. There you go. All right. It's good if you got friends. Wait, you need friends to play D&D? Well, shit, never mind, chat. GG's. That sucks. I'm going to a collegiate bowling team banquet. That sounds pretty fire.
Shikigami are on match point.
What rank are you
against
right
the
now? Silver 2.
Of Marvel Rivals EMEA, the ones that we all had in our bracket to go to the end. Shikigami, I don't know, they're just the Kingslayers at this point. But leg day, we knew what was gonna be on the menu when it came to Shikigami's composition.
Wait, I hope you're safe, Dale Earnhardt, but this guy, he said on YouTube, Jay, I think they're trying to stop the greatest watch party out there. A car just took out the pole that holds our fiber internet on a dry, straight road. Jesus Christ, I hope that person and anyone nearby is okay, but hey, you cannot stop the best watch party. The day this watch party does not become the best, I'll be dead. But before then, we will continue to be the best, and if we continue to be the best, I'm gonna, I don't know, I'm gonna be happy. I'll take my shirt off. I'll get naked.
Constantly taking fights that they either had no chance of winning because they were like isolated
also,
with like a
that person was probably texting and driving. Chat, don't text and drive, bro.
Or just forced out
don't text and drive. Be smart. Be smart. Don't be dumb.
Isidore was just a Vanguard bully, and just the matchup is so good for his Angela into a Groot or just any Vanguard.
You're not only putting, if you're texting and driving, chat, you're not only putting yourself at risk, but you are putting others at risk. Come on, listen.
I know Vaudable,
also,
you're a big fan of Kaya.
You guys, I don't know if you guys ever saw this, but speeding is actually, obviously, you're going a lot faster and whatnot, and you're not only illegal, but you know, you put yourself and others at risk. But speeding actually doesn't make you get to your destination faster. Did you guys actually see that, what do you call it? Statistics? I think I saw it a long time ago. I don't know off the top of my head, but speeding actually doesn't get you to places faster. So chat, be safe. Be safe. Don't be dumb. Getting to your destination. Getting to your destination is a lot better. Sorry, getting to your destination safely and alive is a lot better to not getting to your destination at all, if you catch my drift. Come on, chat.
Domination map leg day. This is Heretics' last
Be safe.
chance. Can't believe I'm saying this. To stay in the series. Finally, their armor cracks, and they want to go to Celestial Husk, and we all know how chaotic Domination can be as a game mode.
Yeah, chaotic domination seems to be where Team Heretics are at their best. Honestly, if I'm Shikigami, I keep banning this Jeff. Like, I think that the Jeff ban was, like, we're talking about how the one-sided invis was super important for the lack of grounding effect, but the Jeff is also super important because he can ground people on his right click as well. And domination is one of the areas where Jeff is most dangerous when it comes to it's Jeff, or the environment.
Oh, dude, I gotta like
thrown into.
getting sick.
I feel
think.
like Team Heretics, they managed to find themselves an answer off the back of this Cloaky on Hell's Heaven as well. So maybe we see.
What about watching J3 and driving? I've always said on my stream, never watch me and drive. You can listen to me as a podcast. I think a lot of people here in chat on YouTube would also
Heretics are one of the best.
Agree that they probably just listen to me. They don't actually watch me. They're probably on the treadmill, at work, headphones in, driving. I don't know, listening to this as a podcast.
I'm not too worried specifically.
But if you were listening to this as a podcast, especially with your speakers on, I would be very careful because a lot of the times I do say some weird stuff and you might get some eyes from passing by people.
Tend to fall apart later on, and we saw that happen in the first round a little bit when the Jeff was banned against Team Vision initially, and then they just realized, oh, if we don't ban the Jeff first and we do it later, then we can still ban what matters, which is that Gambit, right? We get rid of the Gambit initially, and then we don't allow Team Heretics to be unleashed.
I'm at work listening with loudspeakers. Oh, are you serious?
That series necessarily into this one.
Shikigami have put so much thought into their pick bans and also have like become Super Saiyan in playoffs. This is a level of Shikigami we have just never seen before.
Like teams keep giving the Elsa as well. We didn't really see it that much on Central Park because I think the Elsa was actually a bait to try and avoid like getting their flyer composition banned out in terms of their protects. But like if they're allowed the Elsa again here on Domination, it made a bunch of difference.
I could already see. Hello, it's like getting called to the principal's office.
They can't have both the Daredevil and the Elsa again. Like I refuse to allow it. I need to matrix into the bans right now.
Hey,
so
appreciate Donnie.
This gets through again.
Yeah, we'll see if it does get through. Heretics are on their last lives, or they're taking a trip to the lower bracket, and Shikigami go.
J3 was so funny.
Final.
HR wants to hear about it. Yeah, good luck, man.
Let's find out, guys.
All right, map number 4, 2-1 to Shikigami, and as the words leave my mouth, I am struck with disbelief, though.
I am as well. It's interesting that we went to this map. I think it's mainly because Shikigami doesn't have footage on Heretics here specifically. Celestial Husk has been played for them so far, and we have seen it once for Shikigami, and they actually ended up winning that. So an interesting pick here specifically. They could opt for more of a flyer cop. We saw it from Peps trying to do that against Na'Vi in the group stage and worked with middling results. But,
all I'm going to say, you guys already know what I'm probably going to say.
Here. I think Kaya specifically, maybe using the Vanguard pool like we've seen in the past, but Layla's, shout out to Lemon for this info, really showcased some good looks on the Namor.
That's not Elsa!
Okay, guess who's getting Elsa again? It's Shikigami. And Team Heretics, still firm believers in the Mantis, and who am I to disparage Naga's sublime aim, but it seems like thus far, the best looks we've seen from Team Heretics when they don't have the Mantis.
Yo, what's up?
It might be a crutch for this team at this rate, is relying so much on the Mantis to enable.
How you doing? How you doing? Welcome to the stream, my friend. Welcome to the stream.
That you're able to dish out. It's been a bit of a struggle, but getting rid of the invisible boundaries and the invisible woman here with the force physics does bode well for both teams.
Okay, question is, do you protect the Loki here? Try and force out the Cloak and Dagger ban last. I wouldn't mind seeing Team Heretics go for a Jeff protect last either, given that that's currently going to be available to them.
We saw a lot of good looks from Jeff, specifically from other teams on this map, so wouldn't be too surprised if that is a priority of theirs, but there's a couple of different options that they can go for as well. Maybe even the Daredevil if they expect that ban to come through, because we've seen Tanuki be unleashed with that before.
Okay. That's going to be probably a Jeff ban that's now opened up, unless they want to mirror the Cloak and Dagger ban, but no. You cannot allow Oasis to go wild on the Jeff, but this does mean that Elsa Daredevil is available. Admittedly, the Daredevil is a great anti-Jeff measure, so maybe you're not as worried about it if you've got the healing that Alex can pump out. Yeah, you can see Naga's already making a maneuver here, thinking, you know what, I think we might see a Daredevil. I'm going to go on the White Fox to try and meet him.
Yeah, I respect that a lot, especially depending on which submap we start with as well, right? There's, you know, certain bunkers that you can hide in. If it's more of one of the open submaps, then maybe you don't play it as much because there's different ways to deal with them. So we'll see which one we get here first and foremost. And, well, I'd say this one's pretty good for the Daredevil.
For now, though, as we hang out in spawn, we'll figure out where we're going to crystallize our compositions. In theory, I quite like Team Heretics draft here. I like that Oasis presents enough of a threat on the Jeff that it does become a must ban. I do think it's a valuable ban for Shikigami, but the fact that Oasis is that good on Jeff is why it's necessary. You wouldn't usually have to pull out this ban against other teams.
I like this change up with Oasis, though, being on the Mantis, which allows Naga, who's been able to, frag out as much as they can, to be on that White Fox and counteract the fastball special we see from the other side. Lindstrom kind of playing in their face a little bit, playing some Jeff as well. Okay.
Okay. Just speeding them out with the bubbles, Lindstrom is going to be sticking to that Luna to allow for that long-range poke, as well as great burst healing onto a player like Isidore, who's going to need quite a bit of babysitting because Hulk absolutely tanks damage.
Celestial Hand's pretty good, depending on the composition for these teams. Tanuki more focusing on just the hit scan ability and seeing if they can just snipe out the hits from this Feral Leap, but can't get anything just yet.
Oh, those regeneration domains with the Vibrant team up from the Mantis just gave up so much damage.
Who you got on this map?
Instantly burning Frost Mountains.
Because I'm a stubborn
life, not quite so long.
Streamer, I want Shikigami to win. I do think I would say Team Heretics would win this because I think Team Heretics is a stronger team, but I want Shikigami to win just because I'm stubborn, and I think any team that doesn't ban Elsa should be losing.
Pause hasn't been called, so
and I think they should know why, and it's because I said ban Elsa, and I'm stubborn, like I said.
For the most part, I will say. I mean, we saw the coordination from them. It seems Shikigami
it looks like we're on a break.
Strategy in terms of engagement, and after seeing Naga being on that White Fox, Tanuki having the off angles and able to get the high ground, I think the positioning from Heretics with their hit scan is something that the team of Shikigami
we're on a pause. No, they are not on the patch.
Having the second floor that they can position themselves from is going to be a great focal point to rally behind here on a Celestial Hand.
Yep, don't worry, we'll grab you guys the info as to why the match is paused as soon as it is viable. But for Team Heretics,
maybe they pause because they're rethinking their life decisions because their coach is watching my stream getting really mad that they're not banning.
It's a good prime addition. Like,
Elsa.
He could flex onto it before and it wasn't like a throw, but it wasn't like
is Batcat going to be used in comp? I'm pretty sure it's a new character. Why wouldn't she be used in comp, right?
And is making sure that Frost Mountain does not feel comfortable with these engagements now, even with having connected that fastball special onto Enzo. During the airtime, Frost Mountain had already lost the passive, and that meant that Enzo was fairly safe and sound. And the follow-up that came through from the regeneration domain that Alex had, courtesy of the Mantis team-up, which is another thing that Mantis brings to the table that we don't see quite as often as the raw damage boost is for team-up. That just meant that the punishment onto Frost Mountain was so severe.
Unfortunately, didn't have a direct flight to their destination. It seemed that there was a bit of a layover in the air and some turbulence that they experienced as they tried to touch down for their team. So we'll see if maybe some more fastballs come out in better fashion from Shikigami, but I'm really more interested on this retake. You see, or at least we can kind of see on our end, that there will be a fastball coming out at some point. Really crucial on who they're focusing on.
Oh, in pro play?
Trying to deal with Tanuki so that they aren't in the way of their advance.
Oh, I have no idea, man. Probably. She does seem like one of the best dive characters, maybe. But
extra damage, and I think having Tanuki on this hit scan with the Phoenix and that extra
I
damage
don't know, man.
is a lot better than some of the different positions we've seen from them, depending on which.
We'll see. We'll see. I think
Star-Lord play, but the Star-Lord
in their
I feel like
normal season, which I think maybe starts
Celestial
next
Hand,
month, chat, you might be seeing they will be playing on like this recent patch, if not season 8 or whatever it is.
Faces for much longer. We're going to go right back into the game here, where Shikigami, their composition is going to kind of force them to be front to back mostly, as Leolas doesn't have the greatest range on that.
She wasn't in any of my ranked matches today. Then you are a very lucky person. You should go play the lottery, because I had a lot of people come to my chat saying they had a lot of problems with people locking in the character, and if they didn't lock the character or the character was banned, they would throw. So
was real from the White Fox right now as Kaya's gone down. The rest of the backline was distracted by the engagement of the tank Vanguard pool.
Once again, Team Heretics, after the disruption of the pause, able to rally together and prove that they have a grasp of the situation and Celestial Husk itself in their hands, no puns intended. Shikigami just haven't been able to find a route in. They've had such long sight lines and corridors to try and engage on the objective, and Even the fastballs aren't really creating the space that they would hope they would, and they really need to find some entry frag to actually get a purchase.
Yo, J Bear, appreciate massive 6 months, my friend.
Crossbow is just getting exploded in the hand of Isidore for now.
Hope you're having a great
misses
day.
The jump, gets a quick exile there. Now can start to wrap around the back. You can see already some point percentage has been accrued. Name moves forward. The Gladrox has been used, but I don't think it's really recovered anyone right here. And Name's trying to give over a little bit more. Beetle with the strangling prison. I don't see if anyone's really stuck within it. There's another one on top. Was that Alex on the group? Okay, maybe not the copy he wanted, but hey, the God of Mischief can get a little
There's
bit
no
of
fucking way, bro.
Naga's going to throw forth even more here as the
And this is why a lot of people say that you have to have wait, what's it called? Copy confirm or something, bro. Did their Loki literally just copy their Groot? Oh my.
Shouts to Wolverine as Enzo opens up a portal. The Pentagram of Ferala opens and
Uh-oh, Team Heretics, bro. Uh-oh, it ain't looking good.
Domain here means that Shikigami still have a lot more to go in this point.
Ichigo, appreciate massive prime sub. How you doing, my friend?
It needs to be used before Team Heretics can get another set of ultimates done.
No, they're still looking good. They have 99%.
Gonna be Alex, can't quite bring up the damage in time for a Generation Domain's not there, but Frost Mountain still slicing and dicing his way through.
Great work by the
I do think if you're playing Loki, you always got to copy a support ult. Bro, if you copy something else, you are risking the game.
Specifically so that they can finish these fights. Even though they don't have the Mantis, they still have the overwhelming power and offensive capabilities of Leolus here to do the work necessary to at least get some opening percentage. But a lot was wasted resource-wise on this team fight, and Team Heretics with Enzo have a couple of engagements that they can go for. Frost Mountain, a great stagger on Oasis.
Yeah, that was so needed as well, because there's so little time that Shikigami have on the clock. Only 20% so far.
That's not the best position they want to find themselves in, unfortunately, especially because they still have some time for Name to get their ultimate again. They do have the regular Eternal Bond, or excuse me, Fate of Both Worlds available for Lindstrom. Isidore can have the Monster Hulk unleashed in mere moments, but Tanuki and Sung Inferno, that might be the engagement option.
Look at Frost mounting over the flake here from the Luna as well. Any healing going over onto the Vanguards is going to be shared with that Wolverine, who's certainly going to be taking a lot of damage over in the front.
I don't like copy confirm.
Has dreams for a big eye of Agamotto, but he's already been shut down. 3 players inside the Gladrox.
I'm not going to say deserved, but you guys already know.
Predator as Leolas reigns above them all.
Not going to say it, chat.
Find that short range. Oh, it's Stagger City, baby.
And this just goes to show you can never count.
I don't understand that question. Do you think they positioned this camera to hide their calls?
So much time at the start. They are getting
oh
the
no, I don't think so, bro. You think people are gonna like sit there and try to lip read? I don't think so.
Just for free.
Plus, not only that, that the games we're on like a 3-minute delay, chat.
Not being here does mean that they don't really have the meat to try and make this one work.
Hey, how you doing, Matt?
Gone for the God of Mischief copy here. Oasis and Tanuki have both been stunned on out. Out comes the Eye of Agamotto. It's Alex and Enzo. Can they be shut down in time? Alex didn't even get time to use their own soul resurgence. Unbelievable. The fate of both worlds now to be decided as the Kumiho begins stomping on through, and the hedge against the Daredevil has not worked out against Shikigami here, as the Worldbreaker Hulk is such a menace in the backline. The return of Beetle means the return of the ultimate, but nothing was there to really follow up upon it. Beetle simply hoped they could do it all by themselves, cowering with their plushie. Enzo's hoping that the night will pass, but the monsters found under the bed.
This is a really good game.
But the monsters are here.
I did not think it was going to be this good.
They look like Shikigami.
There's no
Oasis has taken off the point, and Team Heretics find themselves reverse swept on the control point.
They could have touched there at the last
I'm not gonna say
moment
it.
if they dove in, but for some reason
I'm not gonna say
too
it.
hesitant. The aura of Kaya was too much to overcome on the Doctor Strange, and they'd rather just rally back on this next objective. A mental reset is what is needed, a refresh of the memory banks, and a full reset for this next capture point. Unfortunately for them, it's a rough spot on their side, but Shikigami doing
I'm just gonna say one
whenever
little
it
phrase.
seems like you are counting
2
them
words.
out, you can't at that moment in time. Heretics thinking they've already won, saying, "Oh, you know, we can let you use your
Ban
ultimates.
Elsa.
We'll get back on the objective." Fine. The masterful staggers that we saw from Shikigami, I think, are the main reason why we saw them come out on top here specifically, because the strategists were not able to get back with their team and get those ultimates up even faster, and because they walled them off so that they couldn't even escape their doom. It was just such a tough spot for Heretics to find themselves in, and here comes another portal play.
Brand new portal. Brand new Shikigami is actually a little bit high, which means that going back through it's not going to be an option. Oh, Frost Mountain. He's grasping at you. He's got the little grabby hands of a child. Come here. Give me that.
Grabby hands of a child. No way.
I see the Venom come into play just proactively from Beetle, and usually it's Enzo.
What a call out, bro.
Like
what a
Beetle
call
has
out.
Lost their identity. We haven't even seen the Captain America a single time so far as the Soul Resurgence from Name just creating space.
Oh, quick sleep. Sedating Tanuki temporarily. A nice duplicitous exchange to get back to a safer area. Tanuki doesn't even have time to pop the ultimate. The Glass Rock's heading towards the back. Multiple players caught with him. There is an attempt to try and shut it down, but Alex is already down as well. Beetle's falling so low. The Monster Piercer just tears.
Wait, I want a refund. Me too. I want to blame Jay. What the hell? Brown shirt, J3? Yeah, what's wrong with my shirt?
Saloon Shikigami.
It's a good shirt.
Control.
What's wrong with this?
Fans, heads in their hands right now, wondering where we went wrong.
I've been drinking
like
every time you say it. I'm pretty messed up. Ban
They
Elsa.
had the time and preparation of 2 weeks before playoffs and knew what they needed to do to take down this monumental squad who hadn't lost a single map, but 13
Notice
was
the team that
unlucky
bans
number for them
Elsa
as
is
they've
winning,
lost
and the team
2
that's
so
not
far,
banning Elsa is
potentially the
losing.
third.
Chat, I'm not a rocket scientist, but I do know that 1 + 1 is 3, so 2, 3, 6.
And giving up a good amount of space on the point. What a flick from Tanuki. Takes down Frost Mountain, and now the remainder of the Vanguards on Team Heretics can get a little bit more aggressive. You can see a quick sedation onto Isidore. Unbreakable Guard used, but so fast is the follow-up that Isidore has no chance to try and make this one work. And now all the angles begin to collapse onto Kaya, an attempt to try and turn this one around. Going to be difficult to try and TP back as only just fallen has the Doctor Strange. A pick onto Oasis here from Leolaz, and this might be the opening that's necessary. A last stand directly into the loving arms of Alex. Well
Damn,
answered.
nice.
And a quick resurrection as well to bring Oasis back. Naga knows that it's now or never as Team Heretics flip the point back.
This is a better composition from Team Heretics, having that res just as a safety button if they need it, but also Alex, the way that they have been using their Fate of Both Worlds has been beautiful. I mean, they caught their team who got last standing, and rightfully so, should have been eliminated, and kept them in the fight the entire time. And the sustain from Team Heretics seems to be the difference maker, at least for now. But Shikigami having their ultimates built up, we'll see how this goes as Soul Resurgence comes through.
Name ready to open up. Actually managed to copy over the Mantis here. Soul Resurgence gives extra movement speed, but Name slowed down in their own right. Overwhelmed by Beetle and Tanuki in tandem. Kai still in the back, so Alex is going to need a touch of attention. But you know
Oh,
what?
Snugs! Appreciate the massive gift sub, my friend. And the massive 23 months. Appreciate you watching the watch party, bro.
This is not the position Shikigami want to find themselves in, especially with Enzo just in their back line, dealing damage and taking everyone to task.
Yeah, these Dual Desert Eagles, they just do so much damage, and of course has the Banhammer ready to go. Oh no, another freeze.
That's the second freeze in a row we've seen from Alex. They have been an assassin with them, making sure that anytime they try to dive out, well, they are
that's
going
not good by
to be
Shikigami.
dining and
Oh,
dashing
that's not
back to their
good.
spawn room, and Oasis is a beautiful pick as well.
Yeah, Oasis has got the good angles here as well to
This
gather
is
the
not good.
information. They can see multiple players moving through the cave. Shikigami, they have 4 ultimates to try and play with here, but do they have a space to try and use them?
It's a tough spot to think about. Kaya, though, feasts the abyss to try and engage with the Banhammer as well.
Banhammer onto the opposing Leolaz, getting rid of that main duelist is so important. Name's falling low as well. Playing inside of this shield was very
Hey, how you doing? How you
trying to
doing?
cut off the LOS of the Fate of Both Worlds, but now Kaya's surrounded. The back's getting dove upon. Enzo is what?
Oh, this is really good for Team Heretics. Good play by Tanuki and the other guy diving the supports of the other team. Kill the supports, chat. The other team doesn't have heals. They should all fall apart.
And neither will your Hulk. 99% to Team Heretics. Shikigami aren't even bothering to go for a TP to recontest this one. They know it's all going to come down to map number 3.
All streamers do this
the
shit.
composition that Team Heretics
Why
were
are you
looking for,
watching this
really
and not
just goes to
playing
show
this
how their
season? Come on.
flexibility cannot be understated. We saw how well it worked for them.
God
being able to
forbid
swap
I
to different
take a
comp on the
few
fly
days
that
off.
they
Not
practiced
even a
ahead
few
of
days
time
off.
and knew on
God
initial
forbid
path
I take
that
a few
could be
days of
their
not playing
way to
ranked
victory.
that I do
And
every
unfortunately for
single
Shikigami,
fucking
they
day of
just
my life
lost
to
all
actually
composure.
watch some
They were
pro
split
games.
pushes, awkward
Sorry, my
angles.
bad.
They were trying to move
Come on,
together when
chat.
you're playing dive heroes and just odd challenges and choices, I guess you could say, from them trying to re-engage on this
I play
objective.
ranked
All out
every
of sorts
single
because the freezes
fucking
that were
day.
coming out, the
God
res that they
forbid
had
I
to worry
spend
about,
one
Beetle going in with the
weekend
dives, the
watching
Feast
pro
of the Abyss, and then
games
they had
with
to
my
worry
chat
about
and having
the
a
snipe
great
from Tanuki
time.
and
And
Oasis on the
bro,
other side. It was just a nightmare scenario for Shikigami.
Christ.
You know, like Naga can just put out so much more damage on the Adam as well compared to White Fox. Like they
I'm not
the
even
White
get
Fox
that money.
hedging
I'm
their
not
bet
even
against, like,
sponsored to
Cross
watch
Mountain
this. If it
Daredevil,
was
right?
sponsored, chat, it would
And
have
when they
hashtag
realize
ad in the
Cross Mountain's
title.
not gonna be playing with
I just
Daredevil in
watched this
one,
for the love of the
Naga
game.
really starts to get the value off that poke, feeling a lot less
Jesus.
pressured in the back.
Technically, you guys watching and watching ads and stuff, you guys are paying me to watch this, so technically you guys are my boss.
Change things in their favor, but the freeze is just going to deny them any access.
Oh, Tanuki's forced to use their ultimate.
Emily's here, chat. We gotta watch our language. I really love Pokemon.
Equivalent exchange of resources, but it's given Shikigami the chance to earn up towards that God of Mischief. Frost Mountain already a little bit pressured, and Team Heretics have a good position on the point as well as a nice little bit of safety for Naga to try and play with. Can they grab Leolaz? He's the public enemy #1. The cellular corrosion finally gets to him as Beetle was damage boosted for that one. Frost Mountain drags players to the back with the last stand, but can't find any frags off the back of it. And now Alex is rolling forward. Oh, there's vengeance in the heart of this strategist. Not a healer, by the way. I'm a strategist, and my strategy is send them all to the graveyard.
Pre-buff, by the way. This is the Season 7 patch for those who are wondering, not 7.5. All of Preseason being played on it, if we haven't said it enough. But Leola's being that public enemy #1, as you mentioned, they have not had any help to stay up on the playing field here. And Frost Mountain, I love the swap over to the Daredevil, give them a little bit more vision on when Beetle is coming in. Enzo on the flanks.
I've been playing I've been playing hero shooters for a very long time. If I wasn't doing watch parties, I would be playing the ranked games on a new season with a new character, with a lot of people throwing my games because they want to play the new character. They don't know how to play the character. People who probably don't get the character are going to throw because they want to play the new character. Chat, I would rather keep the 3 hairs on my head and do a watch party than to play ranked right now.
5 players. Maximum effectiveness here for Naga off the back of a utility as Enzo moves around the back looking to try and find an angle. Alex is already down. That might have to force out the resurrection. The Karmic Revival used. Both of those strategists are going to return as still Team Heretics are in control of the point. Beetle down as well, but Leolaz has finally traded out. When any amount of players for Leolaz is a good trade when you've got the Karmic Revival good to go. Enzo trying to cut down the remainder of the back line, and Lindstrom is going to be able to get away.
Black Hat is out today, yes.
Sacrifice themselves for the safety.
Tough spot to be in for Shikigami because the bands, that's the best that they could have done going into this map. It's just being outplayed at the neutral game by Team Heretics. Naga on this Adam, able to use the reses in tandem as they need. Oasis, so Resurgence, but also the extra damage boost. And even Lindstrom trying to swap to the Jeff just to provide some covering fire and heals from the backline as best as they can. But the Itch Jeff needs to be big for this win.
Lindstrom would love to try and grab the Luna here, forces out the ultimate as Tanuki looks towards Lindstrom, wants to try and shut them down. You need to look towards Shikigami on the point, though. Oasis off the map was unable to save the co-strand. Just Leolaz can't get the healing through in time, though. The debuff from
it's going to happen like that every time you play, though, Witch. Every time there's a new character. What I...
Team Heretics rescue
but Overwatch...
chances of a 5th map here on the last possible moments. 99-0 seeming like it's going to roll out here. Frost Mountain
nice play.
To
well, we are going to a match 5, chat. We are going to a match 5. What I do really like what Overwatch used to do
statement made
is when a new character comes out, when a new map comes out, it is banned from comp for about a week until people learn how to play it and whatnot. But the problem with that is that even though it might be banned from comp and quick play for not comp for a week, the characters in the maps, people are still going to only play comp and not play those stuff to familiarize themselves with the character in the map, and they're still going to be the same problem.
Into that map 5.
Dude, Naga dropping 57% accuracy on the Adam is kind of nuts. I'm not gonna lie. That's very impressive.
Yeah.
Tanuki, of course, walking away with 12 final hits. The constant damage boost coming from Oasis, definitely contributing heavily to that. Oasis also dropping a massive amount of healing on the Mantis, considering that half of their resources are going to pocketing Tanuki with the damage boost.
That pocket, I think this is the best it's worked out this series for Team Heretics. The previous ones, you could see them getting shut down time and time again. It just felt like the composition wasn't really working.
Black Cat is out. I gotta log in and start throwing some games. No, chat.
Parts of the second point, but it was too little, too late towards the end of it, where they just didn't have enough sustain. And I feel like they might have spent a little bit too much time on the Hulk and trying to go for the fastball specials to their own demise. And Maybe if we saw Magneto to protect Layla's a little bit more and rallied behind them, specifically the Ultron in some cases, would have been a good look as well. But unfortunately for them, they just didn't find the right composition to counter Team Heretics in time. And Team Heretics were the team who found the magical composition to win here.
Yeah, Team Heretics, great adaptation off of that first round, realizing where things went wrong. Also, of course, those long
What do you think of the new
staggers
Squirrel Girl
did a
skin?
lot.
Sexy,
Probably
huh?
took an entire
Thick.
fight, maybe a fight and a half, out of the hands of
At
Team
least.
Heretics and what could have been the recontest there. So very impressive stuff. But Team Heretics, definitely, they love to get down and dirty. On these
The best
domination
Squirrel
maps. The
Girl
question
skin is going to be the
are they going
symbiote
to
skin.
be
I don't know
as
if you guys have
proficient
seen that
on our
one,
fifth
but
map, which is gonna
yeah.
be Shikigami
So hey, at least we got a game 5 today. That's good.
Convoy or Convergence at this rate because we did get the reset. So there's a couple different options that they could go for. Of course, they can't play any of the ones that they've done so far. So no more Central Park available to them. Even the Hell's Heaven that we saw work so well before. I mean, maybe Heart of Heaven could be one for them too. We'll have to find out what our final map is going to be in our map 5 of our first semifinal after this.
Hey, at least we are going to a match 5. That's what I like. I want to see more good close matchups, chat. More good close matchups.
Watch out, they're headed our way.
Jeff stripper skin win. Nah, ban that guy.
With the amazing Spider-Man.
Wait, Emily, are you listening? It's best of 5s, Emily. You have all the time in the world. I hope Emily's listening. Emily, we need you to buy big bags of cat food so we could feed the stray cats outside. We have to help the cats outside, chat. I can't sit there and watch the cats starve. I can't. Bro, what about dogs? Oh, we don't have stray dogs in the neighborhood. But we have stray cat, no stray dogs, but we have stray cats. We have a bird feeder. We feed the birds. We also feed a possum. There's a possum that comes by. The possum steals the cat food. Yeah. What else have we seen? We've seen not really frequently, but there is a raccoon. Chat, there's no gators, bro. We don't get skunks. We saw one fox. That was actually pretty cool. There was one fox. We do have we have a lot of iguanas. Yeah. No, Boba did not throw up on my clothes. That was sushi. Yeah, we have a lot of lizards. A lot of lizards. No, we don't feed the iguanas, chat. No. I have never tasted iguanas as well. When it gets cold outside, people like to pick the iguanas freeze up and they stop moving. They sometimes fall out of trees. Sometimes people do come around and pick them up and
first game
eat 'em.
5 of playoffs,
I don't,
and
but
in a scenario we would have never expected. All the way to round 3, Celestial Husk, the choice of Heretics. Well, they're choosing to also go to game 5. But Vaudable, I feel like all of this wouldn't be possible without Tanuki.
Tanuki
Yo,
MVP,
hug!
they
Appreciate
have
the massive
the
gifted
most
sub on YouTube, my
damage
friend. Absolutely
every
insane.
single time for
They're an
their
invasive
team, and in the
species, so you
lobby
should.
we've seen as well,
I'm
they're
sure
usually
there's
a
other
dive
people around
specialist,
to take
Daredevil,
care of that
and
for me,
Silo
chat.
we saw
Not
before,
me.
but they have been unleashed
But
on
I
the
appreciate it.
of Phoenix, and now seeing them going to Spider Island specifically, especially on that first hold, Phoenix could do a pretty decent job here as well.
And I mean, leg day, I think Naga did fantastic as usual. Or we're used to him being the Mantis Lord. Now it's Oasis that has to have that mantle, and more Adam from Naga. That's been fun.
Yeah, being able to pass off the Mantis means that like Oasis has got that flexibility, which is great, but also means that like Naga being able to move over to the White Fox and they're anticipating a Daredevil coming over and moving over like, oh, okay, they're gonna play this like
I might play. I'll probably check out GTA 6. I hear the game's gonna be big, but I'm gonna wait probably until it comes to PC.
Of the Adam, and also like we can't save our vanguards with our strategist ults, so.
Some people said it might take a year to come to PC.
fine.
I've actually heard less, so I don't know.
It's fine. We're just in game 5, guys, of the preseason playoffs with, I don't know, thousands and thousands of dollars on the line. But don't worry for all the viewers in the chat. This doesn't affect how you're going to do or what's going to happen to you when it comes to the other stages. But game 5 Audible, this is for all the marbles. I don't believe we've seen Shikigami on Spider Islands. So
I think
mean,
GTA 6 would be huge. They spent a lot of money on that game.
Yeah, we haven't seen either of these teams, and I feel like this is always the best bet, especially as the stages go along, right? If you don't have footage on them in this professional setting outside of scrims, of course, then they might not know which comps you've been practicing for it. And having this be the counter pick, I feel like it lends really well to the Angelo we saw from Isidore specifically, from that second corridor. And at the start, we've seen, you know, Frankie Boxing is saying you got to play really close and you can go for the initial Assassin's Charge. I mean, I saw you, Lemon, getting some practice in with that too previously. And, you know, there's some great looks we can see with that kind of a hero play on this map specifically.
I mean, this map is so narrow, like Day, and my big question is Layla's gonna get the Elsa? Like, that is such a big variable that I think Heretics haven't fully respected out of Shikigami.
Yeah, like Leila's is kind of topping the charts every single time. It's been very interesting to watch. I do wonder if we're going to go down towards like more of its flyer composition as well, because we've seen the protect on the Elsa when Leila's won't even play it. So like with the small amount of spider runs we've seen so far, it's kind of anyone's game when we're thinking like what's even going to be played here.
I know, right? And this was just a little reminder, guys. This is a rematch. They face each other very last match of the preseason regular matches, and Heretics swept them with the quickness. And now Shikigami, they're reversing the script. It's game 5 to see if Heretics can get back afloat, or if Shikigami are gonna pull off the second.
Do you think Shib is casting today? I think so. He casted yesterday.
If you haven't already been blown away,
he does not feel good. He's sick, but I think they're gonna cast today. Yeah, they cast NA though. This is EMEA. This is a little different. Chat.
All expectations as we head into our final fan phase.
Yeah.
Even if they do end up falling here, I feel like they've put the rest of the competition in EMEA on notice.
Favorite Marvel Rivals show that you watch?
They know what to focus
Punisher
on in terms
or
of bands, but it seems
Moon
they
Knight?
might be changing things up
I love
here.
Moon Knight.
Now they're just going directly with the Gambit. Just took some time to figure out what they want to prioritize in terms of protects. And it's always going to be that Elsa. They've been using that as their focal point for
Shikigami figured out that they are not banning Elsa, so they banned the Gambit. Are they going to save the Elsa? I mean,
okay. Is it going to be one-sided Mantis again now? Team Heretics
one-sided Mantis.
That it is valuable. Although it's had a better rate in this series in the hands of Oasis than in Naga, but that's potentially just down to Naga.
Do they not? Do they have Tanuki? They have to have a good player that has
yeah, I like the flexibility
that plays that character.
Of both these strategists being able to kind of like pick up different heroes if they need to here specifically, and par for the course for the most part in terms of the bans and protects. They do want to keep that one-sided Elsa in their favor. Likely going to be the Invisible Woman bans on both sides again, especially if you do opt for playing that Angela. And there's just so much prioritization towards the best in slot heroes out there that you don't usually see as many focuses on target bans necessarily. So the Loki, of course, is going to get through again. They're likely going to play the Groot as we've seen in the past, and Groot does it pretty good with creating space, but also defending that cart as you're moving forward.
Okay, a Venom instead of a Jeff here. Like, this is another very powerful zone for Jeff. So Shikigami are likely thinking over, do we want to nerf the Jeff?
The current score is 2-2.
Team up.
2-2, chat. 2-2.
They're going to try and lower the tempo here from Team Heretics, but I don't know if the Venom's a hugely valuable ban, to be honest, when Beetle has an even better Captain America in the back pocket, or can just move over to a Vanguard Deadpool.
Ooh, locking in on the Cloak and Dagger potentially here as well. I like having that flexibility to them. Name seemed really good on the Cloak and Dagger there, and more on, yeah, the one-sided Loki. They don't want them to have the Cloaky available. It forces that ban and allows them to more rally behind some of their other picks. So Lindstrom back on the Luna Snow, Frost Mountain potentially bringing out what was teased earlier on, but Layla is, of course, going to be
This
rocking
stream
that
will
Elsa,
be
so
a very long one,
group
yes.
action from Kaya, we saw some good looks, but maybe the one-sided Venom too, just to poke that back line even more so. And I feel like Beetle on that Venom was one of the main reasons why Shikigami could not approach, and they just got PTSD after that last map, so they don't want to have to even worry about it here, even if they do go off against a Beetle Captain America potentially.
Questions whether or not Team Heretics here are going to do what me and my team called Pepsing, which is where you basically hold at the spawn door with 3 strategists healing you. And
when
then
will you play the new season?
Lose the fight, everyone goes to
if there's a break between EMEA and NA, or Monday. Vinny! Appreciate the massive 20 months. How you doing? How you doing? Damn!
To really drain the enemy's time bank.
Appreciate it.
A lot of different options that they can go.
Can someone explain how Mantis is banned but also protected? I don't. Or do I see wrong? No, you're seeing right. You're banning. It's not your ranked game. You're not. It's not your ranked game bans where if you ban Mantis, it's banned for both teams. This is professional MRI bans. So if you ban Mantis, you ban Mantis for the other team, not your team. The other team can ban your Mantis, but if you save it before they ban it, you are safe from losing that character.
You can see that those walls will not last
from
long against the
getting it banned.
Fire that comes out of a this kind of backline.
I do like this patience game that we're seeing from Heretics, not allowing Shikigami to build up their ultimates this fast. Frost Mountain, though, swapping on over into the Storm for the damage boost, and could be the difference maker between them on this push as well.
More walls erected, but moving as one. When you're playing around that storm inside the aura, it does mean you're also sharing out these sparks, and Snooki's able to blow player after player all the way up.
That's a good pick from Oasis on the Isidore. Continuing just to hold things down and progress as best as they can towards the spawn room. Eventually, Kaya does have to at least try to resist, but Tanuki's not giving them any time of day.
Frost Mountain just wraps around the back. Remember, it does have access to
ZX10 for 2 months. Appreciate it as well. Yeah, Mantis is really good in pro play, and especially they run Mantis a lot for.
Help spot the B, and Oasis almost has a Soul Resurgence. Even Alex with
they run Mantis a lot for
a lot of countermeasures available.
Usually triple support.
Give Shikigami almost the cart for free.
All right, Isidore. Falling low does demand the Ice Arts in terms of protection here from the Lunar Snow, and forcing out the regeneration domain does mean that's one less tool that Team Heretics have to try and play with.
How's your day, man? Hey, how you doing? How you doing? I'm doing fantastic.
With the Soul Bond behind them and the Sonic Seduction, you need to look towards the back. 2 players grabbed into all of the damage by
yeah, notice how when they play Mantis, I don't think you're ever going to see Mantis in a 2 support team comp.
With the Karmic Revival, and Alex still has the God of Mischief if they want to go for a second raise in the midst of all of this. Frost Mountain ready to answer. The Omega Hurricane burns through at least Oasis, but not much more than that, as the first resurrection is burned, but the second waits in the wings. Oh no. Isidore can't even get inside of the Fate of Both Worlds. There was an attempt to try and just skid it towards the group, and here we go. Alex going to be joining them. Life and death seem to be very impermanent concepts to Team Heretics.
Yeah, I was waiting for that final redemption arc to come in from Team Heretics again, as we see them sticking with the Adam Warlock, the Resurrections coming through, the Revivals, too powerful for Shikigami to burst past, and I felt like the Omega Hurricane was wasted a little too early, only got 1 pick and not focusing as much on that zone of revival that we see from the Adam Warlock. And already Enzo, I'm loving this kind of anti-dive comp that we're seeing from Heretics. Having the diamond form available, can go for the Carbon Crush if necessary, but not when it happens like this.
Shikigami, you guys got to do something, bro. It's been 3 minutes that you guys have been stuck in the same spot. I don't. Sometimes being stuck is good, chat, but when there's money on the line, I don't think so.
So quickly, and there's still an Apex Predator to try and play with. If you see everyone put their backs towards that cliff, Enzo's going to open up a portal in the midst of all of this. That's going to be a little bit of peel, a little bit of shielding that's going to be active for Team Heretics as they move towards the final space. Beetle needs to be careful about the enemies that they're going to be facing off against here, as still it is going to be a deep play for from Beetle. Mostly blocked off, but inside of a regeneration domain, Tanuki can't find too
Oh,
much.
come on, I can't, you can't see what's happening underneath.
Sending even more. Alex taken down by the Glartrox, and while Oasis is going to bring everyone forward off the back of a Soul Resurgence, the damage might already be done. Naga doing his best to escape. Frost Mountain's right on top of him, and when the mountain crumbles upon you, you better well bloody gonna feel it. The remainder of Team Heretics desperately scramble for the car. In comes the Eye of Agamotto. He only stuns onto Kaya though, and cannot do any headshots to try and turn it around. A last chance saloon.
Watching Daredevil play, this is...
And Team Heretics are swept from first.
Frost Mountain having the Snowflake and diving in.
Who does
directly with
Loki
Kaya
copying this
seems
comp
to
though?
be the
Enemy
answer
supports
against
Adam
the
Mantis.
competition from
What
Team
for Team
Heretics.
Heretics?
Exactly why
They
Beetle
would
is
probably
swapping into
copy.
Magneto,
Depends on
able
the
to bubble
situation,
their
but I think a
backline
lot
at
of
least.
teams like to double
Up is going
res.
to be a
So
huge
if
difference maker for Team
the Loki
Heretics.
would probably copy Naga,
Shikigami
have a
seem to have
res.
their
If
wits
that
about
res
them
and
nowhere
if they
to
still
position the
die and
backline
like
have
Shikigami
some
uses a
feel,
lot of
which
ults, then Naga will
they
pop
were
his
severely
res.
lacking in the previous
And then
comp they went
yeah.
out with.
Frost Mountain already been forced to use their reflection, so they won't be able to go too aggressive here. But you know what? Kyle will be aggressing for you. Say farewell to the regeneration domain. Say farewell to Enzo, Oasis, Tanuki, and all others as well. Frost Mountain's well on top of it, and Team Heretics find themselves wiped out cleanly.
Oh, the Naga revival canceled out immediately during the cast. Massive death unleashed by Frost Mountain, but the rest of their team also working properly. But here comes Team Heretics, and here comes Jeff. They're halfway to their ultimate, and they're looking for a big eat on the horizon.
Classic Oasis Jeff. Not going to have that copy of
Is this guy happy about Jeff? I can't have this in my games.
This backline now does have access to the Apex Predator if they're going to use it, and this is the Captain America from Beast I was talking about earlier. Naga going to be giving out some of these damage moves, looking towards the back, making sure that there's plenty of damage being sent towards them. The dice seems to have been rebuffed, and Isidore's already fallen away. That means the Shikigami don't have the meat to try and sustain this push.
I love this change in composition. The Fox Marbles working out well from Alex, just to curve into the carnage of the oncoming enemies, and they can use their charm when necessary just to disrupt some of the abilities. Frost Mountain, though, swapping, interestingly, to the Wolverine to try and deal with Beetle and Enzo as they dive into their backline, and Kaya having to find maybe a different answer for their team here.
Dodging the charm, Beetle might be disengaging, but is still full HP this entire time.
I think the audio
pocket
is pretty
looking strong.
I don't think it's whack right now. I think it's
Towards the
fine.
cart, I believe that Kaya's over there demanding some attention. Symbolic resilience temporarily reinforced the health bar, and now it's time for Name to charge on forward, utilizing the Eternal Bond. The damage might be overwhelming.
Ooh, the new update, that would have been a kill. The new Luna update, that would have been a kill.
Apex Predator, but those who are within are elevated by the freedom charge. Tanuki not
Hey,
quite so
Jay, I'm
lucky.
waiting at the
And now
airport.
Shikigami gather round the dance floor.
Watching a stream for a flight. Hey, be safe, man. Have a safe flight.
The fate of this point as well. Terror Cape after Terror Cape
Ah.
wrecks the nerves of Team Heretics.
No!
Oh! Jeff's up next. Isidore is a monster when it comes to the mechanics on the Hulk.
Bro, I love Hulk gameplay.
The Dark Force released from Cloak and
The
Shikigami
exile to the
we might have
ult,
missed
to the
here at
clapping of the
moments was that
cheeks,
Beetle
chat,
had
which
the
I've seen that video
masterful
before.
back
Yo,
tap.
I'm
The
telling you,
back
bro.
Captain America
Hulk
is basically
gameplay
what
is,
you could
I
call it,
love
because
watching
he
Hulk
was there
gameplay.
behind enemy lines, ready to take them to that
I love
overtime
watching
scenario
Hulk
before
gameplay.
they could easily get that
Which
second
I'm
checkpoint,
gonna say
wasting their
again,
precious
chat.
seconds, and
I don't
now
know if there's
making it
any
that much more
Hulk players in
difficult
my
for them to
chat.
complete their capture of the third objective.
Displacement abilities are not CC. Technically speaking, with the new update, if you're slapping people with Hulk, it counts as a CC. You're gonna get CC. You're gonna get tenacity.
Onto Enzo, Isidore and Frost Mountain. They're just
Yo,
so
how you doing, Chocolate?
practiced with these, and when the Frost Mountain keeps falling
Yep.
on you, call that one an avalanche.
Pain is the name of the game for Team Heretics backline, and they cannot escape it with any remedy that they try to pull out. The Jeff enough with the healing streams of water, and Naga just needs to stay alive to keep their team in this. So the Soul Resurgence, unfortunately, was a little too late if they
Wait,
tried
chilling
to
in the
use it, so
shower.
they had
Wait,
to
what?
save it for the next fight. But
Bro,
20
I don't
seconds,
want to know
not
that you're
much time
washing your
remaining, and
ass
again,
crack
another
while
back
watching
tap.
my stream.
Kaya towards the back, remaining annoying. Has the frenzied arrival ready to go. Looking towards Alex now. The corrosive tentacles make their mark. The slow is given over. Looking for a quick fastball here, but look at where Team Heretics have been drawn into. A big bait for the Glartrox takes down Oasis. This time they turned upon the Shark and tried to slay him. Can they burn through the healing of the Mantis? No, the regeneration of Ain is exactly the right time. And Lyncham could do nothing, but look at the pretty lady while they get bonked upside the head by the belly clubs of Tanuki. During overtime, Team Heretics find all that they want and a touch more on top of that. A momentary bit of resilience from Kaya will instantly be wiped out, disintegrated under the burning eyes of Team Heretics. Overtime
Great
starts to
casting.
tickle away. Frost Mountain can't do it by himself. Lindstrom was actually shielded away so the healing couldn't be delivered to the wayward use of the Wolverine. And now Enzo in the diamond form is master of all that he perceives. 100 charge Leila's around the back.
Dude, what am I watching right now?
Still left in this fight. Alex under threat. Leila's going to be beamed on down, being held in cover, held as a hostage by Enzo. All those who were caught on the cart by Oasis going to be trafficked away. Inside of all of this, there's still the eating of the Hulk. Beetle moving towards the back.
Dude, what am I
Lindstrom could be
watching, chat?
overwhelmed. The portal's opened up as Kaya brings back Shikigami, but the cart's not moving. The mission area refuses to budge. Name's been taken down. There's no more healing available. And while Isidore may go down,
That's round. Hey, I just want to say, Shikigami was getting full held, and he made it all into third point. That's good. Now,
leg day, the strategist from
you just gotta have a good D.
High ground
it all comes down to having a good D.
Bob and weave and dodge the
like we said
haymakers that were
yesterday,
coming
chat.
out
What is it?
from both the Doctor Strange and the Hulk.
Defense wins
Unfortunately, so much
championships.
focus being given to Beetle, specifically being that gnat in the ear of the other team, as Captain America's tend to be. Just had to demand so much focus from them that they could not deal with them.
A good offense
could do
is
it
a better
every
defense.
single day if they need to, and you can see why they've been saving this Captain
good
America play,
defense
knowing that they're not going to be banning it out.
Is the
because
better
they haven't
offense.
played it
Something
every
like
single
that. I don't know.
map
You guys know
until
what I'm
now.
talking about.
This has been an absolute pleasure to behold. What a match so far. No matter which of these teams moves forward to our winners finals, they are going to be an absolute
Is it that
handful, whether in the
one
upper
extra clap made
or
him
lower
pro play
bracket.
worthy? One extra clap.
Last chance for
Who are we
Shikigami
talking about?
specifically. They need to go for a
Who has the clap?
here and hope that they don't go the distance and force
Oh,
issue. They didn't get to that final
no,
checkpoint,
I don't
so
think
there's no
that's
chance
what
for
made
an
him. I mean, I'm pretty sure it
overtime
helped, but I don't think that's what
potential
made him.
play for this
What
team.
do you call it?
Cross Mountain
Exactly
going
better. Sorry, chat. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know
so
all
well
the
in Central
updates on the top of my
Park,
head.
Much different
But
map that they have to face off against. and
bro
a
doesn't even
different
play this
hero
game.
pool from Heretics that they're pulling out.
Do you expect me to know every single ult, ability name, and a change that's happened in the game? I played Overwatch for 9 years. I barely can even remember half the roster's name. What?
On the point
My
to
job,
stall
this
out
is
and
not
buy
my
time
job.
for
My
Frost
job
Mountain to
is
find
to
the frag.
scream at a monitor.
Speaking of frags, Naga now the one that's
No!
picking up the mantle of the
I
Phoenix
barely
instead of
sometimes even
Tanuki,
remember
who has
Emily's
the
name.
collage unleashed and the jetpack available. If they get a kidnap, but missed it with the barrel leap, unfortunately there.
Istor just doing his best to kite away. Right now, Istor's door.
Sometimes instead of saying Emily's name, I accidentally say my sister's name. Chat, we have all been there, right? Sometimes it happens. It's life.
Frost Mountain hostage. Yeah, the drip healing's coming through from the Imperative patch, but the drip damage is a lot of more of a heavy downpour.
Feels like Frost Mountain on this torch is just being decimated in terms of positioning. They can't escape their doom, and Enzo just showing that, hey.
Oh, what? I was about to say, why did the
Ultron goes down? Frost Mountain has to abandon that angle. Can't stay on it any longer. Oh, it's also been taken off the map by Tanuki. At least they've both fallen down, courtesy of Kai using a fully charged mag can to make sure that there's no survival available. The Meteor M, it's a little bit of a niche play here, but what can Kai do with it? Oh, the mid-air, it would have been so sick, but you ain't LeBron.
It would have been so sick, but brother, that looked like me trying to do a layup. What?
Down Lindstrom, and indeed stuck inside
What?
of the ultimate. There's nothing to be done. Isidore can float above it. All plays for a quick heal off the back of the health pack. However, Naga just has an unenviable angle right here, just doing so much damage. Out comes the fate of both worlds. Shikigami can temporarily stabilize. Can they chase down Naga is the question. Getting stuck in, getting inside of that eternal bond. Out comes Tanuki's ultimate.
Oh, they're capping this chat. 4.5 minutes. Oh man, 4.5 minutes.
Had big dreams for the Rage of Ultron. They're sent to anger management by Team Heretics.
4.5 minutes, chat.
Because of the high position that these Flyers have to play, they actually subvertedly were giving them the checkpoint at the end there. Unfortunately, we're not able to touch it at that last moment and prevent even more time dwindling from the clock, and the bank of Team Heretics building up even more so as time continues. Shikigami kind of struggled towards the end, and I feel like the times that were wasted with the back caps that came out from Team Heretics might be their demise towards the end of this.
These walls, they complicate matters right now. And Kai's taking a bunch of damage, needs to be healed up. Oh, Lindstrom off the map there. Tanuki.
Great play, bro. I think Wolverine is going to be my next character I play in quick play, bro. I need to get better with Wolverine.
Team Heretics met the DPS check.
Great damage coming out from them specifically. I like the change up here. Potential stagger as well, and that's exactly what we see on Takaya. Shikigami just throwing everything in the kitchen sink at this cart, and nothing is stopping its reign of terror towards the next checkpoint. They need to change things up, and I feel like there's a little too much of a crutch on this Isidore, Hulk, and Frost Mountain Wolverine play that hasn't really been working out too well for them.
We'll see how you feel about that after this fastball. Heading in towards the back line. Multiple players stand up by the right click of the Phoenix. Lindstrom just doing their best to make sure Frost Mountain doesn't have to lose this one. Oh, so many players are caught inside of the big ultimate from the group.
This is actually, I think Team Heretics wins, chat.
Try and contest this cart.
Not trying to be mean. I'm just trying to be realistic. I think we might be seeing a Team Heretics win. I wish they didn't win because they pissed me off, and they don't ban the Elsa, but
just to stop them as they are going for their own captures of your back line and any of the sustain that you have. But unfortunately, they just haven't found the moment or the best options from that to swap into. So sticking it out with the current composition is Shikigami, and they have a couple ultimates to boot, but they need them to pop off big.
They're the World Breaker. Or should I say Pred Breaker for Isidore. Yet another fastball ready to go as Enzo opens up here with the Sonic Seduction. They managed to grab Leolaz. Kaya above it all. What can they grab? They managed to grab Beetle. That's a good start.
That was a good slam dunk. Watch.
So much, and they need to deal with Naga and Oasis. If many players are purpled off the back of this one, it could be so dangerous. Tanuki getting up closer.
Wow, she lived for a very long time.
And yet another ultimate is ready to go. The last stand potentially could displace the Monster Hulk. But Enzo, oh, they knocked their head on the side. That looked a little bit
good
nasty.
D, chat. Good D, but still, they got 3 minutes left, man. 3 minutes left. I think Team Heretics might get this. I will be very surprised if Shikigami. No.
The last stand seems to have dragged in multiple vanguards from Shikigami as Isidore's down into puny banner mode. Starts blasting away with the banner blast, and the banner blast seems to be more than enough as Leolaz is on the chase, and a touch of stability is gained for Shikigami.
Still so much time remaining in the bank for Team Heretics, but that was a beautiful hold from Shikigami, initialized by taking Beetles down. But look at the ultimates available to them. They do have the God of Mischief available, and they're going to engage with that first and foremost.
Eternal Bond. It's going to be a bunch of healing. Is the damage going to be good enough to try and get through this one? Kaya can't be saved despite Name's movement forward inside of the strangling prison. The damage can't break on through. Tanuki's taken down by their counterpart. Might call that one a wolf diff there. Enzo's falling low. Frost Mountain has to escape away. And inside of these regeneration domains, Team Heretics has freedom to try and make something work. Kaya purpled, vulnerable, courtesy of the cloak and dagger. Frost Mountain taken down here by Alex. The doppelgangers are banging up on the Wolverine. He's just a little fella and he needs a little bit of help. Lindstrom is 14% away now from the ultimate. Desperately needs to keep the remainder of the team alive. But
dude, his casting is so crazy, bro.
It's going to be Isidore who has to move now onto a point. An Apex Predator good to go. Can you get it past the walls? 2 players are grabbed within. That's going to be a finish onto Alex. Can we get anything more than that? Lindstrom has made it just in time with the fate of both worlds. There's still a minute and a half to play with. Does Oasis actually want to invest in this one? Yes, they're going to send in everything to try and make it it work here. And now
Bro, does Leg Day take a breath?
Down. Naga flings out bolt after bolt. The Phoenix Force wants to make itself known here as Tanuki with a massive play gets rid of Kaya, gets rid of Leolaz. Isidore going to be the last one remaining here on the card. Turn around from Frost Mountain. 4 players stunned. There are no final blows to be seen.
GG's chat. What? Hey.
And Team Heretics, despite it all,
I don't think Leg Day took a single breath for 5 minutes while doing that.
The ticket has been canceled.
Jesus, that was a great game. That was a great game, and I'm glad that we were able to see a match 5. Listen, I said Team Heretics was going to win, chat, so there is no J3 curse, but I was rooting for Shikigami as well because they were at least banning Elsa. So, hey, Shikigami looked like a very strong team. Team Heretics has not lost a single map until today. So, hey, great game by both teams. Great play by Shikigami. They did a great job now.
And the health steal as well.
Jay, can you last that long? No, I just talked for 5 seconds and I was out of breath.
Wow. Change at the end too into the thing. Use the
sometimes when I go to the bathroom and I walk to the bathroom, not run, I get out of breath too. That is crazy though. Chat. Congratulations to $4.5 million.
Unfortunately, they should have gone for the head.
Bro, I spat all over my monitor during that last fight. That was so.
You heard him say he spat all over his monitor. Hey,
Yeah,
next
you-
game
you
is going to be
clean up
just
while
as good,
Heretics
chat.
clean
You got
up, the
Virtus
mess that
Pro
was this
against Navi.
series, but I mean, this was winnable.
This
by
is
either
going to be
side. That
a
came down to
huge
the final minute where that was
game.
easily winnable by Shikigami, but Vaudable, you're absolutely right about this Wolverine and Frost Mountain.
I think Virtus Pro is going to win, but I think it's going to be a great match.
It was Tanuki and Naga, the duelist, the deadly duo on Heretics that carried through in the end.
It just felt like the Primal Flame, having that available to you was the difference maker between, Tanuki's Wolverine and Frost Mountain specifically here, and having that extra sustainability in those team fights and able to stay up was a massive difference maker. Unfortunately for Shikigami, they fell back on their laurels. They didn't change their composition towards the end because they thought it was working, and in some parts it was, but unfortunately it just was not enough to take out one of the best teams in EMEA. And after this war of attrition between these two teams, they've really proved that they are one of the best of the best.
I mean, like, I feel like Leos deserves a lot more respect from everybody, especially Heretics. The guy keeps being allowed to play Elsa. He dropped 40,000 damage, 16 final hits, and that could have been what broke the backs of Heretics at the end of the day.
True. Wait, broke the backs?
Leolaz just keeps going to give him this Elsa, and hey, if he can sneak by with the Elsa, bro's just going to run that lobby every single time. But without the Elsa, Team Heretics seem to be doing a fair amount of damage themselves.
Yeah, I'm gonna be really excited to hear from Heretics very soon. We're getting that interview, guys, before the match of the day coming up soon, and I feel like I don't think anything can top this match. It's gonna be tough.
True.
Navi are waiting in the wings, and they're actually warming up, and they're actually stopped warming up to watch this match. And I think everybody needs to stop and re-watch this match if you missed it, because Vaudable, we finally saw Heretics drop their first game.
Yo, what's up, coach?
Having
a great day. How about yourself?
The competition is caught up.
This makes me worry, though, for other teams. Similar to how we saw, undefeated squads and runs from Virtus Pro, and then as soon as they lost, they leveled up afterwards because they learned what it felt to feel pain and did not want to feel that ever again. And it seems like that might be the case here for Heretics. They've realized, okay, we struggle against these comps.
You felt
these are
pain.
the ways
You never want to
this
feel
is
it
more of like an
again, bro.
experimentation in terms of which heroes
Is it
work
weird? But I
best
kind
in
of,
these scenarios.
like the
You
pain.
have to be flexible on the fly in this comp. I mean,
I've been
Harris said in
playing
his
Marvel
interview
Rivals and
yesterday,
Overwatch for the past 10
perfection
years.
is what is needed from every aspect,
I like the
every
pain.
player, and if you don't have that, unfortunately, you fall to the lower bracket. And that's what we saw here from Shikigami.
And like they just like
predictions
we
are
thought
not
like
on yet,
Fi
chat.
would be peak Wolverine from the Virtus Pro
I'm gonna
side.
start the
We got to
predictions
see
once
some
they go to
peak
a break.
Wolverine, and I had a big question mark if Wolverine was gonna be playable this meta, which just how many counters there were.
It turns out the thing you need to make Wolverine viable is 2 leap charges, and when you got someone as good at Hulk as Isidore, you got someone as good at Thing as Enzo. Like, I like that Enzo went over to the Thing for that final fight, thinking, you know what, like, we're kind of getting Wolverine gapped because they have this constant team up, like a 5-second cooldown on a leap that gives a full berserk state just means Frost Mountain's at 100 rage all the time and able to constantly CC our vanguards. So if I move over there to the thing and I can also offer the cosmic fastball, that works out well for us and we can match that kind of pace. I think that was a great momentary swap from Enzo. I think it might have been when Beetle opened the portal when he made that swap, but we instantly saw that they started rolling out with those fastballs and getting those additional stuns and interrupts.
It was important to maintain a consistent pace throughout this series. Just to recap the score, if anyone is just joining us, Hell's Heaven, that neutral map, 2-1. We went all the way to round 3 for Shikigami. That was when we were like, hold on. The Heretics just lost their first map. Then we went to extra innings on Yggdrasil's path. Big time bank difference in favor of Heretics. A full hold from Shikigami to
that was crazy.
Heretics on Central Park, just like they did to Navi. And yeah, the series goes all the way to 5. And we have none other than Oasis from the Heretics side. Jeff Extraordinaire, I mean, the strategist that can do it all, joining us for an interview. I mean, Oasis, congratulations. Bring me through what you're thinking. This was your first series that has gone this far.
Yo, Sloppy.
Well, it is
Preseason
quite
summer friend.
fun. My team helped a lot. It's a very good team, so it's not too hard. We did choke a little bit to the cheese comp. So eventually we kind of just noticed like, oh, well, if they have all these counters, like, and they just counters us, but like, we do have the better individual players for the exact same comp. So we just went the comp and it was kind of easy.
My question to you about that specifically, how do you prepare to be so flexible in this meta? I mean, we heard from both Virtus Pro and Navi saying that you have to play perfect, you have to be able to change on the fly based on what the other team pulls out, and it felt like sometimes it worked out really well for the team and other times it didn't,
Virtus
but eventually
Pro
you guys
against
were able to lock in on one
Navi.
comp that you figured
Great
out
game,
worked
great
so
game.
well
It's
against
be
this
huge.
team
It's
in
be huge,
Shikigami.
chat. We're gonna see who's the strongest in EMEA
Yeah, I mean,
and who's also gonna be the strongest in NA
big
today.
thing is like no one in EU is scrimming each other, and there's also like, so no one.
Wait,
really? Has an
really?
idea
No one
like,
in
what
EU is scrimming each
the
other?
others are playing. So the entire comp is just so, it's just so wide. You know, you have to grind every character in ranked, and like even this comp specifically, we didn't really expect them to play it. So going against Elsa Wolverine against, you know, our comp, it's kind of a counter. So I mean, I don't know how to explain it honestly. You just have to be ready. You have to swap everything. You have to think about it. As you can see, it took us 5 maps to realize what to swap to. So you just
Is it something to swap to, or is it because you guys are not
especially
Elsa?
VOD after a game like this? We're gonna VOD this a lot to make sure it doesn't happen again.
Well, while you weren't as sure about the other teams as these picks of scrims, you were very sure of your own. In this series, we saw 5 first protects on the Mantis. Why are you guys placing so much emphasis on the Mantis in your current ban phase?
That would leak it, no? I can't really say. I can't really answer that.
We tried.
I could try to steal all the strats from you, you know?
Well,
what I could say is like we do have, I think, the 2 best Mantis.
That's actually pretty funny.
I think Naga is just the best Mantis in the entire world. By far, it's not even close, honestly.
What?
And,
Naga
when
the
people
best
try to
Mantis in
copy
the
our
entire
comps or,
world?
like,
Level
copy
1
the
Croc!
things we do, they just can't really do it because I mean, simply
Level
they don't
1
have the players for it.
Croc!
So this isn't really like
As a
exposing
former
your
pro player, how
competition, but
hard
this
do the
is more
teams train
inspiration
before a
for those who are
tournament?
watching. We saw
Usually
you
they
be one of
practice
the
for
best
like
Jeff
6 to
players
8
so far,
hours.
playing a little bit more
Whether that's
aggressive.
like 6 hours
For
of
those that
scrimming
are
and
out
then
there
like
looking
2
to
hours
kinda,
of
like, emulate
VOD,
your
or
performance, what do you feel like you
there's
do
a-
differently on Jeff than other Jeff
Yeah,
players?
you gotta
out
practice. You gotta practice the maps that you're gonna play, like the
I mean,
strategies
I
and
think
all
it's
that
just
stuff.
kinda mechanically better. I think I've played it. I mean, in ranked, like for 3 weeks straight, the first 2 weeks I was running every like rank game down. Like every pro was like they were avoiding me, but eventually I just got better and better, and I just learned like how to like act against different compositions.
Now
against
that's
different
funny.
Players, and I mean the big thing is people think you can only replicate it in scrims, and if they think that, they're delusional.
Ooh.
I like
I
that
will
you
say.
listen to Dory, you know, just keep swimming and you're just gonna improve.
I will
and
say
you're gonna get
scrimming
better.
makes you
And
better
I'm
as a
looking forward to
player
seeing
and as a
those
team,
improvements
and
'cause
also
you're facing
playing
the winner
ranked.
of
Sometimes you
Navi
might not take
versus
ranked as
Virtus
serious,
Pro.
so you might try
give me
to
your
do
quick
like
prediction.
dumb
Who do you
stuff,
think's gonna
or
come
and
out
you
of
might
that
develop
series?
bad habits. So
I think VP is gonna come out of it. I
VP!
think Barry is struggling a little bit with certain compositions. That are
Oh, yeah,
very-
VP obviously. Never
very
mind.
important to be good at.
I was
right
thinking
now.
about an
And I
NA
think
team.
VP don't have that issue.
Yeah, flexibility is the name of the game, and you showed us just what that's like. So thank you so much, Oasis, for the interview, and congratulations. We'll see you in the upper bracket final.
Thank you. It'll be fun.
NA is not... VP is not NA. VP is EMEA, which we're about to see right now.
Fun.
Yeah.
The way he said, like, Mantis Gap, Jeff Gap, and went from the most avoided player in rank to now the one that you want to recruit on your team, Vaudable. Oasis didn't look too shaken despite that series, but knew exactly what to lock in on for next.
Yeah, I worry about having him inspire more Jeff players in my ranked games running it down, but hey, sometimes that's how you learn, is by trial by fire or by swimming
Whoa,
at this
whoa,
rate.
whoa!
But,
Let's relax here, guys. I don't want no Jeff players in my game running it down.
To be the name of the game, right? Not necessarily in scrims, and some teams rely too much on what they've learned from scrims to take that into matches and don't have the flexibility because of that. So learning as many heroes as you can. If you're a pro player coming up in the scene, you need to have that flexibility. That's the #1 thing to know.
And the importance of having good strats, like it's not just a duelist game. Like we got to start telling our duelists that it feels like a meta for the strategists.
Yeah, like I think we've seen triple strategist more than double duelist during this meta. We'll have to see if that holds though for our next matchup.
Yeah, we have game 5 for Team Heretics here. So I mean that's just the appetizer, I think, because we have the match du jour, Navi versus Virtus Pro. Our second semifinal is ready to go.
Did she just hit me with? She just hit me with a word I don't know. Chat. Du jour. What is that? Is that French? I'm pretty sure she just called me a bitch. I don't know. I don't know what she just said, chat. I'm an English one trick. Oh, of the day. I'm pretty sure she called me a bitch. I don't know. Listen, when people start using hard words in like different language, let's chat. I'm from Florida and I'm an English one trick. Can't confirm she did. That's why I will never say this in front of Emily, but that's why I am very impressed with Emily. She can speak Chinese, she can speak English, she can speak French. Yeah, she can understand different languages, and also I think a few more languages. Bro, she's very, very talented. I would never say that to her face, yo. I'll start predictions once it hits like 3 minutes though. I only know actually two languages. I know English a little bit, not a master out of it. I know English, and I know Twitch chat. That's all I know. Oh, I guess you could also say I know Zoomer language as well. Chat, can I get a for real for FRONG 6767 true shit? Skibbity D Ohio Briz, you know what I'm saying?
Penny Parker. Captain America.
Okay, anyways, last game of the day for EMEA, chat. We do have another 4 games of NA, but start your predictions. Get your money out here. Put all your money on the line. I want to see millions.
I feel like Magneto
millions of dollars, chat. Millions.
Solo Vanguard that is out
Put
there,
your money on the line.
Like,
Come on.
You clock in, you clock out. It's hard work, and unfortunately, it is... you don't get thanked for it very often, but you have to do it if you are showing up for your team. Maybe not.
I want millions.
In the pro scene, but definitely when you're playing ranked. I've played Magneto as a solo Vanguard more times than I can count, and I need help. Please, somebody fill the role.
Gaskin's still going. We move on.
Protect your
Rogue.
bald king.
Emma Frost. The Thing. Gaskin, you believe that Doctor Strange is the best solo Vanguard?
I think he is. I think whenever, well, I have the solo Vanguard a lot because no one ever wants to do
Ooh,
it.
I actually don't think that's true,
I
but
just think Strange is
I think Magneto.
I think if
yeah.
you're struggling, if everyone's playing duelist in ranked games, you just need to go onto a Strange. I think Magneto is a great shout. I just think that having the portal as well just seems to make Strange that little bit better as a solo Vanguard for me. He just adds a little bit of extra, little bit flair. So yeah, I'll go for Strange.
There's also the argument
Chocolate
of
put
playmaking with the
250k in
Yamamoto
Navi?
versus potentially something more defensive and reactionary like the Meteor M.
Yo, Chat, get your predictions in. YouTube, if you guys want free drops, come over to my Twitch. And also, if you guys want to bet predictions with your channel points on my channel, come drop them in, bro.
Pulsar Esports.
Come on, guys.
Vulcan Red.
Get your prediction. Okay, while you guys are doing this, I'm going to go pee real quick.
Black Cat.
Hold up, chat. I gotta go pee.
N1 Hex. OUG.
Okay, I'll say OUG at this point. I mean, they are the best team in China for a reason, and unfortunately, 100 Thieves no longer the best team in North America. Haven't been for some time, and it seems like this meta specifically has not been working out for them. OUG, from what we've seen this past weekend, they continue to be the best of the best in the region, and I don't know if 100 Thieves make a LAN at this rate. OUG probably do, so they might not even face. Who knows?
Gaskin's holding out. We move on. Shikigami. Sentinels. Heretics?
Yeah, well, Heretics beat them. Yeah, I think Heretics beat them outright, but Sentinels would have been a closer one. I was like, I don't know where the 100 Thieves. I think 100 Thieves are in a very strange spot where they certainly know what they want to do and what they want to achieve in the game, but at the moment they are just getting outplayed in certain areas. And I do think them versus Sen would be a great game. Them versus Heretics would be a very one-sided affair, I feel, and they might get a little bit stomped. But we'll see. 100 Thieves, maybe they'll surprise us. I'd love to be a 100 Thieves fanboy, but yeah, it looked worrying in the group stages.
It's the match of the day, although that other semifinal was pretty hard to beat. And this next team is pretty hard to beat too. No one can do it. We have Virtus Pro versus Na'Vi. Can Na'Vi be the Knights to slay the Kings of VP, to stop them early before the grand final? VOD, I mean, Na'Vi missed a beat and VP did not. That's kind of the start here.
Yeah, that is the big story between these two teams, right? Last time we saw Na'Vi drop a map, or VP drop a map, it was against Na'Vi.
1.6 million with almost 200 people against 5.6 million with 300 people.
And meanwhile, Na'Vi kind of struggled in some of them, notably the Mega Monthly that had some of the Americas teams. And then we also saw them in MRC have to play through that lower bracket, eventually win that, of course. But this Virtus Pro team are just so cool, calm, and collected and steady, and it feels like the other team is the opposite, where they have
Should be a
some
good game, chat.
mental
Should be a good
differences
game.
in terms of communication and maybe on performance of, okay, we got to go with this comp, and we even heard from
I want to
Karen
see
in
the
this
back
interview
cut
that
cosplay
there
again. I
was
missed it.
some
Go to my
conflict
Twitter. My
between
Twitter
the team,
has
at least
it.
a little bit, that they need to play perfect, and sometimes it just seems like they haven't been able to lock in as well as they would like to.
Yeah, that was the interesting part. Like, Terra and friends from Na'Vi just took the series 3-1. We interviewed Terra and he looks dissatisfied. He seems like a type of player that knows that their potential is so much higher than where the team is at, and it's frustrating, and there's so much passion
Okay, let's see
behind this player. So VOD, going to you first, like, how important is Navi's composure for a series like this?
I don't even think it's just a Na'Vi thing. I think it's like everyone in professional play, you have to be composed at all times, and being able to deal with any weird compositions on the fly. That's exactly what we saw in the last series and why Heretics were able to come out on top. If it was Na'Vi in the same shoes, I don't know if they ran it back against Shikigami if they'd have the same success. So having that ironclad mental is goal number one for the win condition here for Na'Vi. And if they can lock that in, I think they will be still one of those top teams out there, and they continue to have their reign of terror forward if Terra can unleash like he did in their last series as well.
I see what you did there. Reign of Terra, absolutely. Like, I mean, if Fire Strays got to Na'Vi a little bit, imagine what VP are gonna do. That's an even more frustrating.
Blue Mittens, Pre-Season Prime sub. Did I say that?
Na'Vi had some cool ideas.
Came here from YouTube to bet. You're the
Iron
best, Jay.
Fist
Hey,
Daredevil
appreciate it. Appreciate
worked out.
it. You should.
Yeah, the Iron Fist Daredevil.
If you're on YouTube, unless you're on your phone or your TV, if you're on your computer, there should be no reason to not come over to the Twitch, get your free drops, and also,
pretty sublime off the back of Trust
if your country allows it, you can do a
if
little
we
bit of
see
gambling on Twitch, not with money, chat, not with money. Don't gamble with real money. I'm not a gambling
I
person.
mean, I'd love to see more intention.
But your channel
behind
points are a
Na'Vi, and
different
you're gonna
story.
Need to be perfect to face this team right here. Virtus Pro have not dropped a game from the preseason regular matches to playoffs, but we saw even Heretics can trip up. But Audible, the Virtus Pro drafts, I think, against Peps yesterday is what made it even easier to win.
Yeah, the draft game cannot be understated for Virtus Pro. It's not necessarily their flexibility or because they can learn a hero in 10 hours for 5 specifically. It's that they read their other team and study them like a book. We saw the Elsa DD Protect, and they just were having the best in slot duelist that they could.
I think
for their
Saipe is the
best
only
in
person to ever
the
smile
game
in his
duelist that
profile
we've
picture
seen,
for
and then
pro
also
games.
had
I don't see
Starlight
anyone else
Gambit that
smiling.
works so
I love
well,
how
Gambit
happy
Rogue,
Saipe is.
Daredevil, like no matter what is thrown at them, they always have a composition they can come out with that works for this team, and I feel like that's
You can
the
get drops on mobile
consistency that a
too.
lot
I
of
come from
squads have
YouTube for
struggled with
fewer
in the
ads,
ban
but I have your
effect
Twitch
phase.
open on my computer while I'm at work.
I mean, Virtus
W.
Pro, I mean, like they
People
are
leaving their
meta
computer
they can do
on
the
while they're
dive,
at
they can
work
do
or
the brawl,
school
and
for the
we heard from them in
for the
interviews
drops
that
or
they
just
don't
for the
even
extra
feel
viewer
like
for the
they've figured
streamers.
out the meta, so
They
we're
are
all
low key
screwed.
goated.
Somebody that I feel like that brings a level head is Finzi at least.
Yeah, it feels like Fincy is. I don't know if you guys have ever watched Fincy stream, but I watched him duo with Terra once on stream, and it was the most like Dr. Jekyll and Dr. Hyde I've ever seen some comms be. Like, Fincy is aggressively chill. Like, this guy brings down like the social temperature around him so well that if tempers ever were to flare on VP, I'm pretty sure that Fincy would have that snuffed out like a
Wait,
light.
what? I have you up on my
He's
phone
not only
and
incredibly
TV at
skilled
the
on things
gym?
like
Wait, at the
tank
gym?
but also just being this like neutralizing like social force as well.
TV at
is
the
a big
gym?
part of why there's so much longevity to this squad.
And there's so much to expect here on map number 1, the neutral pick here of Hell's Heaven, where Vaudable, it really depends on, again, what gets through the draft. Is it a Gambit-based comp or not?
Okay,
But
chat,
we
you
could
guys
throw
ready? This is gonna be a
Nevix
great
on
game.
Angela. Like that guy can also play anything.
Heretics did win, but it was a very good
Hard to
game.
ban against Virtus Pro. I think what I'm even more interested about here, Jen, that we haven't even mentioned yet, I completely forgot. The whole reason Terra moved to Na'Vi is because he wanted to duel with Sparker. The 1v1s will be legendary, and I cannot
I don't
wait
think
to see
that's
them.
true. Didn't he go to Navi because he got paid
This is a match of a lifetime.
yearly instead of
I
like
mean, Navi was already scrapping away against Heretics.
than what 100 Thieves
and
was doing?
We were already fully entertained. Wish that one was a best of 5, but now we have a full best of 5 here, leg day, where there's a lot in terms of the map picks to get through, the more time for you to learn from the pick bands, what's working, what's not working, and there's a lot of time to adapt.
There's also a lot of time to tilt. I think the first match is going to have to go pretty well for Na'Vi here. Otherwise, we might see a little bit of a spiral. They've shown a little bit of weakness thus far in their adaptations on the fly. Like, between maps, their adaptations are good. When they
Hey, how you doing, 100? What do you call 100 Thieves' dad? TTK's dad. How you doing? How you doing?
Which could be a big advantage for them, but can they do well in the first map?
How you doing? How you doing? I hope you're having a great day.
And this Hell's Heaven was a map, pretty tumultuous map for Na'Vi when they went up against the Heretics and they fell there.
Does watching the stream in the game earn you
will
drops?
they
That is a
have
great
better
question. I
game
actually
plan
would not
going
know
up
that.
Against the very best, we're gonna find out here in game 1.
Does anyone know?
EMEA's biggest names once again pitted up against each other in stage 1 of 2025. Na'Vi with a team that knocked Virtus Pro down and condemned them to no participation in mid-season finals. But here at the preseason, Virtus Pro are in a commanding position as our reigning world champions.
Both of them know that they have the best duelist in the game, and they cannot afford to give them the best duelist
hello?
hero.
We can't see
either.
chat.
It's gonna
Yo.
be a gambit battle between the best
Yo.
of them, and Na'Vi.
Production.
They've had some good looks so far, but I'm really
Production.
the Mantis will be a focal point for either of these teams.
Production.
Seems like for now, the Elsa's going to be banned away from both sides. I imagine we're going to see a bit of a gambit mirror here. Raging Royal Flushes all over the place. Na'Vi might go for that first protect on the Mantis. Definitely seems to be one of the
Production
picked up by our top teams here. But Na'Vi and Virtus Pro, you know what? It's El Clasico, so let's stick to the classics.
Exactly. We saw the Mantis be banned every time in the grand finals. Might as well just repeat it here. So taking their time on the Mantis ban, maybe trying to bait something out from Na'Vi instead. And there's the Vanguard pool focus on their end.
I wonder if we're going to see double Rogue Protects come through here as the Vanguard pool is taken away. That's going to get rid of a little bit of Fincy's pool.
Oh, well, that is a lot. 11 million channel points are on the line. 430 people for Virtus Pro, 223 for Na'Vi. 8.6 million to 2.5 million. Imagine if Na'Vi wins this.
If they want to for Virtus Pro, or they also have to focus on that back line a little bit more. There is the Mantis going to go through.
And
instead,
I really do appreciate
I feel like the Vanguard
the
pool
Elsa ban.
is
Thank
what
you.
forced them into that.
Thank you.
Yeah, do not want to be seeing a damage boosted Vanguard pool. That much is
Okay,
for
let's see
sure.
this.
There's the Rogue Protect. Rogue will be available for both sides now, though I don't know if Rogue works as well as a tandem Vanguard with a Vanguard pool. Like, that's when you usually see something like a triple Vanguard come out. I like this ban, potentially on the Star-Lord, getting rid of a Raging Royal Legend. That's going to be a big advantage to Na'Vi if they can get that up and running.
Pick your hero.
Really need to see Terra pop off on the Star-Lord. We've seen some middling results from them specifically, but the thing to note is that Daredevil went untouched, and I could opt for that specifically, but there's a couple different options as we see being hovered here. The Ultron, depending on the sub map, has some good looks, and Sparker on the old faithful Psylocke. That'd be great to see.
Sparker on...
I certainly would enjoy it. If the last
Sparker on
series
Psylocke
got
would be
you
disgusting.
going, your energy's
No, he's
up,
probably
and
going to
you're
do
ready
Punisher.
see
Yeah, he
some
did
top
Punisher
tier
last time and they
Marvel
rolled.
Rivals. You are in exactly the right place. Marvel Rivals Ignite's pre-season's about to have its two preeminent teams butt heads in the winners' semis.
The only team in recent history to take a map off of Virtus Pro, and that was last
I think they
year.
just made it a lot
was in
louder.
the grand
Hello?
finals of Na'Vi, and a bit of a different look there specifically. So Virtus Pro, they kind of have that in the back of their mind. They said even in their interview, not feeling as confident as they could with this meta, but they've been playing picture perfect. So imagine if they've been preparing even more so for this series against Na'Vi after getting the footage of yesterday's hijinks.
What I'm interested in is whether or not Trust Me is going to be sticking on this thing. Might well move over onto the Rogue in order to keep that one going. They're just going to bubble everybody out here. Unlikely to stay. That looks like they might actually do so just to support this dive. Oh, the Sparker Psylocke with the Phi Daredevil.
Reminiscing from grand finals.
I like that. Oh man, I like what Virtus Pro's
Pro's
running.
Exactly
Virtus
the
Pro has
positioning
a...
of Team Na'Vi, and one-sided at that. You should know to expect it from Phi at this rate.
Fincy beginning to erode for space, moves in towards the backline already, but Daredevil is in. They want level 1. Crook, are they going to be able to grab him? Nice play from the White Fox to peel that one away. A Spirit Sanctuary is erected off the back of the TP, but Virtus Pro have advantage when it comes to the first cap of the point. Is there going to be movement here is the question. Jerky scares away Nevix temporarily, who doesn't quite have access to the team up yet. Gets taken down to the ground by a well-timed Cosmic Fastball, and now it's Fincy's turn to try and have a riposte. A turnaround once again, purple, but the damage is too much for Trust Me to bear. The Sentinel Strike takes them to Pound Town, and now Fincy has to try and exit off the back of this one. Jerky taken down by a mutual stun, meeting the Rogue in midair at the back of the Feral Leap. Level 1 Crook caught in the corner, could well take themselves out with their own cards reflected from the shield, but Nevix is there for the finish now. Finally finds the
this is where experience comes in, bro. This is where experience comes in.
Time, but they cap the first.
This could be where the mistakes start to snowball for the ban phase from Na'Vi, giving Nevix one of the best rogue players in the game, best in slot hero, at least in this composition, and not really having someone to counter it on your side makes it that much more difficult for you to engage and actually disengage, because they're just going to chase you down every single time, and that's exactly what we saw with the Devil towards the end there.
Jerky's decided they don't want to deal with the Wolverining anymore. Instead, they're going to match up Daredevil versus Daredevil, which, trust me, scouts out the positions.
Yeah, there are a few pro players with a controller. Someone asked, how did the maps get picked? Usually the Koth map, which I'm playing right now, is predetermined, but whoever does lose gets to pick the next map. But you cannot play the same game mode twice until all the game modes are played. That's how it happens.
Under the map itself, its Jeff will be expended, and now Fincy just spat out into the loving arms of his team.
Oh, throws the shield for some extra salt in the wound there as well. Virtus Pro continues to show their dominance on domination. I mean, they have experience. They've gotten the map win here on Hell's Heaven. Na'Vi, it's their nightmare that began against Team Heretics on this specific version of domination. So they have a couple things they need to change, but I think level 1 Crook being just left out to dry needs to be the biggest one.
Galactic Legend round the back, trying to track Sparker for now, but there's plenty of extra health being given over here by the Freedom Charge. Good answer here from Virtus Pro. Still Sparker's falling down side bay as well. Now Fincy needs to try and even it up, but guess who's teleporting?
Oh my god, dude. Finzy's so... Finzy, bro.
But Virtus Pro have counter-punched into the remainder of Na'Vi. It was such a good opening, but it feels like the closure's not going to be there. It's an unfinished arc.
even with the Galactic Legend not able to get the eliminations that they want against Virtus
No,
Pro, who have
Virtus
been able to
Pro
stay
is a
alive
really
the
good
longest out of
team
any
on
team
turning
in EMEA
fights that they
during their
seem like
team
they're
fight
losing
now
into
go through.
actual wins. I don't know how they do it. I'm pretty sure it's some voodoo shit. I can't prove it yet, but they are really good at doing that. They're really good at kiting as well. When the other team is using a lot of ults, they kite back, make sure they don't die, and then go back in.
They can take their time with the cap here. There's so much room to work with. Trust me, just having to stay on this point at all times. Wants to try and afford some aggression onto Saipe, but the remainder of the team aren't going to be there. I just want to overextend to the midst of all this. Spark is disengaged, is waylaid by Rajro, and now forward momentum from Na'Vi will get it done. Level 1 Crook tries to get involved by themselves on the back of the ranging Royal Flush, but Saipe is going to be the one with that ultimate in the next fight.
It's been a while since we've seen Jerky put on the mask, but this might be the time for them to shine, go for those pulls off the map, and see if that will be enough to dispossess Virtus Pro, and they eventually are able to get the eliminations, team fight win, and get some percentage in their favor, but they want to be
Ooh, you're becoming the Tarek of Marvel Rivals.
At least against them,
Tarek has hair, right? So I think that as a compliment.
Even take one.
Jerky's unlocked a new stand, but the question is it Jitwood or is it leg day on the Spider-Man over here? Rajro trying to chase after Sparker.
Oh my god, I was about to say, did he actually just airball his ult? That would have been embarrassing, bro. Hey, solo ulting him is perfectly fine, chat. Every person on Virtus Pro is like a raid boss, bro. You have to solo ult them.
Terra also just waiting.
You have to, especially Sparker, bro.
That could be their win condition against Virtus Pro, but Dredro does have the It's Jeff just for repositioning, but also for some massive mayhem crunch down against the competition.
Answer of Butterflies available for Sparker. We've seen it millions of times so far in this day. Can they overwhelm Fire? Yes. The backup wasn't there. The timing was off from Fincy, and now it has to be an all-out brawl on the point. Rajro just standing his ground. The Vanguards who come here are going to be in so much danger. It's Jeff temporarily grabs a couple of members of Na'Vi, but Fate has unleashed for Kumiho now, and Rajro can roll forward with a fully charged up Maelstrom. So many health bars brought low, but they're instantly refilled off the back of the movement from Fincy. A Freedom Charger, Heartbreaker, all the auras right now from Virtus Pro are being unleashed upon Na'Vi, and do they have the aura to withstand this? It would seem that with Rajro having fallen down...
Do you guys think that, because Overwatch had the same issue, do you guys think Marvel Rivals is going to have an issue with all these, like, visual effects? There's a lot of visual effects, bro. I know Overwatch had something like that, and a lot of people complained, and they tried to nerf it. Not nerf. I don't know how you nerf the visual effects, but they try to change it. I don't know what. I don't exactly know what Overwatch did. I think they made turn down the opacity or something, or decrease it. Yeah.
On to the last moment, Rocket Raccoon. A quick grab to try and keep these Vanguards in peril. The Virtus Pro have all the more.
If Na'Vi wins this, I will be very surprised. Nice dodge by the on the Spider-Man.
And there goes Terra, close up with the Wolverine. Tredro's managed to burn them down. Not just a strategist player. Trust me, the captain, the last one remaining.
Hey.
There's no one else there to touch. Na'Vi was so close. But
wait, TTK's dad is cheering against Na'Vi? But TTK's dad.
Take it, and I feel
you're
like
cheering against your son's ex-teammate, Terra.
Pro, which might
that was a really good round, though. I am really enjoying these games.
The Jitward style Spider-Man, and hoped that would be enough to focus down Dredro on the Jeff, but then as soon as the portal play came through, it was only able to happen because they still could not deal with.
It doesn't matter if it's your ex-teammate, bro.
Objection,
you only love Saipe as well, TTK's dad, because he carries your son in ranked. We're not going to get to that topic right now, though, but
to get that portal play to come through and eventually
chat, it doesn't matter if it's your ex-teammate. We all care about our exes, right?
Didn't get Spy on the point as long as he was at the end. Na'Vi would have had that point in their favor, and now they have to go back to the drawing board and see what comp will work for them here.
Take note, all the duelist players, the best duelist in the world, Sparker, goes over to Rocket Raccoon. You know, like when
no, we do not, chat. I don't.
Sparker to swap over to the second strategist for the healing. He does it, bro.
Also really liked the Rajaro Angela towards the end there too, but unfortunately just wasn't enough to focus them down as they went through the portal. Dr. Strange played
Emily, you about to beat this guy? Hey.
A lot more flexible. it
Emily
feels like
knows.
today in comparison, and Jerky actually the one who is on the Star-Lord this go around. Terra focusing.
I don't talk to anyone but her.
The White Fox certainly interesting. Last stand, it has stunned up Nevix, and a follow-through is going to be there. A bridge boost to heal up the remainder of Na'Vi, and then level 1 quick can turn their attentions elsewhere. Fi noted on the outside of the point, but is there really going to be any space to try and push forward onto this one? Nice feral leap. However, Fincy has only grabbed into their own team for now. Are they going to try and make the contest happen? Yeah, it's going to be a huge impact there from Fi, but they're made to pay for it at the end.
Wow, this is I'm loving this game, bro. Both teams are insane. This is what I wish every single game would be like this, chat. Last series was really good. This series is going to be amazing as well.
The full deck of cards available to them. Dredro swapping on over to the Invisible Woman, it seems, and that'll be to deal with the Terra Feral Leap specifically, and the dives that we've been seeing working out pretty well for Na'Vi.
Nevix won there by the Vibranium Energy Saw. Just a love tap from across the map, like, trust me. As Virtus Pro, they're still probing for these positions. They don't want to overcommit to this one. This is all about the positioning play, maybe just trying to get that extra little bit of charge for Saipe, and there it is.
It's good because it's the best of them all. That's a little stretch. If it was all the best players, I would be playing, right? Oh, this is going to be disgusting. See, this is what I love, dude. What a great play by Finzy as well on that Captain America. As soon as he hears that Gambit and then the Star-Lord ult, he pops his ult and it runs back to his team. His team kites back so they all can't die or get shot by that ult, and they do a really great job at that. A lot of people would just play out in the open, die one by one. No one would play as a team. They play exactly how Marvel Rivals should be played. That's why they're a great team.
Sonic Pursuit ready to go, getting on top of Rajaro. Never stood a chance against the embodiment of justice that is Matthew Murdoch. A last second recontest from Trust Me, and this one's going to be flipped.
Always expect the right-hand man of the law to have swift justice delivered on a silver platter for Virtus Pro. A quad will take the rest of the percentage in their favor for Virtus Pro, but a lot of room was given to Na'Vi in that team fight. I think that it had to do with Saipe initializing the engagement with the Royal Flush, and then unfortunately for them, they weren't able to get the eliminations as quickly as they wanted to, which allowed Na'Vi to build up their own Stratusalt. So coming into this next one, Saipe will still have that advantage because there is no Loki on the other side for the copy, but again, it comes down to who is able to use their ultimates a little bit better.
Saipe forced to reposition, but that bio dash is going to be up. Cooldown soon. There goes for last stand, trying to get on top of those trenches, but it's a nice dodge away from Saipe. Now has access to a Raging Royal Flush. Full members are going to get it. Level 1 didn't even know what hit him, and while there is going to be a quick debuff coming forth, courtesy of the Ban Hammer, Saipe just holds his fire and allows the rest of Virtus Pro to do the talking.
Damn.
This Spy Daredevil needs to be dealt with in some capacity in the ban in the future. You just can't let this man who really...
If you could play for any team, what would you play for? Oh, I would love to play for Virtus Pro. You know why? Because I would love to ride the shit out of that bench.
Na'Vi not even wanting to go.
And then if they win like the $1 million tournament, hey, I'm on the team. I get a little percentage, right?
He's also doing a great job with the Freedom Charges, using that to shut down the Galactic Legend in one.
Bro, I would make sure my team... I'd be like, hey, you want water? You want water? Hey, I have a napkin. Let me dab your head. Is a chair okay for you? Do you need anything? Snacks? Hey, guys, I got popcorn.
Their ultimates try and rebuff this as well, but Fate's in there stomping. Trust Me's already down. Jerky's so up close and personal. It's an all-out brawl that you can see from above. The Devil let out here by Fi as Fincy falls incredibly low. All of the damage is going Fi's way, and it seems like the counter punch is going to be there. Sparker 25% away from having access to their ultimate. Oh, Fate is nasty with the flicks. Bro has learned the White Fox in record time.
The KO box was unleashed by Na'Vi. They baited them out, and it was a Jackbox surprise for them. The Jester was the one to bait them in, and White Fox will be the one to claim the corpses of their opponents. But Virtus Pro, they will get the portal play through and try to re-engage.
Sparker almost ready with a dance for the butterfly. Ready for the Freedom Charge.
Ooh. Good play by Terra. Oh, poor Finzy. Oh, we're going to a map 3. We're going to a map 3. I have never seen Virtus Pro struggle before, so seeing them struggle, chat, pretty. It's new. It's new. Usually they roll teams Yesterday
what
they
we were
rolled a
hoping to
team
see
and they were
from
laughing
Navi.
and
The composure
smiling.
is on
This
a
is
different level
different.
compared to yesterday. Maybe they let Tara out from the attic.
The
So
gods
after the interview there,
can
got them to
bleed.
go get some sunlight and touch some grass, and then maybe able to recharge as much as they needed, or a nice steak dinner. Who knows? Whatever it is, keep doing it because it is working so far. And Tara, I love the patience of waiting for the engage on the team fights with the last stand. We saw it happen a couple of times and make it so that a key
threw up
member
on my
of Virtus
clothes
Pro
yesterday.
has been missing in most of these engagements, and that's where Virtus Pro have not felt as comfortable as they could have been. So even though they usually have the edge in the strategist lineup and the royal flushes, sometimes they aren't able to capitalize, especially when they try to dive fully in and Fate and just go to melee form and just heal with their claws as best as they can.
I am incredibly jealous of someone who gets to watch this in slow motion with the ability to pause. So much good Marvel Rivals is happening right now that I can't even take it all in.
Well, I'm here to help you digest it at least. I'm sure the viewers at home are definitely feasting with our final 2 series of EMEA, and there's already more America's action coming up later on as well. But Saipe,
True.
want to keep an eye on how fast they can get this ultimate. Speaking of,
All right, trying to gather up here to share out the damage from a dance of a bold place thus far from Na'Vi. It's been some great democratization. Oh, Sparkus Raw Mechanics is just the big difference maker, though. Five's going to take it down on the other side. Yet another dodge. Sparkus is nasty on the sticks, man. Managing to dodge that one, and Terra can't quite get the finish over onto Fincy either. Ready to move forward. Guess who's got extra damage?
Ooh, he looks like he has very slow sensitivity. I feel like I should lower my sensitivity.
And now they turn around onto Trust Me. A little bit late with the counter punch here from level 1 Crook. They're going to try and make it work. Oh, Saipe doesn't need a buff, man! He just runs him down in a neutral, books him with the stick. You don't have a talking stick.
Dude.
You don't have a talking stick. It's time to shut up.
tough spot to be in for Na'Vi.
I
feel
love
they
like
wasted their
Dave's
ultimates
casting,
there
bro.
and gave up too many resources in that first engagement. They know how crucial it is to win the first team fight on this final point, but they just put too much into it, and they're gonna be playing catch up for so long now.
Jerky. Close to the Galactic Legend. Dredro can answer it here. You might be happy to just force out Dredro's ultimate, knowing that it's going to be a while before you can match any kind of Gambit amplification. Jerky threatens the off angle, and now it's going to be going after Saipe. There's going to be the invisible boundary. The question is, can Jerky survive this one? There's so much flare going their way, but now Fate has for second ultimate. The Kumiho ready to be unleashed from the wide angle here. We can see what Fincy's taking.
Uber Goober, by the way, appreciate the amount of prime. Fine. Appreciate the amount of 6 months in my Demis. My Demis? Appreciate the amount of 2. Appreciate the amount of 2 months. Sorry. Oh, man.
As Fi just runs through the back line, the Billy clubs become bully clubs.
Not able to focus on Fi's flank enough, and really just going to show how having that extra
Hello?
vision is so crucial
Police?
in these team fights. And
I just
kind of the
witnessed
bunker
a
styles
murder.
that you can flank around on this specific
Oh my-
sub-map. So
Bro, they are
Frozen
looking like a
Airfield
different
doing
team
it
right now,
pretty
bro.
good for these teams, but Virtus Pro seem to be having a strong edge on the competition, and the comp just maybe not working out as well as Na'Vi would like it to. Still have not found an answer to this hold.
Rolling forward, Raging Royal Flush. Terra's already down, having swapped over onto the Punisher. Someone's going to have to teleport back rather quickly here, but this is what Na'Vi wanted. A quick fight loss. They just can't afford to have their TP interrupted.
We'll see if the TP interrupt comes through. Level 1 Crypto is going to get majorly staggered, so even if the teleport
Oh, that's
does
bad,
happen,
bro.
they're
That's
gonna have to
bad. They
wait
just
some
lost level 1
time
Crook,
for
and he
both
has
of their
ult, chat.
strategists to get
They
involved and hope
his
to
team has
hold
to
on
live.
for now.
His team has to live so they get the ult.
Until the ult is available from level 1 Crook. Terra quickly fuels on up, and now level 1 Crook has to move out and use the hand. It needs to be dealt upon the remainder of Na'Vi. Everyone gets a little bit of additional damage. Can Virtus Pro weather the storm is the question. There are so many ults to
No
try.
way, Na'Vi. No, there's no way, Na'Vi. No.
Try and counteract this as well with the strangling prison, but everyone's still inside of Dredro's invisible boundary. The strategists from Virtus Pro are feeling moisturized, unbothered, and they're in their lane. And they're
Moisturized, unbothered, and in their lane. No way, bro. Chat, I'm a big fan of his casting, man. He's just too funny. Moisturized, unbothered, and in their lane. Wow, what a that was. It was a pretty close series, but Virtus Pro kind of ran that one away at the end.
Entire map to be the first squad again to do it against the best in the world. Unfortunately, the best in the world was given one of the best duelists and have the best duelist in the game, Sparker, on the Psylocke. Even if you ban out the rest of his hero pool, it does not matter. He will still pull out the old faithful, and Well, we see exactly why. 10 final hits, but Fi, in my mind, is my MVP, especially with the flanks that we saw, taking out the back line, and also just popping off with the let the devil out here and there, and it just didn't seem
about
like there was an
Fi.
answer
Hey, we
from
talk a lot
Na'Vi
about
against the
Sparker, but
pressure they
Fi,
were facing by the
15
dual
final
side.
hits, but Sparker did do 32,000 damage.
Is disgusting, by the way.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Send this man to prison or something. Imprison him in the tube in Super Soldier Factory and send him under the map, because that is abhorrent to behold. Good performance here from Rajaro, actually popping off when it comes to the damage from the Vanguard pool. I think the one-sided Vanguard pool was a good gambit here for Na'Vi. I wouldn't mind seeing that a little bit more as we dive deeper into this series. But now Na'Vi are going to get their own choice of map. They're going to be able to take Virtus Pro. Maybe they'll try and elicit some bad memories in Virtus Pro and take them to Hall of Shalia, where they first stick a match with them.
Could be the case. Could go a Central Park, because we did see Virtus Pro get pushed pretty far on that map previously, so it could happen as well. There's a couple of different options, but speaking of Central Park, I mean, Na'Vi have their own bad memories about that against Shikigami. And you know, Virtus Pro have been studying the record books of their matchups ahead of this one. So Na'Vi gave it their all. They got 1 point, second ever team, of course, as I mentioned, next to Fire Strays, but they want to prove they are better. They already beat that team earlier on in the playoffs, and now they need to find some way to make Virtus Pro bleed even more.
Well, last time these two teams met, it was at the grand finals.
Octavio for 2 months. Appreciate it.
And it was, if I remember correctly, a 4-1. Na'Vi were not coming out on the right
And
side
Foxy
of that one.
Moon, appreciate the massive Prime sub as well.
Missed a step since then, but Na'Vi have had time to grow, time to improve, time
Who
to
is the
integrate
VP coach? That's a
world-class DPS in the
great
form of
question.
Terra
Who
as
is the
their
VP
duelist.
coach?
So,
Do they have a
what was
coach?
their roster as they decide which map we're going to go to?
There's a couple of different options.
Oh,
that they can
EQO.
have
The
specifically,
Genji
but
player
I think
from.
regardless of what Virtus Pro are sent to,
Oh yeah, they're all like ex Overwatch League players, chat.
So far,
They're all. I'm pretty sure they're all like older, mature. They probably don't argue. They're all on the same page. A lot of these younger teams might be like internal issues with like ego and everything. I feel like VP would probably be the only team that I think that probably doesn't have an ego. They're like, we saw them roll another team and they complimented them for actually doing really well against them. So, except who's their tank players? Finzi. I hate Finzi. And just so people don't think I actually hate him, I went to Iceland and I was supposed to meet up with Finzi because he's Icelandic and he's from Iceland, but he didn't want to meet me because he was too lazy to drive to their esports arena to meet me. So, I hate Finzi. I went all the way to Iceland and he egoed me in his own home turf. Yeah. Bro was tired. He was not tired. There was nothing going on. Maybe Finzi hates you. Thoughts? No. Nobody in the world can hate me. I have a very lovable personality. Right, chat? I have a very lovable personality. Listen, all I do is try to have fun with you guys and vibe. I'm trying to pass the vibe check. What is this? Question, do you think the thing to get either a rework or a new ability or just any changes because he's been the same for like 3 seasons, so it would be amazing if so, he is boring to play and more than half the roster counters him but dive. Some characters in the game are going to be better than others. Some characters counter others, and that's when you switch to them, and I don't think a character in this game should be able to do everything. Some metas are going to change. Characters are going to change. Some characters get buffed. Some characters get nerfed. Metas change. Maybe there will be... The Thing actually gets a lot of play in this... we see more The Thing gameplay in this tournament than Bucky. more thing than actually Emma Frost as well. Shit, if you guys want to see more so yeah.
Ooh, you could just tell with that first map going to round 3 that we're in for a marathon and not a sprint. Na'Vi were just so close, but no cigar.
Oh, let me turn it back up.
VP, they still got it like day, and that's why their drafts are just that strong. You just can't ban against them, especially Fi and Sparker. You've heard of Jack of all trades, but they really are the master of everything.
Yeah,
True.
Like, before the season, we had a graphic from, I believe, Roman on Twitter, who had the average age of all of our teams, and VP was well up at the top with like 25 or so, but these guys are kind of just maturing with age. They're like the old Kung Fu master, you know? They've just got more and more dangerous as time goes on. Spark are dropping 32k damage in the neutral as Psylocke is absolutely disgusting. And that's one of the reasons why we constantly have to see Na'Vi strategists turn around to either patty cake or really just give someone a cuddle when they have to retreat. It's like, oh, Spark hit me a lot. I need a bunch of heals, please.
And I feel like we're still waiting to see like what Terra's carry is gonna be, because I thought it was like gonna be the Star-Lord that gets banned. He's trying to find what works, and Sparker and Fi, they've got a deck
There's
of
no
cards
way
and
that
a lot of aces up their sleeve, but Na'Vi did look improved compared to yesterday, Audible.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing. Like we talked about composure going into this matchup, it feels like they've locked in there specifically, and you have to against the best in the world, right? They have more experience against this team too, and I feel like that helps be more of like a comfort battle. They scrim against each other all the time because they are the two top teams, or were at least up to this point in EMEA. And now going into Museum of Contemplation, this is an interesting pick specifically, I would say, for Na'Vi, because it's a comfort pick for them because
Vaudable looks like a chill guy. Vaudable's a cool guy. He actually helped me out, and I didn't even have to pay him. He actually, which I feel bad, he actually did it for the love of the game, for the J3 community clash. He was a big help.
And like
he actually volunteered. No, I had a production team that I had to pay.
Na'Vi struggled. They noticed that struggle yesterday.
Don't say I'm a scammer.
Like,
he offered.
We're old, but we're not that old. Like, we saw those struggles live. Like,
he's a good guy. Chat. He also comes to my our chat after his casting.
Yeah, like their off angles were being very effectively split by Fire Strays, and if they go,
how am I a scammer, bro? No.
A team with like competent enough top-down management, they might be able to really dig their claws into the kinks in the armor once again. So we need to see Na'Vi, if they're gonna take these aggressive off angles, they need to up the tempo. They can't allow Virtus Pro to dictate what's happening in these split fights. That's what happened against Fire, and it meant that we had these constant stalled fights where like two players would be left alive on the flank with no real means of reconnecting with their team.
And this is Na'Vi's choice of map. I mean, they get to kind of bounce back from yesterday, Vaudable.
I am not going to be called a thief.
Map that you've just lost, and you know what those mistakes are. So you think those improvements are going to follow through today?
I think they will. I think the biggest worry, though, is because you've played this map so much in the preseason. Like I said, Virtus Pro are one of those teams who does their
chat. What map do you guys think we're going to? We have to go to either a convoy or a payload or a hybrid.
And maybe Virtus Pro not so much, but
oh, is it museum? Is it museum? Did they say museum?
That's what I want to know. Na'Vi, we're just that close, but can they get to the finish line this time?
I have selective memory, I guess.
Time to do it on game 2.
Perfect run still here for Virtus Pro. Meanwhile, now
can someone tell me what happened to the Gambit Twitch costume we were supposed to be getting? That is the 19th. I'm pretty sure I have it. Exclamation mark drops. 19th.
Show that they have the gumption to bring it to Virtus Pro on Hell's Heaven, but now that we are on their playground, we are hoping to see a distinct improvement from yesterday.
Composition might be the way that they go about it. Probably have some sort of strategy against Virtus Pro, especially because they have so much experience on this specific map. Maybe see some Venom play coming out. We've seen a lot of that early dive in that first point hold, and a lot of teams try to focus so much on the initial hold, but it's interesting too, in preseason, for those who aren't aware, if you lose, you can pick the side and the map. So Na'Vi opting for the attacking end first and hoping they can go the distance.
Oh, they picked the side and the map.
Once again, going to be a Gambit versus Gambit setup.
Interesting.
I'll be very interested here to see if we see that being taken away. There's been a lot of emphasis on the rogue.
I prefer defense all the way. If
Ooh.
I prefer defense first. I actually had the conversation with chat earlier. I prefer defense first over offense first. Offense first, you can set the tempo and set the rhythm of the game. But on defense, let's just say if you hold them at a certain spot, you know, hey, this is all we have to do, and then you could use your ults accordingly.
Loki might be an option for them here, though, to go for the double royal flush, and I think that is going to be the option, especially if Na'Vi aren't going to ban it.
I saw a potential Daredevil ban. Yep,
Okay,
please. This one over the thing would be ideal. I don't think we can fully ban out Fincy's hero pool because, well, when all of this is gone, like, Fincy's just going to rotate back over to the Vanguard Deadpool. That's as easy as it comes. On the side of Virtus Pro, they do still have access to that Invisible Woman, which means that they don't have to ban out the Star-Lord. Even though Virtus Pro did quite effectively rebuff those Galactic Legends previously, using the Freedom Charge when it was against the Raging Royal Legend, buffed up by the Gambit. The Invisible Boundary was their tool of choice.
Look at her, chat.
Terra also, on this map specifically, does opt for a variety of heroes, right? Sometimes they've been able to get the Elsa available, but otherwise they do play the Namor. So we could see that come out again. We've seen the Ultron from them as well. There's a couple of different options, but I definitely respect the Wolverine ban. We saw how lethal Terra was with it in the last map.
This might also allow Fincy to just walk it down mid on Doctor Strange here, without having to worry too much about being grabbed by the Wolverine, because you're going to have Dredro available with the team up, courtesy of the Invisible Woman, so Fincy can kind of just stand on business and eat everyone until he gets his ultimate, which won't take very long.
Having the Invisible Woman specifically too is going to be huge for the force physics.
Oh, she's such a pretty
won't
girl.
Feel as much pressure from the dives of Na'Vi. I mean, trust me, typically does go for that Venom play on this map specifically from what we've seen, and it's worked out very well for them. That's always their option. And I'm kind of more surprised that they left it open to Na'Vi, but they're probably feeling confident.
A rare noodle appearance on my stream. Wow.
This old, tried and true Vanguard line of
rare
Virtus Pro with
noodle
Fincy on the Doctor
appearance.
Strange and Nevix on the
Story Crashers, Preseason Massive 16 months. How you doing?
Loki got a pretty nasty rocket raccoon in him as well.
Hope you're having a great spring break, man.
The duelist of Fi on the Wolverine is really going to make things a little bit more hard going for Na'Vi. They're going to have to check a lot of corners for a second that they realize that Wolverine could be waiting.
And this is the first time VP have actually been taken to Museum of Contemplation, so whole different ball game for them specifically, but Terra's going to be in a world of hurt.
Like, what even took Bro down? There's like no poke on the Virtus Pro team.
I think it's
What
the wall.
got him?
Oh, he dove over the wall and then got a face full of cards, and unfortunately had to sit in timeout for a few moments, but it's not how you want to start out your map pick.
That would tilt me, bro. As soon as you start a map and you walk out of spawn and die, I've actually had that happen to me before. When I played professional, I walked out of spawn, I got 3-tapped by like a Genji, and then I remember that.
Landing in the midst of Virtus Pro is a very dangerous place to be. Great movement though from Trust Me to get out of that one with their life intact. But you can see that Fi is already angling for yet another kidnap. Won't have another jump pack this time around, though. A ban hammer taken towards the back. Jerky trying to make something happen towards that strategist line. But as you try and play against these walls, things become incredibly complicated. Now Fincy could just walk forward, ready to once again blast off with the Dark Maelstrom. And it's not just Lemon and I who are blasting off again. It seems like Na'Vi are doing exactly the same.
Oh, Na'Vi are having flashbacks to their series against Fire Strays, and the jetpack is available for Fi, and they will go for more and more Pharaoh leaps and more doom and destruction against Na'Vi. But Terra does have the Hand of Khonshu, and we'll hope that can be used to walk forward with their team.
Okay, yet again, another big grab onto Trust Me. I think there might have been an interception there to free Trust Me from the grip as Vinci rolls on forward, has access to the Eye of Agamotto now, can emerge unseen from the Invisible Boundary. Great cleanse coming through. They need to exactly where it needs to be. Can Vinci find the finish here? No, the peel is good.
He got the Moon Knight, but I would have went for the Gambit instead.
Has made sure that Fincy falls, but he gets right back up thanks to a battle recall powerful beacon, and they need to look towards Fi. Once again, playing these corners. It's going to be waylaid temporarily by Rajaro, but all of these walls coming up behind the thing means that healing is difficult to deliver. And despite the frags grabbed here by Na'Vi, Virtus.pro have barely allowed the objective to move. Now it's down to Fate, rolling forward. All of the ultimates are invested here. Sparker's Seer does not last for long, as Sparker's forced to disengage. Last stand across the map. Fi will get terror.
You know, in pro play, it almost looks like Rocket Ult is useless, and I would say buff Rocket Ult. The fact that all their players focus it so fast is crazy.
Rolling in towards the Luna. The peel is gonna be there.
No, yo.
That
Preseason
was
for 5 months. How you doing?
incarnate between both of these teams, and eventually Na'Vi ending up as the winner of this team fight. But so much stall from Fincy with the Doctor Strange on the point that people just forgot he existed there for mere moments as the portal play comes in.
Jay3 almost once again has the ultimate ready to go, but this Heartbreaker is afflicting so many members of Virtus.pro that Finzi has to dip on out to give a little bit of healing else. But you can see that Jay3, having been safe behind the portal, has not been grabbed by the Heartbreaker. Still level 1 Crook is getting it done by themselves. Nevix manages to get revived, but I'm not sure if they want to be coming back to this party. You know what? Just actually leave me on the other side. I was good.
I feel like Na'Vi might have baited Virtus.pro into thinking, oh yeah, they don't really have anyone who's playing Rogue too much. We saw it towards the end of Hell's Heaven, but apart from that, not at all. So Trust Me gets it for free out of the ban draft. They focus on the Wolverine instead, and he's really been a difference maker with these Heartbreakers.
Invisible Boundary. Good to go here for Jay3, but what do you try not to? It's got to be the Raging Royal Legend. Jay3 already being debuffed. Level 1 Chris getting on top of them. Oh, it's for perfect focus onto Sparky. Yes, but Jay3's
I don't think it's the devs love Luna. I think they buffed her damage and healing by 2 because she is one of the slowest building ults for supports. So buffing her damage and healing a little bit is probably going to try to make it more in line with the others. That's what I think. Because Luna has been a pretty ass support for a very long time.
For this engagement of Rajaro stopped by the wall.
Yeah, so a lot of people are saying, oh, she's getting another buff now. She's been ass.
A normal, regularly scheduled hero for them on the Phoenix instead of the Rocket Raccoon, and immediately turns things around in their favor. So no more triple strategist for Virtus.pro, and it seems to be working out a lot better. We saw similar issues between teams trying to rely on it a little bit too much in the past, and this is the time to go in.
Moving forward with the plushie, can Fincy be isolated? There's so much melee damage going his way that cannot be mitigated. Jay3's got another ultimate already. This guy's absolutely nuts, by the way. That's so much healing, and Sparker brings all the damage down on top of Terra's head. Was so close to yet another ultimate towards the back. That was quite the delivery that Fi attempted. Taking down Trust Me. Fincy has no mercy in his heart. Level 1 Crook didn't even know what hit him.
I wouldn't say she was good the first 5 seasons, chat. 5 seasons a little stretching there, bro. Invis Woman, I feel like, has been more of a problem longer than what you guys are claiming Luna has.
They give it to Na'Vi, they will take a mile, so they have to stop them here and now if they want to win this map and not drop a single one going into those winners finals or even the grand finals of this preseason.
Raging Royal Flush could be answered here by the Raging Royal Legend. Can Terra find Saipe is the question. Fi's already lost out on their passive. The remainder of Virtus.pro have nowhere to go. Terra's just managing to hunt them down. Fi knows.
Nice, good play by Na'Vi. Come on.
Saipe still behind. It's going to be very difficult to try and TP back in the midst of all of this.
Nice, good play by Na'Vi. Come on.
Uncontestable. What a fight by Na'Vi.
Sparker now.
What would you change about Invis? Oh, break her legs.
Star-Lord either, so we can match you in composition, but also have Fi on the back line trying to deal with the strategist and maybe even take out the. Oh, we might see a portal play here, actually. Okay, I'm interested to see what their strategy is for this one, trying to see if they can get a pick off of it.
Okay, just trying to play it directly, knowing there's not really much use portaling towards the end of this point. Fincy already taken down. Trust Me is looking like a different beast on the road compared to yesterday. Has to make sure they can't get kidnapped through the portal. And Nevix without their... Oh,
Bucky has been a problem since season 0. Maybe that's going to be his first decent season.
They know they can't overextend. We've seen
Brother, Bucky has not been a problem for like a season or 2.
The portal specifically, or not the portal, the Doctor Strange having the portal play.
Bucky had continuously have like a 40%, 45%, 30 or 42% win rate for the past few seasons.
Everyone just placed into the corner, and trust me, kicks through them all, gets grabbed by the Wolverine, but this is just an opening for Jerky now. Knowing that there's no Feral Leap to try and contain them, has access to the Banhammer, really wants to try and find one of the strategists. Jujo's going to be the primary target, forces out the invisible boundary, and now who's caught within? It's going to be Rajaro. Yes, he can TP back if he wants to, but the remainder of Na'Vi is still around to fight this one out if they so desire. With few ults on their side, though, it's just going to be a quick back off.
A good stop so far by Virtus.pro towards the end, and this is the hardest journey for any team to take on Museum of Contemplation, trying to get that third checkpoint. But if Na'Vi can do it, they'll be set up as best as possible to take down Virtus.pro and give them their first ever map loss. Again, as a reminder for those at home, Virtus.pro have not played Museum of Contemplation in this new season and meta, at least in professional play outside of Scrim, so we'll see how it goes.
A pair of Raging Royal Legends. Are they going to be used here is the question. Can Saipe be hunted down? Terra's on the hunt. Sparker for now just hiding away. Doesn't want to reveal themselves inside of this little cubby. Looking to be the last note in this symphony and be the closing chord to the song. Terra looking out for their counterpart as they see from above that the damage is coming in. Nice snowflake healing coming on.
Wow, the snowflake healing and that ult did like no damage to him. Wow.
The initiative to Na'Vi has served them well as Saipe is noted on the off angle, but for now all of that pressure is going to be going towards their vanguards, who might be in a position to try and challenge out this point. A passive pop from Fi as they take multiple players into the spawn. In comes the
Oh!
That's going to be Fate shutting
what a freeze by Fate.
Time down to 50%, and while Trust Me was ready to break some hearts, it's his own cardiac arrest that he needs to worry about. In comes the invisible boundary from Dredro, and while Virtus.pro may have temporarily been
listen. Na'Vi should not even be mad, bro. That is a great push. A great push. Not a lot of teams make it that far, chat. In my opinion, I would say this is the hardest map to full cap. Hardest map.
And they stop the best team in the world with a composition that they realize, hey, we have all this available. We have Nevix that can play the Rogue. We have Sparker who can play the Star-Lord. Why have we not been playing this to this point? We even have the invisible boundary from Dredro's Invisible Woman. Now realizing, hey, we have some of these heroes that have been working. Why don't we just go back to it? And it worked out at the end.
But one side, the Invisible Woman is actually having so many knock-on effects to this mirror match as well.
Truly.
It means that as a secondary kidnap, when Fi brings someone in, you can force physics them when they try and use their utility or their movements to try and escape from that. You're able to win out pretty well on the off-angle duels between your hit scans by giving over that Guardian Shield. The thing that Na'Vi had, which they haven't really utilized
yeah,
yet,
I hope they change the Doctor Strange cat box, but the payload box. But
Terra to get into another one of these hyper carry positions we saw yesterday.
Also interesting to note, we've been seeing a lot more Emma play in the preseason playoffs in comparison to the actual group stage, and I feel like a lot of that's to rely on the anti-dive. You can go into your diamond form, especially when Fi is trying to go for those grabs, and the carbon crush is massive if you can get control of that diving Wolverine in time.
they are playing on patch 7, chat. Usually when there's new updates, they do not play on the new update. It doesn't, it's not fair. It doesn't make any sense to practice on a patch and then a new season drops or a new patch drops and then they have to play a tournament on a patch that they have never practiced on. Chat, it makes no sense. So usually when new patches happen, they usually don't play on it. Usually.
Well, there might be a momentary stall here from Trust Me. This fight is already curtains.
Maybe not the best decision to go out against a rogue when you're playing Emma Frost, but it does come back to bite them there, and so much room given to Virtus.pro in time, and there needs to actually not be a portal play. Okay, they're just going to straight up walk towards the objective, and there's a portal cancel from Vinci, trying to just stop them from moving towards the objective.
Fi already having used their damage reduction. That might be an important cooldown that's not available later as Na'Vi.
Okay, let's see this.
Towards the point here. Walking them down with a big old dark maelstrom. Fincy was unable to afflict every member though. Is only halfway towards this. Maybe an overextension from Nevix. Oh, nice shot from Jerky. That's the opening that Na'Vi were looking for. As Fincy stunned elsewhere, the invisible boundary is drawn on up. But Na'Vi being triple strategists, they don't quite have the same generation that Dredro does. Level 1 Crook needs to make a decision. Do they try and play into this with the extra ultimates? Yeah, they're going to go for it. For Raging Royal Flush invested. Saipe's ready to counter-strike if they so desire. Holds on to it. Now plays for second one. And level 1 Crook is going to be chased out as Sparker's buffed on up with the Raging Royal Legend. And he carves through Vanguard, flesh, bone, and all of that alike. Fate noted on the other side. Out comes the potential off the back of its Jeff. Can they be stymied though by Sparker trying to hold off the exits? That's going to be Nevix taking.
Nice. I don't know how Na'Vi is holding this, but that's insane. Oh! Oh! Fate! I mean, he didn't get shot at by Sparker. I don't think really was a 1v1, but damn.
Maybe he's not the best Jeff player in the world. Well, he was bobbing and weaving like the best of them in between the boundaries.
Bro, the Jeff back shots, chat. You cannot ignore the Jeff back shots.
Swap back, a beautiful play there by Na'Vi to hold right before this first checkpoint. A lot of time wasted.
Fencer falling low. Soul Resurgence ready to go from Jerky. Could be a good answer to some incoming stuns of the Doctor Strange. Trust me, playing it a little bit frontline heavy right now. Rajro isolated, bringing up the shield to cut off the healing. Rajro's already down. A perfect execution from Virtus Pro. Drujo once again has access to this ultimate. He's essentially lapped Jerky so far, but look at all of this overhealth, both for Symbiotic Shenanigans and the Soul Resurgence. Terror from the top has taken down Fi, who's taking a turn on the signature character of Sparker. But into this massive flesh, Drujo's psionic plays are just going to be so valuable. In comes a reinforcement portal. That one's gonna be Rajros, while Fincy's is still on cooldown from their earlier tricks of the trade. In comes the Raging Royal Flush. Sparker and Saipe moving towards the back. The punishment's not gonna be there. Fate is not bobbing and weaving. He's mogging as best he can, but Sparker still is able to find everything they want. Terror's come back on the Iron Fist.
I don't care that Na'Vi lost this fight. The fact that Na'Vi is doing a very good job at holding this team is incredible, bro.
Objective, and they got it. The question is, will it be enough towards the end?
Na'Vi,
so much
because usually we see Virtus Pro as these gods, but Na'Vi's doing a really great job, man.
Legend available to Sparker and Nevix having their own Heartbreaker ultimate. Trust me, could potentially use the Feast of the Abyss, but not many strategists ults aside from their own Royal Flush available to Na'Vi.
It could be amplified here by Crook as well. Still has access to a Raging Royal Flush, but difficult to get your claws onto Fi, who's now going to be playing the Ultron up in the sky, constantly peppering down those Encephalo rays. And Virtus Pro, they love their muggings from behind the cart. They just burst out from behind it. Speaking of bursting, Nevix bursting forward now with the Heartbreaker. Multiple members of Na'Vi start to lose out on their ult charges. They have lost out on a little bit of initiative here. Level 1 Crook fairly untouched on this angle. Is going to be able to use the bridge boost to hold up some disparate players. And Fate has taken over the duties of the Mantis here. Has instead allowed Jerky to move over onto the Ultron, using the rage of it in order to heal up their Vanguards. They need to get a rescue onto level 1 Crook, however. Oh, inside of the invisible boundary, it's just so easy for Sparker to find their targets. And once again, it feels like the one-sided Invisible Woman has been such a boon for Virtus Pro.
Especially having the team up available to Virtus Pro, right? Fincy's just been enabled so much, and now using another counter portal play, seeing if they can use this section
Invis is busted, thank you.
From the objective, so they can even
not according to Twitter.
Forward,
according to Twitter, apparently Invis is actually needs a buff.
This is going to be a tough spot to be in.
Oh,
I read that today.
Rajaro never got a chance to even control his character, but trust me, he's done a good job of stalling this one out. Symbiotic Resilience used. Can it be burned through by the remainder of Virtus Pro, though? They can't afford on the side of Na'Vi to lose out on this one, especially with that Feast of the Abyss ready to go. The constant trolling on the objective, moving towards the back line. They really want the Vanguards, but Saipe instantly cleanses the debuff.
See,
and now rolling forward with the blaster barrage, the damage.
Bro, this is what I mean by Virtus Pro, dude. Like, Na'Vi used ults, but
on their resources now.
Oh, sorry, not. This is what I love about pro games, not Virtus Pro. Notice how Saipe popped his Gambit ult. Sparker started to fly in. Na'Vi funneled back together. They lived. They absorbed the Gambit ult, made it useless, and then they went back in and won the team fight.
Has theirs almost online, and Dredro, I feel like this invisible.
A lot of people don't understand that falling back and regrouping and like sustaining yourself is actually really strong instead of running out there in the open and dying.
Trust me, MVP.
Who would have thought, right?
Stalling the cart as best as they can.
Early dive on
Hey,
side.
what's
It could
up,
be
Hug?
everything. You can see
Welcome
the
to
antis
Twitch.
came
Welcome to
through
Twitch.
as well. They desperately want Nevix, but they've actually managed to section off Fincy, who draws up the shield of a Seraphim to make sure that everyone else.
Uh-oh, they popped it at the same time.
Raging Royal Legends already used. Spark is going to be under pressure here, but Terra has the access for you.
Oh, poor Terra, bro. Poor Terra.
Slowed, so you've got no
F.
chance to escape. Cypher so quick when it comes to drawing the cards. This guy deals me in, and he's going to be dealing Na'Vi some real heavy blows on their defensive second.
Out-meching Na'Vi in that team fight and then some. Last-ditch portal effort, though, to stall it out before that second checkpoint and force the overtime victory for Na'Vi.
Fires the ultimate ready to go. A Dance of Butterflies in the Sky could really shut down the Rage of Ultron. Can Jerky survive? It is the question. Managed to keep up in the Sky. Na'Vi have all 6 members remaining, but Nevix has been overextended and punished for their arrogance. Rajaro with yet another upgrade. Moving in now onto Fincy, who has to stay on the cart close and personal during the overtime. Drujo's got the off angle. Fincy almost has the Eye of Agamotto. Does he have the hero play within him to try and make something work here? No stuns are delivered.
Finzy?
Fincy's taken down for it.
Finzy! That looked like my Eyes of Agamotto during the preview season, bro. What the? What in the world?
He desperately needs to try and grab something off the back of a Feast of the Abyss, but can't chop down before it's over. Cypher continues to try and chase down the last remaining players as Nevix's Heartbreaker is a warding call that Na'Vi cannot move forward. Finally, the return of the Gambit here from level 1 Crook, but it's still so far from having their ultimate available. Terra's turned up on the Iron Fist to try and keep things stalled, but Na'Vi are all out of juice and they're all out of mulligans. It's got to be.
That's fine. Hey, it's only a minute and a half, bro. It's only a minute and a half. I want to see Na'Vi win this. Tie the series up, please. Tie the series up.
As they were hoping it would. Still a lot of time wasted, forcing the overtime and only a minute and some change available to Virtus.pro. But look at those ultimates and the difference.
This feels like a grand finals already.
Royal Flush so much faster.
Dude,
it feels like
this
than
feels
level
like a
1
grand
based
finals.
on the positioning of Virtus.pro and how aggressive they've been playing. But this Rage and Royal Flush and Galactic Legend combo is going to take some time to get back online.
Rage of Ultron going to be easily counted out here by Sparker. Jerky just doing his best to peek in temporarily. It's going to give a big advantage to Terra when his is active, but you still got to worry about that invisible boundary. It feels like Druidra has never been forced to use it in an unoptimal position. His decision-making is
really great play by
sublime,
Na'Vi to absorb the Star-Lord ult, and no one died.
From Na'Vi, they're trying to burn down the timeline because Virtus.pro already down to only 30 seconds. Oh, what a great pick onto Sparker there. Fate's already been taken down there. The Dance of the Butterflies in the back is a little bit problematic, and Fi can't escape the aftermath of their own ultimates. Cypher has to decide whether or not they want to try and commit to this one, but with no teammates, Royal Flush.
Terra.
Seconds on the bank.
Huge play by Terra on the Galactic Legend. Love the Royal
I guess
Flush
you
as
could
well,
say
but
that
speaking of Royal
Terra
Flush,
is
Saipe does have theirs
Terra
available for one last
rising.
contest, and there might be a portal play, but Fincy was the one that was staggered the most, so they can't even go for it. They need to just have someone touch, go for the Galactic Legend, and they at least get overtime.
Walking up old style, Sparker's already down. What a great pickup by Rajaro. It was facilitated by the Feast of the Abyss from Trust Me. The remainder of Virtus.pro, oh, the point! Oh, Drujo was dove in the background, and we are 1-1. Na'Vi have recovered from yesterday.
Virtus.pro with the first C9 we've seen in some time,
They
but unfortunately they didn't have the portal play. The stagger proved to be enough.
Bro, the gods can bleed, chat. They lost. And not only did they lose, they C9'd.
Legend from the Rage and Royal
Show me the
Flush
stats. I gotta see the stats of this game, though.
The thing that led them to victory. 9 final hits, but Jerky's flexibility cannot be understated. Picking up the shoes very well from Naga in their previous days.
The supports
of
on
the
both
grand
teams are
finals, and
insane,
now
but look
being
at
the first team ever in the
Sparker,
preseason
36
to
and
take a map
8.
Off of Virtus.pro.
Oh wow, Terra went 27 and 11. Jerky went 30 and 7.
Sparker on
Wow.
the reg, not wanting to wait for LAN, and Terra had his chance.
That was insane, Chad. That is insane, bro.
Triple pockets from the Ultron, the Mantis, and the Raging Royal Flush. Shades of 100 Thieves here for Na'Vi, and shades of victory over Virtus.pro, who now are going to be able to decide.
I hope the pros complain about that point and actually change it back to a bus. Chat, I'm sorry. It's very cool. I love that they're trying new ideas with the cart, but that cart is actually straight up ass.
Cinema if it does happen. Probably not Hall of the
Is there
Jolly,
anyone
though.
that actually
Could be
does
a
like
central
that
park,
cart?
especially after seeing
I like
Na'Vi there
the
in the past.
idea behind it. I
3-for-3
like how they're
record for
trying
Virtus.pro.
stuff,
Talk
but
a
I
little bit
just
more about this
don't
specific
like it.
matchup. It felt like
Just
Virtus.pro
like the
had
new
the
map,
edge
chat.
in
I think the new new map
composition
is
out of the
really
gates,
good,
and then unfortunately just
but
didn't play what their comfort zone was. They
I
were a
don't
little
like.
hesitant to
I like
focus
how they're
on what
trying
the
new
usual
things
is,
with the
is
scan,
galactic
but I
legend
actually
from
don't
Star-Lord
like the
and the Raging Royal
scan
Flush,
in
and
like
also
pro
using the
or
Heartbreaker,
competitive
and
play.
instead,
You can
Navi
keep it in
just
quick
stuck to the
play,
basics,
but
and
not
it
in
worked
not in
out.
pro play.
I mean, I feel like maybe there needs to be an
Hey,
adjustment still towards
Pixel
that
Bun!
one-sidedness
Appreciate the
movement,
massive new
which is doing so much right now. Treedra actually dropped 50
Prime sub,
points
and also
in that
Scarlet Witch
matchup.
with the massive
The
Prime
next
sub as well. I
highest was
appreciate
level
it.
1 Crook on 42k, and that was in a triple strategist. Admittedly, Cypher was getting a little bit more aggressive, but this play from Na'Vi has been very sort of like, trust me, it's looking like a different beast today. Doing a great job of trolling the objective as well. That would not have gone that way if
They could extend, like you said, they could extend
the hill to allow for the remainder of Na'Vi to get in an advantageous position to use their ultimates.
The range of the
That's why you have to
point,
really
but
keep
I
aware
don't know.
of
I don't
what's
know if they
going
would
on
do that.
around you. Not having the Daredevil in play means you don't have that vision on when the dives are coming in as well, and they didn't even have a chance to play it because the ban came out from Na'Vi, and I feel like that ban could have been the straw that broke the camel's back
No,
here. But,
not delete
it
the
will
map.
be a
I love
case
this
of
map.
A tied series for now. We're
There
going
is-
into uncharted waters.
I'm not
after
saying this as like I'm not trying to be toxic or anything, but I actually don't think there is one bad map that Marvel Rivals made. The Oracle map, actually the Symbiote map could probably be it, like the Symbiote Koth map. But the Throne Room, the Yggdrasil Dawn map is no longer in competitive chat, so you don't have to worry about that. So I'm not gonna say. I'm talking about the new maps that they're making. The Oracle map, the payload is by far one of my favorites. The Koth map is actually really good in my opinion. The map that came out, I'm blanking on the name. The one that has like Iron Fist's home or something. They came out with it during Kunlun. Yeah, that one. That one's a really great map in my opinion. The smoke was really weird at first, but to be honest with you, I don't think it's that bad. It's new. It's creative. Lower Manhattan, I think that map is really great as well. I just don't like the scan. If they took away the scan, that map would be fire. And I also really do like the museum map besides the payload. I just don't like the payload. Minor adjustments, but yeah, also chat, we have 1 minute left. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. And I'm gonna get more water. I'll be right back, okay?
While even kings can bleed, VP have dropped the map and it's like by the skin of their teeth. That was so exciting. Na'Vi pulled through on their choice of map of Museum of Contemplation, but giving credit where credit is due, leg day. Terra put the Lord in Star-Lord. He was incredible.
Oh,
you're muted.
Oh, my bad. You know who wasn't quite in that map? Not like me, Terra, getting triple boosts from the remainder of Na'Vi. Jerky giving him the Mantis boost and the Ultron boost. We saw the Mantis boost come through as well. And Raging Royal Flush. Like, so many resources were poured into Terra. And credit to Na'Vi, they managed to adjust their comp on the fly to make sure that they could take that duel against Sparker, which is not easy to do.
Now all the resources into him to deliver the 44,000 damage, 9 final hits, and to dominate the lobby. And Terra did so against an invisible woman, which is kind of the scissor against the paper in the rock, paper, scissors. But Vaudable looking at Hall of the Jalia, the bans were also very important. I mean, Na'Vi did their homework. They took out the cab, they took out the DD, and that affected VP.
Yeah, I'd say like not having the vision of the DD for Phi was a big thing too, especially when we saw a lot of really good flanks from them specifically. The Captain America that we saw as well was a good counter in a way, using the freedom charges against the Galactic Legend whenever they needed to bunker up.
Okay, chat, I got my water.
It felt like
Sorry, I'm
having the
back.
extra alt charge acceleration really put the pace in favor of Virtus Pro on that first map. So Na'Vi, noticing those things, decided to go for the target bans and give Virtus Pro a couple of different options that they're not used to having available to them. And it felt like because they weren't used to having some of these things, they weren't as comfortable. And this goes to show, you know, some of that hesitancy, some of that danger that we were talking about in the interview yesterday, that this Virtus Pro team wasn't as confident as they could have been going into this meta.
And how confident are you if you're Na'Vi going into Hall of the Jalia? That is their pick, and this is something that they've chosen before. Remember that really funny Heretics game leg day where there was maybe a potential misban? That was a doozy.
I mean, this is a little bit of reverse
Okay,
psychology
sorry.
from Virtus Pro. Like, Hall of Jalia was the first map they lost in
Also,
like,
by the way,
2025 Pro Play. They
chat,
lost
just
it
as a
to
heads up,
what
so you
was,
guys
Na'Vi
know,
after they were
I want to be
around at the
transparent
time.
with you guys.
And then they got full held here in grand finals. Na'Vi got
Ads
full
are
held
only going to
against
be
Virtus
ran
Pro. And then,
on
obviously,
breaks
Na'Vi
or
lost
when
this
they're
one out against
yapping,
Heretics after
okay?
Heretics
You're not
didn't
going to
get their
miss
final
any of the
ban because
action.
they were busy being whimsical. They were slurping on their no ban juice.
Okay?
So maybe
This is heads up.
say, you know what, Na'Vi,
If you
we
do
think
get
you're washed
ads,
on this map.
subs, you don't get ads,
This,
so.
it's Virtus Pro's era now.
Instead,
I'm
you get
thinking
me to
Vaudable,
read
they
you a
gotta get
bedtime
rid of
story.
Terra's Star-Lord. He has woken
100%.
up, and you don't want to poke the bear on this one.
Well, especially for allowing the Gambit through, like having the Star-Lord, if Terra doesn't have some sort of
Well, I
comfort
keep getting
pick available to
laxative
him, it
ads.
really
Well, to be
shuts
honest
down
with
the
you, bro,
effectiveness of this
ads
team.
are
You can
targeted.
still do pretty well on the Phoenix, though, on this map
Not
specifically. So even if it's
streamers
not
don't have
available,
specific
it's
ads on
an
their
option.
stream.
Na'Vi
Ads are
is
targeted,
forced to
bro.
be in a
So
couple
if
of
you're
other
getting
teams.
laxative
If
ads, bro, you
Star-Lord
good
isn't
out? You
available
good?
to them specifically, but Virtus Pro opting for the attacking side here specifically as they pick the side and the map as reminders. So I'm really excited to see how this one goes, and maybe they're just trying to force a flashback of sorts and mess with the mental of Na'Vi by going
What
to
are
this map.
ads? Oh, YouTube. Yeah, you guys don't get that as well.
Now, I mean, the gloves are off. You don't need to be perfect anymore, VP. I mean, both of our undefeated champions of Heretics and VP have both suffered their first game losses. Heretics pulled through, but will Virtus Pro? Because now the picks and bans are not as similar as they were before. In leg day, there was a lot of Star-Lord versus Phoenix and kind of a lot of swaps between Terra and Sparker on that range duelist.
Yeah, we even ended up seeing Sparker
Also,
pick up the Wolverine towards
this was
the
a hot
end, so
debate
it's
in
anyone's
chat
game.
earlier, but chocolate does
It is
belong
anyone's
on
game.
peanut
It
butter.
is a tie
Chocolate and
series.
peanut butter
We'll
is a great
see
combo,
on
and I
Virtus
found
Pro's
Reese's in my
playground, their
freezer.
first map pick of the preseason. What they have up their sleeve.
All that for a drop of blood. Virtus Pro are the ones who are bleeding right now, but they have the chance to reclaim their initiative.
Chat was saying
in
that
our
chocolate
winners
and peanut butter
semis
does not
against
go
Na'Vi
together.
On their own map pick of Hall of Jalia, storied location, a storied battlefield for these two particular clans.
Yeah, last time we saw Trust Me playing some Venom, then playing some Vanguard Pool a couple of times. Even we saw the Magneto come out for Rajaro specifically. Terra did have that Star-Lord specifically, but the damage boost could not be understated too. So if I am the side of Virtus Pro, I might be focusing on the Mantis ban here as well.
Yeah, getting rid of that Mantis. It has been, say, under-prioritized by Virtus Pro thus far, whereas Na'Vi, they are staying strong on their respective Mantis, knowing that a damage-boosted Sparker is a dangerous proposition to go up against, but we've also seen the damage-boosted Terra can do just as well. Once again, the Loki is going to be taken off the field. Interestingly, Virtus Pro have actually had the option for the Gambit Loki multiple times.
Jay,
this
how do you
series
stay up
already,
so
but are
long?
yet to really opt into it because they think that the Invisible Woman is better.
No, to be honest with you,
I like this focus on the
I really do love doing watch parties with you guys. I think
the one to do it. Yes, you can.
It's
still
really fun.
create
Yesterday
some
was
good
16
stalls
hours.
on
I went to
points.
bed
You
last
saw
night
how
for 6
effective
hours.
that
I'm
has
wide
been in
awake right now.
previous series
Bro,
against other
watch
teams,
parties
but
are so fun.
prioritization seems to be a little lackluster from Na'Vi and the ban and protects, where Virtus Pro are getting one-sided Loki potentially and one-sided Invisible Woman.
Yeah, the one-sided invis, definitely something that has been a hallmark of Virtus Pro so far, but nice. Okay, so interestingly on this point, this
watch
has
parties are a lot of fun.
Particular use case, and that it stops Trust Me from going for a Spider-Man pull at the beginning of the game. Because he likes to go for a Spider-Man pull at the beginning of the game, and then use a rollout on Venom to get back to the point after throwing himself off the map immediately afterwards.
Well, here's that vision we were missing last time from Fi, locking in the Daredevil so that
I crashed out last night. Yeah, I just went straight to bed.
Be a big difference maker for them. At least give one of their duelists.
Well, I tried to actually. I went to bed at like 2.
Heroes, and now turns to the other side, and you're not giving them the Invisible Woman, especially after how it went last go around.
Nah, I just really like doing watch parties. It's a lot of fun.
Driving force for how close.
A lot of fun, and we got to keep the title best watch party chat. So thank you guys, love you guys for chilling out with me. Mwah.
Jay3 getting away with the Invisible Woman again. Like, I don't know if you're just very scared of Fincy on the Vandal, which is reasonable.
I get it.
But
Yeah.
I feel like Jay3's just been able to do so much so far on the Invisible Woman.
Yeah, Jay3 is a force to be reckoned with for sure on that Invisible Woman. I feel
Thought
like
you were a
also
little
having
drunk
the
on your
ability
story, my
to
Instagram
rock out
story.
with Doctor Strange if you need to with the team up
No,
has
bro,
been
I
really
was not
good,
drunk. I
especially
was
for
tired,
the
bro. I
stalls
was
after you
really
have the
tired.
portal
My
fight as well.
chat, follow the
Look at the
Instagram.
composition, though, for Virtus Pro is very
was
interesting.
very funny.
If they're going for some different unorthodox style that Na'Vi might not be as used to. I think they could also be having fun in Spawn. Who
Okay,
quite
let's see
knows?
this.
But Na'Vi on the other side of things, Jerky now in the Ultron. We've seen that rocked out a couple of times as well on
interesting.
their side. And I misspoke earlier about the one-sided Mantis, one-sided Loki, but still Virtus Pro feeling content not to play the Loki and go with the double Gambit. Instead, they like to focus on something else, which is the symbiotic shenanigans, potentially. Okay, now they're going with the old faithful of the Doctor Strange and Invisible Woman team up.
Now, this is a new...
I like how they're talking about team ups, but we can't see it yet.
Giving up the Lunar instead, which does allow you to continue pocketing Terra, but not with
I
damage.
appreciate it,
boost with
Lance.
The Snowflake instead, knowing that Trust Me and Raja are going to be able to eat a lot of damage to facilitate
I wish
that
we
healing.
didn't even get to see what the team comps were. And
Like,
I mean,
off angle,
okay.
It's going to be the Daredevil.
Now they'll have the vision to know exactly where the Na'Vi players are going from, especially based on the footage that they have about this map for Na'Vi.
Oh, shit.
They played
Yeah,
it really
I can't.
close
Yeah,
against
true,
Team
true,
Heretics,
true, true.
even
My
though
bad.
it wasn't going the way that they wanted, and already an early pick on the Fate.
Yeah, punished for playing on the destructible bridge. They instantly fall down to terra firma, and the
Was
rest
Psy
of
K
Virtus Pro,
dying?
They smell blood in the water.
Ooh.
Those piranhas do circle. A first tick already given over for Virtus Pro. Spark is somewhat bungled there, engaged, but I think it's going to be too heavily punished as Terra moving in towards the Venom. No symbolic resilience remains, so Nevix can't stay in here. Level 1 Crook getting up close and bursting with Fi. Winning out an up close duel against Matthew Murdoch is a bit of a rarity.
Na'Vi will happily take that as well and get their
Yeah, both of
hammer
these teams are
available
doing
to them
Elsa
as
bans,
well.
which I
Level
love,
1
by the
Crook
way,
almost
because
even
usually
has
we have to
the
tell
Rage
teams to ban
Robot
Elsa.
available to them.
Wow,
So
two of the
Virtus
best
Pro,
teams in
unfortunately, competition maybe
in
not working out as
EMEA are
well
banning
as they
Elsa.
wanted
Wow,
to,
I
but
wish the
Nevix
other teams
on their
would
side
learn.
Still has the Venom, can dive in when they need to, distract the backline, and I feel like if they focus around that, they might be doing a little bit better here.
Okay, drones allocated to the two flankiest members of Na'Vi. Raja is kind of just going to be standing in main with his dual Desert Eagles, pummeling them down, but the remainder of Na'Vi are in this very cowed position. They do not want to give an easy lineup here to Fi or Sparker, as Nevix just going to poke away, building out towards that Feast of the Abyss, which will be a critical opener of the tin can of that backline. And speaking of tin cans that are opening, in comes the Raging Royal Legend. Can Cypher get away from this one is the question. Peeks out a little bit too far. Doesn't have the Bayou Bash that they were looking for, but you know what? The accuracy means that they're not going to be overly damaged by the Bat Hammer, but Fate on the off angle with the Isars is able to do plenty here. Fincy's going to be temporarily waylaid by Trust Me, and Virtus Pro still have a couple of players in the back who could be hunted down here. This is danger close.
They cannot
Major
play
close,
Black
but they
Cat.
did
No.
get some percentage at least. Eventually, they're just going to go forward and try to reset completely, which I think is a wise decision here. You used your Rage and Royal Flush. It didn't work out as well as you would have liked, but it did bait the one from level 1 Crook and saw that Na'Vi had theirs so much earlier than Virtus Pro, which is why the patience game came out from them. So
what's up,
now that they
Lasanos?
have the
Welcome back.
advantage of
Welcome back.
ultimates a little bit, they'll be able to rally behind it.
What time does the new Marvel Rivals season already launched?
On to Saipe. And now you've got to think about the next fight, to be honest. With Saipe down, this one might be cooked. Hello. Trying to turn it around. The Dance of Butterflies in the back, but Sparker found all of Na'Vi all together. So many ults are going to be invested here from Virtus Pro. The Alpha Strike is coming forth. Trust me, it's given over a bunch of additional HP here. And of course, inside of a Fate of Both Worlds for healing is good. Virtus Pro just dumped so many ultimates, but they didn't have Saipe to back them up, so they couldn't have the healing debuff.
Tough spot to be in for VP.
Wait, Finzi has a free ult. Finzi has a free ult.
The meteor M to maybe engage, but also push people off that
No,
point.
Finzi, bro.
Still contest coming through though.
Saipe found on the off angle. Jerky is responsible for this one. Reigns above it all, giving out all of the drones. There's plenty of healing that's going to be pouring out of this Ultron.
This is a great hold by Na'Vi. We have never seen Virtus Pro in a situation like this, especially if they get full health.
Na'Vi have studied the record books
we
and
have
are
never
making up for
seen
their past
Na'Vi
mistakes. We saw them using
not
the
pass
contemplation,
first
they
point,
struggled.
chat. This
Now
is
they have
we are
locked in
witnessing
on that map.
history.
This one as well was a pain point for them during the group stages, and they have learned to shore up all of their weaknesses, patch the gaps in their Ironwood defenses, and now are proving to be a menace against Virtus Pro.
Trust me, we're simply eating that fire so that Crook can roll forward now with the Raging Royal Legend. Is there any way to take cover here for the remainder of Virtus Pro? Certainly not for Dredro, and certainly not for Fi. Saipe taken down, and level 1 Crook saying, oh, that's enough glazing to Dredro.
That's actually crazy.
You've got to think about the crime lord himself, Mr. Level 100 Crook.
Cannot be stopped. The mob boss himself is going to be the one to deal the final hand to Virtus Pro on attack. This was their side to pick, by the way. They picked the map and the side, and unfortunately has not gone in their favor. You could tell that Virtus Pro are off of their A game. They're not used to feeling this kind of pressure, and I feel like this might be a result to maybe an easier group.
Stop doubting Terra. Do I think Terra's a great player? Yes, chat.
Right?
But I'm talking about team organization. I think Virtus Pro is a not I think they've been showing themselves as a phenomenal team. So seeing them get full held is actually kind of crazy.
They've shown great discipline.
Navi's doing a great job, bro. Navi is doing a great job. Yeah, they did get 48%. So technically, this is still a win or a lose.
Virtus Pro, they got a little bit overexcited. They dumped 4 ults at once into a Fate of Both Worlds and a Freedom Charge. So there's no real way to destroy Fate through the healing of that and the bonus elf that was given over by Trust Me. I think that Virtus Pro probably could have done
out of all the characters that have been added to the game since launch, what was your favorite so far? Ooh.
I do gotta give credit where it's due. I mean, shout out to the analyst for Na'Vi, Sky, specifically had some stuff cooked up. I asked them, and they were just looking for the win here today. And well, we've seen more than enough in the ban phase.
That's a great question. I would probably say Phoenix. Out of all the new characters, I'd probably only play Phoenix.
And also the one-sided Vanguard pool has been a big boon for Na'Vi, but they need to clutch up here and at least get some percentage to close it out and get the advantage in this series.
Fincy. Just going to poke around in main for now, an exchange of poke between the two sides. Level 1 Crook's already falling low. The same for Fate. I think that maybe Saipe managed to find an angle there to get the anti-heal onto them. The cards are drawn.
Oh, Elsa as well, but Elsa's been getting permanently banned, and I just gave up playing her, so yeah. And now she's getting nerfed, so yeah.
But whatever slack can be given is done up by Crook here, which means that they're significantly ahead of Saipe.
Speaking of significantly ahead, we have Roger already having the ultimate available with the banhammer.
I believe we may have thrown it over onto Terra, or rather onto Spark. But Darren Saipe's down. This is a big opening here for level 1 Crook, and Fate being down again means so much of the healing is going to be falling upon the Gambit once more. And a little body block coming through. You got to start worrying about presence on the point already. That's why Fincy's playing on the corner, surrounded by members of Na'Vi. Virtus Pro thought they could turn it around here on Hall of Jalia, but it's looking incredibly improbable now. Spark is already down. Jerky's channeling the Rage of Ultron, and Na'Vi had everything they needed to make that go even further. 2-1.
The Midnight Bell is starting to
Yo.
toll against Virtus Pro, and Na'Vi are here to collect 2 maps in a row, one away from usurping the current world champions and proving that they are the
we
better
might
squad on
see
this meta.
the
Terra
current
and the rest
world
of Na'Vi have been
champions lose,
forced through
chat.
the fire of the group stages, where Virtus Pro have relatively had ease all their way here. Now they're finally faced their match in tough competition, and look at all those goose eggs in the final blows against this team of Na'Vi. 4 players who did not go down once.
Unbelievable resilience from Na'Vi. Great discipline when it came to their positions.
Bro.
It was cooked when Fate was on the bridge, dropped down, instantly got taken by the dive of Virtus Pro. Like, you're down your Luna. What are you going to do from there? Na'Vi managed to win that one back.
I want to see a game 5.
6 is absolutely phenomenal. It was like, call an ambulance, but not for Na'Vi.
Only 5 KOs in total against Na'Vi here. Fate being the one to be focused on, but honestly, because Fate was focused so much, it allowed level 1.
I don't know. I'm speechless, bro. I'm speechless. I have never seen.
The patience that we also witnessed from Na'Vi tried to bait out
this
the Galactic
team
Legends,
actually
and
lose.
also the Raging Royal Flushes from Virtus Pro meant that they had the advantage in the 1v1s when they were using their ultimates, so the team fights just worked out that much better for the side of Na'Vi.
I mean, I'm thoroughly impressed right now with Na'Vi. Like, we're wondering if they were going to be able to get together after their fight against Fire Strays, where they did win 3-1.
Fire Strays look kind of better than Virtus Pro.
They're old. They're over the hill. There ain't no way you just call them old. Hey,
but if this is going to go to a 5th
I take
map, if
offense to
Virtus
that.
Pro can get it done on their own map pick, it is going to be it's going to be an uphill battle, because then Na'Vi will get to pick our 5th map.
1 map away from Na'Vi pulling off the upset about our reigning world champions. Virtus Pro look to rally back and force a map 5. We'll see if they can do it after this.
Nah, that's crazy, bro. That's actually crazy. They don't even look old. They're like, they're like, some of them are like 25, 26, if not maybe 27. Chat thinks anything over the age of like, I don't know, 5 is old or some shit. I don't know. If you're like 6 years old or older, you're unk. Oh shit, it's your 6th birthday party? Oh yeah, you're 1 foot in the grave, bro. Wait, what's the predictions looking like again? Chocolate actually might go home with like over $1 million, which is crazy. Virtus Pro has $8.6 million, bro. Oh my god. Damn. Repoll? Nope, can't repoll, man. I'm sorry. Hey, you lose, man. I'm 25 and I feel unk. You're not unk until you hit your like late 20s, where if you sneeze, you can't turn your neck for the next 3 days, or like you bent over to tie your shoe and you hurt your back and you're just in pain. Or like you bend over to tie your shoes and both of your knees crack. Actually, funny story. I gotta tell you guys this. Funny story. I went, one of our cats were in the hallway and I bent over to go pet the cat because the cat was being cute. And both of my knees cracked so loud, it sounded like 2 gunshots, and the cat ran away before I could even pet him. Ask Emily. True, it's the funniest thing ever. Bro. Why are you always looking at your phone during the game? My phone's over here, bro. No, my knees crack, man. I'm turning 32. He's busy on RuneScape. RuneScape's over here. Yeah. Yeah. I'm AFK fishing. I gotta get my fishing to 99.
Na'Vi look unstoppable. They win
Oh.
that last map with 3 minutes to spare after full holding Virtus Pro World Champions on their map pick. And first time on Museum of Contemplation, VP lose.
Yo, Hardly for
First
23
time on
months.
Hall
Appreciate it.
Vidalia,
Appreciate it. How you doing? How you
VP
doing?
lose. Need some comfort picks here, Vaudable.
Yeah, I mean, it's so crazy to think about this. Like, the last time we saw Virtus Pro losing in this fashion was against Citadel Gaming. It went to 5 on that specific one. That was in the playoffs. It seems playoffs seem to be their
Married
crutch
at
so
23?
far,
That's
and
hey, that's a big
they,
accomplishment.
unfortunately, were not
If
able
I
to come out
married
top of them.
the person I
Eventually
was dating
went
at
to the lower
23, I would
bracket,
actually be
Navi
hairless.
3-1 and then beat Citadel Gaming at the end there.
Oh, man.
So they've gone through adversity before, but not in this fashion. And even
Hey,
before that,
can't
Chalk
rush
even
these
took them
things,
to
man.
that
Can't
5.
rush these
So
things.
Not having as much pressure against like top competition seems to mean that Virtus Pro just have not been as practiced against this level of pressure that they're facing here.
And like Day, the fact that Navi had only died 5 times on that map.
That
And you
is
gotta commend
crazy.
the
That is
strategists.
crazy.
I mean, there's only 2 of them, or well, there was 3, but basically 2. I mean, Ultron is kind of cosplaying a duelist, but like for real though, like Fate, Crook were huge
I
in
have
that map.
I have never seen which
bit
we have never seen
and,
Virtus Pro in this scenario. Not only has Virtus Pro lost a map, but they are also down 2-1. If this was a best of 3, if this was a best of 3, Navi wins. But this is a best of 5, so
well, the amount of healing from them may have been somewhat low, like in its totality. One of the things that Luna really brings to the table is like triage healing, right? Like being at range, being able to put the flake on someone and get them from very low health to very full incredibly quickly, while not maybe putting out as much.
No, it's not the J3 curse. I've never cursed anyone in my life.
Courtesy of Luna through the ice arts because of the piercing heal and damage on those players. So it means that sometimes you're going to get a little bit of an advantage, maybe in a Terra versus Spark a side lane duel that wasn't expected.
I mean, Fate is a threat on the Luna Snow. K-pop girly herself can, I mean, you don't want to play Daredevil, Wolverine into that. Just Doctor Strange has to be careful.
that is
of this
true.
woman.
I'm Gen Z, and I'll admit most of us are
This is
aging
gonna
like
be an
milk left in the
exciting
sun.
game forward.
To
We're
be
gonna
well,
take a look
if you
to
go out in the
see
sun,
if VP
the
Virtus
sun
Pro
ages
can
you.
force game
You guys
5
should be
or
using
go to the
sunscreen.
lower bracket. Good luck, everybody else.
How do you guys think I look so beautiful? I look like I'm 22 again.
Standing on a precipice of defeat here, and this is a very dangerous position. They've chosen their own map. We're going to Midtown to try and stop Navi's reign of terror on all of these convoy and convergence maps.
This is
I do think the team ups have been going downhill lately, but team ups are a very hard thing to come up with, I bet. Yo, that boy Billy! Appreciate the massive 43 months, my friend. How you doing?
A couple different looks on convergence, but in terms of convoy, Araco
Something that I
and
wish I
Museum,
knew
those are the 2 we've seen from them so far. Virtus
when
Pro,
I was
they've won
younger.
once, they've won
Chat,
once,
take care of your
so
skin,
they're
bro.
looking for an old
I wish I
faithful,
knew
and
that in my
they
high
have a
school
lot
and
of
college
footage
days.
on
I didn't
this
start taking
specific
care
map
of
different
and
metas.
start
The
like
big
putting
thing
stuff
is
on my face and whatnot
hand-to-hand
until I was
plays
like
go in their favor this time, and
29,
there's been
30.
so much targeting them, and I feel like a good focus here as well.
Hey, I have
because
I have a
Navi
whole
have
ritual I
to
do.
be on the defensive side, so they can only ban so much.
Toner, creams, Emily as well. You know,
We're going to go for that cat ban again. It served them very well
you know,
thus far.
she's
maybe they pivot into, if they don't want to play the invis, they could.
what do you call it?
always
She's
play the
Chinese,
Loki,
and
and
she
just
does all
pretty
these
good
like
at
know
Loki
Asian
themselves.
like stuff for the
Once again,
face, and
hoping to at
we
least
get
have
like
the
Asian
one-sided
products.
invis
They
in
work
their back
phenomenally,
pocket. I don't know if we saw
and
Juju
so
actually
hey,
play
I love it.
on the previous map. I think they were more playing Jeff on the offense, which didn't serve them incredibly well.
Yeah, Emily does a lot
That's
of
been the
facials on
problem.
me.
I feel like a lot of these comps for Virtus Pro have not been working out in their favor, and they haven't found their comfort zone against Na'Vi. The adaptation that you know, we heard from Oasis being having to be
You
so
guys are being
flexible in
weird,
this
bro.
comp has been a struggle.
And
but
I don't know
finally we
that
do see
thing that she
another
uses.
Mantis
Maybe
ban coming
the
out onto Na'Vi. They've been
maybe
doing a really good job
some
with
of the guys or the
management, but they
girls
didn't even
might
need
know,
it
but it's
last
like this
time.
little
They had the
weird
Ultron
looking
in their
thing,
pocket,
and that
and
you
that
could
was
use
good
it on your
enough. And the
skin, and
Star-Lord
it's supposed to like
specifically,
lift
I'm
your
so
face
shocked
up.
that we haven't targeted that
And
once.
I don't know what it's called.
Yeah, just
Emily
continually
might
allowing
know,
it
but
to,
yeah, like
fall into
the
the hands of
jade
terror.
roller,
But to be
like
fair, like,
gua
maybe
shot,
they
yeah,
felt
something
bad
like
about it when
that,
they know they
bro.
have the invisible boundary active and available. Last ban will come through here.
Yeah, you
for the
guys know
final.
exactly what I'm doing. So,
Navi
yo,
wouldn't be
you know,
surprised
hey,
to
you
see
know
the
Emily's
Daredevil
taking
get
care of
taken
me.
away. The thing would be a little bit of a niche pick.
I'm a guy, so I don't want to do
One of the
it,
things
but
that
Emily
Virtus
does
Pro
it for
really
me,
looking forward to
so
here is having their Vanguard Deadpool back.
I love
which
it.
means that they can actually soften up.
Also, I do use the
strategists
snail cream, yeah.
before
The snail mucus,
occurs
yeah.
and the thing ban comes to. Admittedly, Virtus Pro do have a long and motley history of playing Thing on Midtown. This is where they've played it the most, as far as I'm aware.
Yeah, snail mucus, chat.
Navi also reaching back.
There's
into the
also,
history books to figure out what the strategy is against Virtus Pro.
You guys
on
might
this
think I'm
specific
weird,
map.
but
And,
hey,
we
they're
spoke a little bit earlier. They have played
Fish
this
come?
one just yesterday.
Good for your,
against Fire
good
Straight.
for your.
Got a
I think it's
3-0
that.
there,
It's good for
on
your
their end.
skin.
But the biggest difference here is that they had the Elsa available to them. They don't because Virtus Pro. Know
I'm
they
not
cannot
even.
give
I'm not
Terra
even
his
trolling,
vested
bro.
slot.
Hey, there you go.
Both teams
Salmon
affording
semen.
massive respect to
Exactly.
the,
Hey.
The Elsa players of Sparker and
Hey,
Terra.
some people know
Although
exactly
admittedly,
what I'm talking about.
There's a nasty Elsa in him as well, given his competitive history in hero shooters as a hit scan enjoyer.
I get it straight from the source, bro. When I go fishing, you guys think I'm like this. No, bro. I go in there, grab a fish like I'm a bear, and I start.
So that we've seen from them in terms of the flexibility of hero pool, right? We used to just see them play the same heroes as Terra has been.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm joking. But yeah, there's a lot of good facial stuff that you could use.
Strategists for their team, and I really love this kind of brawl style that we'll be able to see from Terra and the White Fox from Jerky.
Okay, so here's one of the things that the Thing Band's going to do. It's going to mean that you don't really have an easy swap into Terra here. Your Vanguards are just going to have to suffer, unfortunately.
As you say that, though, they do have the spawn to break composition.
Yo, Finex, appreciate it for 82 months, my friend. How you doing?
The Strangling Prison and also the Hand of Khonshu we've seen time and time again on this map, and the freezes are going to make it a little bit more difficult for them to build it up as quickly.
Oh, the Sparker on Moon Knight's a little bit of a rarity.
TLDR chat, take care of yourself. Take care of yourself. Also, let's go. Come on. I'm cheering for Virtus Pro now because they are the Unks, and I have to stand by my Unks, and I want to see a match 5. Come on, send us to a match 5.
They're going to be able to outpace the ultimate of level 1 Crook.
A bit of a change up on defense compared to last time we saw Navi on this map specifically. Had some more Ultron focus and instead are now going to see what they can do here.
All right, Hands of Khonshu dropping on down on top of Rajah.
Yo, Fate's Grip. Appreciate the massive gift and sub, my friend.
Found their opening, and that came off the back of Thigh already using their ban hammer as well. Navi probably going to swap over here. Do they want to swap for a portal? They're so close to ults.
It doesn't seem like that's the option that they're going for. Instead, we are going to have the Vanguard pool come back out from Rajaro. I feel like that's a better option than the play that we saw from the Thing specifically. Trust me, though, sticking with the Groot, going for the Strangling Prison. There is the Ultra I was talking about,
Yo,
Jerky that we saw
I'm actually surprised
right,
Virtus Pro won the fight, but no one moved up and no one wanted to like get space, like demand the map. No, they all kind of stayed on point, got like 3 on point to push the card a little faster, but
with the second, but trust me, he's already down, was walled in, and so the healing could not reach them. A chase in towards the back lines of Na'Vi. Virtus Pro have claimed all the space and has to be a re-engagement.
I wonder if he.
Off the back of the fate of both worlds.
I'm wondering when he's going to use Groot ult.
Dredro take him down, and was actually taken out a moment after they brought up the invisible boundary. That's a massive loss for Virtus Pro here. Cypher's going to be the only strategist remaining. But there are still members of Virtus Pro who are willing to hang around and fight this one. Jerky tries to put it to bed, and guess what? Level 1 is once again hunting down his counterpart.
The extra damage that Terra has with the Rage and Royal Flush and also the Ultron drone just makes it so difficult for Dredro to stay alive in those invisible boundaries. And
is there a reason we haven't seen a lot of DD? We've seen a few teams run Daredevil, but
have to worry about every time they
maybe some of these teams don't want to run it. Maybe they're not. I mean, a lot of these teams practice and scrim, and they have set like plays and stuff.
For Rage of Ultron, Virtus Pro take cover for now, and they simply accolade all their fire onto Jerky, who can't deal with all of the accrued damage that's put towards him. Trust me, almost doesn't.
You know what's crazy as well that you guys probably don't know, but since we have the best watch parties, I'll let you know. Virtus Pro won the grand finals, and they have the grand final MVP Sparker. Navi won the mid-season finals, and they have the mid-season final MVP level 1 Crook, I believe he got it. So you're seeing a great game right now.
That one instead will grab Ultron, and there's nothing to suck from him, but there is going to be plenty of pain which is given over thereafter.
Nevix remembered that they have 2 hands of justice and some Cajun flavoring on them as well from the rogue that they have available to them in this composition. It hasn't been banned out this whole time, and goes to show why the brawl works so well to create that
Dale
space
Earnhardt, I'm pretty sure it's snail mucus. It's called like snail mucin.
Now we see
it's really good for your skin.
With Trust Me doing the exact same, and Trust me, did a really good job on the Rogue in the
appreciate
previous
how
match,
to play.
but Jerky interests me the most here on this Hulk and what their strategy will be.
All right, the Jerky Hulk hasn't been great so far, forcing out the invisible boundary already. Finzi just holds up the shield to shield up everyone behind them. It gives over a little bit of additional survivability. Level 1 Crook falling low. One hit would do it, but it seems like it's not going to be delivered. Level 1 Crook just about manages to squeak away. Finzi just stands on the cart, ready to open the Eye of Agamotto.
Oh.
The stagger onto Jerky as well. Not where they want to be. They're going for the counter portals.
Ooh, they're going to try to do a portal play. Oh, no, they're just going to flip it.
Towards the objective and taking their time on this too to see exactly where there might be a flanking around and positioning.
Would love to cut off a single
Interesting. They're not going to have portal if
to stop the K-pop star in her tracks.
it is very bro. How many times have you guys had a Doctor Strange on your team use portal under 3 minutes, and then you guys lose the game because at the end of the game you guys could have really used the portal, but it's on cooldown, so you guys can't use it.
Is not here for
bro,
them.
that you have to have a lot of confidence to do a portal like that.
Wolverine, but instead opting to just forgo the Raging Royal Flush combo and go for the Psylocke, which we have seen some good usages of the Dance of the Butterfly with the Royal Flush, but will it be enough? Time will tell, because Virtus Pro seem to have things locked in on mid-down.
Na'Vi desperately pouring in the dark, looking for an answer. Terra already 70% of the way to the towards their own ultimate, but having had their passive pop, the
Oh
heroes
no,
are going to be there.
Terra.
Spirit Sanctuary was a little bit too far back. Raja has already been taken down as well. And Jerky
Oh
just gets
no,
blasted
what's
against the
Na'Vi doing?
side bay.
Not how you want to go down whatsoever. So
Well, I don't
Finzi
understand what that
having the
team
time
fight
of his
was.
life, it just goes to show how good the one-sided
NA is supposed to start at 5, but NA is not going to start if this match is still going. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure.
This is the reason why
they're not going to start
allow
NA if
Doctor Strange to have some extra heals and their own CC, and this is again patch 7. There's no tenacity available for you.
Terra has the answer to the invisible boundary, though. A nice last stand to try and drag them out of that ultimate could be everything. The Heartbreaker opens up here from Nevix to try and suck away some of that ult charge from the members of the VP defense. But level 1 Crook is undeterred, brings out the Raging Royal Flush, moving towards the back. Having managed to grab Juicer out of the ultimate.
Oh,
yes,
wow.
They have. Terra understood the assignments and gets an A+ on that one. Na'Vi cash in their bank. And
they
get
use the
rewarded for their
support ult and
ingenuity.
still die through the support ult, bro.
Pass
Ooh.
the skill check with flying colors, but will it be enough to stop Virtus Pro?
Ooh.
Even with how much time is remaining if they full hold here, there's a long distance to go on Midtown where a lot of teams have been completely full held in the past, and Na'Vi have their work cut out for them again. Last time they played this, they 3-0'd themselves, so uncharted waters for them lie ahead, and it's going to be a bumpy ride against the best in the world.
Uncharted waters, chocolate. You know what that reminds me of? Winrose. We have so much. We have so much uncharted waters, man.
Rajra's already here, ready to fight. In comes the Dancer of Butterflies towards the back. It seems like the damage is being shed out effectively between the members of Virtus Pro, and Jerky's disengagement is going to be shut down by Tridro. The remainder of Na'Vi were unwilling to commit to that fight. They got some bad juju from it, and so Jerky was left high and dry,
bad juju.
with no means of getting out of there, and attempted to grab. And it's
Oh! Through the support ult, bro. What a bust. What a great play by Finzi not to use his what do you call it, ultimate ability as well.
Na'Vi desperately needs to try and survive here, but they're going to be doing it down one duelist already towards the from Fate. But
Fate
will wake up the sleeping
Oh my god!
Be achieved soon here by this wizard. Still level 1 quick. No, he just got 100%. It's a
You know what? Hot take. A lot of people might hate Luna, but I actually really love Luna. I think Luna is a very fun support to play.
The Heartbreaker, no resurrections this time, but Terra and Raj are looking to try and resurrect all the chances that Virtus Pro had of trapping this one. Where did he come from? What is Terra cooking over there? The invisible boundary drawn on up. Jerky.
Wait, what are they doing? What are they doing? What's this portal?
In the middle of this one, out comes the Heartbreaker.
Bro, what are these No, chat. These portals need to be studied. Oh, they're not on the point.
Still just out of a 3rd point.
Bro!
Rocket Raccoon is viable is all you need to know from that one, baby. The BRB brings them back into the fight with new wings and
Did you see that rocket res? I didn't see it, but he's talking about it. I might have to
stop them before.
Okay, look, listen, we have a few seconds.
But Terra and Raj are looking to try and resurrect all the chances that Virtus Pro had of trapping this one. Where did he come from? What is is Terra cooking over there? The invisible boundary drawn on up. Jerky starts to channel a portal. Don't know what he's quite cooking in the middle of this one. Out comes the Heartbreaker.
Before that?
The resurrection he is going to be achieved soon here by this wizard. Still level 1 quick. No, he just got 100%. It's a perfect point here by this wizard. Still level 1 leaping with freeze is good from Fate, but still be doing it down 1.
He uses his freeze, hits the ultimate ability, goes back to spawn, switches to rocket.
And level 20 is going to be achieved soon here.
I didn't even see this. His Gambit dies, but just because he got the freeze on the ult, went back, switched to rocket, threw down a BRB, and got the res on his Gambit instead of waiting 10 seconds and then like you. Oh my god.
We saw some decent holds.
Oh my god, bro.
Really not
I
as
might
much as we
scream
would've
without the
liked, and then
S.
Eventually, they clutched up at the end. But
Oh my
maybe just
god,
due to
that
some
Fate is
mistakes as well on
insane,
Versus
dude.
Pro's part,
Holy
pressure getting
shit.
to them, but pressure makes diamonds, and that's what they need to be on
What
this defensive
a
end.
play, bro. That was insane. I didn't even... my brain couldn't even comprehend that.
More sides. Na'Vi still developing the angles. They've managed to slink up above. Terra ready for a drop in here onto a Vanguard. Would really like Fincy, but for now, Cypher's just able to freely fling out cards of healing from this defensive bastion.
That is a
that
strategist.
created.
That's not a
Nice
support.
freeze
That's
on
not a
Fincy.
healer.
Maybe can be followed up
That's
here
a
by-
strategist.
Oh my goodness, the instant mutual stun onto Trust Me, and Terra actually gets waylaid on their intro here. Does force Jerky to make a move inside, but you know what, with all the triage that's being pointed towards Terra, Jerky doesn't really have that much in the way of healing. Pulled out of the blast, the barrage around towards the back. They're on top of Fate. Fire has no mercy in his heart, and while it's a temporary jump scare that's brought on over, enough has been done here for Virtus.pro to hold strong.
Not much leeway given to Na'Vi so far in terms of meterage. They desperately need a team fight win. The beacon from Sparker keeps Virtus.pro sustained, and then just backing up, not fully engaging onto this Na'Vi roster has made it that much easier. And even when the kidnaps come through, they do have some sort of protection to send them away due to the invisible
Also,
woman.
yes, chat, Sparker is on Rocket. They're running goats, 3 tanks, 3 supports. That's a really good stock comp. And then if you have him on Rocket, if someone dies, they just get BRB. They have the BRB beacon. They just get res.
No matter what he's playing, the Rocket Raccoon is just pumping out the damage.
Talked about how good the Rocket Raccoon was towards the end. Well, now we see it at the beginning here for Virtus.pro on defense. More and more time and knocked off the clock, and ever closer we edge to that map 5.
Nice wall brought up them, and there was no way to try and pull. Oh, I think that they may have blocked Jerky's ultimate with the strange shield. Fincy now ready to try and counter strike. 4 players stunned by the Eye of Agamotto. Yeah, there's going to be a quick cleanse from level 1.
We might see a match 5. This might be the second game in a row to go to a match 5, chat.
Twice in the midst of it, and Virtus.pro have had enough playing around. They just
By the way, if you are playing a ranked game,
Nevix
3
proving
tanks,
that they
3
are one of the
supports
best
is a
rogue
very
players in the
viable
world for a
comp to
reason. It doesn't
full
matter if
hold
they're
like
the one
you're
who
seeing
gets
Virtus.pro
stunned out
do.
as well, because they're able to shut down.
Very viable.
Trust me,
3
before they
tanks,
can
3
even
supports.
engage and go towards the backline, protecting them perfectly. And with all these ultimates available to Virtus.pro, it's just a matter of time for another team fight win.
Last stand ready to go. Yet another mutual stand between Nevix and Trust Me here, and Nevix has already taken too much damage. Has to back up. It's a great answer from Na'Vi. However, the Cosmic Yarn
Yeah, I
amplifier
can't even get
was
2
Virtus.pro
tanks on my
doing
team. Yeah, that's
unlimited
the problem with
amounts of
ranked,
damage right now within the AoE of that. You can see that it's not really taking any damage. Na'Vi have called this fight.
Backed off from it, dropped like flies around the cart, and unfortunately, they'll have to pick up the pieces in this last minute to try and make a mad dash to capture point 1. And here's Terra just solo all day.
All in onto Fi. Terra just got the extra damage there coming through from a Raging Royal Flash level 1.
What did that guy do to you, bro? Did that guy used to bully you in high school or something? That's fucked
Now
up.
level 1 Crook is out in no man's land and is easily hunted down by Fincy. Drudro caught on the other side, pulled on in, and Trust Me's there with the finish. But Jerky, that might be a little bit too much what's been sent in there. It will force a reset on Nevix, but that's a big ult.
So many resources had to be used on this team fight. The biggest question mark for this last dash for Na'Vi is if the ultimates can come online from Fate and Rajro fast enough against Virtus.pro. Saipe will have a Royal Flush, but there's a great freeze onto him instead.
Heartbreaker already moving forward. Another mutual stun coming through from Nevik to protect that back line. That means Fi has to stand on the cart by themselves for now. Terra's getting all over Fincy. Doesn't want to allow the Eye of Agamotto. No stuns delivered this time, as already you can see that Fate was ready and willing to answer it. Fincy and Fi both go down. Good angle here from Jerky, but Na'Vi need to stay on the cart now. There's very little to try and push them off, minus for Force Physics. Another 2 minutes 30 will be added to their time bank.
Come on, Virtus Pro.
Damage boost difference maker from Fate of Both Worlds by Fate.
No, the Virtus Pro is listen. They got off their spawn hold comp. Now Sparker's going on the DPS chat. Listen. There could still be a match 5. Have I ever lied to you guys? Have I ever jinxed another team? No. Virtus Pro is winning this one, and we're going to a match 5. Holy shit! They all just died. Chat. There might not be a match 5.
They force that one out for the TP. It's a trade.
But the portal's not placed properly, so it can't stop the cart in its tracks. They had to just quickly get that one through and hope that it'd be enough for them to change the tide of the battle in the favor of Virtus Pro.
All right, now Virtus Pro. With no ultimates to play with here, up against a singular Eye of Agamotto. How do they play this defensive position? They have geographical advantage. However, team up here for the road is just so much damage. It's going to have to be Sparker trying to escape. Fate instantly pivots on over, and while Fincy may demand
still doable.
Flying gracefully across the sky is an airborne
still
wizard.
Doable.
There's not going to be anything they can do. Laying down on the floor, Nevix is surrounded and eviscerated. Na'Vi have got their mojo back.
Jerky realizing that Terra needs more sustainability if they're going to be playing Wolverine, so instead opts for the team up. Works so well for them, has the extra regeneration of health that they can steal from their opponents as they're dealing damage.
Still doable.
They don't have to worry as much about going for a triple strategy.
Listen, I have so much faith on Virtus Pro defending this and going to a match 5. I'll bet you guys 100 gifted. But if Na'Vi wins,
he hasn't been able to go toe-to-toe from as well as he'd like.
Prime sub.
Inside of the invisible boundary.
Watch.
Fire still stuck outside.
I believe in Virtus Pro. I believe in the Marvel Rivals onks.
However, healing still good enough from Dredro for this one. Not enough to save Nevix though. Virtus Pro are calling it. They're backing on off.
Eric got stuck in the aisle to change his clothes for a second and then realized, wait, I wasn't trying to go shopping for now.
Just so you guys know, if Virtus Pro wins, I get the 100.
His next victim.
I believe in them.
Just holding patiently. Na'Vi want to be able to spring their traps here. Fi moving in towards the back line. He's over on the Daredevil. The damage is going to be good here from the Raging Royal Flush. It's an all-in engagement from Virtus Pro. 3 ults.
Oh, notice how chat's not saying anything now. Notice how you guys are not saying anything now.
That's the problem here. Like, there's so much time still on the clock.
What happened?
I don't even
Why are you
think
guys?
they need to use the portal
I
yet.
can
Waiting
see
for
the
final hour
future.
for that and all the ultimates available for Na'Vi. Not much room given to
chat. Ready? In about
to hold things down.
In about
they are making the cart move back inches.
I'm getting a reading.
Could be enough,
in about 1 minute and 15 seconds. Virtus Pro wins.
You can see that Fincy is giving over a little bit of space here to make sure that they're not the one to be grabbed. Terra ready to move on in. They've invested heavily. A big pull here from Trust Me could be everything, but they're trying to get on top of it. Fincy's trying to act proactively here. All of the ultimates from Na'Vi are popped up once. Virtus Pro find themselves stunned and obliterated. The devil might be let out, but they put the bear in the cage. Na'Vi win 3-1.
Virtus Pro have not lost a series since the playoffs in Stage 2 of EMEA before the Grand Finals, and now they have finally met their maker. Na'Vi bringing in international talent in Terra, the Canadian raging on the Wolverine himself, unleashed with 2 claws, dug into the competition, and now proving to be the better squad. Na'Vi move forward, reclaiming their former glory from the mid-season finals and make it into the winners. We'll see them against Heretics tomorrow.
More accurate Wolverine, minus the fact that Terra's like 6'2". I'm assuming that Lemon is flabbergasted on the other side. Let's see what she has to say about this.
Virtus Pro actually lost?
Cinema. Chat and everyone watching, you were here for the first 2026 loss of Virtus Pro, and I don't even remember the last time they've ever lost a game, let alone a series. And
8.6 million.
Like, these two teams,
430 people just lost their money. Not only their money, their house. They probably just lost the dog, the car. They just lost their wives. They lost their boyfriends' wives.
The rage meter was maxed out for Na'Vi going into this series. They had a lot to prove. They said going into the playoffs and even the preseason that they wanted to be the dominant team in EMEA, and if they continue a performance like this one, They will be
Chocolate put
unstoppable. I worry for Heretics, who
$250K
also went to a
and
match
won
themselves against Shikigami.
$1,100,000 in
And now I
return.
would say officially all of our brackets
If you bet
are
100K, you won
on that one.
440,000.
I mean, Heretics going to game 5 was, I mean, they still won, so the results are there. But Na'Vi, I don't think anyone expected
What are we
that.
listening
and we
to?
were asking everyone in every interview, who's going to win? Who's going to win?
What do you mean time to get to 100?
Everybody said Na'Vi. So I think kind of using
Sean should have fucking
fuel of
firewall
the
too.
haters to go up against.
What? I think production fucked up and they started playing the sound of like the players or something, and someone's.
But it felt like they finally hit their stride and they really got one over on Virtus Pro. Like they had some really innovative bans as well that other people haven't been considering versus this team. Getting rid of a cap and getting rid of a thing so that there was no good swap into.
Wait,
the
why are you guys
Wolverine.
saying
This is
100
great
gifted? I
innovation.
said 100 gifted if Virtus Pro
And
won.
there were so many
They
key
lost.
moments you could tell Vaudable that everybody brought their A game, but also like deeper into the strategy book. If there were secrets to be held, they all came out today, from the triple vanguards to
How is that a
rocket revives of the
scam?
day. Like I could have a montage on
saved the
that. I mean,
series.
there are so many huge
I
pop-off
said-
moments.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like every team.
I
is
will
gonna be
gift
studying
100
this series
subs
throughout
because
the
I
rest of the
know
playoffs
Virtus
and
Pro's
stage
gonna
round.
win. They
All the way
won.
into
I mean, they
stage
lost,
one
so
to
I don't.
prepare for that.
There's
This,
no
again, is just the
scam. Give me the
preseason
clip. I'll
competition.
even
This
read
isn't
it.
even for all the marbles of making it into the mid-season land
No,
itself.
no.
So, yes, there's $50,000 on the line, $16,000 for first place, but
How is that a scam?
Pride and glory is all that they care about. The Na'Vi were the ones.
Give me
to
a clip.
get all
Give me
of
a
that
clip right
today.
now.
And with this unfortunate loss for VP, it'll be a blessing because we'll see them rematch against Rad leg day, and like, that was really cool. And I think what's even cooler is an interview from the man of the hour, the one
I need a clip,
that
though,
wanted
chat.
this win more than anyone else. We have Tara, I believe, on the line, so we'll go and say hello to him live from the attic if he's ready, but maybe he's not. So, but yeah, the Rad versus VP rematch leg day is gonna be a good one.
Yeah, VP are going to be playing angry. That much is assured. Like, I can't wait to talk to Tara about this series because, there were so many ups and downs. There was a lot of support that was given over as well, and Tara managed to have some.
No one
really
has given
well-crafted
me-
fights
no
as
one's
well.
given
The-
me a
the play
clip
on the
yet.
Wolverine was just sublime on Midtown. It felt like Virtus Pro were constantly scrambling for an answer.
And then you got Shikigami versus Fire in that other lower bracket match. I mean, Vaudable, it's going to be a heartbreaker to even say goodbye to one of those teams, let alone two of them. And then we have the Heretics versus Na'Vi. That rematch is even better, I think. We are being absolutely treated with entertainment.
Yeah, we've had so many
EMEA is
amazing
just
series
the one.
throughout the day. Yeah, every series going to 5 for the end of it here as well. We saw some amazing performances earlier on in the lower bracket.
Nah,
I mean,
chat,
X
that's
went out
crazy. Yeah,
fighting
exactly,
as
bro.
best they could.
Chat's
They even
calling me
got
a
map
scammer, and I
too.
ask for
Honestly,
proof.
I think the big
And
thing
give me
that
a
we could
clip,
take away from
but there's
this
no
is
clip.
nothing is certain in terms of who's going to win these
You said
series.
if Virtus Pro
Even
won
Heretics,
100 gifted,
one
and if
team
Na'Vi
fight
won,
could've gone
you
the
would
other
get a
way. We
prime
would've seen
sub.
Shikigami versus Na'Vi facing off against each other in the upper bracket.
So yeah, if Virtus
this
Pro
just
won
means,
100 gifted, they didn't
prediction
win.
Brackets, if you get it right, congrats to you. You're some sort of Nostradamus out there. But I think for the most part, most people could agree that theirs are broken at this rate.
I mean, there was already the 1%. that
Hey,
would
at least
Shikigami
Michael
to be
kept
in the
his. Hey,
semifinal.
Michael.
Respectfully, I mean, that was just
And
a really hard match. That are
WTF Jack,
incredible.
I appreciate
So
you guys
even
keeping
better
your
to
end
be
of the
able to beat
bargain
them.
for
So
2
already,
gifted.
You're
Thank
at
you.
1% of the bracket predictors, and then Na'Vi beating VP. Even the pros couldn't have predicted
I
that.
stand
But
by
this is
what
what's
I
amazing
say.
About
I am a man of
preseason
my
leg
word.
day is that this is just in preparation for the stage, and this isn't going to affect anyone's chances of getting to that
Appreciate
stage.
the
It's
massive
gonna make
prime
them a
sub
bit
as well.
richer. But
WW,
it's going to
appreciate
be
it. Yo,
really cool
Pinot
to see
chat,
that.
you guys don't need to do that. Panic!
it's going to be
with
incredibly
the
cool to see that.
5
It's gonna be
gifted
incredibly
subs.
cool to see our boy
Absolutely
Tara.
insane. And
Oh,
also
is he ready? Let's say
YouTube.
hi to Tara,
Hard Stuck
everybody. I kinda
Platish with the 10
spoiled,
gifted subs.
what
And
we were gonna
Jay3
see here,
Shoelips.
but
with the
I
massive
better see a
thumbs up.
smile
Here we
on
go.
your face. There we go. Tara happy. This is we're happy to see you happy, man. How are you feeling? You beat Virtus Pro.
It was good. I mean, first map was whatever. Everyone was doubting us. We really didn't find our identity throughout the whole time, but we know who we are. We know what kind of team we are, and we just had to just all come together and trust each other.
True.
So we knew anything was
Hell yeah.
possible. We knew that we could easily beat them in even a 3-0 sweep.
Jexel,
and all that
Preseason
stuff
massive
like
7
this.
months.
But we also knew that they could beat us in a 3-0 sweep. So we're really happy with the results, even though we lose a map. We still played almost lights out.
True.
He did.
True.
That was
I mean,
awesome.
talking about that specifically, we heard from you yesterday, Terry. You seemed a little bit disappointed about the performance you had against Fire Strays. Going into this, you did the run back on Museum of Contemplation, the map where we had that mishap. What really changed in terms of like the preparation and strategy for you guys going into that museum matchup?
The bracket is actually not done yet, chat. Remember,
how it kinda came
Virtus
to it
Pro
as,
could still make it
everyone has their
to
ideas
first
going
place
into, like,
if
this
they.
day, because this would be our
Oh
hardest
wait,
match of,
they could
like,
still
the
hit
whole
first
tournament,
place if they
everyone
win.
would say. So everyone would have their ideas of anything like that, and we all just sit down to one, and that's kind of it. I'm not gonna say all of our ideas because
Oh, thank
of
you.
course,
What is
It's
this?
a little bit shameless.
Can you tell us the idea behind the Captain
regular
America
one,
ban?
but
That
I'll
seems
try
to make
this
a big difference in this series.
I mean, it's just going all the way back to Atlanta. That's
You get
my
the
thought
cat food?
process.
You do that then?
That was like originally on the first map. I like talked about it beforehand, saying in
Who
some
do you mean
predicament
on
we
who?
can go into lead
say
into
how
the cap ban, but I would like to try this ban line first, and I still think we could have easily won that map, but easily mistakes happen and anything can happen. And then going into that, I just think about what happened from prior tournaments and all that stuff, and what I would do.
Well, speaking of like prior series that you guys have played, you faced off against Heretics earlier on. It didn't go the way that you wanted. We heard from, Fate in the background saying that you guys don't like playing against cheese comps. And they also struggled to get a day against Shikigami. Now seeing that performance and the performance you guys were able to pull out here, what are your expectations going into that series?
I mean, our expectations are to beat them. I think everyone's expectations that's the result that we want. We want to go in championship done Sunday as in winners finals, nothing else. But it's gonna be way better. It's not gonna be a best of 2. Anything can happen in best of 3.
I'll get to the clip in a second, chat.
Yeah. Same thing here. They could easily, VP could have easily won first map, and we could have been ridden out easily. That's how different first to 2 and best of 5 is.
I mean, it was amazing to see you all bounce back from yesterday. And I mean, you won, but we saw you in that interview and you knew that you had higher expectations for your team. And it sounds like you've really hit that peak. You hit that stride and you're going to come in swinging for that upper
Not
final. So big
animosity. Appreciate the
congratulations,
massive,
Tara. We're
new
all
tier
cheering
1
you
sub, my
on.
friend.
And
Welcome,
thank you
welcome.
for the interview.
And Piff,
No problem.
appreciate the massive
Thank
gifted
you, thank
sub.
you.
Have a good one, my goat. Oh my god, guys. Navi have done it, giving the first loss to Virtus Pro. And like we said, it's going to be Navi versus Heretics in that upper final, I believe, tomorrow. And then we have VP versus Rad rematch, and then a Shikigami Fire Strays. And those two underdogs are going to go at it leg day. This whole bracket is, every match is a banger.
Like, now, how do our rankings work out? Like Shikigami went real close against Heretics. Heretics beat Na'Vi. Na'Vi beat VP.
And not an animosity
like,
again.
whatever
with the
you think your bracket is in terms of accuracy right now, you are most
Chocolate, how many
likely
channel points do you
wrong.
have?
EMEA, like we managed to pull off the rare reverse poach.
What has been your favorite match so far?
Rarely ever happens that we get a
I
top
would
talent
say
from America
last
coming
match
into
and
EMEA
this
to
match are
play
by
against
far
the
some of the
best, but
favorite ones. And
seems
also
like Terra
yesterday,
is definitely
YWL against
rewarded for
NRG
making
was a
such
great one. Those are my
audacious
3 best
move.
favorite
I
matches
think
so far.
Audible, like, I'm
I
scared.
think
I saw Tara smile and I was smiling, but
NA is going to
if
be
he
good
smiles,
though
I
today.
also think everybody should be scared.
Yeah, I mean,
Check
when this
your
team is
box.
feeling confident
Check your
and when
nails.
they are communicating, like he said it themselves, they're not going to give up the comps and like what the conversations were like. So the fact
in
that they're
suspension,
talking
Preseason
ahead
has
of
2
time and
months.
preparing together as a squad, which
Oh, they look.
we've heard that they have been doing that before. But it just seemed like something wasn't sticking. it seems that they finally figured out their identity as a roster, and that's what's been missing up to this point. And now that they have the accolade of being the first team to beat Virtus Pro in multiple months since Stage 2 playoffs, where Citadel Gaming was the last one to do it in 5 maps, by the way, there as well. This is a monumental moment for them, but they have to stay honed in and check themselves a little bit. They can't get too confident from that, especially going up against Heretics, who still looked on top of the world.
And leg day, I mean, we saw 100% Na'Vi versus 99% VP. Like, I still think they played really well, and I like that you get rid of that perfect streak.
Sadly,
it's kind of a lot of pressure to maintain that, right? So, how important is this wake-up call for VP?
Like, no streak lasts forever. Every empire eventually falls, whether it's the Romans, the Byzantines, or...
Why don't we get listen-ins in this esport? We need that. You will probably get listen-ins maybe later on, or maybe at the LAN events. But yes, I think listen-ins... Actually, I went on a massive rant yesterday about listen-ins.
And being able to take this
Someone didn't want listen-ins because it canceled some people's pro career. Because apparently some pros, when they did listen-ins, were like racist and homophobic, and I'm like, you don't even deserve a pro career if you're like that. What? You don't even deserve a job if you're like that at your job. But some guy was like, oh, J3, you're so, and he started bringing up politics for some reason, and I'm just like, bro, we're talking about gaming.
If Rad could do that too.
Yeah, the slur guy from yesterday, he was like, oh man, yeah, some guy said a slur, and you know, he got banned and removed, but yeah, that shouldn't have happened. I'm like, what?
Here specifically, and if any team was going to do it in
first
the lower bracket,
time watching J3 live, kind of nervous. Is this actually your first time watching me live?
Oh
Oh my god, why are you nervous, bro? You shouldn't be nervous.
Toe in the neutral so many times, but also the way that even the strategist lineup worked out.
Like,
so
why
well.
would you be nervous, bro?
And yeah, just getting through our end of the day, folks. We have matches all the way till Sunday, and you are, of course, joining us on Friday. So it's gonna be a long weekend of absolute cinema. And today, we just delivered part of that. Almost 2 Game 5s here at the end.
First time watching, I see this man twerk. Please be a regular thing.
Closed it out. That was a big upset, obviously. Na'Vi winning that, to Shiki almost pulling off the upset against Heretics. And leg day, Shikigami are in the lower bracket now, but they made Heretics sweat. So how are you feeling about Shikigami in the lower bracket?
I think Shikigami stocks are pretty high at the moment, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I've been trying to sing the songs of praise for Fire, you know? Like, I've been bigging them up since...
Last time watching J3, I'm no longer nervous. Hey!
Of Team Heretics,
once you join and follow this stream, you can never leave.
Here in EMEA is unbelievably contested.
I will devour your soul.
And Audible, like, you understand, like, in the best of 5, like, so many of your map picks can come out, especially if you slip up. You have that advantage, and teams like Shikigami bring out such interesting looks, you know, with that Torch, Ultron, Angela comp on Central Park that defeated not only Na'Vi but Heretics.
Is this dude normal?
They're a team to watch
chat.
out. And this is
You
where
should know
all
this
these
by now. I'm
unique
not
looks
normal.
can come out, and the meta is just starting to develop, I feel like.
There's no easy series from here on out. Even for Virtus Pro, that's been proven by Na'Vi getting the victory, and Rad, against, you said, Jen, that they looked
Yesterday I streamed for 16 hours. Today we're gonna stream for another 16 hours, and I'm on 6 hours of sleep.
For all
You think I'm stable? Ooh, I gotta take a screenshot.
Tomorrow, there are some really big ones here.
The Rad VP rematch, as a reminder.
Chat. Oh, we also have 4 matches tomorrow. You know what that means? 3 days in a row of 16-hour streams.
On, like, the side, like, that was insane. That was a rewatch. And this one, to beat Rad once is one thing, to beat them again is a whole other thing. But we'll see how shaky Rad look after being beat by Shiki, funny enough. And then you have Fire Strays, who just, of course, won over Peps, and they're going up against the almost Kingslayers of Shikigami, and then that big
At this point, I should do a subathon and just sleep on stream.
That nobody would have expected, or at least the 99 percentile of people. But this has been an amazing day, guys, and we also have
I'll probably do quick play if we have enough time.
Corner, but there's also
America was supposed to start at
everybody
5, so
at home, because there's always content being created for Marvel Rivals, including costumes, and a brand new duelist has hit the market. Yes, you can go and try her, y'all. She is so fun. Looks very complicated too, using coins to buy utility, and everyone is freaking out about how she could potentially ruin the meta. And in the best of ways, really just kind of shake things up, if I'm honest, Leg Day. I mean, this is going to be an exciting character to see.
I mean, like, it's gonna really reevaluate how you do your pathing as well. But if you want to look even better on Black Cat, you've got the Urban Predator ready to go.
Yeah, Urban Predator, pretty cool costume available. The debut one here for the Black Cat specifically, but I'm keeping my eye out for that Spider-Man one. A legendary costume, the photographer finally unmasked, and also just in his regular ESU
Megatron feet. What?
It's awesome to see the love that these guys
Appreciate
have
the
been
massive
giving to
16
these
month.
costumes.
What?
Even the Blade Starlet Shadow, he's always looking fly in his new costumes here on this side of the Cosmos because he's embracing the cosmic hunt with the Starlit Shadow. So definitely recommend picking these up. They're available now in the store, so you don't have to wait too long, but make sure you don't wait long for them to be out of stock because you got to get them while you can.
All right, and if you don't have the units for costumes and all you've got is time, that is enough to get yourself tricked out with a brand new Daredevil
Yeah,
color scheme.
you see that, chat?
Galacta
Watch
is
party
now
drops.
available with
We
the
got
launch
you
of
guys.
Marvel Rivals Season 7.5 alongside the Will of Galacta spray and nameplate and a brand new fresh emote, the Devil's Drill. So make sure that you're dripped out as Matthew Murdock's most nouveau look in Marvel Rivals.
Yeah, you got to get all the different costumes because that was the same for the Gambit costume that was very similar to this. Now you got Daredevil. It's like the whole cyberpunk assembly line. And I love myself free skins, and I'm trying to save up some units for Black Cat because you know I'm going to be trying to be dripped out as soon as she comes out and as soon as I could play her because we are busy here at the Marvel Rivals preseason playoffs, and it was a long one. Hope you guys got all your drops. We're going to be live tomorrow, same time, same place, and you can go check out North America with a bunch of amazing teams being featured there, and it's coming up soon, so don't go anywhere.
Hey, appreciate it. Love your content. Appreciate it. I don't know if we have time for quick play. We'll wait for a few minutes. If it doesn't go live, then we'll probably do some quick play. But I'm pretty sure we're already like 15 minutes late for NA. We're probably going to be jumping straight into it. Also, why does it lag for me? Oh, it just closed. Awesome, lovely. Okay, before we jump into this, I gotta listen to this.
For the team up. Works so well for them, has the extra regeneration of health that they can steal from their opponents as they're dealing damage.
Still
and
doable.
They don't have to worry as much about going for a triple strategy.
Listen, I have so much faith on Virtus Pro defending this and going to a match 5. I'll bet you guys 100 gifted. But if Navi wins,
for Vincey, he hasn't been
I
able
expect
to go toe-to-toe from as well as he'd like.
a prime sub. I didn't lie. I said if Virtus Pro won, 100 gifted. If Navi wins, I expect a prime sub. That's what happened. Why are you guys saying scam? That's not a scam. That's no way, bro. You guys are absolutely amazing. Play one ranked game. I don't think we have enough time. Let me see if they're starting. I'll give this about like 2 minutes, chat. If they don't start by 9:15, we'll do a quick play game. Yeah. Oh, they're all waiting. Hey, Boba. Oh, ran away. And Boba. Boba. Hey, stop clawing my carpet, man. Hey. Oh, now you're gonna play now? Ah. Ugh. Oh, your socks match your outfit. Did you do that on purpose? Were you entertained? The last 2 games were definitely very entertaining. Not the 2 like matches, the actual like the the teams. Like the last, it went to do a best of 5, and I thought this one was going to go to a best of 5, and it didn't. Hey, Jerky!
Protect your
How you doing, my friend? How you doing? You guys absolutely cooked. Cooked. I did not expect. I expected a great game, don't get me wrong, but I did not expect Virtus Pro to actually lose their first time, which is crazy. The kings can fall.
Your bald king.
Stomach cans. Ooh, stomach cans. I appreciate the massive Prime sub, and ambiguously appreciate the massive 5 months. What's up? How'd you laugh? That's Thank you for winning your match. I made so much money. Did you? There's no way you said that. Okay, let's see if it started, chat. It doesn't look like they started, so maybe we go play some quick play. You want to play, Emily? Chocolate, you want to play? Oh. Maybe it's a false alarm. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Wait, but Emily, do you want to play with Chocolate and I in Winrose? Jay, do you think Saipei would change his photo? He was so happy. Dude, I'm pretty sure they're still happy, chat. Even though they lost, they go down to the lower bracket and they can still win, chat. They can still win. Just because you went to the lower bracket, it makes it so you can't lose again, because if you lose, you're kicked out of the tournament. But they can still ride the lower bracket and still end up being first place. Also, I am going to start the bets for NA, chat. If you guys want, today we have a few good games. LoonX against Space Station Gaming, NRG against Sentinels. It's going to be a great game. And then you also have Swamp Gaming against 100 Thieves. Listen, as I love 100 Thieves, don't get me wrong. This should be a 3-0 against 3-0 for Swamp Gaming, but Swamp Gaming was looking a little weak yesterday against the 8th place team that barely made it to the playoffs. So, and then YWL against Team Liquid Citadel is going to be another great game, chat. But get your channel points. Oh my God, they keep turning it up. LoonX against Swamps, LoonX. LoonX against Space Station Gaming. Chat, get your money on the line. Why is this so loud? Yo, what's going on here? Bro, what is happening? You were supporting VP. I'm sad. Yo, Fate. I thought Virtus Pro was never losing a game, Joe. So listen, Fate. I gotta ask you something, bro. Is he here? Fate. Go back and watch that last game. Not that last. Was it the last game? Yeah, it was. You froze the Strain Jolt, switched to Rocket. Your teammate died with Gambit ult. The clutch res to res him to get back the Gambit ult so he doesn't go back to spawn and wait 10 seconds to respawn. Oh my God. Oh my God. Cinema. I was telling chat, like, holy shit, did you guys see that? Did you guys see that? And I had to explain to chat why that was such a great play. My chat, chat didn't really understand it. Chat, can you guys agree? So, that was crazy. It was crazy. And since you guys won that game, I actually didn't have to gift 100 subs. There you go. Bro, what's wrong with this website, bro? Why is this website like dying on me? Chat, has YouTube been having, or I think it's a Chrome thing. Hello? Because even you guys are stuck for me. Why is this having a problems for me? Nah, your team is looking really good though, Fake. Congratulations. I'm pretty sure you guys are feeling really good about yourselves. Good shit, man. Good shit. All that playing with J3, it really did help pay off. Because playing with J3 is like having a weighted vest on. And once you start playing with J3, that weighted vest comes off, you're unstoppable. What do you mean, okay, chat? I'm insulting myself. What do you... I'm insulting myself. Black Cat on my screen and wait, Black Cat and Jay on my stream. I can't concentrate. You should go to my Twitter where I cosplay Black Cat. Okay, I gotta go to the bathroom real quick, but I want to see what kind of casters who do we have?
Introducing Black Cat.
Oh, that's Shib.
Out. One of the world's premier thieves, Felicia Hardy. I've been hands-on with Black Cat, and I'm sure a lot of you have as of today.
Jay, are you bummed that you can't watch
she's
the
gonna
Aspen
shake
tourney right
things
now?
up, or should I say
What's
scratch
that?
things up? No, but honestly, her Gilded Saint shop, being able to do things like buy portals, take high ground, obviously ground enemies, it's insanely fun. And at the top level in team play,
Have you seen the conversations about Black Cat's proportions?
Ultimate. But I digress. Folks,
Are people-
those who meet the Black Cat's gaze should beware, as her omens never miss their
People
mark.
are complaining about Black Cat's what?
If you don't want to miss these skins as well, you gotta check them out. We gotta check them out. I can't.
I gotta go to the bathroom, bro.
Oh my goodness. We have the new Urban Predator Black Cat skin, Spider-Man with the Peter Parker photographer skin alongside Blade and Starlit Shadow. Yeah, I mean, I'm not built for these ad reads, but you know what is built for these is these exact skins in the in-game client ship. I know everybody's pointed out how they are not built to see the Black Cat Urban Predator skin because that's obviously the hottest for a lot of people. But I know a lot of people are excited as well for the Blade, Starlit Shadow, and Spider-Man photographer skin. They just became available as of today, so make sure to come into the store and check those out as of this morning.
We're so here for it, Dogman, but also we're here for new Twitch drops. Excuse me, they're live right now, and Daredevil fans are eating good today. Do you want this Will of Galacta skin? Well, could be yours right now. Just watch a few hours of Marvel Rivals Ignite to unlock the goods. We got the skin, the spray, nameplate, and of course the drilly mode. Don't know how that looks like, but I'm excited to get it. So as per usual, we will of course be yapping for a few before we start our first match, and that should give you plenty of time to link your account and get these new drops. So let's get to work. Chop chop. Welcome back, everyone. I am Zoe, and you're watching day 2 of the Marvel Rivals Ignite America's preseason playoffs. And I am once again joined by Dogman and I run ship. Now, gents, yesterday we saw sparks fly as the bracket began to take shape, but today we're gonna turn up the heat because
Sorry, I had to go to the bathroom. I'm drinking so much liquids, chat. I'm sorry.
I know you were here for the drama. You gotta be very excited right now.
Wait, what drama?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I think that it's just getting spicier and spicier every week. We talked about it.
Hey, yo,
Zoe,
Fate,
the group
though,
stages were
congratulations.
phenomenal.
You guys
Like
are
mentioned,
awesome,
sparks
man.
are flying.
Tell your team I said
But now they have
congratulations. They're
really
doing
ignited
awesome.
full flame in the playoffs. And like you said, the drama. Team's about to get eliminated today in Lunex or Space Station Gaming or Energy and Sentinels. That's going
You're
to
the
be
GOAT. Hey, we have to play with
actually
the
so spicy.
We have to
It's so
play with
crazy
each
to
other
think about.
again.
I don't know,
On
just looking
Marvel
at the teams,
Rivals.
like, you never expect a team to go, and today's the day where that starts happening, and that's just nutty, man. And things have already been shaken up, even in the EMEA region. We had Navi beat VP. I mean, everybody's taking a piece of the America's pie and how these games have been going.
Yeah, they're keeping us on our toes, and most of all, they're keeping our brackets in shambles, and we wouldn't want to have it any other way. It's been quite a journey thus far.
Look what
looking
Emily
at
made.
our overall preseason schedule, right? We started with some really high-octane group play. It was 12 teams at the beginning of which we split them into 2 groups.
Are you in the
and
shower?
They were playing in a round robin, so we got to learn a lot about
What
the
bread
teams
is this?
along the way as they adapted to the new rosters, to a completely new meta. Everyone trying to get a different read.
Well, what do you mean
perhaps a bit of a
avocado
leg
L?
up.
Avocado
And
is
then
so
at the end of the
healthy
group
for you.
stage, the top 4 teams
What
in
bread
each
is this?
group moved on to the playoffs, and that
Japanese
is
bread
where
at-
we
at
are
Whole
right
Foods?
now. It is a
Really?
double elimination playoff. We already
They're
covered,
really
of
good.
course, the upper bracket quarterfinals yesterday, but guys, we do have 3 more days of action ahead of us.
Yeah, 3 more days of exciting action, like you said, Zoe. So, like, I mean, the fact that we started early too. I know people were talking about Thursday being the first day. You know,
Oh,
now
that's
we get to
really
go
good. What's it
into
called?
the, what last week we had, as our day
It's
number
just called
1.
Japanese
So
bread.
we get to finally finish up, obviously, Sunday,
That's a
that
clever name.
championship Sunday where everything culminates. And
It's good.
for the end, we'll have
Thank
to see
you.
who makes it there.
I love avocado.
We do indeed. So it's a lot of action to cover, and of course we don't have to do it alone. No, we got our Spanish language watch party live once again right now. So all the amor y apoyo for our friends over there. Send them some love and join them for a good time in Spanish. Are you guys bilingual? Iron Ship, you look bilingual to me.
I appreciate
bro,
that. I
us.
love
Reach
your
out
gas.
to me tier one, so my
No,
friend,
but it
welcome,
was
welcome.
nice to hear you be fluid there in
How many
Spanish. I could
pesos is
pretend.
it?
I live
How
in
many pesos?
California.
Oh, touche. Yeah.
How many pesos is 50,000 US? 3, 2, 1. Guess.
He's gonna say muy pesos.
Can we talk about how Navi dodoesn't win without Terra, or are we skipping over that?
50K overall prize pool, but Ship, the champion is walking away with
Brother, it's a team-based
16K.
game at
What
the
would
end
you
of the
do
day.
with 16K?
Ooh, 16K, I'll tell you what, to get those skins that we just saw,
Nice.
right?
No, this is the preseason. The preseason's 50K, but the Marvel Rivals Ignite is $3 million in total.
Truth be told, upgrade the setup a little bit, try to get more competitive, got that nature in me, you know what I mean? I
You
wanna
are
be a better
only
gamer
as
and try to,
strong
match up to some of these
as your
teams a little
weakest
bit, although
teammate.
There's no shot.
And that team is very strong.
What about you,
It's
dog?
okay, though. It's okay.
No,
What
I
do
was
you
thinking
do with
like,
60K?
well, I was-
Jay,
I
you
was
haven't
thinking for you,
bullied
I'm
me
trying to
yet
think of, like, a
today. I'm
response
kind
to
of
that, because, like,
upset.
you get a new
Honey
champion
Badger,
set up, you get a new gamer chair. You know those guys that like aim hack and they're like, oh, he just has a really good gamer chair.
life beats you up too much as it is already. I don't want to make fun of
It's
you.
also all
You're
about
already a
map pool,
Daredevil
which
player.
is a little different this season.
I don't wanna-
But, plenty of good looks of our new Shinshi Booyah map that has been added. New old, I'd rather say. It's been fun to see back in the mix. And
No
also
problem,
just
I got you, I got
yesterday,
you.
right, with the best of 5 format, we do get to see those teams on a lot of different maps now.
Yeah, also, that doesn't make any sense
Yeah,
because
I think that's kind of big. Sorry, I should have cut you off a little bit
If-
there because I mean, like, I think a lot. of
Navi
these maps,
literally was a
especially, like,
strong
you said,
team
with
before
Supreme
Terra
coming back,
joined. They just
has
made the
changed
team
the
even
dynamic
stronger.
shit. What do
Navi
you think
literally
about
won
that?
in China
No, yeah,
last
I
year
like
in
this
mid-season
some teams
finals.
like NRG, like really
They're
love
still-
running
they're a
that
really
map
great
to get
team.
rid
They
of
just made the
certain
team
teams that
stronger.
Identify with certain maps and start locking them in, but now we're checking out the ban and lock phase. What do you think about that, Zoe?
Also,
Well,
Fate,
I
Fate. I don't want to
love it.
glaze
It
Fate
is,
too
of
much.
course, different from what
But he popped
most
off. Nah,
people
he
are used
deserves
to
it.
Watching the MRC,
That freeze
right?
on the
MRI
freeze
bans
on the
are
ult and then the res on his gambit.
which
Oh,
adds a
cinema!
whole different level, or many levels really, to the strategic death we're going to see during the lock and ban phase here, as what you're banning is not a universal
Wait, we
ban.
already
You're only
started the
banning it
predictions, right,
for
chat?
the other team, and you can lock it for your own team. So there's a lot of wrinkly brain power that needs to get into
Yeah, we
this
already
stuff.
started the predictions, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the ban phase has been crucial, and a lot of the teams are now progressing because of
Dude,
it, Zoe.
so
So
for
we'll
some
have to see,
reason,
if
my
Elsa's
Chrome
prioritized
is
or even the
freezing.
Gambit, as that's been the talking point of the whole tournament.
That's right, and we're officially in the heart of the post-season gauntlet, or rather the preseason.
Wow,
gauntlet.
this is something that I wanted to
That's a long way away,
see.
actually.
This is very
No, we are in the middle of the
interesting.
preseason playoffs and in the middle of the
52% to
gauntlet for some of our
48%.
teams.
We are
Today
very
is
even.
about
1.2 million
solidifying,
on
you know,
Lunex, 1.1 million on Space Station. We're pretty even here.
Final, and for others, this is a desperate fight for survival in the lower bracket. That's what we're here for. We're here for those spicy matches, right? But teams playing with everything to lose, because this is not just about, you know, having a bit of pocket money at the end of the preseason. This is all about the like the.
No,
the
chat.
seeding
There's still
for
there's
stage
still
one
a
as well,
prediction
which
going
is
for about like
not to
6
be
more minutes. Get
underestimated.
in, get
That can
in.
Come in very, very clutch. Here you see today's schedule, guys. Which is the most excited of those, and why is it all?
Yeah, you know, it's tough to answer because for us, obviously, we're covering the lower side of the bracket. To me, it's exciting to see these breakdowns because these teams are getting removed from the tournament in this preseason. That's like huge stakes, right? And, you know, granted, again, it's just preseason. Your winner's getting 16K. That's nothing to joke about. But it really does kind of set the tone for your team and prove to everyone that you have a solid roster that maybe won't have to enter roster mania, because that can very much happen before you head into season one.
Open
so for me,
predictions.
honestly, the
Predictions
lower
are
side of the
open for
bracket is
another
what
like 6
I'm
minutes.
more concerned about right now.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of with Chip on that. I'm excited for those first two. You know, I want to see who the top dogs in the entire region are.
Minutes,
whether
actually,
it be,
like probably
you know, I think Team Liquid looked the best yesterday, but you know, with Swamp Gaming, they still obviously want to maybe show up again in a very dominant performance as well.
Predictions are closed.
Today's
Chat, you guys have 10 minutes to do predictions. How do you guys
because
not?
those lower bracket matches are.
I can't. Listen.
It's
Once predictions
basically
close, I can't help
rematches
you.
From week 2 of group play, and both of those rematches were matches where the perceived underdogs emerged victoriously. Lunex
I can't
took
help
down
you guys.
SSG. 0-2. Like, it was a dominant showing that they had, and we talked a lot about it, of course, after it happened. Now there were 2 weeks in between, and then we do have to take into account what the teams rocked up with just yesterday. But I think one thing that we have to point out in that Lunex roster that really helped him like be so dominant in their match against SSG, it has to be Redis, right? Like,
Lunex
absolute
takes
menace
it
on
if
that.
they play like they
Elsa
did
really
against Swamp.
proving that it's fatal, like, and he's a flexible player.
True.
He's done some
Lunex
crime
was
on
looking
Phoenix
very strong
against
yesterday.
SSG
Swamp
that
Gaming. I mean,
game
not
as
Swamp
well, so
Gaming.
not an easy
Space
one to
Station
counter
Gaming,
or,
and their
like,
match
ban
was
out.
not looking good, chat.
No,
So
Redis really has been that like hit scan player to pick up so many heroes, and Lunex like look even better than somehow Yahweh lost in their matchup, even though they lost in the lower brackets. But SSG on the opposite side, like you said, Zoe, went down to Lunex, who are only improving, and that's going to be a scary situation for them, considering, like you said, they already went down 0-2. But regardless, this SSG squad up and down, right, Ship? Like I feel like across the board they have the talent, but it just seems to be inconsistent for them right now.
Yeah, SSG, they looked so good early on, but just struggled yesterday. So I'm hoping to see a little bit of a different team today. I think maybe the nerves might have gotten to them or whatever it may be. Now their backs are against the wall. Obviously, Nectar looked really good. They've been constantly, kind of like Redis, a very dominant duelist and can play virtually anything. Saw some success.
Did
Obviously,
Sentinels win
SVPs,
yesterday?
But, you know, it wasn't quite enough. The whole team, though, needs to lock in right now because this is everything on the line.
Yeah, and we know they have a clutch factor, right? There's a lot of individuals on that roster where we know, like, they can step it up. Even in a loss, they can look good.
They
I
got-
feel like for SSG, a WinCon in their
They got
recent games
dominated.
has basically just been Nectar, right? If they have a good game, like, they're clearing. Nectar's side
Thank you, Minnie.
something else, like double and triple chaos, like across the board. So we just need.
Do you
to see
think they'll
that
make
kind of
any
level
changes to
from
the original
entirety of the
character, Marvel Rivals characters to
Yeah,
compete with the newer
absolutely.
characters since
Kind of
they have so
something
many
I'm
more
surprised with
abilities?
them, Zoe, is,
You know,
like,
it's actually
they
really
have
funny.
SJW
I
on the
did
bench,
see a
and
post
back when I like was watching
that
some
like the
MRC
original
when
Marvel
SJW was
Rivals
on the
characters
come
were
up,
like,
I feel like they were an insanely good hit scan
easy.
player. I'm
Ooh.
surprised they
Now
haven't
the new
tried
Marvel
to
Rivals
kind of
characters
do the
are
Swamp
like
gaming situation where they've subbed them in. So maybe
doing
we'll
everything.
see that, like Ship said, maybe the roster mania could
I
come
don't
up
think
and
so.
change a lot. But it is just surprising.
I think
guess they haven't
Overwatch
reached
is
attempt
exactly
that
the same
sort of
too.
Pivot.
Yeah, and I think another thing that's worth calling out is when we're talking about, let's look over at Lunex. I mean, yesterday they looked so good, dude. Until map 3, they looked dominant. They looked.
I got
very
my Twitch
confident,
back?
like a fresh
What do
team.
you mean?
They just
Did you get banned or
can't
something?
Finish. They just can't get it done. They're so close.
Thank you, chat.
And then they just crumble. There's multiple times they're up in fights at the very end of the game. And I would, you know, I think we'd talk about it, Dog. We're like, all right, this might be a win for them. And then 2 seconds later, I'm like, all right, this is going to be a loss for them. It was just instant. So I just can't finish.
Yeah, it's rough. They kind of seem to run out of steam right before like the final hurdle, which is really heartbreaking because if you're going back to the match yesterday, they played against Swamp Gaming. So obviously, like, no team is necessarily looking good against Swamp Gaming right now. They just are like an incredible team to go up against. But for Lunex to really make them sweat, to really make them like work hard for it.
Jay,
like,
does
that is an incredible
VP
feat
wipe?
because we are talking about an MRC
I hope
team,
so.
right?
I don't think
These
you
are
should
very
ever let it
talented
crust.
MRC players that they're previous synergy, of course, across the board. Players have played with each other before, and a bunch of them have, of course, the tier 1 experience as well, having played in stage 2 in Americas last year for like Busy at Work, and like where else have there been? I think YFP were a few plays of them as well. So like they dipped their toes in, and they used the group stage really to just like come together as a team.
How you doing,
so
Craggy?
for them to be able to like not just make the playoff as an MRC team, but also to make teams like Swamp Gaming sweat to the extent that they have, yeah, credit where credit is due, right? Like I don't think we've expected them to look quite as good as they did.
No, Lunex, I mean, I kind of predicted them to even be like the best MRC team, which is, it's obviously, you know, been, yeah, we lost in how they are in the second round, obviously.
What?
Berticella first map, and
Jay, explain to me something. I understand why Guang sponsors someone like Imaru and XQC who are huge to play rivals, but why to sponsor the streamer
and at the current moment, it's hard
whose
not
name
to
should not be mentioned, who's a rival streamer of the year, and he plays the other game?
It's very impressive to see these MRC teams perform to such a high level, and also the very unique standpoint.
Let Marvel
that
Rivals sponsor whoever they want, and also let the streamers play whatever game they want.
You went through the fire and the flames, and you're here today to prove your worth versus SSG and make it to the next round of the lower bracket.
I can see them being evenly matched on domination if you're just looking at the statistics from these past 2 weeks and also yesterday included. They're kind of even. They both have a less than 50% win rate on domination, so like they're sitting around the 30% mark here. So on domination, I think it's still quite wide open for the two teams.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a really close one. I mean, you know, granted, that's just kind of the nature of how these brackets work. Obviously, at first in seeding, folks, you know, you're going to have the largest disparity in terms of quality of team, quote unquote.
Okay,
right?
chat, let's get this.
Now that they're knocked down to the lower side of the bracket, they're going to be more even, and this is where it should theoretically be
lower
intense.
bracket.
Intense the Americas
This
region,
is
what we've seen over these last few weeks. It has definitely been intense. Looking forward to seeing Vernon T'Challa. This opens up those dives. This opens up some, you know, there is some poke avenue too, but dives been super strong. I'm looking forward to seeing what they elect to run off the rip.
Next game is lower brackets.
From the ban and lock phase here, because both teams they've heavily focused on like getting the Elsa out of the server, like with most of their bans. Do you expect them to let it through because it's also a strength of their own? Like, what do you want to see?
I think, I mean, I would be fine with banning it first and then maybe letting the Gambit through and stuff, and or even going against it. I just the one thing is if it comes down to it for me, because I think there was a lot of compositions that were allowed, like Daredevil was through, and then there was also like I think a Star Wars ban or something.
Streamer must play this game forever.
I just want to see more like Nectar, Psylocke, and stuff.
Bro, that's
we've seen that in EMEA.
That's like
that in NA
getting a part-time job when you're in high school, and then you expect someone to like work that part-time job for the rest of their life. Like, no, chat.
I would like to see that a little bit more, or rather Heretics.
People
I think
can
that I would like to see
play
more
other
Psylocke
games,
for
just
Nectar,
like
because I
if
think
you get a
that
better
is a hero they're super good on and comfortable
job,
on,
you
to
can
play
leave your
alongside
current
even
one.
Daredevil, like, maybe you could do it.
You shouldn't be tied down to
SSG
one game for the rest of your life. Listen, coming from someone who only played Overwatch for 8 years, 9 years straight, it feels really good. Like, I was a person who never played single player games, or I only played hero shooters. Listen, I am having the time of my life branching out and actually playing all these great games that I never thought I would play, like The Last of Us, the Resident Evil franchise. You know, we just played Silent Hill 2. Like, I am having a great time playing all these games with Marvel Rivals as well. Wait, so you're saying if you found a better lady, you'd leave your current boring lady? Ooh. So, I think once you find like that game that you love, no other game is going to be able to compete, and you're always going to not play any other game. I haven't maybe found that game streaming wise, but I did find the best partner. Yes, I mean, who your sister
I don't think so necessarily.
is going to be always your best partner, right? You guys are like, you know,
they could play a lot, especially with White Fox not being really touched
no.
in the ban phase.
Emily, stop trying to get me in trouble.
With Lunex's side, they have the flexibility to even swap or the invisible woman stuff with like Tico. So this squad, I think they'll play different things and are sometimes unbannable, but it's like with we lost. You have to figure out that exact sort of win condition for them that I think you guys bring up all the time. So really, they have to kind of
good save, bro. I try to say that I haven't found my forever game, but I found my forever lady. There you go.
So who do you guys have winning this one? If I'd ask you for predictions.
No, Chad, I do not have a sister. It's a
tough.
joke.
I think for this one, on map 1, I'll go with SSG, and that's because I think they're going to take yesterday personally. They struggled yesterday, and I think they're a strong team, and they'll show it today. What about you, Don?
Neither team won a map yesterday, but Lunex definitely.
One day you're
going
gonna
to
realize you're too old for the sister joke.
Yeah,
Nah. If it makes people laugh, I think I'll keep saying it.
I'm a Lunex believer. I think they're getting better and better. So,
You know what that sounds like? That sounds like the people who are like, oh, J3 dressed up as Black Cat, thought 30, by the way. Yeah, and I'll keep dressing up in my 40s and 50s and 60s. If I have a kid, if I'm 40 years old and I have a kid and it's Halloween, I'm gonna dress up for that too.
Despite Lunix having how to get ready, I think we're in for a treat. Once again, a reminder, of course, that we're now.
I don't understand the people who say grown-ass man, by the way. Like, yeah, I'm a grown-ass man, and I'm having the time of my life.
Best of 3.
Just because
now it comes to the
you're
point where
not,
teams can say we would have
doesn't
won in
mean
the best of 5. Well,
I am.
SSG going up against Lunex. This one is for all the marbles. It's elimination time.
All right,
Plus, I have a trend going. Every time there is a new character, I'm dressing up as the new character. I am continuing my trend.
And Dom, buddy, I'm looking
okay, let's see this chat. Let's get it.
You know, the opposition here in terms of
let's get the show on the road. Let's get it. Let's get it. Hold on, I gotta pick this thing up.
Tight here.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that the difference of opinions everything's still changing, I guess. Like, because of the ban phase, because it's so targeted, and also, you know, it's tough to figure out the meta if you do well in scrims, and it's taken weeks to even improve. I mean, the Mantis is becoming a lot more of a priority for both these squads. We already see, like, we're not even going for the Protector of the Gambit after the double Elsa ban. They want the Mantis. They want to play these comps around it. And I guess that makes sense because of, like, the fact that you're playing the Phoenix and stuff, and people like to play Mantis Phoenix around that specific lineup. And for Lunex, it looks like they want the one-sided Gambit mismatch.
Yo, Short Stack! Appreciate the massive new tier 1 sub, my friend. How you doing?
We have seen success with it.
And
so
Tiger,
it's
appreciate the
just all about
massive
how
3 months.
This looks immediately. And in Dom, a damage boost, not only, guys, does it enable really strong compositions, like in triple backline comps, but it gives you ult quick. And ult quick enables you to win fights fast, get point early. That's kind of the idea of Mantis as a whole, and why Mantis has always been so strong in the meta, at least at this level. But they were floating that rogue ban next, and that's something I don't think is a bad idea against Lunex. They've proven they can run that rogue, and there it is.
Yeah.
So far, so good, chat. Elsa bans.
I guess
I like
like
it.
The difference is maybe the Mantis bans that you have to do alongside it are a little bit more open, maybe. Like you have the Groot available, you have, you know, Phoenix stuff. You can really play most of the like duelist lineup. So that's always, I guess, something you have to think about. Invisible mismatch.
Can you cosplay the summer skin Punisher?
Squads towards like the latter half of the draft.
Ooh, I don't know about that.
We've had the discussion, right, Shib? Like, if you have the Mantis, you don't want to see that Doctor Strange on the opposite side, right? That's brutal with Mantis boost, right?
Yeah, I mean, Strange is obviously great, but yeah, and also the Invis. But again, Strange is in this meta. The reason he's so strong is just there's not a lot of shields being run. There's not a lot of Magnetos to shut down that ultimate. You kind of get free reign with the Eye, and Eye of Agamotto is a massive ult in the right hands, right? Especially, you know, if you're not able to have the Gambit on your team, for that CC cleanse, like. He's just kind of taking a forward jump in the meta.
Oh, yeah, what's up, no David Jarget? Cosplaying on behalf of
I don't even think early on in this
Wait, life is too short to let other people stop me from having fun.
It's
true. Also, I saw
I guess like maybe like going back to when there was that interview with the team that beat we lost in the group stages as well. Like they were like, we just had to ban out the Kendrick Doctor Strange, and then we started winning every game, right? So I feel like after that, at least for us, that opened definitely our eyes to that. But
what day
is
it's
going to be interesting, shit, because this is a change up, I think, in terms of just prioritizing that Mantis away from the Gambit. And we get to finally kind of learn, right? Like, I feel like there's so many strong strategists right now that it really is tough to decide, even like those thin margins, if they're worth trading off, trying to go for an early Gambit.
Just let me know what day, and then
I'm with you. This is going to be a fun thing to kind of learn together.
Probably if it lines up.
If it is more worth it to keep the Mantis around. So I'm looking forward to seeing how it shakes out here in a moment. You can see the bans, folks, on the top left. Those are going to be the bans that are against that specific team. Those
oh, no, I'm going to keep doing it, bro. JK Exotics. Trust me. Every new character that comes out, I am cosplaying.
Your team is out of the
I'm liking it, bro. I'm liking
the tone a little bit here. So you want to make sure you lock in right now. This is your moment on the big stage.
Okay, let's see this.
To it, buddy. Here we go.
All right, kicking off first map on Domination. And also, since it is that, well, I guess we'll talk about it later, but it is a first to 3. And, you know, obviously Domination first. You have to decide between Convoy and Convergence after this one. But that is in the far future. Starting off for Space Station Gaming, should we get to see Nectar and Doomed finally pairing alongside that Psylocke and Daredevil combination for Lunex, though. They
Yeah.
went for that Invisible Woman again, and they're going for that counter dive style with the Thing and triple Vanguard.
Yeah, I think Thing is really strong in the meta, but it just hasn't seen a lot of success in terms of numbers and percentage of win, which I'm surprised about. I just think there's so much movement right now in the game. It's difficult to burn a lot of your cooldowns to stay on top of those that you're trying to shut down with the Yancey Street, obviously, with the grounding ability. But, you know, Jeff has struggled a bit, but then yesterday we saw some insane Jeff faults that kind of shut down kind of what we were thinking. As you can see now, Month on the high ground, spraying through the enemies into the team is always a smart play. Silent Blaze gets deleted here by Nectar off the rip. Reedus finds one and Doomed another. Make it two now, Doomed. As
Oh, this is not looking like the space station that we saw yesterday, chat.
Quick fight, just collapse onto the back line.
Math
really react.
man, appreciate the massive prep sub. Welcome,
Vanguard comps being solid, but have turned into sort
This
of
is not looking like the
kind of
space
more
station team that
cheesy
we saw
setups,
yesterday.
At least if you don't have that Rogue Gambit sort of style. Now they switch over. Shib, it looks like they're going to the Venom dive composition alongside a triple backline strategy.
Yeah, it gets dicey when you switch a little later on in the matchup, obviously losing that alt charge percentage, but, you know, early like that, it's not a bad call, and, you know, that if he's very comfortable on the Venom, so going to see what that looks like as we start up our second fight here. But that was a quick, decided W there on point one for SSG. Silent Blaze says, all right, let's change that up quickly, though. Goodbye, Doomed, as Doomed was pivotal in
Shib
the
sounds a
last
lot
fight.
better
Good pick
today
there
than
for
he
Silent
did
Blaze,
yesterday.
You had just, you know, gassed up a little bit prior to this game.
When they get the Venom team up too, compared to Space Station, who are not running the Venom, so the Jeff maybe doesn't have as strong a healing output as he could. Otherwise, Tones drops out the ultimate, the Banhammer to the backside, also takes down Nectar towards that left angle. I mean, Nectar stayed for a little bit too long. Also, Blurgout ran over, kind of all snowballed after that first pick.
Yeah, Tones makes me want to throw up a little bit with how nasty he is on this hero. This is honestly always been a problem. I think
Tones was insane yesterday on Tank, so hopefully he brings that.
Some games had no Van Pool
Hopefully
at
he
all.
brings
I
that.
think
No, this is the first game of NA.
Coming to them later on in Ignite. Not going to be present right now. The stuff you see in Client is not there today. Again, I think he's a must play. As we see now, the engagement from Reedus finds one there off the back of the Raging Royal Flush. Will there be more? The Itch Chef goes down. It looks like there was a decent kite. Not many fall.
I mean, Nectar unfortunately having to deal
Daredevil
with
trying to take a
Daredevil the whole
1v1
time,
with a
just kind of
Psylocke?
just marked
Ooh.
24/7, whereas, you know, his own Daredevil obviously doesn't have a Psylocke to have to worry about. Regardless, still controlling the point is the side of Lunex. They're heavily kind of surrounded. Space Station trying to buy some sort of flank angles, and it looks like they do have Daredevil set up in the back line with Doom.
That's why we have
They're
air
gonna have to win
purifiers.
this fight diving deep with this Luna Snow dance floor, which
Thank
they started
you.
off early, so maybe with some damage they
Alex,
get something
appreciate
going, they
the
can stall
massive
out
3
the
months.
fight
How
for
you
longer,
doing?
but regardless, Lunex sit in a good position in
Oh,
terms
that
of
does smell
strategical
good.
advantage.
If he committing with the feast as well. Out goes the Soul Resurgence from Tico. Ends now. Fidel, the dance floor goes down. Out goes a huge ultimate from Nectar as Doomed and Fidel are going to clean up a few. Make that another as Doomed takes out Tico. Once again, SSG being a little bit patient there, waiting out some of those ultimates and then hard committing, but they did commit a ton.
I like
Blaze
this so
has a
far. I like
free
this.
It's
I
Jeff
like this.
moment.
Going
Will
back
this
and
one find
forth. Back
value?
and forth.
See in a moment here as they set up our next fight. 53 to 69%.
Oh, you got Bobo coming
on the board right now.
I'm just kind of surprised that, you know, I guess maybe the damage output was too crazy, but that Silent Blaze didn't pop the ult in the last fight. Regardless, like you said, they do have that ult a little bit more open of a point. We'll see what happens for SSG, because like you said, they have no ultimates building up towards that Jeff ult
we
soon.
forgot to
Maybe
watch
they
my
can get a
interview yesterday.
surprise
I really
play
want to watch
early
that
in these
again.
early fights, they've been able to track down Nectar, but he's playing a
Huh?
lot safer now, or they're playing a lot safer now, which is enabling
You have it pulled up
the
or
side of
flipped?
SSG.
Yeah, a lot of teams like to use Jeff in a defensive manner, or when the team comes
Okay.
up, wow, and that was a huge pick
We're
there
gonna
from Blur
get
and a
what?
Silent Blaze as we're talking about it, right? With that ult still.
Here's the problem. Like, I like Silent Blaze on the White Fox and stuff, but specifically when we see them on the Jeff, it's just kind of like odd. Like, I feel like they played well in the first fights we saw, but now we've just held Jeff ult twice, 2 fights in a row, and I can't help but feel bad for them at this point because the portal's going to come now, but will it be too late?
And that's a huge pick in the neutral there from Nectar on a Iffy, who does a good job stalling point there with Venom. And I'm with you. I think you needed to commit that ult earlier here as Reedus dives towards backline, tries to find one. Goodbye, Fidel. And now Lunex going to be up a number so far. The Itch Chef goes down. Will this one land? Nectar able to dodge that in that moment? I don't believe it does. And that's going to be a quick delete.
Yeah, sorry, Shib. That's brutal. That is going to be fight ending. I mean, just after that, no more portal. Everybody comes back. You use the Jeff ult late to no avail. I mean, there's a lot of pressure on you for sure. That's maybe why. Maybe you could hold on for a little bit longer. You have the Devil ult from Doom, though, to help secure Regis towards the point, and everybody else tries to funnel in, maybe build ults up. They could stall for a little bit longer, but they don't have strat ults. Maybe the Mantis ult coming up soon could save them.
Venom running on the walls is a little cockroach that you just keep, you're trying to hit with a shoe, and it just doesn't work.
And it was. I'm with you. I just don't think these last few fights have gone the way of Silent Blaze. And there's some commitment now from Tico. Out goes that Soul Resurgence. Team's going to stay healthy on point, trying to buy time. 99 to 94, folks. OT ticking down. They've got to stay on it. Even off for a moment will lose them this map. A pick comes through. A few are going to fall as Fidel takes out Regis. And that's 2 numbers up now. And they're still holding on, though, somehow on this point. Nectar with some good positioning. Goodbye, Tones. OT should tick down in a moment here as everyone falls. It does. SSG find the first map.
I mean, that was close. I think despite the number of mistakes Lunex were making, the target focus seems to be good. I think all of that is on the right page. Like the fact that it was 99 to basically 99 off of all of that is very impressive. So they can come back maybe on Warrior Falls. For SSG, they kind of need to focus on their target focus a bit, Shib. Like, I feel like, you know, they're not, like you mentioned, these fights are lasting a lot longer than you would think, and maybe that's because they don't have that Phoenix that they used to run alongside the Daredevil. But regardless, I think if they hone up their target focus, they could close this out 2-0. For Lunex, though, obviously, you just can't make the same Stratus ult mistakes that they did.
Yeah, and it's tricky too when you're running the Jeff.
Nectar makes Psylocke look so simple till I try her in my ranked games. Oh my god, I've been playing a lot more Psylocke actually recently. Psylocke has been a lot of fun.
You do have Nectar's ultimate, which is
well, Nectar is one of the best Psylocks out there. So
as well, Doom with that baton throw, it's another auto locking ability that causes.
Yeah, he's really good on it.
Just tries to escape and fin, and you know that kind of stuff makes it just so tricky. That's why they're finding a lot of success in shutting that stuff down right now on the side of SSG. Now we're gonna see what the fight looks like. There is no ult advantage. There's
Jerky plays for
with the Feast versus the Dance.
The team that just beat Virtus Pro, Navi. He was actually just here in the chat. He popped off.
Again, folks, you want to win this point early. Positioning is huge here from SSG, though.
Yeah, we'll see what happens in the upcoming fight. SSG goes first, like you said, immediately with the dance floor. Can they find the KOs afterwards? The answer, easily yes. Tones falls. Does anybody else fall, though? They use the Jeff ult in the backside from Silent Blaze. A little bit faster use this time. Looks like he got one in his mouth, but they still lose Logan on the fallback. Unfortunately, could not escape to that pool of healing. So, Space Station Gaming still sitting in control. It's as you said, Shib. They look to be on point today.
Yeah, and it's funny, they're not even running the Mantis right now, SSG, right? Like, it's something to keep in mind. That's not something that they've got on the docket for them at this point. But either way, look at this alt charge with point advantage. This is going to be very difficult for the retake. Doom going to commit now to let the Devil out. Regis doing the same. It's Jeff goes down. Does that one find value? Goodbye as Regis takes out Fidel. Regis, a demon on the hit scan, apparently also up in the melee form. Neck rise onto Tico now. Will we see more? Out is a huge Cutterfly. Doesn't seem to find just enough value yet. Pulls out cooldowns, and that's it as a 2-piece comes in now to the side of Lunex. And they should be able to control this point for a while. 8% and climbing. Not a bad retake being down in alts like that.
Hey, everybody pilled around Tones. You mentioned how good Tones is. Also, the fact that they used that Raging Roll flush. Everybody kind of zoned out Nectar's ultimate. So, excellent disengage by them. Taking down Doomed in the stagger as well. Control the point is Lunex. So we'll see how this kind of operates moving forward. The swap from Tico over to the Psylocke definitely makes sense. It's interesting because obviously in terms of just the pure Psylocke matchup, you'd want the Snowflake maybe to kind of win those duels. But regardless, the pace of play that Gambit provides is crazy.
Yeah, and a lot of commitment comes out now. Using that Freedom Charge to put everybody in there as Regis finds one. It's going to be a good answer. Nectar on that trade onto Regis now. And those were the callouts we were mentioning. 2 very strong duelists.
Do you have any melee heroes in your ranked on your back? I whipped out the Wolverine sometimes.
From the lawyer, Doomed takes out Tico. Lunex want this point, 51, 53%, and climbing with some good positioning once again. Ult up and available for Silent Blaze as immediately
I don't like playing melee characters. It's just not in my play style.
And now Tones goes down, and SSG looking good.
I feel like when I play melee characters, I'm not doing as much as I could be if I was on like my hit scan or projectile characters. So therefore, that's why I lean more to those characters, because I feel like I'm doing a lot more.
See you while you're invisible. Not a fun matchup for any Psylocke player. Now in this upcoming fight, though, A lot of ultimates for SSG to keep holding on to it regardless. Shiv, these fights in the neutral have been so chaotic. It feels like first picks happen so fast.
Yeah, I am a melee
damage.
specialist. Sorry, yeah, my bad.
And I like the change here from Lunax with Logan. You know, Logan is actually going to make a switch to kind of counter some of this melee problem they're dealing with. Redis able to find Month, and that's going to be a good start for their side of Lunax, who want the retake. Almost even on percentage once again. These teams are duking
Bro,
it
how
out
does
here,
a Daredevil
folks.
live that?
Tico
Wow,
goes down,
okay.
or excuse me, finds Doomed, who goes down. And the chase comes out here from Blur. He's going to try to stagger a few on this retake of point.
No, I do not wish I was better with melee characters. I grew up playing Counter-Strike 1.6 chat and 1.5. Like, I grew up, everything was hit scan, hit scan, hit scan. There was no melee characters. There was no such thing as a melee character.
Maybe set up
What the?
Regis, force out double straddle, but here comes
That's like a newish thing, and it's just.
I think not able to
I just
find
don't
true
want
locks there, does drive them off point.
I just don't care to learn.
Necrise on Iffy trying to escape.
I do want to learn Loki and get better on Wolverine though, but
Necrise going to be on the
Scout
stick. Shout out to
Knives is
controller
not
players
really
on PC,
melee
getting the job
characters,
done even
bro.
at this level of play. You know, there's a lot of folks looking up to them who are making the switch maybe from console. Shout out to all of you. A lot of these teams have been doing that. Out goes the dance floor now. The Fox to match it. What does the Fox say? Not much, because the Fox is 6 feet under. Well done by Blur. And the chase to continue for more. Fidel takes the height now. It looks like Iffy trying to find a few more. And man, it's been back and forth for days here on the KO feed.
Yeah, you overextend and you meet Iffy with the tentacles in your face, so everybody else is going to fall.
Who is the worst tank in your opinion?
That point, like I said, it is back and forth at the current moment. I mean, I've liked the Psylocke pick so far for Space Station Gaming, but sometimes they've overextended. Upcoming fight, they also use both straddles in a loss.
A great question.
You know, good target focus on that white box earlier with Logan, but regardless, upcoming fight, they're going to set up for a fast dive ship.
Rogue. I wouldn't say Rogue is the worst tank. I don't know. I haven't tried the CC stuff yet, but I wouldn't say Rogue still.
Massive, and it is. Finding the combo there with the tentacles to take out Fidel.
I don't know. I think every tank is viable. It just depends on Penny. Penny, I don't think is bad as well, chat. In pro play, I don't think we see a lot of Penny, but I think in ranked, Penny is really good. Like, ooh, good.
All there from Silent, maybe silencing us in that moment, who saw a little bit of hesitation early on, and that is going to be a winning match.
Yeah,
hey, we got ourselves a match. We got ourselves a match.
Getting off the Mantis, considering they weren't.
Penny is very map dependent. Yeah, I would say as well.
You know, I think that they were playing too stacked together. Usually you see these sort of Mantis players try to take some more off angles or something. They were kind of hard locked together in a unit, and that wasn't giving Silent Blaze space to breathe. So in hindsight, looking back at the situation that happened, obviously you could say it was tough ultimates from Silent, but it makes sense due to the fact that now Tico's
wasn't
on Psylocke,
Pong
and
on the
they're getting so much more
Atari
space.
a
And that was
melee
huge
game back
at
in
the
your
very
day?
end to bring it back, because Necrise was full jackpot. I mean, he got all of the bounces.
You're comparing
Would have
Pong
destroyed the side of Lunax
to a
if they did
melee
not get
character
that
in
dip.
Marvel Rivals, brother.
Great call there, buddy.
It's not even a melee game.
Domination. Are you not entertained? First match of the Americas region. Why not, buddy? Heading up to 99% in every single map so far. These teams are locked in and they want it, but the question is, who wants it more? Nectar has ult available. Tico right behind. Doomed in the same boat, and that's going to be the ults we see in this first fight.
And for SSG, I imagine they want to go fast with it. Same thing for Lunax. Lunax actually ready to go and peel off. They're a bit more defensive with their style. But in this case, they go aggressive. And actually immediately take down Nectar. Oh no, in the middle of it, Doom does pop his ultimate off, but meanwhile, it's only 1 for 1. Maybe make it 2, actually. Tico falls after his ult runs out, and the follow-up is there.
Yo,
Necrise
enter
neutral
for
Doom
none.
well
Appreciate the
posed,
massive 5 gifted
also
subs, my
able to
friend.
do so.
Absolutely
Has the ultimate
insane.
still ready to go, so can pop that if he wants.
Appreciate it.
But no,
Massive
it's
W.
too far. Now they go aggressive with the Banhammer immediately onto Fidel. That sends them all the way back. And it looks like Lunax are going for a portal, so they're not even giving up on this first fight just yet, Ship.
Yeah, and the idea is to cut off this angle, make it a little easier for your team to get the point quickly. Wow, what a throw there from Tico. Oh, no, didn't catch it in that moment. Was distracted on the potential hero switch, I believe. Oh, that is
He could have had that kill, wow.
Pick there, but was on the hero screen, I believe, as Blur able to find Redis there now. Point take from Lunax early on. Alt advantage still in the favor of SSG, who have Nectar. There's that commitment now. Dance of the butterfly, the cutterfly, if you will, finding 1. Make it 2 now, Nectar. Come on.
Nice.
As they keep it going, and they will find a 3rd as Blur cleans that up.
Yesterday in the interview, I did say I want to see Nectar on Psylocke more. He's a really good Psylocke player.
Loser brackets is they were prioritizing, I think, a lot more Phoenix. Today, it looks like a lot more Psylocke. Maybe that's just how it worked out ban-wise. But upcoming fight, got the Jeff ultimate available for the side of SSG. Same thing with White Fox. Opposite side for Lunax. Not as much of an opportunity, but they do have Venom. And Iffy has been huge with these Feast of the Abyss in the middle of the team fights.
A lot of answers here for SSG available. Rita's going to start off with the Let the Devil Out, and there's those answers I was talking about. Both going to commit as month goes under. Fidel does the same with the Fox. Dropping backwards, gets eaten though. Fox still providing a lot of pressure in the front line, getting back to the team. Folks, remember, if you land that paw on the enemy, you do an additional 50 besides the AoE damage, so 100 every single swing, but that paw's got to land there, so good placement as Tones is able to clean up Fidel through that mix. Percentage 42 for the side of SSG, 19 for Lunex.
Who do you think is going to win this round?
This time.
Both teams are really good, man. I don't know. Both teams are going back and forth.
More patient. There's that commitment. Wow.
This is a great teleport by Space Station Gaming as well to stall the point and get a little bit more percentage.
But it's like you said, Shiv, just building up that time bank, slowly dwindling down the potential retake from the side of Lunex, but eventually give it up. Going into the next round for them, but both portals utilized very early on in the fights.
I think both tanks, both teams are really even.
He also did commit the Feast of the Abyss, so Silent Blaze has an opportunity to go big yet again, but it's hard. Look how much mobility is on the side of SSG. It's going to be hard to catch anybody. For Blur, they could maybe play around the Captain American ult and bait that out, but ooh, no, Iffy goes down early.
And it didn't work for him there, but the idea was to switch Strange to hold on to point. And that's why, you know, sometimes teams elect to not run Strange where they have that option if they ever want to hold on. Blur able to dodge right there on the HF, and that cleanup does not come through. Looked so close to making that happen, but it does not happen. Nectar on point, able to take out Tones. Do I see a second now with some insane tracking? And
yeah, this is going back and forth, bro.
Now for the side of SSG, who want this point, and they have this point, roughly even on percentage. Once again, these teams so evenly matched right now.
Yep, exactly. Very evenly matched.
Control. Logan pops the ultimate. They're down 2 in that fight, but it doesn't matter. Regis comes back, takes down Fidel. They're able to kind of push in. Nectar comes out with the ultimate after the White Fox ult is over, but it's actually still going on a little bit. Also, huge shots from Iffy, by the way. Just pretty much one-tap Nectarize. That was some beautiful tracking.
So good.
And after the ultimate, Nectar has to come back to the point into Iffy again.
Oh.
I mean, what a play by the Venom player of Lunex to keep them alive on that point.
If he's been known for the Venom, and finally gets to showcase that now on this map. This is very much a Venom map with a lot of height and different angles to take and swing away potential.
That, like I said, Chad, it's going back and forth right now.
Natural cover that you can hide behind. So playing super clean. You can see the tracking there, and you can see the percentage though, folks. SSG at 95. Now their job is to try to get an ultimate fight. What that means is they're going to build ults as much as possible and try to commit heavy in one fight to win this. Portal should be back for both sides. I'm not sure if the 3 minutes has fully committed or has gone through. I don't believe, actually, that SSG will have a portal because Nectar did it just a little bit too late. We'll see what happens here in a moment. Iffy with a nice pick, though.
Yeah, I mean, Nectar and the Daredevil, or sorry, Deadpool on the opposite side having to play back. I mean, once that taunt was used, Nectarize was an easy target to dive, and Nectar double dash towards main, didn't have cooldowns to escape. Now we have the White Fox ult in an awkward situation for SSG, who has to touch the point because Lunex are in control. Silent Blaze with an ult again. Could be huge like they were in the previous round. Does
this actually might go to Lunex
fight as well, so it's 1-by-1 for SSG, who don't have the portal either, I believe, from earlier. So Lunex looked like they want to close out at the moment. Silent Blaze did get an eat, has turned around
my God, bro!
The map, map number 1 goes Lunex's way.
Beautiful play.
Lunex was really good yesterday against Swamp Gaming, bro. So,
gotta find a way to
Wick
clutch up
Elmo.
at the end.
Appreciate the
They were
massive new tier
down
1s on my friend.
in percentage by roughly 35%, and the idea would be, you know, the team would play a little safe.
Yeah,
try to build
my whole
ultimates and
bracket is
retake,
messed
but you know
up
what
too,
happened?
Chad. Don't even worry, but
found Nectar really early on, finds another after that, and what do you know? At that point, up numbers, you take the positioning, you don't allow them to move, and you have this in the bag. Very clean play. Lunex.
Absolutely, and I think this kind of goes back to round 1, like you said, Shiv. You brought it up, and it was a good point.
Wait,
like,
Tico. Oh, he was playing support sometimes too, but I was about to say 3 finals. Regis, 16 finals on the Daredevil. Doomed as well was popping off. Nectar as well.
It makes sense why it was tough for them in the first round, and specifically Silent Blaze, because they were so stacked together as a unit. They needed
there you go.
Tico's pressure on the flank angles.
Yo, Real Dilemma. Appreciate the massive top D of the day. Love the stream, Jay. Just curious, why are we seeing more Cap and comp play versus someone like Angela? Dive is very, very popular right now, so usually your Venom, your Captain America, Dive, very good.
And then also Regis deflects over to a lot
Angela,
of Daredevil, which I don't think you see a lot.
I think Angela is very map dependent as well. Like Hell's, what is it, chat? Hell's Heaven, like that King of the Hill map where there's like a, or a Rocco payload map where there's like that little pit where you can spear someone and knock them off the map. Yeah, I think it's very map dependent, but Captain America is really strong. He's good at dive, good survivability, and not only is it that you're good at dive, your ult is like another support ult, so it's really good. That thing is very strong in smell, but I like it. Nice. Oh, goddamn dare, brother. Would you say that Angela is good rank for Plat? I would say so, right? I don't think Plat players look up, so I think it's a double-edged sword. Plat players, I think in lower ranks or just lower ranks in general, they don't look up, so in Angela flying, no one's going to hear you or even turn around. But that goes exactly for your teammates as well, so if you're low health, don't expect to get healed because I don't think your teammates are going to look up. Hey, I'm Tracy here. Any way to help you, bro? Jay, I love it. I love your streams. It makes me forget about problems, and watching you makes me laugh. I love you. Please never stop streaming. Hey, I'll keep streaming until I'm 67. Jay, go watch your tourney. We're on a break for the next 50 seconds. Yeah. React harder? Oh, okay. I have not played the new patch, but I did play Bucky on the preview server. He has a different play style. He definitely has a different play style. That's very loud. Count down with the timer. Oh my god, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh my god. Happy New Year. How are you doing on Salt?
Lunex is up in this series 1-0, and I think it was fantastic what we saw there from Lunex, guys. They made the right adaptations, right? After round 1, after they went down, they knew that they had to get off that Mantis. Like, they just didn't get the value they wanted from it, and also it put
Grown-ass man, by the way. Fuck yeah, bro. Grown-ass man that's happy. You should try it sometime.
So much better
pretty fun.
Them. So I love to see those compositional adaptations from Lunex.
Being sad is overrated, chat. Just be happy.
Like them as well, switching off the,
I'm good. How are you? I am doing fantastic. How are you, Saul? I haven't seen you. I haven't seen you, man.
Gambit players are just staying alive, playing your life. If it's a full dive comp, you have to switch to more mobile characters to live, and Logan did it. Switch to the White Fox,
it's
kind of
a
unsung hero too in that series, in that matchup. But I think we are in for a really good series.
Bro, I just
like Lunex's best map type, and for SSG, like Shibin, like you guys saw, like
bro just counted down, and someone is mad. WTF? Oh yeah, bro. It's just you can't make everyone happy. Yeah, it's just, I don't know, man. I'll be playing next week though, because this whole weekend is gonna be Marvel Rivals Ignite.
SSG had 15 and 13 on the Duelist, right? And you look over, and Lunex has 16 with Regis and then 3 with Tico. Like, they just played better as a team, and it's that simple. They stalled better. That's what that means, and that's why you can't tell the story from stats.
I got you. Appreciate it. You should try out that new game with me and Chocolate, actually. Windrose. Windrose is a fun game, bro.
On that point with maybe Iffy on the Venom, and just stall. Have the team go down around them. Buy time. Allow the strategist to get there. Heal.
Hey, K-Cat. Appreciate it. Me and my man love watching you. Keep it up. W. Salt for 72 months. What? He subbed with Prime. Appreciate it. Wow, that's appreciate it.
Was just not quite there. Hence, Lunex had the opportunity to drag out those fights for such long.
Windrose is a fun game, chat. Definitely recommend it with your friends and
absolutely. I mean, I know
whatnot.
It's cliche, but it kind of comes down to fundamentals, and it comes down to preparation and practice. Like, I feel like for this SSG squad, it looked like they were maybe practicing more of the Phoenix stuff instead of like running the Psylocke alongside the Daredevil. It's kind of
Boba is very social, very social.
But yeah, I mean, it is kind of on the fundamentals of the team to
popping off this weekend. Yeah, bro, I've been having a lot of fun. Like I said, doing these watch parties.
Like Nectar usually is very good at like living and playing their life. But as you mentioned, Shib, like first round popping.
Who do
off
you
and
think is
generally
worse
had
in
very
your
good stats,
opinion,
but still
a
had the
Thing
highest,
or a
casualty
BP
count
in your
the game.
backline?
And it's
Well,
hard, I think,
why is a
specifically
Thing
to
in
play
your
against, like,
backline?
Daredevil as a Psylocke, just because that matchup, I mean, obviously, it's not on the same level. Like, obviously, you know, only like low eternity for me playing a lot of Psylocke. Just I hate playing
That's
Daredevil. Like,
I think you have
can't use
more
one of your abilities.
issues
Like the invisibility is not viable
if you have a
because
Thing
the
in
dude
your
just has wall
backline.
hacks on you. So Nectar obviously marked by Redis, marked by the rest of the squad, and I think that enabled them. Whereas the opposite side for Tico, not playing for those stats, playing for the target focus, and also playing for their own life,
I
because
don't know
that's
if
what
I
the
could
best
ever
players in
see
the
a
game
Thing
do. They
flanking.
just try to
That's
live,
weird.
and it really helped the side of Lunex on that map.
Yeah,
if we're looking at the ban phase there for this first map, is there anything you would like to see either team change Iron Ship to have maybe a better?
I've been saying for a while now, in the Americas region, I think if a team is really strong in the dive front, Venom is a bannable target. I think in EMEA and in a
No,
lot of
Bucky
different
can
regions,
still
Venom has
drop
been
flyers
more
with
of a
his
priority
E.
for
You
bans.
get,
I don't
they
think
just
it needs to be an early ban,
they
but it's
made it
never
so you
a bad
cannot have a grounding
if you
effect
are
with
able
your
to remove
shift.
that Venom, especially in domination where it's all about stalling, it will vastly help your team.
Yeah.
I mean, 36k damage block,
Wait,
taking
what?
a ton of
Rank
damage
guy?
and buying a
What?
ton of time. Is super impactful. So I think, you know, there's potential for that, but that's again only to get back to domination. In terms of what I want to see,
D Silva, appreciate the massive prime sub, my friend. Welcome, welcome. How you doing?
On both teams, I'm not 100% sure.
That's difficult, but we saw what Ivy as well as Tones can do, right? Being able to dive onto those backlines, like it's so oppressive. It's just so much space that is being
What
created.
time is the watch party ending today?
Yeah, and I don't think they need to ban the Gambit either, right, bro?
It might be
Because,
another
'cause
16-hour
neither
stream,
team,
bro.
Even when it's through, elected to play it, which was kind of surprising.
EMEA took 8 hours,
I kind of
so
like that these teams aren't
and they
focusing
might
on
also
their-
take
on the
8
protects
hours.
necessarily, and this is kind of like goes back to one of my original points. Like I feel like first of all strategists in this game are very good. Like they're all solid. Like if you compare the worst strategist to like a mid-tier duelist, like for example, if you take Rocket Raccoon versus Iron Fist, you know, like I feel like we would all agree that Rocket
Yes,
Raccoon
sir.
is probably way higher than Iron Fist in that sort of tier list.
Yes,
So
sir.
in that regard, I feel like you should be able to give up on certain strong strategists just if it's not working, right? Like we saw out of Logan, like we saw out of the Mantis swap. You have to kind of make these pivots that a lot of the top teams don't make these pivots when they probably should. And I like that both of these teams are adapting on the fly.
Absolutely. Now, of course, the next map is SSG's map pick as they are down in the series, and they chose to go to Central Park, if I saw that correctly. So a convergence is what we're going to get.
Let's get it.
They do have
I think
100% win rate
EMEA
on
starts at 3
convergence,
p.m.
which-
Europe time.
That's great. But
3
with
p.m.
the caveat that it is a small sample size. We only really saw him play it like, what, twice or so, that map type. So, yeah, take that for what it is. Alas, what do we want to see them busting out on convergence?
Well, when it comes to Central Park, right, it's difficult because
I am so
we have
curious
seen
if
the
viewer
group
number
be able to
drops
run
when
here, too.
streamers
I think
watch
it's really
tournaments. I
strong.
find them boring
And,
unless the
you know,
streamer's playing.
Zoe, I know we're going to be diving in
I
here
don't
in
think
a
so.
moment. What's your
I
guess
love
before
doing
we
watch
go on who
parties.
takes this next
I think our watch parties do actually better than our normal gameplay.
This one is for everything, right? They're fighting.
Also,
for
it depends on who you're
playoff life, so
asking.
let's see if
There's
they
a
can tie
guy
up the
who
series.
does.
All right,
I don't play Valorant, but what's the guy's name, chat? When he does watch parties, he gets like insane fucking numbers.
It absolutely can be played. You can see what they're floating right now, and I'm going to be honest,
Tarek,
I
like
don't think
Tarek, take
any of
Tarek
those
for an example.
are
I
gonna
think
be
when he does
selected
watch
on
parties, he
that
goes
Luna.
over like
Definitely, taking a
100,000
step
viewers.
forward in
But
this
when he
new
does
patch
normal
that's out
streams,
as
he's like,
of
he's
today.
still a
But
big
off
streamer. He
rip,
gets like
goodbye
20K,
to
but
the exact same story we would expect.
yeah,
Elsa
bro,
and
those
Gambit, and I will
watch
say,
parties
I
are
was saying
insane.
the Gambit may not be worth it, but I think about it now, and you get a lot more success with those ultimates, with those royal flushes on convergence, and outside of just domination and convoy, just because it's all about pressing W and moving forward and finding that back line.
No, yeah, I'm with you. Like you got there. Like I think.
Hopefully,
like,
hopefully
we-
Marvel
a
gets to
lot
that point,
of
chat, so
these
we
ban
can
phases that, it's easy to
imagine this
forget that it
chat
is
with
kind of
100,000. That's
map dependent,
crazy,
like
but
for
no.
sure. Like it depends on where we go next, and those sort of things. So the big thing though is that you get
No,
the game.
I love doing
sure,
watch
the
parties
games will
with
be
you
a lot
guys, though.
safer,
I think
on this map.
Also,
especially
as a
if,
person
the Loki immediately
who
got
plays the
counterbanned, so I was gonna say,
game
if they had
every
the
single
Loki.
day for
But
hours
regardless,
on
like,
end, it's
the
very
Elsa,
fun
we've seen it throughout the
for me
tournament.
to
I mean, I know
step
that's like the
back
most,
and just
obvious
vibe
thing
out
ever
with
to
you
point out,
guys,
but
have
regardless of
fun,
what happened in
shoot the
ban
shit.
phase, Gambit can be
And-
tough to deal with, especially like you said on Convergence and Convoy. But still, I'm always
Also,
going
I'm
to be
kind of
terrified
glad
if
that
Elsa's in
my
the lobby,
chat
you can
isn't
stand on the opposite side, Rogue banned the
100,000
counter
viewers. I think it would
immediately
be really
into that
awesome to
Gambit
have
stuff.
as a streamer.
But we
I don't.
actually saw
What
sort
other
of
what
to
streamer
kinda
doesn't
keep
want
riding this
100,000
sort of
viewers, right?
conversation
But
on
at the
Central
same
Park.
time, when
Yesterday,
it gets
we saw
that
the very
big,
first draw,
you can't really
right?
have
With
these
Elder
one-on-one
Beast,
interactions and whatnot.
yesterday
So.
on this map,
Yo,
and I
J
think
Hat,
in
appreciate the
EU
dono,
as
my
well,
friend.
in EMEA, we had another first point hold.
Yeah,
by
don't
the
do
way.
that.
Like inevitably, it came through at the very end for like Shikigami and stuff, but. We've seen teams play like Torch stuff, like Torch drone stuff. Like you can make those comps work if you play it well. And well, there we go. We have the Ultron on the opposite side to help.
Hey,
support
appreciate it,
like
dude. These are great to watch. Appreciate it. Yeah, appreciate you guys
that's
being here. It's a lot
really
of fun,
strong map,
bro.
Just due to the pillars.
I
being
just get to
involved.
sit
You
here,
have a lot
talk
of
with
height
you
that can
guys.
use natural cover around folks, and if you're trying
I'm
to
like
better
a
the
Twitch
game,
chatter, and
the
we
term
get the
natural cover
Twitch
is gonna
chat
be very
together,
important
bro.
for you,
Like,
despite what position you're playing, you want to have
when
structures
someone
that
makes
are not
a
breakable, that you
mistake
can
on
play
their
around,
ult,
so you
we're
don't
like,
have to use cooldowns to stay healthy. This is one of those maps that on
And we
defense,
laugh.
Ultron can do that.
Someone makes a
in
good
the
play,
sky,
bro.
and
Like,
that's why
oh,
we'll see
it's
some
fun.
success here. We've seen it in the past from other teams, including 100 Thieves, who ran a mean Ultron. So we'll see what happens with Lunex on that composition. But yeah, goodbye to the Luna, which again, since it's a tight choke, I can see some success with the clap cooldown down the center.
Hey,
and just some
appreciate it,
strong
Fraz. Yeah,
poke
I have a
potential
lot of
against
fun
things,
making you guys,
like the
having
flying,
you guys do the
composition
watch
of
party with
Ultron.
me. Fun.
Okay, well, a lot more focus of the side of SSG towards these strategists.
Boba?
And yesterday, I think we saw like 8 strat bans at one point. I think it was the last series of the day yesterday in North America.
He's not playing
Opposite
Scarlet Witch,
side,
chat.
Lunex focusing more maybe on specifics, right? Like we have the Elsa removal to get that one-sided matchup. Less, obviously, priority on focusing Tico and more of the people that try to help him. So that's kind of interesting, though, in that we still get Silent Blaze and the Jeff. It's not on domination, and I think that's kind of the big thing. They do get the team up with the Venom. But, Chip, like, what do you think about that? Like, I feel like Jeff, there's certain maps where he really dominates, but like you mentioned with the natural cover, I don't know, like, what do you feel about like on these maps where it's maybe more tight corridors?
Well, yeah, on point one, though, it's all about long LOSs with Jeff. If you can have a long spray window where you can heal, even if you know, a lot of the times with Jeff, if you're going on a divey route, you want to play behind the enemy, healing your team through the enemy to deal damage, get that ult quickly. But in a map like this, there is long, straight alleyways that if you do want to run the Jeff, you can play behind your team. But it looks like that conversation was being had as we're talking and the switch comes through. But you can play and farm out pretty quickly when you're able to just essentially spray forward and they really can't move to avoid use. But, you know, that conversation again has been changed now as Silent Blaze has switched over to Cloak and Dagger.
We literally glossed over because I don't think we've seen this throughout the tournament. I mean, I don't remember if we saw the Luna Snowband came out as well as we enter Central Park. Like you said, Space Station trying to come back in this series.
Are you so excited for PvE? I'm excited for PvE.
See that route, like you said, on the defense.
Tater, by the way, appreciate the amounts of prime stuff. You know what I'm more excited about?
What the? We're setting up.
What a rollout there. Beautiful.
What
Still
an
has
insane
the
rollout.
jump from
Holy
Rocket,
shit.
who
I'm
lets
more
a
excited
huge
about
kidnap
custom
opportunity here
games.
with that barrel
Please
lead.
let us have
I'm sure
custom
actually,
games.
You know, just kind of waiting now, biding more time. Trying to hope that they use some of these cooldowns before you commit. Nakri's on the height, using another one of those jumps to take great positioning. I'd love to see that from the offensive side of SSG.
That was an
Nekri's
insane
on height.
rollout, though. I've never seen that rollout from a Wolverine player before.
Going to be a Vanguard for a duelist. And I will say, dropping Nectar, which has been very much a target for priority, is a good pick. And that's what you're looking for on SSG a lot.
Yeah, I like that set play from the side to control that height. And now back on the low ground, though, Redis almost at that full instinct, so those cooldowns going to come up really fast. Deadpool ultimate committed,
really
Van Hammer on the front line. They have to back up, but that's still allowing Redis time to build these ultimates. That large rocks where we can see off maps. Also on the opposite side, we can still see off maps from Doom, kind of go for those grabs. Regardless, nobody picked off just yet. For the side of Lunex, though, they want to play for that double copy with the Cloak and Dagger. Space Station are going to pull them out of it or hit.
No, bro, there's no way you got. No, I don't want a picture of your ass cheek, bro. Unless you, unless it's like a zoomed in. No, bro, I'm good, man. If you got a J3 tattoo on your ass cheek, bro, listen, that's awesome. I don't want to see your ass. I don't believe it's true. I don't want to know if it's true, but hey, that's awesome. Also, Lunex, damn.
If you are a fan of Lunex, Redis looking incredibly strong on this hero. And honestly, I love to see it because we do, you know, gas up a lot. You know, Tico looks good too, but Redis ends up, initially it was going to be Tico on this hero. Redis ends up taking this over, and he's just been so dominant.
Yeah, it's just a clean play from him. He went fast, and now speaking of going fast, Gambit Ultimate coming into this next fight immediately pop by month. They trade back Iffy, so they go from one fight immediately to this one where they set up Nectar aggressively with the Phoenix Ult. Disengaged, though, from Lunex's side. No portal, though, because Iffy obviously has that Venom ult, so they want to give up 2 ticks. Come back into the point, but it's against that group that you always talk about, Ship.
And there's a commitment from Nectar trying
Damn,
to get
good
indoors
comms, bro. Good comms.
When you're indoors, it's very difficult to burn the bird. Bang, it's coming down heavy. Able to find one as Necrise takes out another.
Nice.
2 pieces committed. Fidel with some great position.
Both of these teams are going back and forth, bro. I love this.
And now SSG, without a doubt, should have this point. They do. They're walking forward. Great attack there from Space Station Gaming that wants to take this map and move this series forward. Again, best of 5. It's not going to be a game set match here for Lunex if they come back.
I like that. Huge
if 100 Thieves wins the tournament, I'll get a J3 tattoo on my ass. Chat, don't get a tattoo, bro.
But speaking of which, here's the
if you're gonna get a tattoo, get something meaningful, like
out of it. But do they get pulled out of their own cloaking
your
dagger roll with
parents' name or something, or something that you care about that you're not going to regret in a few years?
A little more. If your team goes down, you lose a point, and you still haven't used the strange ult or portal, excuse me, immediately portal as soon as this point starts, because the more time that you can buy before this thing is scooching towards point 2, the better for your team. And it's just been something we've seen a lot, but they are already driven backwards. I'm not really sure why they gave up that space back. And I guess there's the answer, as immediately SSG find one onto Iffy, and Redis able to take out Nectar, but not much more after that. Even numbers right now between the two.
Well, excellently healing to keep everybody up, but that was 3 people in that Glartrox. Unfortunately, it was the passive of the Wolverine that kept them alive, but you did find, at least like you mentioned, Nectar, and that one Blur came back for healing. Straddle's coming up again soon for Month. They want to go fast, probably. We'll see if they can take him out of Logan's ult, though. He'll get the copy and a Silent Blaze, and for Tones, he already throws down a early Deadpool. It's actually quickly disengaged. SSG's been doing this. They're going to come back in fast afterwards.
That was a huge ult.
And they are starting now as Month goes in with
I don't think they're getting any value with that, though.
Back from Silent Blaze with that Eternal Bond. Seeing a lot more Cloak and Dagger over these few days. Logan taking out Blur, committing on top of that ult as well. Excuse me, it was actually Logan copying up Silent there. And typically when you do see Cloak, it's when your Loki is on the table as well. You're farming ult incredibly quickly, and you can actually use it offensively and tend to lead fights with Ultimate and try to drive the pressure.
Holy shit, I hope you're safe. I had to take shower. I had to take shelter from a tornado. Oh my god, that's scary.
That trade. Tico on the Month. Iffy is going to find Necrise, traded back from Nectar.
You know, a lot of people say they hate Florida because of hurricanes, but at least when a hurricane's coming, you know in advance, weeks in advance. But tornadoes, bro, tornadoes, you don't have a lot of time to, like, you know, prepare for, or if any time at all, or like your earthquakes.
Obviously has, you know, these straight sidelines to kind of work off.
Yeah,
of.
man, that's the. Don't get me wrong, hurricanes are still strong, but I mean that's scary. But yeah,
but at least you don't have to worry about Daredevil.
Be
now
safe. Be safe.
Scouting out your positioning. Here, wait, Doom whip for an ult in the spawn by himself.
I hate Florida because everything's always wet. Oh, I'm sorry.
The play was probably there.
My
Maybe
fault.
it looked more obvious from his POV, but still, regardless, kind of funny to see if he at least trades it back. That meteor was just soaked by that.
There goes Bubba.
That was kind of nasty if it was an intentional land on a moving Venom. Redis gonna find 2 though, just so strong here on that mismatched Elsa, like he talked about. They do not want to give Redis a hero like this who's been shining.
Yeah, and he's been so smart with it. Like, I think compared to other Elsas, he pulls that trigger really fast. Obviously, it's going to be hard to hit multiple Elsa ults in a row against the side of SSG, but we'll see if he does it.
Yeah, setting up for it right now. The engagement on height here, as we see Tico with some good tracking, finds Doomed. And there is going to be, again, another Raging Royal flush. With this one, that's some value. The chase comes out from Redis once more on the Nectar. And again, just absolutely dominant on this hero. And that's going to force out every cooldown in the book here. Not sure the eat was necessary after the whole team goes down. Potential switch here. I don't know what the idea there was. I'm not sure if I agree with that from the side of Blur.
Yeah, it seemed like SSG, at least Doom specifically, looked a little bit more comfortable on that Daredevil. Now today on the Star-Lord.
I have never experienced a tornado, but hurricanes, I
whenever they use these
I've lived through hurricanes before.
Maybe in terms of the Gambit comp specifically.
I think as a new homeowner, I'm scared of hurricanes because I don't want any damage. I don't know if anyone here owns a home, rents a home or something, but repairing something costs a lot of money.
Point quickly with that portal. Necrise finds one. Out goes the Bond once more. The boundary to match. Just going to be stalling for the moment. And a huge opportunity here from Tico, trying to start the Cutterfly, but it's going to be on the Vanguard front line. Won't do too much now for Lunex, but they still have great positioning. Wow, Iffy, the timing of that was absolutely beautiful. 100 HP in a dream, but what do you know? Preseason has a billion HP, drops back now onto Crystal, stays healthy as Neckrise finds Tico. The trade comes back from Tones onto Neckrise, though. And once more, numbers roughly even. Month gonna commit now with a Raging Royal flush, and SSG wants to walk forward. The kite begins for Lunex.
Yeah, backing it up at the current moment. Overtime slowly ticking. They've got Doom's ultimate. No Magneto on the opposite side, but they can still play inside angles. We'll see if Doom sets up with a good ult. Meanwhile, Blur could follow up, but Iffy has been huge. This Feast of the Abyss could end Space Station Gaming in the second phase.
Portal commitment, this time from SSG once again. 3 minutes.
That's a very interesting portal. They kind of used that portal very early just for himself. Hey, it works.
For SSG on a crucial target. Still biding more time, waiting for the strat line to get pushed in.
Dude, people with really good tracking on controller are very impressive. Not because I don't use a controller. So seeing someone else do it is crazy.
A crucial moment of healing as the whole team jumps on to the face. Oh my goodness, Tones. Silent Blaze with another, and now Lunex are up in numbers. Make it a third as they look like they can close out and take this stall and hold.
No way. And now Space Station
my
Gaming.
God, like you said, they did it.
Oh.
Job done. 102 meters is all SSG got. And there's a few things I think that we could take away.
That's totally doable, though.
I mean, like
that is totally doable.
I mean, he was a big factor.
Totally
in which they won that
doable.
fight. I mean, first of all, he hit the banhammer onto that Star-Lord. Star-Lord in the sky. Did get
Totally
one,
holdable, but
obviously
also
taking
totally
damage from
capable.
The rest of that ultimate went down because of it. Got that trade. So Tones was kind of the setter of that. I think Ritas made his first mistake almost on that. Also, like you said, he was trying to set up aggressively, maybe with that dive, but obviously got caught out. Maybe opened up the space for SSG. But dude, this like setup between Logan and Silent Blaze with the Cloak and Dagger, with the Loki, it feels like they've won every fight they have these two ults. They have not been pulled out of a single Eternal Bond from SSG.
Yeah, I mean, definitely a cerebral team. I like that. You can tell they had discussions, right, prior to this of what they wanted to do, and that's why you saw the switching composition as soon as the fight started. They changed, went more triple van front line, elected to change up the strat back line, and then even on point 2, just locked in. Very crucial ultimates, drove and set the pace every single time, always had a longer time, and always found value throughout those strat line ults. Played even hyper aggro on cloak form after launching ult, which I highly suggest you do.
I don't think SSG are cooked, chat.
But you're just looking really
Lunex,
good,
don't get me wrong.
They are. Dude, you know,
We're looking like a really great team yesterday, but
like, you know how like Logan gets those one-trick Loki allegations. You know, he's like not beating him, but like in a good way. You know,
who do you main right now? I don't have a main. I play everything.
Yeah, he's discussing on Loki.
Hey,
He's
what's up,
definitely in the conversation.
I play everything, man.
Other Lokis up there, Cooper-tastic, for example. That are really, really
100
strong,
Thieves
but,
plays
ton of fans,
later today. These are the first two matches of the day are going to be lower bracket, and then it's the upper bracket.
SSG on the defense, trying to hold point 1. We've seen it before, and they clutch up right now, and there is another double group matchup on point 1.
Well, here we go. I mean, both using those walls immediately. Doom going for that grab on the right side, but trying to control some space because Lunex are so aggressive towards this point. Everybody's sort of total on this inside angle, but Doomed immediately forcing out Iffy's E at the very least. Maybe.
Hey, I do have Lord Squirrel Girl chat, so hey, don't hate, bro. Don't hate.
Oh, what a shot there from Neckrise onto Ritas. Set the tone, put them up a number. Huge tackle as well from Doomed. Ritas able to find Nectar with a trap, which is so funny. Even while not being
Sentinels
in that fight,
won last
still
night.
Making something work out and finding a final. But there's a lot of commitment.
No.
I mean, it'd be surprised if
Sentinels.
Lunex is able to hold on here. It's one of those moments where I'm talking about where
Sentinels.
You know, you see SSG gets a ton of finals, but somehow Lunex are still in the fight. And Logan finds one, and now another one comes in from Tico.
Yeah.
How do they do this down numbers and ultimates as a whole? It's just such good communication.
And they have to touch. Brutal pushes them. Well, actually, they're still on the point, but the Gambit ult on the opposite side. And the cleanse Shib to get out of that Brutal. So they come back into the point. The Cloak ult helps sustain at least a few people who are here, but what a cleanse by the side of Month to keep them up in this. Doomed with the ultimate afterwards. The last stand to help follow through into Iffy. Tone's trying to trade it back on the opposite side, but it might be too little too late for the offense as Lunex probably reset even with this portal coming out of SSG.
Doomed, yep, like you're saying, finding Ritas there. They do have the retake. Great work by SSG, but did have to commit. A lot
They
of
did get 2
cooldowns
ticks
and
out. That's
portals
actually
to
really
get
good.
There. Alt advantage in their favor, but you know what all is my
Our
most
Mori
feared?
is a content
Gonna be that
creator now.
Predator.
She
You can see
does not play
Ritas
professionally
coming in
anymore.
right now,
Which is really
waiting
good.
to
Content
unleash
creation is the way to go,
Gartrox.
chat.
This
Hey,
Gartrox
don't get me
be a
wrong.
big
If you want to play
opponent.
pro,
We've
you
seen
can't
them
play
in the
pro.
past.
It's
We'll
very
find out in a
stressful, though.
moment.
You know,
Neckrise
don't know
has
if you're gonna
also
get
been able to
cut.
deal
If you
with
lose a
the invisible
game,
boundary,
then
but
you're
again,
like,
the invisible
you don't know if the
boundary
team's gonna get
struggles heavily into Apex
disbanded.
Predator. We'll see if he
has a lot of positives and negatives. Oh my god, bro. Come on.
Caster curse, folks.
Come on,
It
man.
happens. I mean, people act like the Elsa ult is really strong, which it is, but
Elsa ult is
very
too
hard to be consistent
strong
with
to
it.
be
Obviously, that
missing,
situation
dude.
Forced it out too early. Now they win the
Content creation is
especially all tracking too, right? But like
so
I mean,
much.
like, when you're
So
tracking it,
I
they
want to
know,
say
and that's when the
easier,
flex
but
will
so
stay.
much more relaxed and
Yeah, absolutely. Next
not
fight coming up though, Shiv. Minute 30
as
left
stressful.
to go. Ultimate's available for Lunex. They can go aggressive with Silent Blaze's ult. But SSG, they look like they want to make the move first. Here comes that ult. Let's see if Doom pulls somebody off the map, but Invisible Boundary met by Fidel.
And here we go.
Oh,
Fidel's
true.
maintaining
Yeah,
his
Sentinels
position.
in the
Out
game
goes
made me
that
bad
boundary.
because they
You're
had the
saying
same bans.
holding on
Yep.
his commits now.
Yep.
Banhammer works out as Fidel goes down. Goodbye to that boundary. Huge opportunity for an eye. Does that yes, it does convert as Doom finds one. Tico onto Necrise though. Crystals get committed now too. Everything getting launched out as Month. Starts out with a Raging Royal Flush. Doomed is going to find some value out of it. Month as well. And oh my goodness, right now, 51 seconds on. Rita's trying to stop anyone from coming into the fight. I don't know that the portal's even available yet, if that was the
Wait,
idea.
why is he here?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure. He's going to pay for it and just kind of stagger there.
Wait, that is crazy. I mean, maybe they would have lost the fight regardless. That is insane. I don't know. Like, Tico also, by the way, played that first fight smart a little bit.
Also,
because,
someone
like,
was
he
asking
waited to
about
get the health
Angela.
back,
You do get a
obviously.
little bit of Angela.
Yeah, that is an interesting, very aggressive play by Ritas, who now swaps over to the Daredevil. So they want to go
Do
for a
pro
full
players
dive
get
into
paid
fight
enough to
shift
live?
against no ultimate?
That's a great
SSG.
question, man.
Maybe with a copy, they can play aggro.
I don't know
Here we
what pro
go
players are
again.
getting paid.
There is some ults being committed.
But obviously it
Out
has
goes
to be
that
good if they're
Vaughn.
still doing it,
And
right?
Iffy with the feast, but no one goes down. Not yet. As Blur does pay for it. All three go down. Ritas, Tico, Iffy, Logan, Silent Blaze. Everybody getting a piece of the pie.
Wow,
Tones does as
7
well, and that might have
seconds
been the whole
left. Lunex.
roster
Hey,
there.
both of these
They will
teams
get
I
this
think
point.
are evenly matched, man.
Not a bad hold, though, for SSG. I mean, this could be close in the second phase. Ultimates used, they used the Feast of the Abyss. They also used Copy.
You
and
used to be
also
pro.
Tico went aggressive.
Me being
Now
pro
swaps over
10
to the
years
Elsa,
ago
so
and
they
being
swapped
pro
around
today
shit.
are, I
Rita's
think,
the one on the
completely
Daredevil,
different,
Tico
chat.
onto that also. Logan now over to that White Fox again, so trying to play their more mobile composition.
J
like
Hat,
they did
appreciate the massive donut.
on
Sent you a picture on
Domination, except this time
Instagram.
it's with the Elsa instead of a
Appreciate
Psylocke
you
combination.
sending me something
I
on
like it 'cause they won the
Instagram, but
alt
I am
trade
not
there,
looking
the
at
alt
your
fight,
ass
which is,
that you said you got a
heavily in their
J3
favor just in
tattoo
terms of
on.
percentages of what should have been won.
Listen, I
So now they're like,
appreciate
"All right, we
it,
gotta show
but
one more neutral. Let's
I
change
do
things
not
up
want
here."
you
And they
guys
do.
sending me
Silent Blaze gonna
ass
find Blur.
photos,
Ritas
please.
On to Month again. Ritas with 3.
I am not
going to
look at it.
Here as Iffy and Logan clean up the rest, and that is why that switch was so crucial. Ritas can play it all.
I mean, this Angela stuff is just not really working for Necrise. Maybe with this ult could be.
Why can't you do content creation and play pro? You can. There's
There's
a lot of people who made
been a little silent compared to Iffy.
who do that, but you have to make a sacrifice.
Everybody's playing mobile around it to not get hit, and oh my goodness, Ritas.
You have to have a healthy balance.
Yeah, I'm with you. I don't love the Angela right now in this current meta. It just seems to be struggling a bit at this level of play. A lot of commitment, though, from the side of Tones. Finding Fidel, that's a huge pick, who was at 80%. And you may be saying, man, they get lucky. They always seem to find those who are close to
I heard
folks.
basic
That is
pay for
intentional. They are
pros is
tracking that
6K
as
a
Logan
month, so I imagine big
finds
teams will be a
Month
lot more.
Once more.
I don't know where you
Ritas
heard
onto
that, but I don't
Doom,
think that's
Iffy
true,
onto
bro.
Necrise, and this switch is ever in their favor. That's going to be a
It depends on the
team
game
wipe
as
once
well.
more, and they are closing in with a minute
But for
left.
Marvel Rivals, I
SSG,
don't
it's
think
not
any
over,
pro
though.
player
Does
is
have
getting
ult available
6K.
from Necrise. Month is incredibly close, and same with Fidel.
But seriously, like, where is my Angel in that fight?
I remember Overwatch League was the thing, and the minimum payment that you could get for Overwatch League was like 50K a year. Or 60K a year. It was one of that. That's the minimum.
Now, with the HGF from Silent Blaze, I like to use it to just take a backward angle, using that to hide through. Logan finding 2. Nectar onto
What's
Ritas,
wrong with
Iffy onto Blur. Logan again, and this might be it, folks. Lunex shutting this down quickly, and they do. Another W here. for
Wow,
Lunex
dude.
Gaming. That looks
Space
so clean
Lunex,
right now.
remember, I think Lunex is one of the teams that had to grind through
kind of in
MRC
awe,
to
man.
make
Like,
it here,
it's
bro.
back and
Space
forth, like you
Station
said,
Gaming
Lunex
didn't have to
plays
do
so
that. They
smart.
are a
I think a lot of
partnered
these teams,
org,
by the way,
and
have a bit
they
of a cloak
are
and dagger sort of thing.
fumbling
They love to play cloak and dagger and Jeff.
they're
This is
fumbling the
kind of
ball,
two things
chat.
They love to play. Logan as well, phenomenal. At the very end, finally,
They
Necrise
are
tried to get
fumbling
off that
the bag. Yo,
heaven's
J-Hat,
fall,
appreciate the
you know,
massive
the
donut. I'm not going to look at it right now, though, my friend. I'm
They got
sorry.
canceled by the charm.
I
He
don't
hit it
feel
with
comfortable
the
doing
White
that.
Fox charm, MVP'd that round. Opposite side, Necrise will be the MVP. I don't think the Angela is necessarily bad. It's just only bad if you don't play
drink
like the Ultron
Buckfast.
Sky
Appreciate the
competition
2
with like
months,
the
my
Human
friend.
Torch that we saw on EMEA. Regardless, SSG not looking so good on that.
Also,
second
you
phase.
gotta
They
you gotta
almost
look at you gotta look at it like this. If you're a pro player and you're, let's just say you make a let's just hypothetically say, chat, hey, you're a pro player, you get signed to, I don't know, 5K a month. You get 5K a month to play video games. That's what, 60K a year. That's not including, let's say you stream. If you stream or make content, that's an extra little, like, you know, gig that you have. If you have sponsorships or partnerships. That's another little gig you have. If you're a pro player and you also win a tournament, you also get paid from the tournament. Yeah, chat, there's a lot of ways to get paid, man. Hey, Tara, what the hell? Did you just say shake some ass for me? What the hell? Who the hell do you think I am? You are telling a 32-year-old that, you know what? Actually, you did beat the #1 team. I got you, bro. I got you. I got you. Oh, that's too zoomed in. What? Ah. Just because, hey, just because, chat, just because I didn't think, hey, I will swallow my pride and say I thought Na'Vi was going to, it was going to be a good game, but I thought Na'Vi was going to lose. Virtus.pro has never lost a game in a very long time, and they actually, this is why I like best of fives. Actually, in a best of 3, it would have happened as well because Virtus.pro and then Na'Vi won the next 2 games. Hey, best of 5s are where it's at, though, man. Also, I just want to say, Tara, you better love Fate. What Fate did at the end of that game, stopping an ult with his freeze and then throwing down a res beacon to res the Gambit, and so you guys could Gambit ult instead of waiting for the waiting for him to respawn. Oh my god, cinema. No, but everyone played really good. I'm proud of you guys. You guys are kicking ass. It's actually really cool to see like a team that was unbeatable actually lose. So pretty great, pretty cool. Yeah. Pretty cool, man. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Hey, it's actually really cool to see the players as well. It's a lot of Fate came here, Jerky came here, Tara. Yeah, bro. I really I can't even speak right now. I've been lack of sleep. It's been cool seeing the pros come to the chat. Can't even talk, bro. I'm on a lack of sleep.
Elimination match against SSG. So this is where we ended last time around, right? It was a 2-0 victory for Lunex. But now,
hey, whoa!
SSG has to dig deep. Let's talk about how
J3, you need to shave that little 16-year-old mustache you got going.
It's not like
hey, don't worry about it, bro.
Woefully bad or anything, right? It was like little target fire that wasn't there. Maybe a few of the picks.
Your dad says he likes my little mustache.
I think
it tickles him when I kiss him.
Angela, that you just didn't really see the value in it, right there.
I was gonna say your mom, but then people will be like, "Oh, your mom jokes."
I think just to like, I feel like when we saw EMEA, we saw these teams that were really good. It's obviously map dependent stuff, but I don't.
What?
Like
Benzie, I don't know what you're saying, bro.
That could be a.
Do you think 100 Thieves can beat
I mean, I like the shout
Game?
of Venom that you brought up earlier, Shib. If you want to go into that too, I think one of these decisions just has to be made to give them an edge.
Yeah, man. I think, hey, chat, anything is possible.
I do think that the strat line of the side of Silent Blaze and Logan in that map particularly was a win condition for sure. But outside of that, I will say that the pressure that's applied from Tones and Iffy, they really, outside of the group that's being played on point 1, which they almost didn't push through point 1, right? But once they go to their comfort picks after that, they have that Venom, that Van Pool. The backline is struggling to stay healthy. Like, it's not necessarily that they're going down a bunch of times, but they are constantly just playing their own life. They can't look forward.
Do you think I could beat 100 kids? Yeah, probably, but you're not probably gonna beat the jail sentence.
Absolutely on the back line, 24/7, 11 finals there. You can't look forward to your own vanguards. Like Blur was 8-8 because he couldn't stay up. He couldn't provide enough pressure because no one was able to heal him because they're just constantly being dove on.
Are you laughing in the other room?
To push through.
It seems so relentless, right?
I actually think nobody in my chat could beat 100 kids, bro. I think there is a power in numbers, and I think 100 kids would overwhelm you.
Everything seems to be clicking. They're winning neutral fights. They're winning.
Yeah, because I remember that one time an 8-year-old bullied you. That 8-year-old was a piece of shit. He's lucky there was a gate there. Hey, listen, I don't care, chat. Hear me right now. My hands are rated E for everyone. That kid was an asshole. Emily and I were walking past a school. One of the kids kicked a soccer ball over the fence, and I picked it up. and I threw it back, and some kid was like, "Oh, you think you're so fucking strong, huh?" And I'm like, "What the fuck? I'm helping you." He was being an asshole.
Maybe it's not necessarily gonna. I'm not gonna say it's falling.
Fuck that kid, bro. Hey, kids nowadays are pieces of shit, man. Hey, listen, if there was no fence there, I don't care, chat. I would have picked his ass up and threw him like a goddamn frisbee. Like in the cartoons, when you see someone fly away, like in Pokemon, when they fly away and there's like a little star in the sky. Yeah, bro, I would have done that.
Dagger sometimes at the very end, and I think that might be a good play considering Silent Blaze. He's shown a lot of very good Cloak and Dagger
It was an
play, a lot of
asshole,
good
man.
White Fox gameplay, but obviously Logan's playing a lot of that White Fox, and then on the Jeff, Silent Blaze is doing good. So I just think maybe focusing on one of those two heroes would really benefit the side of SSG and would result in potentially coming back.
It looks like you can't ban out their backline too, right, guys? Like, I mean, like,
Yeah.
the backline still gets MVP. Logan MVPs that, and I also think as a team, their whole side is doing a great job of marking Nectar. Like, Nectar has been heavily struggling in these matchups and getting KO'd a ton. I think there's just a great emphasis on tracking
Nectar hate?
who's trying to play. It's really difficult to play Psylocke into a team that's not afraid to play Loki and also DD that can track you, and they are absolutely taking advantage of that.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, like, what haven't they tried, right? Like, now I guess you have to focus on banning out the Vanguards, but there's so much flexibility there as well between Iffy and Tones. They've been showing us that they can basically play it all, right? So, yeah, this is an uphill battle for SSG, which are finding themselves in this position to, I believe, most people.
Some kids were recording TikToks and their phone was against the gate, and my friend kicked the gate, and the phone fell in the concrete. Not gonna lie, we ran.
I think Lunex has still
that's a
been,
dick
like,
move,
kind
bro.
of
Poor kids,
not
man.
laughed at, but smiled at, I guess. Like, oh, it might have been a fluke. Maybe like other teams just didn't show up on match day. But like, I think they're really proving right now that they're the real deal.
They are, man. Like, this team is so good. We're going to Midtown next, by the way, and I think it was either between Midtown or like maybe Museum of Contemplation when we go to another convoy map. But this is obviously the last map.
Yo, Comic! Appreciate the Prime sub, my friend. How you
in the
doing?
first 3 games, you start on Domination. You can choose between Convoy Convergence. They
Oh
chose
yeah, going back
Convergence
to what I was
so far.
saying though, but with the pros and their salaries, I do think there are some this is why I love doing content with pros, especially as like, and I watch a lot of them, and I try to, I try to be friendly and become friends with a lot of them, but I feel like I am the unk of Marvel Rivals, chat. A lot of these pro players need to realize that pro gaming is not going to last forever. You need to have a fallback plan, especially if you love gaming. So streaming and content creation, a lot of pros who... being a pro is fine. It's a great way to get your name out there. Look at people like Sure4, XQC, all these people who used to be pros now are content creators. It's a good fallback plan. And it's, unless they don't want to do that, that's perfectly fine. I'm not trying to force anyone to become a content creator, but it's a nice way to make extra income. It's a nice way to get more popularity for your team if you're a pro player. It's a good way to it's a good way to make yourself more valuable. If you're a pro player and you're really good, let's just say you get $100. But if you're a pro player who has a community with a big community backing you, that $100 might be like 500 because you bring that extra value to the team. Like you bring jersey sales, you bring so much more to a team. So that's why I say, if any pro or any person wants to do content with me, bro, I have no problem like thinking of ideas and collaborating and stuff. And I hate that other people don't see that as like, a collaboration or like, helping each other out. A lot of people will be like, "Oh, you're being a leech," or "Oh, you're doing this." Like I hate that term. No, bro. People, listen. You gotta start somewhere, man. Shit, I'm like best friends with when Tim the Tatman plays games like this in Overwatch. Like I'm best friends with fucking Tim. I love Tim. I streamed with Tim. He was the first big creator I played with. I was 100 viewers, bro.
And Space Station. Actually, sorry, that's the change up. Never mind. Didn't Lunex first ban Elsa last map? So SSG are the ones to play the Elsa on a more
Hey,
long-range
if you're hard
map,
stuck plat,
which is definitely like kind of
what's
interesting
cool
for
about
Linux,
my
considering
content
think
is
they
I
could even
get the pro
swap off
players
the
to go
Gambit
against
comps
you guys
that
in
first
chat. So if you
domination
guys ever
map,
want to
and
sign
you
up
need to be
against
met by that
and do
invisible
content,
woman
like
ban
I think
early
it's a
on.
pretty cool, it's a pretty
this is
cool
gonna be
bridge that we make.
Change here for sure.
Like, when are you guys ever going to
wondering,
play
it all
against a
depends on
pro?
what they've seen
In my
scrims and,
game,
their
community
comfort
games, you
map
have a
choice,
chance.
and this has the potential to see some triple comps, triple Vanguard. It's been typically triple Vanguard,
LBJ
one
or
duelist, two
MJ?
strats, but,
Sorry, I don't
you
watch
run
tennis.
that when you
I
have the
don't-
Elsa available, so we can see what SSG wants to do when they're defending. We'll look at what Lunex elects to do in a moment. But the idea for SSG is have a spawn break composition. Every team has one. I always look forward to looking what they are, seeing what they are. But I'm
Glad
excited
you have
as we are
150
starting up again,
viewers
back
now.
against the wall here for SSG. We have seen teams.
Funny
step up
enough,
in
I
these
stream
moments.
without
We've
my
seen
view
teams
count
that
on.
squander them.
And this is a
Lunex,
good tip for a
you know,
lot of
after
content
day
creators
one,
out there
I don't
that
know
you're
if the team
starting.
squandered them, but they look insane
Great tip
right
for you
now,
guys:
and
don't
they
turn
are
on
gonna
your
be able to play
viewership.
that rogue with the
I haven't
Gambit,
looked
and
at my
that's exciting as
viewership
well.
in years, bro. I could have 100 people. I could have 100,000. I'm gonna act the same way as I do regardless. Having your viewership on and watching your viewership go from like 10 people to 5, it really fucks with your mental.
To do against specific compositions.
You might be like, you overthink that stuff. You might be like, oh, was it me? Did I say something bad? Am I not funny? Am I not good? Blah, blah, blah.
Feel like a
It's
small
pretty,
mistake in that regard, but they're immediately going to go for that Star-Lord
turn
ban at
off
the very
your
end.
viewership, bro.
I think, I mean, it can be good, but we still allow tank pull to get through and stuff. Like, I think you can counter with other
Wait, you missed them
other
calling you
means.
Short King. Wait,
But
what?
still,
Who
I think
said that?
You mentioned at the beginning, like, Lunex's ban phase looking good so far. I mean, the only downside
Wait,
is they
when
get
the
that
fuck did
Elsa
they
through,
say
and
that?
could be the nail and coffin off the rip, as we've seen in the past. But Wolverine protect at the very end for SSG in case there's some Groot stuff that I know that you pointed out before.
Yeah, I think Groot.
And that you mentioned at the beginning, like Lunex's ban phase looking good so far. I mean, means, but still, I think to get through and stuff at the very end feel like a small mistake in that regard. But they're immediately going to go team up. Does feel tones pop up before what to do against specific. Space Station Gaming looks like Stan envisages
the Gambit, and that's exciting as well. And they are going to be able to play that. After day one, we have seen what they are spawn defending, but see some trouble depends on. Yeah,
first dominate, like kind of Elsa. The change up, never ban phase. Go, I think in terms of going places.
None of us casters do.
Got no problems with
this at this point. And then the reverse sweep go in.
I can't find it. I give
Great
up.
composition of SSG does have that Wolverine.
Yeah, I'm curious what Lunex do on the defense. Only worrisome factor is I'm pretty sure like in the history of this team, whenever they do put Tico on Phoenix, I mean I've liked it, but also considering this map and what this team relies on, it's not necessarily like the strength out of Silent Place's hero pool. I guess is my only concern. Like White Fox is really good.
Jay is a good
but when we're
human
talking
if you
about a
get
map
past
that's,
his
like,
BBL.
very sort of linear. And the off angles are a bit closer to the main street, obviously. I feel like White Fox does a lot better on those like hard
Hey,
flank
appreciate
angles and
Spaced
stuff where
Out.
you can go
Just
back
want to
the
say you have
team
good
and stuff.
energy, man. I love your content. Hey,
You know,
appreciate
this is a good
Glad
map,
you're
I
here,
think,
my
for
friend.
SSG to
And Honey
pick
Badger,
because
appreciate my
we
good sub.
mentioned we not only get Nectar in the one-sided Elsa match, but we also get a deal with maybe an easier backline for Lunex.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's crazy because it's such a mental game as well. And
Okay, let's see this
really
chat.
It's not
I
only
do hope
just
Space Station
momentum
Gaming, for the
based,
sake
it's
of their
also who's playing
team,
well in the
does
day.
win this
You know,
next
Nectar
game.
hasn't
They
been
have a lot of
able to
fun.
shine so
I was
much
gonna say
yet
fun
today,
people, but
although I do believe they are one
good
of the
players and
duelists,
whatnot.
Up here at this level play, but maybe they're just not too worried about it. As Redis goes down early, Blur with some nice commitment there on offense is going to play exclusively to shut down that DD, and that's going to be the idea. Really good comms and great play there, and a huge fastball special potential from Doomed. Out goes a lot of commitment in terms of cooldowns and stays healthy without using the passive.
They're going to play it slow. You see Redis trying to swap to something else that's not DD just because of, like you said, that's the thing. And the thing specifically on Midtown as well is always going to be tough. You need to be able to burst them down. And we actually saw, I believe, Navi doing this with Terra on the Punisher. We've not seen a ton of Punisher this tournament so far, but it can kind of work in the situation. However, it's not going to work now, though. You lose Tico again. Another stagger pick for Lunex early on.
Yeah, Nectar hard committing right now, trying to get some vengeance. Does find a two-piece, and this is what we expected when we saw this come through. Necry's walking forward. Good space taken here. I believe this is a pretty strong Emma map as well. Very brawl focused, and that's why you do see Thing getting some play. And they get that point just in record time, buddy. 5 minutes on the clock here.
That's
for
actually
SSG
crazy. That's the
as Nectar
fastest time I've ever
finds another.
seen, I think.
This is, I mean, the ban phase, you know, I feel like we were talking about it being not that big of a deal, but it is a big deal when you screw up and you let Elsa through sometimes. However, we trade to Phoenix and the VRM to find that Nectar
Don't
tosses
let
out
Elsa
large
through,
rocks. That was a little forced,
especially
but
Nectar, bro.
regardless, they still have card space at the current moment, can wait for spawns. Lunex finally have ultimates as well coming in after that Meteor combination over Space Station Gaming, but we'll see if they can string together some fights with some fast-paced aggression out of Logan and Redis.
Yeah, I didn't have eyes on. I have no idea where that Glartrox was launched at, but that was a risky angle without a doubt, no matter what. But either way, finding a few picks early on, potentially trying to just make a play happen as a lot of commitment comes out. Out goes the thighs out, cries out from Emma. Match right back by the judgment as we do see Redis with 2. My goodness, we haven't seen a lot of Punisher play, but last time we did, it was this exact situation. They get walked in a bit. Redis pulls out the Punisher and excels, although they didn't win last time. See if it works out for him now. Just trying to put a ton of damage out into the thing. And yes, it's working. Redis with a quad in that set of plays.
I love the Punisher chat. Like we might be seeing shotgun Punisher, bro. Let's see that shotgun Punisher in pro play, bro.
Their ult combinations are working out so well. I mean, they combine the Meteor M and the Phoenix ult. Now we combine Raging Roll Flush and the final judgment from Redis. So now they get to also maybe stagger out even more ults out of Space Station Gaming here, switching over to Ultron for Doomed, switching up to that triple composition with the Mantis and the Groot. So fast switch up, and every team in the playoffs are doing this at the current moment. These, really last-ditch reactions. We'll see if maybe the Wolverine comes out later.
I think a lot of the...
And here comes the Camino Unleashed. Will this one find value? It's just going to keep the team moving right now. Again, not getting too much value yet, but you can right-click teammates to give them CC immunity. Nice pick there from Blur, who is going to be able to drop backwards, stay healthy at the current moment. Still kind of gets body blocked into that corner and does pay for it as Logan finds one. Even through the healing from Doomed is nutty, but Silent Blaze goes down too. And that is going to be a nice ult there. Going to buy them enough space to move forward and shove them.
I really want to
spawn a huge opportunity. Able to find one from Nectar. I thought I was going to get
he
more,
got
but
one.
To be safe, and you kind of need to do that with the reduction in health on the Glartrox now.
Well, there we go. This was,
oh my God, this guy's going really far forward. Oh, Nectar. Hey, this is why you chat.
To the Wolverine.
I'm not going to say it.
Space Station
I'm
Gaming,
going to say it
though.
anyways. This is why you ban Elsa.
We've seen how strong it is, regardless of this character.
Wait, this guy is all the way at the enemy team spawn, bro. He's at the enemy team spawn.
Like, what is this? Just past their spawn door, still finding value. This is just pulling so much attention, right? And at heal walls up, right? You do have the Mantis on your team, folks. If you have that team up, it's not about just the healing numbers. It's about farming Rudolph.
Wait, they're going to cap the point? Did everybody fall back? Okay, they're still on the point. I don't know if what Nectar's doing is actually good or not. It's definitely interesting, but they lost Blur again. And Nectar's still alive back there, by the way. I just want to... I need like a Nectar POV, please. Can we get Nectar cam? What is he doing in third point? Are they still there? They are. They're still back there waiting for the fight. Here's the Meteor M from Nectar. They're still trying to win without Blur, but they're missing a lot of the damage dealers. There's Nectar. Shows up. Okay.
Dude, Nectar is still alive, killing their backline. What is this? He got another Glartrox. Oh my God, bro. Lunex, you're doing so well. What the hell are you guys doing?
Nectar is popping off and making a name for themselves. Come on.
Nectar was literally in the enemy team's backline, setting up like a campfire and a tent with some s'mores.
I mean, obviously that
cooking
them,
their backline.
Like a parasite stuck in the brain. Now they come through with the portal opposite side of the card. Oh my goodness! And again,
you like my commentary today, huh? That's called the sleep deprived of J3. I don't even know what I'm saying.
It's just too much damage right now. Trying to mark now with the DD, and that's going to be the answer that they need. A pick comes through now from the side of SSG, make it 5 after a brief moment, and they're still walking with 2 minutes and 30 seconds on, trying to find a full cap here, putting them in a good spot. Very much an offensive style map. If you get it rolling, Lunex does have even ultimates. They'll have almost every single ult besides Tones, which gains very quickly here in this next fight.
I did this.
Well, the problem is that SSG are playing comp. I think that was popularized a lot last week with the Mantis and Ultron and stuff. Haven't seen it as much in EU and EMEA, but over here, I think this comp is very hard to beat for Lunex. I mean, maybe they can set up Tones or something, but with a damage boost in the sky, Doomed is going to force everybody to fall back, and they have to actually go aggressive with Redis alongside the Raging Roll Flush, but can they even find KOs through the Mantis?
Now the commitment comes in with the Endsong Inferno. Doesn't seem to get much value besides pulling out cooldowns. The team is walking. You should see a decent Strangling Prison opportunity here after all this gets used. And there is going to be the first pick, but this time on the side of Lunex on the defense, who are coming back with a vengeance. But there's still a ton of time on for point 3 here. If he able to find Necrise, the team just going to drop back as a unit once more. Reset on point, on spawn, excuse me. But we will see Tones have an availability in terms of ultimate. If that's able to land right now and not be caught by Necrise, who's very close to that Meteor M, which is a decent answer. As soon as you see a group being a little more aggro, you know to hover that Q button and try to eat that ultimate with your Meteor M and get a 2-for-1 situation. We'll see if that works here in this fight. But if Tones can land it, could be a huge problem.
Well, I wonder if they're going to try to sync up Tico and Iffy's ults, but there's the Groodle, like you said. Here comes the Meteor M, so no, both Meteor M's match each other in the sky.
Oh!
LeBron James against LeBron James. Necrolize takes Iffy down out of the sky.
LeBron James against LeBron James, bro.
Now 50 seconds left to go.
That must be so satisfying. I would be laughing, bro. I would be laughing right now if that happened.
Taking and still owning the space.
Oh my God.
Land a Strangling Prison does that.
That was
Right after breaking that
insane.
Ironwood wall, knew it would be worth
That was
it at that moment, but it
cinematic,
isn't
bro,
because,
yeah.
man, there's just a huge return to the Raging Royal Flush to cleanse that CC and get them walking 40 seconds. And a dream right now for the attacking side of SSG. Committing that Rage of Ultron maybe just a little bit too later. You know, a little too greedy as Nectar falls. Tones gets another. And now Lunex are stepping back heavy and do have Ensong Inferno soon to have to let the devil out and Kamiho Unleashed.
I think this Gambit is also starting to show up on this third phase. The pace of play is definitely upped by them. And SSG, like you said, having ult soon, but now here's an aggressive play on the opposite side. Here comes the Phoenix ult, gets deleted out of the sky.
They're trying to camp.
Luckily
They're
for them, but
trying to put them in
regardless, they lose
spawn so
Blur
they can't.
early on, and here's that White Fox in your back line. You do have Mantis to at least sustain and draw out this fight a little bit longer towards the cart, but you have to switch to full stall. Nectar does get Regis at the very least. That's so much damage gone. Tone tries to drop out a Strangling Prison. There's bubbles here, but it's two strategists. Are they still alive? The answer is actually yes. Iffy inside the plays goes down.
Wait,
Necrolize,
what?
That was dirty too. Some great
Wait,
tracking there.
Lunex went all the way to their spawn to try to keep, like, spawn camped them for the last fight. Space Station just came back and fucking won.
Yes, this is going to be a stagger fest. I do believe odds are very much in their favor to push all the way, and they do. They can't even touch there with the
Dude,
right next to the point.
Lunex went all the way to the enemy team spawn to try to stop them from trying to touch the point, and Space Station just rolled them and just walked the point and capped.
In their play with the Gambit and the fact they found Blur's
Bro,
pick, but the moment
I think they used the portal there too, if I'm not mistaken. But what?
Follow-up for these for the Strangling Prisons with those three Shreddists alongside the White Fox shield in there, and then they all played around it. So I thought the game was starting to look better. Obviously, a lot of the Strangling Prisons on the offense were getting cleansed off by Logan. Excellent reads to avoid those. But regardless, job got done from the side of Space Station Gaming, who switched over to defense now after a grueling first attack shift because of what we saw Nectar do with the damage.
You know,
booster
I hope
out
Space
first and
Station
second
wins
phase.
this just so they
And
can
here's the
teach
weird
Lunex
dichotomy about what's about to happen.
what do you call it?
SSG pushes it the whole way.
A lesson.
But you know what just seems to happen on ladder?
You know what that
Buddy,
lesson is,
you get
chat?
confident. You're like, all right, we just need to stop him before point 3. You play a little bit.
I'm pretty sure you guys
and
could
next
guess
thing you
it.
know, we're in overtime, and this seems to happen time and time again. And
It's
I'm
what
looking
Nectar
forward
is.
to seeing
It's
if
what Nectar
Lunex
is
can
playing
make
right
that
now.
work. I do think Rogue just typically plays more to more to her strengths on offense because you can press W a little more, get on top of those strat lines, use that Heartbreaker to pull some of that strat cooldown in terms of or ultimate charge, I should say.
Your YouTube
and
is
you
lagging.
get more value out of
Is
it.
it-
So
is
we'll
it
see
lagging?
if that is the case. But as I'm
YouTube, are
saying
you
that,
guys
the
lagging?
switch up from Tones is just going to be for Rocket for the brief moment to give
Shouldn't be
everyone
lagging.
the jump
It
pack
doesn't
that
say
they need.
anything.
But we'll be going back to that Rogue shortly. But we'll see if it works out for them on the offensive side.
Yeah, it should. But Silent Blade's going back over to the White Fox.
YouTube's not
for
lagging.
the attacking side. And like you mentioned, Chip, I mean, they can control these off angles a little bit more. But right now, I think SSG's comp is just solid at dealing with most things, unless Doom doesn't, like you said, take advantage of this in the sky, you know, have perfect ults kind of also to bait out other straddles in the opposite side, maybe even to find KOs with a damage boost. So I'd like to see a little bit more of him and Month on this defensive hold.
I'm with you there, buddy. As the fight begins now.
K-Tronic, though. Appreciate the massive tier 1 sub. Sorry, I
Sometimes
think I
teams
said
will be a
that.
little
My
bit
bad. I
tighter.
was a little distracted.
Try to play around that cover,
Making
but
sure
instead
I'm
they're
not
going to be driven
lagging.
back quickly towards the ambulance. A lot of teams try to run these triple comps, hold inside that doorway, and then have a second fight here at the ambulance, but things have vastly changed during
Navi
the
beat
preseason. I'm not
Virtus
sure
Pro. That was a
just
really
due to
good
meta
series if you
that's
didn't watch
why,
it.
but
I'm
they
pretty
always
sure it's
seem
going to be
take
on
this fight more close to
YouTube
the
tomorrow.
ambulance, making it a 2-fight location instead of a guaranteed 3. But it just is the way the
You might not see this, but I was rude about the casters yesterday, and I wanted to apologize about that. No need for negativity in this chat. Thanks for the good vibes, though, and hosting this. Hey, appreciate it, my friend. And hey, I respect that. Someone admitting they're wrong on the internet, that is very wrong. Also, that was a great dodge right there.
Wow! Gambit never folds. That's a fold straight. He folded.
Appreciate it,
That's going to
appreciate
be,
it.
Police report. His body is going to be taped up. So
I don't even remember that.
SSG.
Pocket Ace's immediate fold there. You don't love that. That is a huge W for SSG on the defense, and I don't know if I even agree with that after you lose 2 off the rip.
No
I think
problem.
It was 1, but
Just
either way, the team was
behave,
very
my
low.
friend.
I think the
Behave,
idea was, all right, let's
behave.
just try to force this out before they get ults, and clearly was not the right call with some great tracking and just target prio in that moment.
Yeah, I mean, this map is definitely working out.
Wait,
for
what?
the side
I've been
of
watching
SSG
you on
because of the
YouTube for a
fact that it's
year
so
now
linear.
and just
You
learned that
bring
you
back
could see
Breeze
our
with
chats.
that res, by the way, because Silent Blaze is on the Rocket Raccoon because they don't have any flankers to find that BRB. That's at least used, but Doom to this guy, look at that. Oh, dinner time is also met by Rage, so they have the follow-up there. Here's the Phoenix ult in the sky, though, to dive deep maybe onto the back line, or at least wait it out, play for their own life. Does get broken out of it, but it's kind of 1-for-1. We'll see whose group gets their ult off. Here comes Blur, does throw it out. Meteor not in time, or actually is to dunk on it, but nobody goes down. Excellent job to tank all of that for the Vanguard. Counter brutal from Iffy on that side. Shield off, but no. Nectar still falls to Tico, and Redis also takes down Necrise with a pick off.
Whoa, hey, don't do that on camera, bro.
It's just as simple as that. All right, now the retake comes through, though. Can they get to this point? I don't believe they can. They cannot. Or yes. Oh, no, they cannot. Yeah, great walls, and that's the upside to Groot, right? That free space. Right at those really crucial moments, you need just a meter to get there, but you can't do it because there's too many walls in your way. And that's going to be another pick there from Silent Blaze onto Doom, Tico onto Fidel, and now Lunex have a vengeance. But again, SSG had 5 minutes, 12 seconds, 3 minutes and 45 here for Lunex on this attack.
Yeah, the wolf stuff can still work, especially if Necrise gets picked off in that last situation. Nectar, okay. Again, I mean, he just got hunting for Logan.
What?
I feel like Logan has just gotten shut down by Nectar 3 times in a row now.
There's that Heartbreaker coming in immediately, though, from Lunex, trying to make sure they can stop some of these alt charge gain situations, put them in an advantageous position. But there is that Raging Royal Flush after coming back from the side of Logan. Iffy able to take out Nectar as Iffy gets a two-piece. Tico onto Doom, and Tico again. Iffy and Tico now stepping up in this moment as Fidel cleans up one, but it won't matter, as another pick comes through from Iffy on the Groot. Maybe is the tree. I am Groot potentially from the side of Lunex, who want this space and have plenty of time right now for this point too.
Yeah, this is the thing we pointed out of Lunex in the past. Whenever Iffy does well, the team seems to follow. And, you know, it makes sense, obviously, with Groot with the team play. Tico sitting on the flank, though, Shib, ready to go with an ultimate against Space Station Gaming, who are grouped up together.
Yeah, this is getting intense, and we talked about maybe playing a bit on your heels when you feel like you had this happen, and Tone's able to find two, and Silent Blaze able to res back Tico after the early pick, so numbers still in their favor. Huge positive. Wait, they just got the point.
What I don't understand is that Space Station Gaming was doing so well, and now they're fumbling the bag, bro. 4 minutes on last phase, bro.
Right, like the fact that, like you said, the BRB's uncontested, there's nobody to find it.
Oh, and now there's a pause.
Also, excellent work from Galactica behind the scenes to pause the game at a crucial moment. But I imagine there's some probably technical difficulties or something happening in the game. But 4 minutes now, Shib.
Ooh. Do you guys think that Lunex, no, sorry, Space Station Gaming paused the game because they were getting rolled and they needed a breather? So they're trying to slow the momentum of Lunex?
They just play a little safe, and the team exploits it. There is plenty of time for them to get point 3, but I think it is incredibly difficult to get point 3 on this map. I think Groot is one of those answers to this map that allows you to do it.
Yeah, it could be icing the kicker. Hey,
touch means everything.
People could say, "Hey, man, my headset died. Oh, my mouse died. Pause, please."
Sure.
And then like,
they're
hey,
taking advantage of the situation they're in.
People can do that.
Teams try to like kind of hard focus on like running the meta strategists without thinking about why they're played. And for Lunex, like obviously you don't really think you want to play Rocket Raccoon in the current patch, but because of the situation they're in, like we said, this was kind of something we saw in the grand finals, even at the mid-season. Teams are starting to kind of realize if they don't have any flankers, we can just drop BRB back in a safe spot, nobody can hunt it, and then we get the free res off. And yeah, we don't get as good of an ultimate, but it may not matter if we're always up one in every single fight. So first of all,
your controller could still die, bro.
Considering as well, because like Lunex were trying to fight hard for these off angles, and it wasn't really working on their defense. But now they swapped off the White Fox, which everybody would consider a very strong hero. It just wasn't working in that matchup,
also,
right? Because
since we're doing
so much damage coming down range, right?
Yeah, I'm 100%.
I don't know what's the issue with this. I don't know what the issue right now is with this. Oh my God, look at Dogman's face. Bro, I don't know what the issue is with this Chrome or YouTube. I'm having issues, bro. Like, all I did was just.
Sometimes you don't know whether they're literally even in numbers.
I wanted to show chat this while we're on a pause chat. I want to show you guys this. Look what happened. This is a new generational GIF that just dropped. Look how funny this GIF is, chat. Ready? He looks like he's crying. The guy's trying to cheer him up, and he starts drinking, and he's there. Bro. Oh my god, dude. Nah, man. I don't know what game this is from. I don't know what, but this is the funniest game. I want to do something like that now. I want to do something like that.
Too hard and you lose the fight, and that's kind of been the value of Rocket. I think Rocket
I want to do something like that now, bro. That is the funniest shit I've ever
not
seen.
Not as frequent right now, although is being played by Lunex, who also have that Rocket, right? So it's tricky. It's really working for him on this attack. I'm looking forward to seeing what
sanitizer? No, it was like he could have filled it up with water for all we know, but he was like drinking probably because he lost and he was crying.
Because you need to buy time right now. There's how much? It's almost 4 full minutes.
That shit is funny, dude.
That is. They really should be
whatever the context is funny.
It's kind of the same problem that I think that Lunex were having on the previous 2 maps. Where they would stagger a lot and can't switch off compositions, because I think when
hero, so you think like, oh, maybe Emma, maybe Thing, but she has a ton of movement, and if you're playing properly, you can. What's that?
Maybe Hulk. Maybe
yeah, Hulk's not horrendous either. Yeah, it's similar to like how you'd mark Cap with Hulk. I think Cap actually struggles into a good Hulk because you can really trace down, exile on those.
It's a
moments and keep the
skit.
pressure on.
Really,
it
was a skit.
For your team, right? That's where things get dicey, and that's why we always say the teams that
I thought it was real, bro. I want to do something like that, man. Chat, what's a good idea
in this current meta, because there is so much viable.
That shit's funny.
Heroes to play. So many viable heroes to play.
Absolutely. There's a lot of decisions, and you kind of almost get overwhelmed in terms of the decisions you have to do, right? Like that's the tough part for a lot of these squads, but the most flexible teams seem to have the most success. We're getting back
Navi
into
win?
It.
Yes,
Apologies
Navi did win. Oh, we're back.
But we're going to keep going with the app session, actually, because it's 3 minutes and 45 seconds left in third phase, like you said, Shib, and this is SGSD's tournament. Life on the line. Obviously, if they stop Lunex here, they'll feel much more grateful instead of having to switch back and forth yet again on offense and defense.
Yeah, they need the momentum here. And right now the momentum's right back into Lunex, who have taken the advice of yesterday, getting that confidence back and clutching up in moments where they've been dicey, and they are making it work. If he finds one, doomed another onto Tones there. But look at this space that's happening instantaneously, dude. That's going to be a pick, but they're getting so much room. They're not being able to be held at that spawn door. Their first fight's going to be around the first bend, but this is a time, now they're going to move them forward. They're going to cap this point, allow it to slowly move backwards, and take the fight right here around this natural cover by the spawn door. It's tricky. This is that lane that certain heroes really do excel at, including things like the Groot on defense from Blur. There is a ton of ults available here for SSG, but the problem is going to be that Logan combination with Redis, which could be massive here with that huge Wolverine play. Let's see if it happens right now.
They go in with it immediately. The switch up, and there's that Groot ultimate. Oh my goodness, that was it eaten or just hit the Luna in that fight? So excellent job from the team, regardless not get hit by it. Here comes Tones into the back line with the ultimate, does get shut down immediately in the switch up. And with Doom going over to the
people
Phoenix,
can ask
hand
for
out
a
them so
pause
far,
in
with
game
Month also
chat.
switching off
What typically observers do is they turn off game chat, so we usually don't see game chat. Sometimes it's there and it's really funny. You can see people type, but usually if something goes wrong, the players can just type PP, which means pause please, or pause, or pause, PP, pause please, and then the people who are spectating will pause, or whoever the owner of the lobby is will pause.
Somebody stop them as Nectar once again finds Logan.
It's actually D-Wade, LeBron. Too many basketball references, sorry. But excellent work from those two. And the switch up, again, panning out.
Pausing is the same thing in Overwatch League, yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Sort of high ground angles, off angles, wherever you want to call them with the Luna Snowflake. Oh my goodness, again. Okay, goodbye, Tones. See you later. HP gone if everybody hits a headshot.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the pro players and whatnot, there are rules
next patch, right? But,
to not abuse it, but yeah.
Back to the spawn, slow walk.
I don't know what the rule book is, chat. I'm not a pro. Maybe like the
there's
I don't know.
I mean, probably well-known.
I'm pretty sure there might be a limit on how long you can pause.
Movement sound to the point where they cannot hear you. So a lot of teams will do that when they're trying to find a cheeky play.
I got
something like the Glartrox here, Iffy, with the Meteor M available. Nectar is trying to make that play happen, and there's that ultimate. We're talking about a two-piece, and Dream walking backwards. Yard, goodbye, Tones, too. A huge ult here.
That's why you ban
SSG is clutching up right now, becoming the team they needed to be on point 3, a very defensible side of the map, and a lot was committed. There's going to be an answer with the Kamiho Unleashed from Month, but Tico and Iffy do have another really strong combo that we've seen a lot in the past.
Yeah, Lunex is starting to look a little scared. I mean, they switched Silent Blaze over to the Gambit now for the first time this
yeah,
series.
Sometimes, sometimes what Hug said, a lot of these teams might sometimes ask for a pause. I think you might have 15 minutes, 30 minutes for a total pause. So what a lot of teams do is they ask for a pause, If they're struggling, they might pull up a J3 video and watch the rank 1 J3 Hulk video, and then, oh, that's how you're supposed to play Hulk, and then they do that in their games.
SSG made the right call.
It's a pretty good strat.
Anything. When they use Meteor, oh, they actually didn't even Meteor M, excuse me. I thought I heard it in that moment, but I guess not. End song was enough, so even better by Lunex to really not overcommit there, as Logan does have the dance floor iffy with the Meteor M, and that could be something we see here, but Month, Blur, Necrise, and Doomed all available for queues. It's all about value now. Who makes it happen? Tones with a huge dive, forcing out the dance floor early, getting to point. Strangling Prison goes out. Meteor M
Cluster,
as well,
by the way. Preseason has 7 months.
and that is going to be massive here for SSG, and it's going to be very difficult for the retouch to come through. Tico switching immediately to the Strange, but OT ticks down.
Our first game of the day is not going to be a sweep. It is 2-1
from SSG that keep the series moving
forward. The series keeps going, chat. Hey, if Space Station reverse sweeps, that's going to be crazy, but Lunex needs to learn something. Ban Elsa.
Second phase, and then got snowballed a little bit towards the end. They swapped off it during the pause. Maybe that gave him a breather to come back into it, and obviously...
Oh, yo, it's raining. Appreciate the massive 12 months.
The streak of these Elsa players just getting the character they want through has just been undeniable. It kind of... I mean, like, was the game really worth playing if you're just going to get dominated by Nectar like that? 24 final hits?
It doesn't make any sense.
That is just obscene. 24 finals, 44k damage. I'm not, like, look at everything
44 and 6, 24 finals, 44,000 damage.
Right, like,
44,000 damage. Nectar on Elsa has the same amount of damage almost as both DPS on the other team. Well, no, sorry, yeah, both.
No, I mean,
not both DPS, but like compare Redis and Iffy.
You know, maybe
they have combined 50,000 damage. One person
on this map, and
Nectar did it by himself. Bro, ban Elsa, man. Yo, still short up.
Is this series, and SSG are not out of it yet. We'll see if they can come back. Or
I'm about to do a backflip right now if they don't ban Elsa. Elsa needs a nerf. She got nerfed. Decent. Here we go again, chat. You guys ready? I never heard this song before. Shameless with 100 bits. I appreciate it, my friend. Watching Jay on my phone and FN and CS on the TV. If Rivals continues tomorrow, I will not get a second of sleep in the next 2 days. Hey, I'm with you. 16 hours yesterday, 16 hours today. There's 8 matches tomorrow, so another 16 hours tomorrow. Chat, yes, we go all the way until Sunday. I will be here with you guys for every second and every single drop that you guys want. Remember, new drops, Gambit drops on Sunday, so make sure you guys are here. I got you guys. Yep, best watch party, bro. Hashtag WB, bro. Welcome back. Wait, what? Best watch party? No, best watch party. That's BW. Why did I say WB? Florida Education. Look, I'll even prove to you guys that this is the best watch party. Ready? Watch this. Magic 8 Ball. Is this stream the best watch party in the world? The Magic 8 Ball says yes, definitely.
Now we got a series on our hands. Welcome back, everyone. Zoe here, joined by Dogman and I Run Ship, and let's break down how SSG pulled this one back compositionally for them as well, and they came quick at the very end there as well. So I think the adaptations from SSG are really starting to come through. I like the game plan that I had heading into this map.
I mean, they figured it out, right? I think towards the third phase and every map they were making adjustments. That's what we want to see out of these top teams right now, right? Is not to be stagnant, correct?
Yeah, 100% agreed. I mean, honestly, right there, I think, you know, we saw a lot of clean play from Nectar. The whole team definitely locked in more so. Necrise looked great, even on the Magneto at the end there. Saw a little more traditional stuff.
Oh, I like this map. Yggdrasil. Right? This is probably going to be my favorite map.
I think Lunex looked really good on Dom.
Path.
I think their versatility and composition maybe has been a little more versatile and more successful in that versatility. So I'm looking forward to seeing if the bounce back from SSG is enough.
Yeah, man. I mean, right, when something like this happens, like what we just witnessed from Nectar, it's very easy to just like immediately panic and go like, okay, Elsa needs to go. Like, we need to heavy focus on that. Like, that can't get through. Is that what do you think is happening in the Lunex camp right now?
Probably, yeah. I mean,
wait,
the first maps,
is that actually true?
They strategized
There's
around
no
it,
way.
And it panned out to ban it first. So yeah, obviously you want to kind of go back, especially on the next map, which will be Yggdrasil. So this team. Well, I mean, it's different, at least because of the fact that these maps are so long range. Also, the reset, so that's actually a good time to bring it up, too, is because after the first 3 maps that happen, any map is pickable again. It resets back
Wait,
to
no way.
anything
Google
that you've not
AI
played yet
answer.
on top of any
AI
map type. So it's a
overview.
little
The
bit
best
different
Marvel
because
Rivals
of the
Ignite
best of,
watch parties are
5
frequently
that's changed
hosted
the
by
playoffs,
Twitch.
but it just saw another good map
On
I
Twitch
think,
by
for this-
popular
for
community
this
streamers
Elsa
like
comp
Jay3,
that,
who often
you know,
provides
hopefully,
drops
like you
during
said, so he's
tournament
not going to be
gameplay.
picked, or sorry, not going to be not banned by both teams. The double negative doesn't really work, but yeah.
Like, it kind of lost me halfway there. I do love seeing Lunex back on domination. I think they've just been looking really strong, and especially I feel like they match up so well against SSG in this particular map type where things can get a little chaotic, and I feel like Lunex is having an easier time in the chaos.
Yeah, honestly, I was wrong. Yeah, I guess it's going to Yggdrasil. So it is going to be another one of those convoy maps, which I am surprised about because I do think they look so good on Dom. Yeah, no, I was wrong. My bad for leading you astray. But
just rubbing it in on it.
That's on me. Hey,
bury him in the ground. Get the shovels. Get the shovels.
Right with the car. Yeah.
God, Chip, why are
I think
you
we do
so
get a preview
wrong,
though,
man?
but it's so pixelated and I really can't read it. And my eyesight is I'm elderly, so like I can't read anything on my screen, to be honest.
True.
Yeah, I thought that was like the old map. That was the domination that left us like Shin Shibuya before, you know, when we had those maps.
Yeah, I mean, our band is not only old and short. We're short and old, right? So we have the double whammy there.
Short and old.
But yeah, no, I saw something funny in the comments during the break there that cracked me up. Is the only thing that Nectar's bad at is missing shots, and I was like, you know what? I do want to see if that still comes true here.
That's actually really
because
funny.
I think that we saw a lot of success from Nectar on the Elsa. But we didn't really get to see a lot of success with the Psylocke. They did a great job marking Nectar in that moment, so maybe we see more Phoenix play, more hit scan play. I think Yggdrasil is a decent Wolverine map too. There's a lot of potential here. And I personally, my favorite map out of all of them, little OG callback there, because this map's been around forever, but I'm looking forward to seeing what they elect to run. This is also one of those maps you can run these weird triple hold comps on.
Ooh, what do you want to see, Dogman?
I mean, I just want to see like the adaptations like we saw before. Like that I want to see those movements, those changes. I think that ship's kind of right on the triple, but I don't know. Like the current patch and the current meta has been sort of changing like in a bunch of different ways, and it's allowing a lot more diversity this week. So I think we just need to see those adaptations. I think Lunex is a little bit quicker. That last map, obviously, SSG still won. But towards the end, it's just that goes back to the ban phase. Like, I feel like when we talked about Elsa being so dominant, that's the only character that I really would just like not want to play against. And I think it's totally fair, especially against.
Do you guys
Elsas.
think that Lunex is going to learn their lesson and actually ban?
You can't really make too many mistakes. Besides,
do you guys think they're going to ban
through
it?
The Gambit, I can kind of live with a little bit, but not that character.
Well, we'll find out what the teams have in store for
Magic
us.
8 Ball. Do I have bigger boobs than Jay3?
I find it
As I
interesting
see it, yes.
that you said that
What is
the ban
Magic
phase
8 Ball
is, like,
looking at?
Open and like there's a lot of different possibilities. When we talked yesterday to
Yeah, you can see it through my shirt.
Liquid Citadel after the victory.
Can you do that?
And they kind of just answered with a, like everyone bans the same thing, and therefore we only need to play like a small handful of comps. And we don't really need to stretch ourselves. So, like, I guess it's different for each of those teams. Now, the bans are ready, and so are we. It is still match point for Lunex, which are playing on their map pick of Yggdrasil on Convoy. Guys, please take it away.
All right, the double Elsa off the rip, buddy. If I put money on it, I guarantee you I would have said that would be the case. As we see the lock-in of Invis, this is something that's been way more prevalent over just this ending here of the preseason. You know, just such a strong hero. It's had some success and it hasn't worked out a few times, so it's definitely still up for debate. But the lockout, goodbye to Gambit after that, and the lock-in of Gambit, I think is a smart play. But again, what do I know? It worked last time when the opposition didn't have it.
Yeah, that is interesting. I mean, we'll kind of figure out as the time.
Yo, what's going on here, bro? What's going on here? Yo,
Time goes on if the Gambit, you know, characters like Loki and Invis were prioritized.
They
as
both
well.
okay. They
we
both
have the Wolverine ban because we want to play the Groot on the opposite
They both
of
banned
SSG.
Elsa. Thank you.
But yeah, I mean, I feel like the Gambit stuff. I mean, kind of maybe like going back to remember WAV, you know, back in the day. Obviously, used to play for Vision Gaming. I think got kicked last second after the tournament started. But WAV, I think, was like, yeah, Gambit's like dead now. Like Gambit's not as good anymore. But you know, teams obviously disagreed with that kind of overall. But it does seem like, at least for Elsa, it's been a perma pick, and for Gambit, maybe not as much because we've seen teams also prioritize that Mantis Protect that comes out.
Yeah, I mean, Mantis just enables so many different compositions, and I think it's tough because it depends on what you're willing to run. I feel like we haven't seen nearly as much of that, you know, more dive-focused stuff that plays well with the Mantis. While you have like a single duelist, triple backline, enabling something like an Ultron. Haven't seen as much success with that from SSG. They found more success when they switched off that comp at the end there. But that being said, I do think it's still very much a threat, and it is going to be locked in as well by Lunax.
All right, so some potential Mantis or not, but I mean, like for Lunax's side, you know, obviously haven't had as much success off of it, had to swap over off of the Mantis into a 2-2-2 style, but now with this front to back angle, like maybe you have to think about that as well as the Ultron. But they're gonna go for the Loki.
Yes, they are still saying they're playing with the season 7 patch, chat, not 7.5.
Maybe some Adam Warlock shib. Like obviously you still have the
what?
Gambit and stuff,
Iron
but
Man?
You still run triple on the outside for Lunax who get the Mantis in.
Yeah, we haven't seen as much success with Warlock, right? Like, especially in the Americas region. It's been run a few times. Teams have tried, but it's kind of gone to the wayside since it hasn't really worked. There's going to be a little bit of a buff coming in, obviously, with the new season, but that's not in play right now. Just a reiteration for those who maybe missed that. They are playing on the 7 patch.
Yes, if a team bans a character, you cannot save it. Also,
so
bans are...
we're going to see
if you ban, let's say, Gambit, the other team can't play Gambit, but you can play it.
On the defensive side,
unless they ban it. But you can
They're gonna
prevent
run
them
that
from
triple
banning
backline
it if
instead
you
of the
save
triple
it first.
Vanguard front line.
You cannot save a character that's already been banned.
Ultron getting buffed is insane, man. Like I feel like he's already been so meta.
Hey, I got you, Jessica.
You know,
I love
like
how even with 5K viewers on Twitch and a lot on YouTube, he still reads all of our comments. Some streamers will have way less viewers and never interact.
Oh my god, he's so bad. But it's like,
I mean,
yeah, he's bad with
everyone has their own way of streaming, but I am a very big community-based streamer. I love interacting with you guys. Even though half of you guys piss me off.
Top level play, right? I think Ultron really requires a team to understand natural cover well, understand
I'm joking.
the
I
correct
love you
heroes
guys.
to be using, and just competence in that triple backline.
I try. I miss some comments, but I try.
You know, coming for these Ultron mans coming after me after this.
Become a bullet sponge. Listen, I don't necessarily want to have that be the case. That is true. That is true, buddy. As we start off here, right now, off the rip, you see the high side positioning from Nectar. It's going to be on that Phoenix, actually, like we kind of discussed there in the downtime. I think that's a pretty good call because I knew there's no shot that Elsa would be back on the table.
Okay, let's see this, guys.
Like that. Nectar with some good natural. Notice the natural cover, like we're talking about right there.
Oh shit! Got you guys.
I'm just surprised neither team decided to go for the Ultron ban because I feel like this was going to be an obvious outcome.
Yeah, you know, and that's kind of the difference between maybe some of the teams at the very, very top. That
Blur looks locked in, bro.
The teams that are working their way on the lower side of the bracket right now. It's also comfort, right? If you scrim against a team and they really haven't shown that they provide it well, like that's all just information that you can use to your advantage. But it's stuff that we really won't really know unless you are that statistician on the team. So there is the engagement. I'll say there's a lot of space being owned here already off the rip as no one's gone down. Really good attack by Lunax.
Yeah, we've seen on this map, okay, immediately Nectar finds the pick on the off angle. Dude, Nectar is one of the better players at, being gross, first of all, in terms of aim, but obviously controlling off angles.
Bro,
like,
Nectar
amazing.
is...
Maybe Nectar, Delena, these two players have a great understanding about controlling off angles. You know,
Nectar...
I was watching Light watch back
Nectar's
some of the top
insane,
players
bro.
in this game. SSG were playing.
Jesus.
Nectar was really controlling off angles on Psylocke. Phoenix, where he mentioned, I think, Sparker's gameplay.
You know what Nectar reminds me of,
chat? A lot more front to back style, so you can see the difference in opinion in terms of
Have you guys ever seen that guy Jay3 play? Nectar reminds me of him, just so dominating.
Yeah, look at alt.
He has a lot of
Virtually
aura.
Everyone could have alt available. Tones launched alt there, did not seem to work out. I must have at this point because I already had 44%, unless the switch came through. I have to double check on that. But Soundblade's not having ult yet. Out goes the boundary. Reedus able to find one off the rip onto Fidel's going to put the offense in a good spot at the side of Lunex. Meteor M is up too. Does that one land? It does. Neckrise out of the sky, I believe, onto Tico. That's dirty right there. Ensong Inferno lands, pulls a lot of those cooldowns and walls away.
Actually, you know what's really crazy?
Even being down
Nectar
early on, SSG retakes the space. Blur, though.
You know whose
finds one
Nectar
onto
coach
Iffy.
was?
Great drop back attack there. Excuse me, Blur on the defense, excuse me, is able to collapse in and find the stagger, and that is kind of what they're
Yes,
looking
chat,
for now.
you guessed it right.
We'll have
Me.
Strangling Prison
I taught
available,
Nectar
which
everything.
can
That's
cut
why
through
he's so
silent
good.
plays with that resurgence.
When you talked about him, Neckride so far on Magneto last map and this map has looked great. So enjoying this so far for SSG, and like you said, ults available.
Flats. That is true.
I do think,
Nectar did
another
teach.
very strong hero on
Flats
the
did
stage
teach
is
Nectar
going
a
to be
lot about the
Magneto.
practice
A
range
little
to get his,
slower
aim
and
good.
just kind of plays into the advantage of having a controller in terms of movement. But here goes the next engagement. Out is everything. It's all a neutral fight here, folks. There is no more answers as the Strangling Prison and the Resurgence both get committed. Nectar, what do you know, in the neutral, able to find one. Keep the pressure on, make it two
Ooh.
now. Still walking as all the cooldowns go down.
Oh, okay. I think the difference maker, between Space Station Gaming and Lunex is now that I don't know what happened. Nectar might have done something off stream, but he is carrying right now.
Yeah, for sure.
He is
And
carrying.
Nectar, obviously,
Hey, no problem,
well
Mario.
known now by
Thank you for
everybody
streaming. This is so much
watching
fun.
for
I
how gross
appreciate
they
it.
are in terms of
Appreciate it.
aim. But Lunex switch it up. And now
Nectar
goes
is the
over to
difference maker right now. Don't get me wrong.
Venom. Obviously,
Space Station
not
is a
enjoying
great
walking
team,
straight into the Venom,
but
into the Phoenix shots,
Nectar
wants
is
to be
like
more proactive,
literally
but speaking of proactive,
putting
here
them
comes
all in the
Doom
backpack.
With the Ultron's Rage met by Invisible Boundary.
Nectar going low, hitting the skies. Going to come back with full HP. Just kind of provide a little bit of pressure. Spawn exactly where they initiated. You'll see a little Phoenix there for those who maybe don't understand that. That's exactly where the spawn's going to be. You can try to play around that. In the future, maybe. Nice tackle and nice play by Blur there onto Iffy, and they're walking again, dude. This defense from SSG, this whole team is locked back in.
I saw that Phoenix try to shift out. She hit the wall.
By the way, they're about to lose.
It was like watching a fly go straight into a light, bro.
I mean, they're gonna have Ensong and Inferno coming back from spawn.
God damn.
But you still have to delay for these straddles. Maybe Silent Blazes now onto the Jeff, like we've seen earlier. Reedus takes down Nectar though. Okay, you find one, but here comes Blur. Win aggressive, maybe too aggressive, but it's the Gambit ult. Everybody's still here. Phoenix ult comes through, but the support is too strong on the defense.
Oh, big Groot ult.
A tight angle together, and Reedus falls.
Yeah, and you can actually use that Ensong Inferno from Phoenix to touch point to try to stall, but it's not going to matter. Wow.
Wow.
What a defensive
Wow.
hold from
Our
SSG,
first game
who
of the
woke up
day, and
after
we
these
might be
first
going
two
to a
maps and
match
do not want to go
5.
home just yet, folks. On the offense,
You know what
they
that
go,
means?
And this is what we're looking
We're
for
not
from
ending
game
the
one,
stream
buddy.
till 2 a.m.
Yeah, this is going to be a fun match if it goes to yet
It's
another
done.
map.
It's day
Also,
done
wait, hold on.
day.
So
Is that how you
Lunex
say it?
picked
Appreciate the
this
massive
map,
prime
by
sub,
the
my
way.
friend.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Correct. So that is also
Hey,
kind of
what's up,
weird
Lucky?
because Lunex also lost to we lost on this map before. I mean, I
Holy
understand
shit, it's
like they
1:30 for
like
you
this map,
already?
they picked
God
it
damn,
before,
yo.
but man, it's just not. They look
Shout out
lost.
to the
Like, they
people
look
who are
straight up
watching
lost.
who are like
their tanks are walking it's
Asia
just, like,
or
it's just
Europe
dying.
and
Like,
stuff.
they just, like,
Damn.
would walk straight into
Yes,
Nectar's
100 Thieves
crosshairs,
plays
AFK
today.
in
They
the
play
brain
against
almost. Like,
Swamp
the
Gaming,
team
Lucky
effort,
Zeal. I'm
obviously,
sorry.
you can see
Listen,
it,
I love
that the team
TTK
doesn't
as
know what
well,
they're doing.
but I don't think today's
Dude, I
it.
think a lot of it, and not to keep,
Yo,
'cause the
my
entirety of
dad's
SSG
in
is
the
looking
chat.
strong.
How you
mentioned
doing,
Necrise,
Dad?
obviously, and Nectar, but I would say the positioning there from Nectar on that off angle, just constantly pressuring the right targets, right? Notice how rarely was Nectar shooting a Vanguard in the front. It was always a pick on a strategist or duelist early on. So really, really strong play there. It forced them
Hope
to
you're
constantly
kicking
be
ass.
looking at an off
Yes,
angle,
chat.
allowing the front line to
Yes,
move
Dad.
forward.
How you doing?
The
How you
defensive side
doing?
just looked practiced from SSG, and Lunex just wasn't expecting it, but they've got to do the same thing.
Damn,
here
I
on
was here
defense.
since
You can
9
see
p.m. from
the comp
Singapore.
coming
It's
in,
now 7:30
looking
a.m. Yo,
pretty
shout out to
traditional
the
for the
people
side of
who are
Lunex.
staying
Well,
up
you can see
late
the
or
swap
waking
was
up
a bit
early watching the
slow. I mean, you
stream.
can see,
W,
like, the
shout out
Mantis
to you
comps,
guys.
Specifically, Lunex
That's
just
huge.
haven't
Shout
been
out to
so
the
good
people
at.
who
Like,
are
they're
following
better
the
at this
stream,
style now
watching
that
for the
they're playing
drops,
defense, which is this
lurking.
Jeff alongside
W.
something else. It's just specifically with
And
the Mantis
we
as go
have
into
a pause.
that they're not good at. Like we saw in
Not
Domination,
a
they
W
had to
for the
push off of it
pause.
as well. They tried to play it on their tank with the Ultron stuff, but honestly, in terms of the Ultron,
Even my
Space
dad
Station
is
Gaming
saying
look a lot
W.
better. So we'll have to see how Lunex adapt because at the current moment, I mean, they just can't.
Wait,
they're-
what?
they're-
It's
they can't fight
1:30
this
a.m. and
Mantis
I'm
here.
having
It's not
beer
gonna work
watching
with the Ultron
J3 and go to
side
work
on
in the
SSG
morning.
side.
Wait, you go to work on a
Yeah, it's not
Saturday?
tough because I do think that the
That
entirety of
sucks.
Blue Next plays well into these more divey, hyper speed comps that move in quickly. But I think the positioning and idea and the entire comp was countering that, and they didn't know what to do. Like you're saying, they kind of panicked. we saw heavy swaps at the end, and I think it was just too little too late. I like the cap idea to maybe mark Nectar. You wanted to get on that off angle and just pull some of the damage away from your backline. But it just came out.
I mean, I'm a
just at the
streamer. I'm a
very
little
last
different
30
though,
seconds,
chat.
and it forced ultimates out to touch point. It was a tough look, but yeah, SSG, dude, they woke up. They're looking incredibly strong right now, and I think they played that map
I'm
to perfection,
unemployed
at least so
and I
far,
mooch
but
off
there
my
is an
mom.
attack
Hey!
to happen.
W
I think
mom.
as well, this kind of
Hey,
all goes
Grim
back to Central
Shadow with
Park,
1,000
where,
bits as well.
you know, for
Absolutely
SSG,
insane.
I think
Appreciate
they didn't add.
Meat
they didn't
riding
adapt,
Nectar
in
is
the second
crazy,
phase,
Jay. Yes,
I
me
believe, as well, and they
complimenting a
had-
friend
I
of
think they had
mine
similar
who is
comp
a
with Vanguard. I'm
professional
trying to remember if
player,
they
and
had
I'm
Mantis
cheering
ban or
for
not,
him
but,
to do well
you know,
in a
regardless,
tournament.
Doom
is
switch
meat
over to the
riding,
Star Lord
yes.
and stuff, and they try to play like a traditional.
God
TTP
forbid
style.
someone
It just wasn't
cheers on
working
a
for them,
friend
though,
or
you
a
know,
favorite
kind of in a
team
similar
in
boat to,
a
I think like for
sport
is it
like the
Navi, I
NBA
believe, that
or
just
your
play, like,
favorite player
nothing
in
or
soccer.
Heretics that
Oh
play nothing
God,
but
God
Mantis
forbid
triple
that.
compositions. So right now for SSG, they look pretty good in these triple comps. And, you know, if they just switch Doom over off of the Star-Lord onto maybe another
Hey,
Shadow,
what's
just
up,
off
Bray
the
War?
Ultron, 'cause he's
Appreciate it,
looked
appreciate
good
it. Welcome,
on
my
that so
friend.
far. So it's kind of the onus is on Lunex to make these adaptations to like the Jeff stuff sooner, because we could be going to a potential map number 5.
Yeah, and I just looked. Yeah, the Mantis was not banned on the go round of Midtown, so you're definitely right there. It's, yeah, man, I'm not sure what the answer is. I think it's also, you know, I brought it up, and you know, I brought it up early on. I just think that when they have these in the bag, for some reason, Lunex just seems to let
My
it slip
dad
through their
even
fingers,
sees you,
and
Chocolate.
it's not over yet. And they can absolutely win this series, and I know that they have the talent to do so, but they need to break that mold that they've been in of being up heavy, whether it's in a map or a series, and then just looking like a totally different team.
Oh yeah, absolutely, they do. And you know, obviously, by the way, the pause just came out. I believe the pause was on Neckrise's side, on SGC's side. You know, man, they're still taking their time, obviously figuring it out.
Yo,
you
Smoking,
know,
I hope you're okay.
You would
Jeez.
assume, I imagine the viewers are like, guys, you know, we only got 71 meters. And by the way, we're getting back into it. You know, it's like talking about somebody who's bowling,
back
you know,
into
it's
the
like,
match.
Let it go, bro. You know, shave it off. You're gonna lose
Bring
this
it on,
map.
man. Yeah. Do something about it. You know what I mean? No, here we go. Off the rip on the attack. You can see no real change here for SSG. They don't need to. And then
Swamp
Lunex
Gaming plays
going
100
back to a
Thieves.
comp that they have found success with, like you're saying, with that Jeff, but the games begin as the point has already pushed to the first turn. This is typically where you'll see teams portal in on a full hold composition with the Vanguard front line, but it just nowadays, these teams are getting around this first bend with no real issue. And there is a great position. Notice how Necra is playing off to the left here, forcing eyes in a different direction, using some of these cooldowns to get back to the team. That's the kind of stuff you want to see from a top-level Vanguard.
Ah, shit.
Absolutely. Minute off the clock, Ultimate's built month. Look how fast he built it. But they will be against Logan with the invisible boundary. Also, Grudel soon. Can they live long enough for the Grudel to come out?
Yeah, how goes that very quick boundary? Strangling Prison coming in, and though, will that work out? And no, and that is Silent Blaze, Tico, and Ritas finding a three-piece there. Still 3 minutes left, plenty of time. Commitment goes out from Lunex with Tones and Logan. Month, obviously, ulting in that fight. So that is, you know, the idea is, oh, that's a win because you don't have the Gambit, but either way, it's still a 2-for-1.
Well, they played slow. They got the Grudel fast from Tones. That was the big reason they won it. You know, otherwise, I think maybe SSG closed out on them. Regardless, like you said, Shib, Ultimate's available for them. This time
I don't think they're...
Yeah, and there is
Space
a
Station
ton
literally
of
almost
queues
has 5
available.
ults,
Silent
chat.
Blaze,
There's no way they
Benedict's
lose
Jeff
this with
is
2 minutes
potentially
left.
the only answer to a lot of this stuff that's about to happen as Doom starts off right now. Great eat there from the Magneto of Iffy to find Nectar in the back line, and great transition, eating a lot of that damage and finding value. There is a Strangling Prison that goes out. Meteor M there, bang, Doom find one, Blur another, and that's 2, and an Endsong Inferno force
Yeah,
out
I don't
from
think they
Tico
lose this.
without much value. Up for the attacking side of SSG, Doomed with one more, and like you're saying, looking strong on that Ultron right now. Oh, that's huge.
But he has to stay cart, though. They have to stay cart because there's nobody else coming in. Oh, Endsong Inferno. Anybody else here to touch with the strength portal? No, it's done. Next map, SSG have won, tying it up. 2-2, Shib.
And folks,
Hey,
we have ourselves
match 5.
a game.
We're already
here.
on match
The
5,
bounce
bro.
back from SSG being massive once more massive than a low taper fade meme, folks, as we are
Wait,
going
what?
to see
What?
another full series here. When their backs are against the wall, losing team goes home. It's all about this next match.
Yeah, we'll see what the map is, right? That's kind of the big thing. There's so many decisions we have to make. Obviously, the last 5 maps played cannot be picked. We can't go into Convoy. We have to think about a Convergence or Domination. I believe it's kind of spoilers, so we won't talk about it. We'll see what it is later. But obviously, the Ultron stuff, maybe we want to get rid of it. Maybe we want to go to a map Ultron is not as good. We have to think about that later as the reverse sweep is on the line, and Lunex might be a little nervous. I'll see you after this short break.
We're going on a break. W break. Hey, Boba. Hey, Jay, just came back from work and came around the stream. Hope your day's been great. Hey, appreciate it. Hey, today's been a lot of great games. Also, someone asked, did Virtus Pro play? Yes, we're in NA already. Virtus Pro game. I'm not gonna tell you who won, but you should definitely go back in the VOD and watch that. That was a great game. I don't want to spoil it. But if you're a yo. I'm pretty sure someone can freestyle off this. Hey, Boba. Look at this guy. Look at Boba. You wanna sing us a song? Freestyle Emily 1 J3 0. What? How did Emily beat me in her freestyle? I cannot freestyle, bro. I cannot freestyle, chat. I'm sorry. Nah, man. Yes, Lunex and Space Station Gaming are still playing. It is a match 5 winner. This is a great game. You know why? Because winner moves on. The loser goes home and their playoff run is over.
Alright, apologies SSG, we're not familiar with your game. They locked back in, taking us the distance. They just refuse to lose. Especially a few certain individuals, which once again just popped off. Like, yeah, okay, Nectar, not gonna play the Elsa, no problem. Phoenix looking just as deadly and dangerous. Overall, I really like that triple strat in SSG's hands. I think they did a lot for them.
Absolutely. I mean, this is a comp that obviously they're very good at. And we'll
when
see
does the
moving.
land start?
This
This is preseason. There's no land for preseason,
really
but
strat comp players like we've seen that in the EMEA as well, focusing on a lot of these Mantis comps.
there will be a land for I think mid-season finals and grand finals, which I think is like what, August and November.
I like what Silent Blaze was doing on Jeff sometimes, and those sort of styles. Obviously, going over to domination, it flips a lot of things on its head. Maybe they'll be able to shut down the side.
I don't know. They did not announce where the land is, I believe.
But I still think everything's up in the air.
Unless someone in chat can probably
on this next map.
Figure that out. Hold up, I gotta go.
Yeah, I think
real quick.
like you're saying, the Jeff's super strong here. The Invis, they're very comfortable on that with Silent and Logan. There's a lot of off-map potential. You know, we even saw, you know, in the other side, when you're looking at Necra, he's not afraid to pull out the Angela. I would argue that that's probably the map to pull out Angela. She still excels there, can bully frontline, force your frontline into running things that maybe aren't as advantageous for your composition. We've seen a lot of strange portal plays here. There is a lot of unique stuff that can come into play, and I think Lunex needs something like that right now to happen for them, because they are just on their heels. It's just that simple. They're a team that cannot seem to clutch these wins when they have them in their like grasps of victory. They're so close, they just crumble. So I need, you know, to see some change. Yeah.
It is so frustrating because they're this good, right? Like they're up in a series 2-0, and then it starts to crumble for them. Like, why can't they close it out? Be that in a map within a map, be that in an entire series. Like, they really have to lock in. That said, though, as much as it may be them just kind of like falling apart, I do think SSG cleaned up their act. I think they were a lot more decisive, which they kind of lacked before, right? That goes back to like, is their target focus on point? Like, no, it wasn't, because they weren't on the same page. They weren't on the same page about going in aggressively. They looked like they got their act together here on that last map.
Absolutely, and it kind of goes down to that's what they play around best, like is the Nectar comps. And
damn,
it
I
makes
lost
it a
my
little bit
sneeze,
easier.
bro.
The puzzles kind of fall into place. Like sometimes not even the players know why they get good out of nowhere. Like it just, you know, happens. It happens sometimes, right? Your team is better at certain styles. They synergize around it. Some players have better mentalities for certain comps. You can see they love to play around Nectar. That's the team's sort of identity. And when we have to put him onto like a Psylocke and he wants to go ham and aggressive, kind of like Tap, who is not on any of the teams so far in this tournament. But these are very hyper aggressive players. Sometimes you can see even in the KO feed how many times Nectar was going
my
down.
face cam
Now that they have
froze.
that
I was
that
petting
support, now that they have the
Boba.
help, they're going to get a lot more done.
God damn it, chat.
I absolutely agree. I think, and I also think that as a whole, when you're looking at this team, I think that Space Station does a good job with more traditional comps, stuff that worked more in the last meta, at least for the Vanguard front. They're not really running these super aggressive front lines that are aggroing. They play better when they can sit back and, like you're saying, enable the duelists, enable Nectar to find value, and they're just playing off that.
Yeah, I want to see both teams going back into a flow state, not overthinking it, playing to their strength in order to close it out 2-2 the series. This is an elimination match, and only one team will continue their run in the lower bracket.
Last time,
Chat,
we
help,
went
I'm
to
stuck.
map 3, 99% virtually on both sides, and every single go of it. It is going to be intense, and folks, losing team goes home out of the playoffs here for the preseason. Nobody wants that. It is intense, and I'm sure the nerves are high. You go from butterflies into bees in the stomach.
What do you mean professional
See the
streamer,
bands
by the
go,
way?
"Ooh,
It's
there
my
are gonna
computer. My
allow
computer
the
has
one-sided
issues. It freezes. I
Nelson
don't know.
matchup here.
Hey, maybe this is the time it works. I don't know. I mean, they're going to try to counter a lot of the heroes that can support it. Maybe the Mantis and stuff. You know, in SSG, like, what do they want to go at first? Like, do you want to protect the Elsa? I mean, obviously you do, surely, right? So that's going to happen. Then Lunex obviously have the choices behind them. Like, do they want to go for those?
I think
low-key
Lunex
bands?
just threw the
Do they
game.
want to go for the Mantis bands and stuff?
Chat,
because
I
mean, we've
literally
seen
think
squads,
Lunex just threw the game.
like SSG, do well with those compositions. So, you know, but Lunex, they have decisions to make,
I
obviously.
literally
the
think
Mantis, that's a
Lunex
smart one.
just threw
They've
the
done well with the
game.
Mantis comp so far. At least you remove that. But it is still, like, yeah, you said, Nectar on the Elsa is always a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, but this is where things get tricky, right? And I said I do think Lunex can run these more unique compositions that throw a team for a loop. Yesterday, you like to call it the cheese dog, and I do really work, especially in domination. They throw your team for a loop, you get the point early, you stall for as long as possible. It's a 99%
You lose
situation. You lose
2 games back to back. Actually, no. You lose a game.
Well, but the question is, can they do it well while Nectar is peppering them with the strongest, arguably the strongest hero in this meta?
I think they banned it last game, so that's and they
have to make, and you can
Yeah,
see obviously
so.
focusing more towards strategists, trying to get that one-sided invis. I don't know if I whoa, they didn't go for protect. They can go for anything they want now on Lunex.
They didn't save. They didn't.
And whoever's controlling
Space
the band
Station.
doomed is
It's a
fired.
message, chat. It's a message. Space
Unless
Station's
you're an
like,
ego
yeah,
play
we
and
don't even
accidental
need
play,
to
DC,
fucking
who knows
save
what has
anything.
happened,
You
but
guys are
goodbye to
bad.
the
This is an
DD there.
aura.
And
This
the
is
lock-in
aura.
of Strange is going to
Aura,
be the case,
chat.
in case they
Aura.
elect to remove Strange, so you don't have that portal back.
Yeah, and they get the invis team up. I mean, also, like, I guess maybe you're like, you can hide some stuff by not going for the protect there. You know, you don't make it obvious what you want to do, what your game plan is after the Elsa and who wants to protect you. It is interesting, though, because, like, I mean, the Jeff stuff is still available alongside Venom, so maybe I was thinking, like you said earlier, that last ban Venom could have maybe been good for SSG. Wait, is Doom AFK? Okay, no, he got Jeff at the very end. Okay, interesting. And that's actually a good switch up, though, because of what
Yeah, I like
Silence
that.
has been doing.
Dude, I love that. I think that's a great play. I think Jeff gets a ton of value here. And Silent, although, you know, early on on map 1 on Dom, we said, you know, struggled a little bit. That's just due to the comp that they were going against, right? But, you know, it looked dominant, looked really good towards the end, and especially on future maps. So great ban there, in my opinion, for your final ban. I think Strange is another one of those unique ones that could have worked. And you can see if he's floating that Strange off rip, and Necry's doing the same. We might see either an early point position, the idea of a kidnap, but I do think it's just going to be all about getting to that point quick.
So I'm a little nervous if I think if I'm a Lunex fan. We'll see moving forward because, you know, obviously you get that Mantis ban on the opposite side, but we've seen so far the squad for Lunex just haven't been able to make Mantis work and made the Jeff and stuff work. So we'll see how this pans out for them. For Space Station Gaming, I kind of like the ban phase, except, you know, I mean, obviously getting the one-sided. I mean, Elsa is like always going to be a huge benefit. So for Lunex, I think their backs are against the wall ship. It's as you and Zoe mentioned, they just always seem to just lose when they are this close to winning. We'll see if they can finally break that curse, but it's an uphill battle after letting the Elsa through.
Yeah, and we will begin here, folks. You can see Doomed on that Wolverine. It's another one of those maps that you can see a lot of off-map plays, especially right now. Necrise
That's a
likely getting
good,
them to point
that's a
quickly
good
on the
skin,
Strange.
man.
Another one of those heroes that plays well
All
on
right.
controller, owning that height now.
Yo, what's up, Ren? How
Everybody
you
gonna
doing?
jump out, and again, it's just about getting here. The counter portal from Iffy is gonna be behind.
Oh, they both portaled in the same spot.
Not
Not to be rude or anything, but I think Space Station Gaming wins this.
Excuse me, teleport as a wall, and I think the portal play comes out on top of the side of SSG in that, but.
One team has Elsa, the other team doesn't. I don't know, man.
Release to start on the Wolverine as well for that group.
I'm a Elsa hater, bro.
Early, by the way, damage coming through from Doomed, who has that snowflake on him, so he can just play as aggressive as you want. Look for those hooks, look for those plays around the corner. If he falls so low, but does fall back. Ult's coming up soon now, I think, for Lunex. As at the moment, though, SSG trying to keep Doom alive. Then, oh no, he goes down.
Logan, once again, with some strong damage and a great wall to isolate. And again, that isolation didn't allow the Stratch to look forward, and they find value off it as now Lunex are looking up in numbers, trying to get this point. And it will go their way, slowly but surely, as the drop-off goes now. Ooh, Gartrox gets committed, though, as Nectar falls. Reedus able to
How are the games? Oh, Rin, I don't know when you
way
left, but you missed some of the best
Nectar
games.
on
This
that
is
pick, and it
also
didn't
one of the
matter,
best games
as
we're
they will
watching.
get
Both of these
0.10%
teams
climbing
fighting
for the side of Lunex.
really well. It's match
I
5
like it
right
so
now.
far because they have
This is
Reedus on
do
that,
or die. If you
Phoenix
lose, you go
compared
home.
to-
Well, I
was it
think they're already home, but if you lose, you're out of the
previous map,
playoffs.
And then the Mantis, was it either Silence Blaze or something? But you know, regardless, it's nice to see Reedus back on the Phoenix with the hard block at the very least. And for Doomed, a little bit too aggressive. Fidel no going into the Cloak and Dagger, as they know they want to play the starter front to back style. But early setup now from SSG on the top left. Early to go. For Lunex.
There is that boundary.
Nice camera angle.
Right, as
You can see Silent Blaze's
allowing them to
ear.
just try to hold on for a moment. Commitment on point, about halfway there right now. Tico, great positioning here, owning the height, especially when you have something like Logan on this low key. You can deal so much damage.
No,
when
Virtus
you're three
Pro is not
stacked
out,
up
chat, but they did
close.
lose today.
Apply so much healing and pressure at the same time. The commitment comes through. There is that end song, bang on a tight ceiling, but wow, that was a dirty fade there from Cloak to keep everyone healthy. Perfect timing.
Yeah. Good fade,
Yeah,
good
excellent timing
fade.
for sure, and they want to now walk back in once they get cooldowns. Copy comes out on the attack. Month goes first, but afterwards, I mean, they're going to pull them after. Ayabagamoto comes
Oh,
through.
nice
Is anybody gonna do the
dodge.
follow-up? So interesting eye.
That was a
Doesn't
very
catch
interesting
Monk.
eye, but
Emon trying to break walls behind. Notice that is always the priority. You don't want
Missed
Groot to
it,
get too much
bro.
value. Fidel going to copy up, get onto point, and
Doom dead.
SSG's just trying to stall now. 64% here for Lunex. The Silent Blaze finds one, though.
I mean, Silent Blaze finds Doomed. He actually went in with the Wolf ult, too, so that's that ultimate gone on top of going down. But at least Space Station Gaming are in control of the point. They forced them off for now. Regardless, still losing Blur. SSG are forced back once more. Shiv temporarily controlled the point, but it doesn't end up mattering. Lartruck's late again from Nectar. It's deleted yet again.
okay, wait, Nectar,
See
bro,
here,
you
teams
were
are
popping
fighting,
off
heading towards
on
spawn as
Elsa.
much as
What are
possible.
these
But
ults?
Lunex is really has
Doomed
control of the
used
point
his
at the
ult.
moment,
He
looking very
died.
strong.
Nectar used
Sure
his
they're just
ult.
gonna
Got no
allow it to tick
value,
through.
guys.
Well, they own this space. Really good play right now.
They
But a
gave
composition I'd
you
love to see. You can see
Elsa.
the
Don't
force swap
throw
here
this
from
chance.
Space Station trying to match us a little bit, a little more consistently, but the Mantis value, Mantis stonks are growing here as Reedus with some good positioning deals a ton of damage, and once again wants to head in there with the End Song Inferno in a brief moment.
Here's the Ayabagamoto as well. He goes down. Doom falls again. That's the third, fourth time in a row. Doom's been target focused before the fight even begins. Cloak ult, 2 lace now, Shib. And, I mean, they're going to have to keep stalling, but how much longer can they stall out at this point without a member of their squad?
Tricky right now. Doom going to get back quickly, but would have been a little faster was the Strange portal, but was very close to ult. Didn't want to commit that. Out goes the Resurgence. Wow, Tico able to find Blur.
I mean, he got
Lunex
one
are
with his
stepping
ult.
up right now, folks.
One is
as
better than
another
none.
pick comes in from Reedus. A third now as a team as Reedus finds 2. The stun does not seem to land, and this should be it. It is. Wow, Lunex are going to find that map decidedly, and they want to reverse this situation of them consistently losing. these
Lunex.
uphill
This is really
battles.
good by Lunex because they won the first games.
good fights
They
from
won the
Lunex
first 2
there, too,
games.
and
Space
I think
Station is
Daredevil
they
ban
want.
kinda
They're
coming
they're
into
close to
fruition, I think,
reverse
for the sign
sweeping,
of
but
Lunex at the
Lunex
very
is
end,
not
just due to the
giving them
fact
that opportunity.
I mean, that was supposed to be a good wrap.
Also, Space Station Gaming, I think their DPS are kind of trolling it. We were gassing Nectar up so much, he started like throwing, and then Doomed. I don't know what Doomed is doing. I wish they would show us the. I wish they would show us the stats right now, but
that Cloak ult and go aggressive with it over Lunex, who have just that Mantis. But regardless as well, I mean, you have to deal with that team up with Doctor Strange that we always talked about at the tournament, Shib. Like, they have the full team up with the Mantis alongside it now.
Yeah, and if he's looking really clean, saw some big ultimates there too. But you know what, buddy? The question that is
they are
going
playing.
to be
They're not
in
playing on
SSG's
season
ears,
7.5.
if they do lose this, is were they going to save the Daredevil? You know, that's going to be ringing in their minds, I'm sure, overnight, because that lack of not having that lock that they just slept on, unfortunately, could be the deciding factor of them losing this and force doomed onto things like now going to be playing the Moon Knight, which we really haven't seen as much success with in this meta at all. It seems a little bit scrambly to me.
Yeah, I mean, on top of that, like, I just can't believe they also let the Mantis, in hindsight now, the Mantis Invis and Doctor Strange, just because we saw that so good in the past, and also teams at least banned one part of it. But obviously with how Lunex looked on the Mantis earlier, it didn't end up mattering. Okay, Doomed, sure, just take out 2 on Moon Knight of all things.
Psych, I lied.
Moon
It
Knight.
looks really good.
Okay.
What am I saying? Goodbye. Well done there, Doomed. Finding them in that corner and is finding a vengeance with a 3-piece now as Fidel's able to find 1 pick there for the 4th. And they have
Hey,
pushed
when in
them
doubt,
now
go
to
Moon
their
Knight.
spawn with ult
Grim
advantage
with
and the
100 bits.
combination
Appreciate it, my friend.
of
Tell
Blur
Nectar, I'm
Doomed.
sorry
And the beauty
about
of
what I
this
said
is the
earlier.
idea is you want to counter that Mantis because
I
Mantis using
don't
that Soul
think
Resurgence is still very
he heard you, bro.
susceptible
I don't think he needs to say sorry.
the Groot Knight combination. Cannot escape the Strangling Prison, much like Luna or Cloak can.
They're walking up at the moment, you know, and they had a solid advantage, I think, in that fight. We'll see what Redis wants to do now, who's on that Wolverine. But Iffy again, I mean, sure, we're going to look for this Agamotto in the middle of the fight, also block this Groot ult. Right now, he's had to deal with this Wolverine on the backside. Here comes that Mantis on the backside, Groot ult in the back. Here comes that Moon Knight combination that you talked about. Overhealth is there, but it's not enough to save Tico. Iffy also falls. Follow-up is there. Reset once more for Lunex.
You know, I want to say this is bad, but if you guys play Overwatch, you remember like Grav Dragon, or if you use Graviton Surge from Zarya, but like, that's basically what they're doing right now with Groot. Groot ults, grabs everyone together, Moon Knight ults, oh sorry Bubba,
Really difficult to go through.
Moon Knight ults on top of the Groot ult, you basically kill everything. Even if they use a support ult, they can still die, but, and now Lunex is doing the same thing back to them.
Nectar, who does go down, Rita's going to clean that up quickly. Month copies up here.
I mean, even in your ranked games, chat, if you're a Moon Knight player or a DPS player, and you have a really, if you have a friend, chat, this is going to sound really, I'm not trying to be mean, but if you have a friend who plays tank and who's a really decent Groot, Moon Knight combo with each other every single team fight, you'll win all your games, bro.
Not available,
or if Moon Knight gets banned, go Namor. Namor does the same thing.
So slow play ended up working for Lunex's Space Station Gaming. Their game plan the whole time was the reset.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good kite, right? But that's kind of the idea. The reason that ult was committed is to buy you 13 seconds on point. Now you're at 91%, and if you're looking for SSG to win this, you essentially just want to build a ton of ults and win one singular fight. But Lunex did a great job not overcommitting there either, as they're going to have almost 4 ults available. They will have 4 ults available, but they don't have the combination with Tones just yet. So it's all about if that is going to be the issue. Will Doom get more value, or will Tico? Tico starts it now. Does not seem to get a pick just yet. Drives a lot of cooldowns out of the, out of the wayward side there, but they start up now with the walk down. Sonic Seduction doesn't seem to get much value, and everybody's a little nervous right now. You can see it.
yeah, I mean, you're not playing normally for sure. Like both teams.
People are getting nervous. People are
40%
getting
they go
nervous.
aggressive with Invisible Boundary. Doomed has the ult, obviously, but they full disengage again from SSG. Playing
Look,
safe,
watch,
but
ready?
could it
Space
be too
Station
safe
Gaming is
too?
going to come back, use
Lunex,
Groot ult and Moon
if they
Knight.
get,
GG's.
To 90%, I'd be a little nervous, especially since they're already on round point.
They're going to walk in with Fidel here, I believe is going to be the case. They're going to try to get this Groot Knight combination, and that could be the game winner. That's the entirety of what they're thinking right now. Fidel does have ult, and they're going to have to walk forward. They will have an answer with Silent Blaze, but that doesn't matter much if that Moon Knight
let's see this chat.
Invis also will struggle with that, and there's that combination I'm talking about. Matched right back by the boundary. Will they get the Strangling Prison? It finds 2, but a huge eye comes through. Doomed, able to find 1, traded from Tico. Both sides evened out, playing safe again. Both teams
that
nervous.
Groot did not die. Wow.
No, it was not able to work. Nectar tried, and an answer from Tico on a neck rise. Wow, this is just
that ult is gonna haunt Nectar for the rest of his
You kidding
week.
me, Lunex? How are they coming back into this? They're also having Rita's come back with the ult in the moment. Goes through the flank, could make the play of a lifetime to end it. To recap, or rather to keep control of the point after the portal potentially was used earlier. Here comes Necrise, who's on Angela's comfort pick at this rate. Gets grabbed out of the sky, but Nectar! Oh my god! They've woken up again, but Necrise trades back Tones, at the very least comes back through main to bring SSG onto the point. Rita's not even on a spear, allowed Lunex.
Wow! There's no way Space Station wasted all those ults and still managed to. No way.
If it's going to be run, and that is straight value right there. Nectar with a huge pick. This is up in numbers once again. Lunex had it in their grasp once more. But oh my, Doomed with a huge opportunity there. Doesn't matter, that's 2 goes down as Fidel finds one, Doomed another. This is just a matter of time, I believe, unless something magical happens, and it is not going to be the case. That should do it for the tied up map. We're going to map 3, folks, as the rest will subtly, slowly fall. A quadra now for Doomed, and
Bro, chat.
Holy crap, the Game of Thrones.
The score is 2-2, match 5. It's tied 1-1 in a cough game, bro.
Monument, the next map, and I mean, Shiv, I feel
this
like that's
is
kind of
what
on Regis a
I
little bit. Like,
love
obviously it's
to
more of the whole
watch.
team,
Competitive
but, like, I feel
gameplay
like we've
going
seen
down
good
to the
little players make
last,
plays,
literally
right? Like, you
the
grab somebody out of the
last
cloak and dagger roll,
second.
Like, you can maybe pick
all your
somebody up
blood,
maybe get a
sweat,
aggressive
and
ult. We see
tears,
the,
and
the,
whatever else,
the leap
bro.
into,
Listen,
you know, shift combination into a grab.
this is
with the ult or
Marvel
whatever
Rivals
it
right
is.
here. This is
Top
esports.
Wolverine players do it. Regis never made the play, and I would have liked to see him do it.
Sports. It's in the game.
I mean, this
is that still their like motto or something?
Charge advantage going to be slightly in the favor of SSG, who are going to be locked into the comp that they were running there. At the end, it's in their favor right now. Nectar has Glartrox available, but I'm just surprised that
I
Lunex
can't
did not
imagine
win
how
that.
much
I mean,
pressure
SSG
these
had everything,
guys
they
feel,
used
man.
everything and got nothing.
That's
Lunex
insane.
had it in their grasp and just kind of panicked with it. Once again, it is going to be Regis with a huge last stand potential play here. Nectar does have another ult available, like we're saying. Doomed, Month, Fidel, Necrise, all going to be in tone right behind.
Whoa, Tico got sniped cross map. There's a yeet of a grenade from Blur. Insane shot. And, with that potentially slows down Lunex's fight, who doesn't have much to set up with. They still ult. They're going to invis boundary, but the forward point unlocks. No portal. Doomed gets grabbed by Regis. So there we go. Nice play from him with the invisible boundary as there was no shot. Also goes in with the ult. Finally, Regis comes through with the follow-up, and there we go. Nice opening moves, but they still have Shroud ults for Space Station Gaming. In fact, both of them, and Lunex are missing everything. So Regis, again, would have to go off and pull somebody out of this ult.
Yeah, I don't know about that. Wow, disgusting. You talked about Regis needing to stay. Oh my, that is a massive Glartrox.
Hey,
by themselves.
Lunex didn't ban it, chat. Lunex didn't ban it.
More will fall now as Nectar.
Lunex didn't ban it. That is their fault.
And they retake the
That
point.
is their fault. Lunex didn't ban it. That is their fault.
Yeah, both Wolverine players a little nervous on the first 2 rounds. Doomed, obviously, in the first round, and then Regis on the second. But now it's Regis, on this offense that has to make a play. Doom now switches back over to the Moon Knight of all things to combine
Butter
with
me
Blur
up
yet
and call
again.
me Sally.
Let's see how they want to play around Tone's ultimate. Obviously, he has it with the Phoenix combination. Maybe they can go for the Meteor M as well. But Nectar, again, these off angles, we could talk about them all day. Controlled it yet again, at least forces pressure onto the back line.
The reset comes through. Ult advantage going to be slightly in the favor of SSG, but not for long. Silent able to find one off the tackle there once more. Huge tackle from Regis, who's stepping up.
Oh, is it a LeBron? It is a LeBron, chat. A LeBron on the cloak and dagger ult, bro. That's massive.
Now. Can they stay there?
That's
not
massive.
For long. Logan with some good shots onto Necrise, and that is going to be the retake at 47%. And now ult advantage Lunex. Once again, folks, we have a trade here.
This has been really back and forth, and I think the Invisible Woman edge is making a big deal in this. Obviously, with Silent Blaze being able to pull the other Wolverine if necessary. Doomed obviously switching.
I wish both of these teams could move on, man. Both of these teams are showing a lot of heart and passion.
Or vice versa, like we've seen before out of them, regardless of upcoming fight. So many ults, but it's that huge Groot ult from both sides that is totally available alongside the neutrals out of both duelist players.
Boundary gets committed. You can use Strangling Prison to try to pull out a boundary. Not sure where that lands. Looks like Tone's able to find Fidel and Nectar through it, and he's up on the height there on the ramp. Well played, and that's going to force them to stagger here at 51%.
Yeah, excellent play. Nice read and shift of momentum. Necrise falls back. So does Doom. Stagger's maybe coming out. Doom getting hard staggered. Goodbye. They already know he has the Moon Knight ultimate. Let's see how they play it. I think neither team has actually made a full direct counter to any of these Groot ultimates. At least 1 or 2 people go down. It's hard just because of the amount of space Training the Prism can get. But as long as you get somebody picked out here early, maybe you can go for a TP play if it's only 1.
I think it's difficult now for SSG because they really want to provide that combination that worked well in the last map, but it's tricky to land that here, and they're relying on it heavy, and I think that's putting them in a tough spot. Again, good close hold. He just goes down low. Logan copies up and does the exact same thing. Will it work out as Month? Trying to find an angle there. But no, Tico finds the first pick once again. And they're just getting caught, waiting out this combination. It gets launched here as Tone starts up with one. Iffy on the Blur, and I think Lunex might be able to do this now. Doomed finding 2 Nectar with another. Clutch up on the duelists here, trying to get to point fast. Doomed is going to find another pick with a triple.
Nice.
And now look at Logan. But wow, this is insane. And you look down at Nectar, who's just trying to hold on against the Wolverine, still stalling and trying to get this point, and does
nice.
just that. But 99%
Chat, this
here for
you
Lunex.
cannot.
Folks, this is the most insane matchup we could have had here.
Thank
for
you,
game
Shib.
one.
I was gonna
Can
say the same
SSG
thing.
push
This is
to
the most
99?
insane match
All's
you could
advantage
possibly
gonna be
watch,
very
bro.
Slightly in favor of Lunex with Iffy, but will it convert?
Yeah, I mean, Fidel, Cloak and Dagger roll. Doesn't have bubble either because Necrise is on that. Doctor Strange has to block if he's ult, like you said, or Regis could pull them out of it.
Okay, chat.
I mean,
Yeah,
Lunex,
this is it. This is
they
it.
could
This is
potentially shut it out if
literally
they
the
grab
last
them out
one.
of this ult, but
I gotta
also
do the
you
gamer
have to
pose.
account for Nectar, who has been disgusting, like you mentioned, on Elsa.
Trying to find an early play here. A pick could mean everything. It's all about this neutral now. This one pick could give you the win. Great wall position gets broke there. Incredible position here by Logan, who knows he has to
Don't
play
flip.
safe.
Don't flip.
Out
Don't
goes
flip.
The commitment, that Meteor M, if it does land on that, is huge. Regis able to find one. That is a huge pick onto Necrise, who's going to need it. Oh, the pink portal was committed to. Regis is looking now for a big ult onto Nectar. Tones tries to land it. And it does find one onto Nectar. And this could be it, folks. It is Lunex. Come out on top and move forward, knocking SSG out of the tournament.
Space. Oh my
Jesus, I would not
God,
like
no
to be a
way.
Lunex fan right now, or SSG fan. Their hearts definitely pumping. And wow, what a series by both teams.
I did
Huge
not
props to
expect
them.
that
Putting on
finish,
probably the
chat.
best,
I did not
tournament North
expect
American
that
region
finish.
match in the North American region we've seen. Just a fun matchup across the board. Tones
That was a
MVP,
great
well-deserved
game,
for
but I
that
did not expect that
capitalization
finish, bro.
of the
Loon
training
X,
president towards the end.
wow.
And then Regis too. I mean, Regis made so many
And
plays.
they
We
beat
talked
the
about
Elsa,
it.
which I'm not happy about. I wish the Elsa won because I wish teams would learn their lesson.
Player. And then towards the very end was doing it and doing it well. So huge shout out to Lunex. They finally overcome those demons that you and Zoe so beautifully pointed out.
I mean, this is nutty. I'm sure. So we're going to have you jump in
Give
here
me
in
my
a minute.
money so I
wanna
can
get
lose
your
it next
take on
round.
this. Tones coming out with the MVP. 11 finals there for Regis as well. What was your take on this matchup?
I think my takeaway from this matchup is that Nectar missed a lot of ults. I think if he hit more ults, because he's running that
those micro
Elsa.
switches.
Yeah.
Doomed, I think, was a huge standout from the side of SSG. Like him coming
I just
out on that
my
Moon Knight as well,
my
getting
bracket
that
is
team up,
ruined,
it
Chad.
did
I had
so much.
Lunex not
and
winning,
then
bro.
seeing Lunex, you know, a less experienced team, not shying away from taking that mirror and also switching over, and then we get those mirror matchups in like some of the roles, like. That was incredibly well played from both of them.
True.
And heck yeah, Lunex getting over that hump. They clutch when it matters the most in the elimination match in the lower bracket.
This is how they handle against
Beautiful
Elsa.
stuff. I mean, you
We love
can't
you,
write a
Lunex.
better storybook ending for Lunex, but it's not even over. Who it is over for?
Yo,
is
King
SSG,
Heart with
right?
the massive 300 bits, my friend.
Such
Appreciate it,
a
appreciate
good
it.
fight. Almost got that reverse sweep. So you pointed out earlier.
No, I want
the,
teams to
potential
lose if they
fake
don't ban
reverse
Elsa,
sweep,
just so they can
potential
learn a
fake
lesson.
comeback. This one was almost like a real comeback, right? Like it went the distance.
Damn.
But
That was a
I
good
think,
game,
like,
though.
Straight up, like for the fact that
But I think
Space
both
Station
teams-
looked like
both
you were
teams
improving
played
this past
really
week, like you
well,
said,
man.
do look better. If he picks up a few different heroes, if he starts to play a little bit more Psylocke, I think, alongside Nectar.
Oh, yeah, I
this
gotta
team
give you
could
guys your
definitely
points,
be
right?
in a good spot for Lunex. I mean, just a team to watch out for now moving forward.
What a show. I mean, what a show. This is such a crazy game.
Next game
so
is...
I'm just happy that we were able to
Ooh,
do that.
chat.
All three of us. What an absolute
Next game is
battle. I
NRG
truthfully
against
never
Sentinels.
knew which way it was gonna go
Another
in every
really
single
good
team
matchup.
Yeah, no, it was absolute
Shy, appreciate the
cinema.
massive
I don't
54
use
months,
that
my friend.
lightly, But this one was peak.
Yes.
I feel like these players are getting paid by
That
the hour,
means
probably.
that
That's why
Space
they had
Station
to
Gaming
go
is
all the way.
no
Like, this
longer
was
in the preseason
super
playoffs.
exciting.
They
Can't
will
wait to hear
be
from
in
the
the
winning
regular
team as well,
season,
that,
but
you know,
no
just what
longer
the
in the
comms are
playoffs.
like in situations like that, with them having struggled so much at like falling short at like the last like meter. So yeah, for them to finally get over that hump, just incredible stuff. And I was so worried, like even just after the ban phase, they're letting the Elsa go through, and I'm like, oh.
So what does that mean? Yeah, chat. SS.
Like,
We
we
just.
awfully wrong.
But
it did.
Yeah, I think
Very
he's-
happy for them.
And I think
Space
the big
Station's
thing
out.
as well is somehow actually I think the Jeff ban kind of helped them towards the end there because they did well with this with the Mantis and stuff, but I think when they were on the Jeff before it just wasn't working out right, like just based on what we saw.
What is the
Silent on last
significance
map
of
too, but the
preseason if you are
prioritization
still in
towards
mid-season?
the invis? And then the focus again, like they did
We're
well
not in
in that first
mid-season.
Mantis round.
This is the
Obviously,
preseason
second
of
one was just the, like,
MRI.
Moon Knight
And
competition
then
was
it goes to
crazy.
the regular season,
But
then
yeah,
the
I mean,
mid-season
what an end by
finals,
the
and then
whole
the
squad. And I
second
think
part
that
of the
Silent Blaze as well deserves
season,
a
and
lot
then the
of
grand
credit,
finals.
for an incredible performance on
We're not in the
other heroes as well.
We're not in the mid-season.
Yeah, I mean, and then also just additionally, we have to remember, right, that they did not protect That is
No,
a
I mean
crazy
not
thing to do
eliminated.
at the very last
The-
map, game 5, in a situation that maybe if you
all
didn't
of
have
these
that
teams
DD,
are
maybe if you
still
had
in
a
the
strat or
normal
whatever you
season.
wanted to protect in that moment,
They're not.
it could have changed things.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like
Are you-
could have, should have.
Are you talking about the mid-season, season 7.5?
I'm new to Marvel Rivals.
Shoulda,
so
woulda,
is
coulda,
this something people do?
The-
Or is this like is that a faux pas? Like, was that an accident? Like,
It might
what
have
was that?
been- Yeah, I think it might have been an accident.
You
Just 'cause,
guys might want to
sometimes
type
you think it's,
exclamation mark
ego, but
tournament. I
also,
think
it's
you might find
map
more
5.
information there.
I mean, you can maybe hide like
Oh,
a strategy or whatever, but
exclamation
also,
mark.
I think the
MRI?
Daredevil ban was smart. Like I think,
Oh, there
I
you
mean,
go.
like maybe they were overthinking it, right? Like I was thinking maybe we banned the Jet, like the Jet for the last ban, or rather maybe the Venom or something. So they thought it beautifully, just ban out the second best hero in terms of the duelist department, and that really enabled them.
Yeah, I don't feel like map 5 is the time to aura farm in the bad phase.
Wait, how is your
I feel
7
like
keyboard
that
board
one's
broke?
not it. So
Emily,
potentially,
how did you break that
a mishap
keyboard?
From SSG's side, who
Don't you
really
have a
brought it
rooting
back so
keyboard?
nicely,
Didn't I
though.
give
Like,
you a
they
rooting
really
keyboard?
Rallied, like they locked
No.
back in and they started to really like download their opponent's strat. So, you know, there's a lot of great things to be said about SSG. Their run through the group.
There's
stage
no
and
way you
also
broke the number
here
7. Hold on,
in
chat. Give me a
the
second. I gotta go
playoffs.
look if she actually broke
This is
7.
just a preseason.
There's no way.
Right?
That's such
We
a...
still have stage 1 ahead of us. So I think a lot of SSG fans should still be very excited for what's to come for that squad.
And teams are still learning, and they're still figuring out metas and how their comps and their teams work. There's so much more coming to Ignite as we progress further, and this is the first thing we have to say goodbye to. SSG, they put on a show. They gained a lot of fans, and I think that's something that needs to be noted.
Chat.
But, you know, things are going to continuously
Bro,
change. Rosters.
I don't even know why I put my headset on. I'm gonna go back over there. She didn't break the keyboard. For some reason, the 7 on her keyboard is just non-existent. I don't know how she managed to do that. It's just not there.
Now going back to the bot dungeon, right? To
Okay, I'll be right back.
Like energy shock and sentinels, then I have to like look at that and go like, okay, now I need to like take something away from this. Now I'm aware that they can also play X, they can also play C. So like, it just makes it more complicated for the teams to come. Now, looking at their potential next opponents, who do you think they're going to match up better against? Is it Sentinels or Energy Shock? Who do you think they have the better chances going up against?
Ooh. I would actually say, I mean, both teams, I think they match up well with, obviously. I mean, it's tough because Energy Shock, you know, did lose to, we lost to a kind of a, I would say, more gimmicky team, more cheesy squad, but are still playing, you know, incredibly well.
Yeah.
And Lunex, obviously, we're the second seed coming out of MRC, are also a very top-tier team in that regard. Like, I don't know. Like, I kind of like their chances against all of those squads, especially in the, well, every round, just because, like, we're now validated, right, Zoe? Like they lost a close series to Swamp Gaming. It was 3-0, but this is a good squad, and anybody should be kind of terrified of them because they're looking like, at points, a top-3 team in this whole tournament.
Yeah, nah, the doubters have to eat it. That's just how it is. Lunex have definitely proved themselves, and then some. They're staying alive in the lower bracket, starting that run, awaiting their next opponent, and we will be finding out who that is going to be in just a little bit. First, a quick break, and then we're back with our second elimination match of the day between Sentinels, almost forgot it, and Energy Shock. There we are. See you on the other side of this.
Is there anything we can do to make your flight more enjoyable? Please don't hesitate to ask. Please sit back, relax, and enjoy the flight.
Yo. I can't do it on stream, but I told Emily I found her key. Well, I did find it. We found it after. But I told Emily, hey, I found your key after walking into her room and pulled my pants down. She looked over and she thought she believed me, but that's how you keep the relationship healthy, chat. Oh, that's funny. That's YouTube is lagging a lot, and it's just me. I switched from Wi-Fi to data as well, still lagging. I don't think YouTube is lagging. YouTube, I think you guys are good. Also, sorry. NRG against Sentinels. Chat, start your predictions. start your predictions. If you want my professional opinion, I think NRG wins. I think NRG wins this. Who do you think is going to win, J3, so I can pick the opposite team? Chat. I am not trying to be mean to Sentinels. I think they are a great team, great players, great organization. But I think NRG is probably going to be a better team. They look stronger. Sentinels, I feel like Sentinels is not looking good together as a unit. There, chat, why are so many people betting on Sentinels after I said NRG is going to win? Bro. Why is there only 200 people that voted, chat? There is a lot of people in my stream. I better see a lot of you guys putting your money on the line. Vote NRG. NRG is going to win. If you care, if you like money, chat, if you guys like money, vote NRG. If you guys don't like your money, vote Sentinels. And if you don't like your money, can I get 5 gifted? Louis Live. Appreciate the massive 13 months. Absolutely insane. How you doing? I hope you're having a great day. Appreciate you. Oh, by the way, appreciate you guys watching the watch party here. Thank you guys for following. Thank you guys for just being here. You guys are amazing. Anytime there are drops or watch parties, make sure you guys are here.
Mattsy's been stressing, but still holding out. Wolverine.
Also, I might stand up for the rest of these games, man. I can't sit down for the...
The way that the feral leaps can really enable fights in comparison to what you see out of Bucky right now. I don't know. But I mean, in that sense, it's the solo engagements. And I think one of the same, Wolverine with the, Last Stand can just absolutely rip and tear anybody. I've seen many a Wolverine, just a solo ult.
Wow, 55 to 45%. 255 people for NRG. 2.1 million with 131 people for Sentinels.
Talk when you hear a map that is harder to full push than Central Park. Manhattan.
That's too close for me to bet. Chocolate, put your money on a team, bro.
Museum of Contemplation.
Protect your bald king.
And just appreciate the massive. Oh, Justin, appreciate the massive 3 months, my friend.
Yeah.
Some countries don't allow voting, just as a heads up. But hopefully, you guys are not in one of those countries.
Doctor Strange got the better of him.
Protect your bald king, man.
Yo, Hida is a Hida Fox. Appreciate the massive prime sub, my friend.
Which bit's the hardest to push?
The final area.
Yeah, I'd say in some ways the first and last part of the map, but more so the last part of the map.
I would say the last 6th specifically.
Yeah.
Because that first section of the third, it's kind of like, yeah, okay, around the corner. But when you're at the end, it's like there's spawns right there. There's no good line of sight to protect yourself. It's decimation.
Wait, what happened?
Welcome back, everyone. This is Zoe, joined by Iron Ship and Dogman. We're about to set the stage for our second elimination match today. This is day 2 of the America's preseason playoffs. Yes, we are in the playoffs. And man, we were off to an electric start with that series. There's something about the two of you. I feel like you guys attract those kind of series.
Yeah, tell him, dog, what you said to me. You're like, you better jinx this.
Yeah, you jinxed it again. Great. Now you brought it up again, Zoe. Now we're screwed.
Wait.
Now we're screwed. Now this next match.
No, I'm the host. The host can't jinx it.
It doesn't. Okay. All right. Is that how that works?
The
too?
rules.
You get like.
I make the rules. I'm the host.
You have the main character thing, like you can't get KO'd, you can't go down. You're just like you can't make wrong predictions.
No,
basically.
see, I'm not main character, but I'm like the reoccurring side character who I just exist
and you
in
get
this
like
space, but I don't
get like a
I don't
spin-off
get
story
involved.
afterwards.
Yeah, I'm Switzerland, just a little more excited.
See, that's what you would. It's you and Shiverbowl Switzerland, man. That's a bad combination because this next series is cursed now. Like you said, it could be a 3-0.
But I am
right?
actually from Switzerland, so surely that counts.
Oh, you're right.
Wait, so he's from Switzerland? Oh my god, bro. Has anyone in my chat been to Switzerland? I really want to go to Switzerland.
Well, let's talk about it. No persons
it's
here, no
beautiful,
persons here.
man.
Don't be
It's
alarmed.
beautiful.
This is a rematch. That's right, another rematch from week 2, day 3. Energy Shock going up against a formidable and very familiar opponent in the Sentinels.
I've been there for work.
Last
That's
time it was
really
Energy
cool,
Shock
bro.
coming out on top, right? And a lot of
Shiva,
that was,
is
of
it Shiva's
course,
lover? Appreciate the massive
it
new
was a
tier
bit
1
of a
sub, my
surprise,
friend.
I would say. They were not considered
And
the
Banley,
favorite
appreciate the
at
massive
this
4
time.
months. How you doing?
It was a banger series. It did go the distance. How did they get it done? Because when we talked to, I think, Velocity in the post-match interview, Velocity kind of just like said that this was all in the ban phase, right? It was Sentinels really wanting to play the Invisible Woman, and they downloaded that. They lost domination against them, and then they downloaded that, and then they just went for like really early Invisible bans and also locks for map 2 and 3.
Damn.
And he
NRG
kinda
has
just
300
said, like,
view,
it was all in the ban
voters.
phase. Would you guys agree
Sentinels
with
has
that?
almost 200, but the money is
So, I
really
think that, like, we've
close.
seen Invisible Woman kind of pop off these days and how good it's been. Like you guys have mentioned, I mean, it's definitely something that a lot of these teams had to prioritize. And we saw that in the last series when Silent Blaze got to play it and stuff. And it's kind of the same thing with Sentinels, who have, you know, since kind of perma-benching Karova, been a little all over the place in terms of win-loss. It was a close, series versus, we lost in the last series. But like you said, two completely different teams. And in the fact that, I guess versus Citadel in the upper bracket, rather, for Sentinels, it's been a little bit of a bumpy road. Obviously, Energy Shock beat them last time, but I mean, I imagine, Zoe, they have time to maybe counteract those bans phases that countered them earlier.
Yeah, they've been doing a good job running more unique stuff as well, but yeah, I think it just hasn't
I gotta tell my
necessarily
editors
been
about
working for them, because we kind of talk about how we love that Sentinels has versatility, but I just don't know that they have the right versatility for the current meta. It seems like they're not able to fully lock in on what is the very best in this current meta, and that is a tough thing to handle right now. So Sentinels, they've had time to review the tapes, they've had time to take a step back and watch and see if they can find a new way through it. And I'm looking forward to seeing if they can, because Energy has looked good, but they definitely struggled against the
something.
Yeah,
Our
it's
dogs
interesting,
are.
'cause, yeah, the versatility from Sen was kind of what we were discussing at the end of week 2. Like, they just seemed limited in the terms of the compositions they can run, especially in comparison to Energy Shock. It's difficult to really take much away from
TTK
the
is
loss
on
against
100
Liquid
Thieves, and he's
Citadel,
always
because,
been on
quite
100
frankly,
Thieves, not
Liquid
Sentinels.
Citadel just kind of ran over them.
Same
So
color scheme, though.
It's not like Sentinels
black and
really
red.
had an opportunity to show us what they've been working on the last 2 weeks.
Absolutely. This kind of comes back as well to I think Wolverine players are becoming the forefront of everything, just how the ban phases are going. A lot of these sort of hit scan specialists are having to transition over to Wolverine. And for Yusher, he's been having to do that as well. Like, he's kind of been playing the Wolverine instead of Ryze sometimes, and they have to switch it up. It gets a little messy. So, like you said, they've had time to at least figure it out, and also, like you said, it's just a crazy team right now. They're the only team that didn't look bad this weekend, right? Like, compared to every other team so far. So we'll see how they do today against maybe a closer opponent in terms of skill level at the current time.
Yeah, I think it's funny because they have the talent, and like you're saying, Yusher was running that Wolf, but when I remember Yusher's Wolf, I'm thinking back to Midtown, the dude was hitting multiple 3-pieces. It was looking disgusting. So I was like, you know what? Like, they just got to be more confident in running this composition off rip. They've got to be able to pull this out when they, when they not necessarily need it, but before they need it, right? They want to be
I think it's safe to say that Wolverine's an
S
S-tier character.
Matchups, which they just really haven't been. So I'm looking forward and hoping that this team comes out with something that looks a little more traditional.
Yeah, I'm just excited to see like the individual battles again, like a Chime versus Yusher Elsa battle. I'm so
like this
here for
stance?
that. I can't even recall who had the upper hand last time around. I feel like they both had some moments in the sun, but
I like
I'm gonna make the
Guess
assumption
what?
that it was Chime coming out on top, given that they actually
What do you wanna do,
ended up
for
winning
dinner?
the whole thing. And it's always Chime time in my
Fast.
book.
My
'cause
stomach
like
hurts. My diet
a
has
day
been
one
Red
Chime
Bull.
fan, if you will. But yeah, I'm very excited to see what both of these teams have in store for us. And we now
A
see
salad.
where
Are you
we're
trying to say
going.
something?
Burning Chala is going to be our first map here on Domination. Is there a team you favor on Domination out of the two?
Dog, I'm curious if you have an opinion on this. I think for Domination, I go Shock, but I want to see what you're thinking.
Yeah, I'd probably say the same thing. I mean, like, across the board, I liked how, the Group B teams generally play Domination more so than the Group A. But yeah, I mean, it's got to be probably Shock in that department. And they beat 100 Thieves on it previously, and versus Sentinels as well. Versus Sentinels in day 3, they actually lost on Domination. So I don't know. I mean, like, I still think Shock is a better team overall, and can improve at that map type. They're a bit inconsistent right now, but as are Sentinels. So actually, in hindsight, maybe I go against you. Maybe I'm thinking Sentinels maybe winning map 1.
You're overthinking it. You're overthinking
I'm overthinking it again.
Good convince.
Not
Convince
convincing at all.
yourself.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, he just influenced himself. That's actually quite impressive.
I love it. That's the power of being a caster, I guess. In that moment, even talked herself into it. See, my thought was just like, it seems like Energy Shock just has really good commitment to comms, whereas I think that's where Sentinels have struggled a little bit. It seems like sometimes they're kind of lost in their
My
direction.
doggies are very
But
old,
when they
chat.
are united as a unit, they look good. And I think Domination is very much comm-based because there's so
Sad.
much chaos going through
I
all the
think
time.
my
I
childhood
am
dogs
like,
are
impressed
both
with Energy Shock
like
as a whole. I think they're just,
21
like,
and
on an
19 years old.
individual level, like extremely flexible.
They're very
Window
old,
really
man.
standing out there as a bit of a flex god, and then they also have those niche picks that your opponent has to think about banning
Yeah,
them,
21,
like,
man.
specifically, which makes it difficult, right? Because then you're again in the pick your poison kind of area where, like, should I make a targeted ban, or do we have to do like the big meta bans? Like,
Yeah,
what works
they're
best against
good
these
dogs,
teams?
man.
I feel like this is one of those series
But-
where they will
sorry.
be downloading each other.
Gotta
as
be
we
on
go
my phone
along,
to
and they
make
have
sure
dig
everything's
really,
good,
really
man.
deep
They're
into
they're
their
getting
strat
old.
builds. Once again, this is best of 5. The last time they played against each other was in the best of 3.
Yeah,
Yo,
you're
42
right. That
Wallaby
small
Way,
sample size,
42.
again,
Appreciate the
is
massive
kind of
Prime
a
sub, my
big
friend. How you
deal
doing?
in terms of seeing other domination maps, even because I mean that first map they played was still on a different map completely.
Yeah.
Celestial Husk plays so differently than
It's
you know,
sad,
Burn the
man.
Chala,
It's
just
sad.
In terms of the openings, the sort of areas where you could play, just very different map type. And I imagine for Energy Shock, I know Velocity's probably thinking, he's like, damn, we just lost to like kind of a cheesy team in the last round with the we lost. Like that was the big thing that we assumed from the we lost squad, is that they could upset Energy Shock. That's the one match I think a lot of people were looking at.
Are the
to
dogs not
upset,
well? Nah,
because
man.
of the fact that
They're
we lost.
old.
Every other team in Group B played against them. They experienced it. Energy Shock haven't. Maybe in scrims and stuff, but like we lost even said some teams weren't practicing against them. Kendrick mentioned in an interview yesterday.
Melanie
so,
for 26
we
months.
lost, obviously,
Appreciate it.
Caught Energy off shot or Energy Shock
Hope
off
you're
guard,
having a great
and now
day.
they're playing a more normal team. Maybe they're more favored because of that.
Loved that interview, by the way. I thought that was awesome. Saying like, nobody wants to make us get better. They're afraid of us. And that, hey, that's what absolutely loved it.
Okay, let's get this chat.
I also loved all the following tweets from that.
Yeah,
with the
man.
proof of, like,
Did you
the
actually
actual
hear that
schedule, like-
there's a company trying to make
Yeah, but that feels
your
good.
pets
you know?
live
If
longer?
You had a victory
It's actually really
after,
fucking cool.
That happens,
They're trying to,
that's
like-
gotta feel good. Same for Lunix, right?
They're
Everyone
trying
doubts you,
to
the
they're trying to
MRC
make
team,
like
you're the
your
underdog.
dogs
You
live
play a lot
longer. It's
more
pretty cool.
free
Pretty interesting.
If people don't have high expectations for you, whereas Sentinels is a team that there's always high expectation. Okay. Send City Rocks up to support, but man, are they critical. They're a very critical kind of parent, which is very disappointed in you if you don't perform up to their standards.
How?
And the standards, the bar
Great
is high
question.
for a team like
I have
Sentinels.
I
Due to
saw.
the
I have to read the
history of
article
not
again,
just
but
this team and
I
those
completely
individual
forgot.
Players, but also just them as an organization as a whole, right? People see Sentinels on top in so many different games.
Yeah, Sentinels and Shock, like you mentioned, both storied franchises
Shock too,
across
yeah.
the board. So like, it is just a battle of who.
No,
who
I'm
is,
not playing
more
until
prepared
dawn
and more
today, bro.
reliable
I've been
specifically. Like,
we've been
at the
doing
end
a
of the
watch
day,
party for
when we
almost
talk
12
about these
hours,
teams
and we
and their
still have like
legacies
another
in this
5
game,
hours to go.
like
I
you
think.
mentioned, Sentinels has that right now. Like you mentioned it, so I mean they've been around since MRC season 0, whereas Energy Shock kind of have been around, but are that sort of
The
new
next
team
variety
in
that I
this,
will do, though,
partner
is,
system that we have. So
until
maybe
dawn.
if they win this series, they can finally get that staple victory over a partnered squad and push them moving forward. And especially with the grudge matches in 2-Soe with former teammates in Velocity and Amazing in them is always a lot of fun.
It's gonna be a good one. I read it in the tea leaves this morning, so let's get this party started. Match number 2, elimination match once more. A rematch between Energy Shock and Sentinels.
In the tea leaves, she's a witch. Show her the water dodge. As we head in to our first match against Sentinels
Peps
and
and Vision are
NRG
the
Shock.
only ones
I am looking forward to
eliminated.
this. As you said, storied organization Sentinels are no stranger to comeback victories. They've done it in the MRI in the past. Let's see if they can bounce back from their 0-3 last matchup, or will Shock take that loss and bounce back and look stronger against we lost.
Well, both teams focusing on that Gambit removal off the rip into the Mantis band for Energy Shock. And this was kind of what we were thinking about Sentinels and what they were going to play. The Mantis stuff has been good. We
Vision
actually
lost,
saw this in EMEA
yes,
today.
and
Mantis
Team
band
Peps
into
are
Protect
out, yes.
instead of the Elsa. So that's a bit of a difference of opinion that is going to
Okay,
matter
chat, let's see
long
this,
term.
let's see
Now
this.
for Sentinels, I don't know, Shib, are they going to go for that Invisible Woman ban, probably the Doctor Strange ban, maybe leading up, or do they just go for that one-sided Elsa, but that's going to leave, you know, either the Doctor Strange or that Invis open moving on?
That's a tough, well, it looks like it's going to be low-key for the current moment, just because they want to be able to not have to worry about greens if they are going to try to provide some sort of
I do like
combination.
Sentinels
They floated it, but they went Vanpool, which I don't think
and
is a bad
saving
ban,
Elsa.
but I think Vanpool,
I don't know
we've
when
seen some
Energy
bans of
Shock's
that today,
doing,
but I think
but-
it's very much a priority target in this current meta. Maybe we'll shake up as things change, and there is that lock of Loki. So they were floating it, thinking about it, and that might have been the right call
3.4
if it
million
wasn't
with
gonna
almost
disrupt their
400
plan.
people on NRG, 3 million
Yeah,
on
I think
Sentinels with
Velocity's a
200
very good
people.
Loki
Chat.
player,
That's the bet.
and I think this team plays well around it, so that's definitely
That's a
focal
lot
point
of
for
money
them.
on the
And
line right
Sentinels,
now.
I know
A
they
lot
want to
of
play
money.
triple compositions generally, or at least they feel very good on them. Daredevil currently open, obviously Rymazing hovered it, so that's currently an option. But maybe you force out another strat ban for this instead with the Ultron Protect. Maybe you weren't even wanting to play the Ultron stuff or have the option, so they go for that Jeff ban at the very end. So it's 4 strat bans on the Sentinels. Whereas Energy Shock, they had a little bit more fluctuation with the Gambit, Elsa, and Vanpool. Like you mentioned, Chip, banning out a lot of the sort of top heroes, a lot of people would say, but maybe not taking into account synergy, you know, from the backline bans for Sentinels.
Yes, all the teams
Yeah, and you can
play
see
again
Flame's
today.
thinking right
You
now.
see
Flame
some
is
teams
saying,
go home.
I'm not sure what I exactly want to run. I think the Loki's not bad. You're likely going to have to copy something like, you know, Chime over there on the Mantis. You want maybe some other solution. And yeah, I was going to say, you want some sort of strong ultimate if you're going to run a triple. Have 2 that are kind of playing their own game and then 1 that you can rely on as an answer. So we'll see what they elect to run as they get out the door. But it looks like Ultron may not be the case, and they might run something more traditional, maybe with Rye on that DD, which I don't think is a bad idea. You mentioned Sentinels really like that triple backline, but it's not necessarily been a guaranteed win condition for them, and it is going to be something they do like to do.
I mean, the thing is, in the last like series we saw some struggling map 1 with the triple comp, but that was with the Jeff, obviously. Whereas, I mean, you would think Jeff would do solid on this map, and Dive was kind of successful. But we'll have to see what both teams lock out on at the beginning of this one, because as you guys both mentioned and pointed out, as Mir does the 360s, by the way, this guy ruined the game for a lot of people. This guy just does 360s all the time, by the way. If you're going to see a Mir POV, this is the reason every player ever does it, is because Mir just like started off the high sense guy that does that crap. So, yeah, both teams wanting to run a...
Are they letting Kurova play now?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's
that
so
would
funny.
be a
It's just
no,
like,
it looks
it's
like.
just a testament to seeing how accurate you can be with your
I don't know why
rotation and
Kurova's
how
on the bench.
comfortable you are with your
I don't know if he's
sensitivity.
ever
It's
said
almost like
anything on his stream or
aura
his
check, a
Twitter or
call out to
anything,
make
but
sure teams can do that if they
I
have the sense
really
locked
want to
in
know
like
why.
that. But yeah, taking the high ground right now. This is where we see a lot of times this Ultron style. You want to play around this natural cover. Great idea for the comp they're trying to run. Window going to dive in heavy, but not quite make it there, as it gets clipped by the ledge. Ottawa's going to be on that Groot as well, and this is going to try to, you know, this is what we see when they are running those triples. It's a pretty decent answer.
I mean, the playing it slow both sides at the current moment. Ryder's getting pokes out. Green's already pushed for NRG's side, but it's Stinkers who actually strikes first blood. Flame goes down early, removing the Luna Snow on Sentinels. So much damage that you talked about is now removed.
Yeah, and we're going to see now Stinkers on the right side, long side, good positioning, 17, 18% in climbing energy, doing exactly what they wanted. I think they're running a composition that plays very strong into what Sentinels are trying to do. You're going to make sure Stinkers is consistently damage boosted. He's going to apply so much pressure onto Rymazing on that Ultron, and then allow your Vanguards, like with Madara with that Groot, to just walk down their Vanguards, cut off the LOS with those walls, and just burn them down, not allowing this triple to get too much value. Yusher with good focus there on the walls, though, now looking over towards Window, trying to get this point back, but 40% in climbing.
I mean, they're playing in friggin' Narnia. Just bolt the Jeff and the Loki cross map, just pocketing. Here comes the Ultron out finally, but they can bunker up. Maybe Chime does go low, has to, actually Stinkers rather goes low, pops the ultimate, and oh my goodness, Window with the
30.
damage boost, shuts down Flame again, but it's traded. Chime at least falls, who has
I gotta
the
read you guys my dad's text
they can
message
hold on
after.
to point a little bit longer if they want. However, he has to copy maybe somebody on the side of Sentinels, and it looks like it's the white box. Window again? Are you kidding me? Then the Groot ult comes down with the slam dunk energy. Hold on.
Yeah, that was clean. I mean, that was just textbook play right there from Window. Just everywhere with that Venom. And that's what Venom can do. You just apply pressure to every single zone. Using that natural cover to your advantage and take the height onto an Ultron was big brain. I'm not going to lie. And that worked out very well. It's already at 80% now against Sentinels. And even in alt charge, that is exactly what they were looking for. And I just think Sentinels, they really like this triple comp. And they're finally switching off it as Rymazing is going over to that Phoenix.
NRG Shock is dominating right now.
Fight win here at the current moment. But again, Velocity so far back. There's the Beast of the Abyss, the Mantis ultimate to give them the overhealth. Doesn't matter that they're anti if they get a little bit of health above that. Also, the fact that they don't have that Phoenix ult. And it's, oh no, Flame gone again. That's 3 fights in a row. He's been the focus. It's very hard to play Strat, I guess, on this map, considering we saw the Silent Blaze earlier. And Renko gets 3 in the mouth. NRG. I mean, what a sweep if they take him off the map. Goodbye. Chances of winning this round. We're going next. 100-0 for NRG.
Yeah,
bro.
That is, you know, there's really not much to say there, right? Like, NRG, it's like they knew exactly what Sentinels was going to roll out on, and they did just that. They built a composition that was going to play totally fine into it, and it was the expected outcome.
Sentinels
really
can come back, bro. Listen,
Sentinels
I feel bad because I have a lot of friends on Sentinels, but it's hard
we saw the triple comp number.
It's hard to watch this, man.
But
it's hard to watch this.
Maybe it was the team as well. I think the Loki was banned last time in that series. That definitely mattered because, I mean, Renko and Velocities, they just, like, you saw them, dude. They were like a sentry turret back of the map, and they couldn't dislodge them, man.
Yeah, I'm with you. They just couldn't do anything. I mean, it's and the pressure. I want to shout out the entirety of Stinkers and Chime, who with that damage boost, Stinkers just making sure that backline couldn't peek really. Look at the front line, and then when you can't peek at your front line, and then they have a giant wall behind them, you just lose, and that is the advantage of the side of NRG Shock. And I'm loving what I'm seeing from Sentinels here. Do you see the change as Crimzo is going over to that Groot, trying to find a different solution? Dongman now on the Vanpool, but the downside is I'm not sure that Vanpool has any levels right now.
The do it matter is, you know, classic TP plays, but now they have the Penny Parker for Dongman. Is he aware? Is the rest of the okay?
Oh my god! Oh my god! They're chat. They're. This isn't even chat. This is looking like my ranked game, bro. The other team is NRG is just playing with their
every single map so far, and you would think Sentinels would read that ship, considering, you know, former
teammates.
on
Graham,
Team
you're
Sentinels,
too nice, my friend. I appreciate the massive 1,100 bits. They almost have like no teeth though, so I'll try to find something for them. I appreciate it.
Climbing. Holding the space now, alt still, and they have Stinkers, but 2 answers here for Sentinels. They need to change the tone here. I want to see a close matchup, so this team needs to step up. I'm sure the audience does as well. Sentinels fans want to see something. Not a lot from the end song. Glartrox goes out. Does that find value? Not quite yet, as I do believe they land in the crystals. Traded once more.
I do think putting Rymazing off of support, he's not a bad support player, chat, don't get me wrong.
How good Tank can be with the anti on the front line. Actually doesn't get the KO.
Putting him on DPS is where it's at, bro. He's a like I said, he's a disgusting DPS player. Put him on DPS, bro. And Sentinels do so much better when he's on DPS, in my opinion.
Back able to take down Madara too.
I'm not saying Yusher is bad as well. It's just that when you're running a 2-2-2, they're better.
Working even though.
And I'm glad that they're not.
In terms of energy.
The one thing that Sentinels does really poorly on is like they stick to this plan and they continue to plan even if it's not working and they lose. They're trying new stuff. They're making it a little different. They're doing a lot better now, and I like that. You cannot do the same thing always.
Ensuring that when window dives, they try to separate them from the team, focus them down, and use things like Rymazing stun to help pressure that Venom and keep them off the backline, allowing them to stay healthy. Dongman also on that Vanpool, I think, is just a must.
I do think they have like absolutely zero adaptation,
what's
but
going to happen with the other characters is they go in with the Cloak and Dagger first. Mirrors it on the opposite side. Funnily enough, Sninkers try to push actually Flame out of the ult, and they do so, but it's straight on the opposite angle. So unfortunately for Flame to go down doesn't end up mattering because Dongman's there with the
Sentinels are doing so much better.
Phoenix has just been unstoppable with Dongman on these dives. Actually, shot onto Renko.
Yeah, we wanted to see a closer matchup, and this is starting to look like Old Sen. They just got to get their confidence back here. Rye with some really good shots. Yusher on an off angle. Notice just totally different position.
Yo, Jay3's
forcing everyone to look at 2 different spots. Glartrox available here too. Off map potential.
Insane. Appreciate
potential as they run in with Chime.
You're too kind. You're too kind.
Rymazing. Glartrox goes out
massive
with
W.
Well, that net value it does. Crimzo able to clean up Chime in the chaos now, but the team almost loses points. Still able to hold on for now. And they do retake. Well done by Sentinels here. But now more commitment comes out. Flame with a copy up. Ooh, eats the meteor right to the mouth. Goodbye. What an answer there from Madara.
Yeah, sadly no bubble because they don't have that Magneto to bubble it off. And Window follows up on the mirror. So one after another. Eventually, NRG walk it back in. It's like you said. Madara with a nice shot into that Cloak and Dagger.
Wait, chat's popping off. Downstar with the 5
now in the supplement fight though, Shiv, they do have the PC bits ready to go for Sentinels engage. It's a close fight regardless.
Sentinels does this every time, and it's so hard to root for them. That is true. Sometimes I feel like Sentinels are like that old Houston Outlaws logo, where it's like, remember their logo? It looked like 2 guns like shooting themselves in the foot.
Especially if they hit the low side here, you know, you won't be able to escape as much with Venom. Likely using easy Swing. I would highly suggest binding Easy Swing as well as the regular swing, folks. If you're playing Venom, gives you some accessibility. Okay, this could be... Oh, what a wall. That is disgusting. What a wall. Stopping it in its track right there.
Wow, what a
sure
great
can't
wall.
land on for the extra damage.
Wow.
Driving backwards now is the entirety
Wow.
of Sentinels who hold on through the chaos. Mirror answers back now.
Hey,
with the
what's up,
Bond
Captain
driving them to
Drax? How
point.
you doing? How you
Dogman
doing?
able to find one. Can they retake point? 90% here for Shock as 3 go down with Rymazing and Yusher walking them back to the spawn door and trying to even this percentage.
Oh my god, that was so much peel, and that was also kind of odd. Like, this is maybe why we would see teams maybe so, okay, Rye goes down
Nice
early.
shot.
That's a huge pick, okay. Does that change things up? Because they're going for the portal here, Shiv. This is going to be a quick fight to point, and they don't have portal either because Rye Mazing used it earlier.
Yeah, those are really good shots there, even on the clone, and just reacted right there as we see immediately. Eternal Bond goes out, going to keep them on point. They're okay with giving them a few minutes on until they answer it right back with Flame A, who is going to drive them onto the point once more. Huge Clartrox off map.
Oh my god. Wait.
As well, only able to
Wait,
find
they
one, but it
faded
doesn't
back
matter.
on the map, even though I don't
Sentinels
think it
sweep here.
matters,
Looks like they
but
will push this to
wow.
map 3. Incredible retake here by the Sentinels.
Hey,
Wow.
put
Future Glartrox of the Sentinels
Nah.
a lifetime. We're going to Warrior Falls now.
Put my boy
Next
Rye
map,
Mazing
I
on
wonder if NRG
DPS.
wanna
Don't
switch
put
off
him
the
on
Manta stuff
support.
eventually, just because their dives were not as so
So much better on DPS, bro. Sentinels
need
need to realize they're a 2-2-2 team, not a 2-1-3 team, bro.
But then also they stole the Feast of the Abyss there. They should have maybe gotten a KO or two, but it was disengaged well by Sentinels. For Energy Shock, I'm sure they have some decisions to make, but it looks like they're not going to change anything. They're going to stick with the Manta stuff that they did well with on the first map, even though I would say, Shib, the first round, like the reason why they won was because they had so much distance between themselves and the Sentinels, right? Now they don't.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think, like I said, I think Sentinels needed to just go back to tried and true, especially against the comp that was essentially running the comp they'd want to run, right? It was stuff that would make triple struggle, and the Sentinels just haven't, although they love running the triple, and I'm sure
even though Rye Mazing has an 85% win rate on DD on comp and professional gameplay, organized gameplay, totally different.
It just doesn't work for them in the moment. So going back to tried and true like this looks like old Sentinels again, and they're finding a ton of value. What a retake. Well done. Ult advantage in their favor here. Grimzo could find something huge. We'll find out in a moment.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if this is a tough fight for Energy, if they swap Chime to maybe like Wolverine or something like that, considering it's still available. But for Sentinels, they're on the height, waiting for point to open up, maybe going for a 3-2-1 engage with this Groot ultimate, like you said. Velocity's there with the copy, obviously, but you can still get KOs through it if your target focus is good on Sentinel's side.
Yeah, I think this switch here for Dongmin was incredibly impactful as well, providing much damage, a huge strangling prison, but it won't matter. Answered right back with crystals there, and that's why Loki is so incredibly strong. Stinker's Velocity able to find 2 now, putting them up in numbers, and they will have ult advantage on the rest of this. This should give them point here. It will, as Stinkers finds Yusher.
Wait, the Sentinels also do this in Valorant? This feels like watching a Valorant team, Sentinels realizing almost too late what they're good at. Do they do that in
slow, having the Strat ult advantage.
I thought they had a good
Bit of
Valorant
a
game.
difference from the last map, I think, when Window was trying to go aggressive with the Venom, so the switch up to Groot working out well for them. Yusher now switches over to the Wolverine, and Rye Mazing's going to Elsa. This is what we're talking about. This sort of interesting kind of changes they do is they don't put Rye Mazing on Wolverine, they put Yusher, so it forces them to swap 2 completely different roles and still having no ultimates. We'll see how they
their
play.
Val
This
team
Renko trying to
sucks
build
right
up
now.
towards that
I thought
Cloak and Dagger, but
2
still
years
have that
ago they had a
own
good
Cloak and
team.
Dagger on
Oof.
Mirror's side. But last time, Matter has read it. We'll see if Mirror can disengage it because there's nothing to save him.
Yeah, I don't want the double swap immediately. Alt charge is going to be a problem. Oh, the hold there from that's going to be big bang.
Wait,
yeah.
Oh, he waited perfectly. The cloak and dagger went perfectly into the Loki ult, the Loki runes, but then had to dash out because they had one more dash. Oh my god! Perfect weight. Didn't rush it. Slammed dunk his nuts on the top of his head. Hey, that's what you're supposed to see. That's what you're supposed to see, chat.
Mirror obviously is not playing.
That's what we like to
go to the
see.
point. Just a tough look for Sentinels, and now they're 60% across the board. Energy Shock, at least they used a lot of
Yim
holds.
Yurn,
Last
preaching
time
out
they
to 4
actually
months.
fought with this Cloak and Dagger ult, it was huge. Yusher obviously got a big off map. They can pull people out of the ult with Yusher or Rye Mazing. We'll see if they do.
Yeah, and gonna set up nice and slow here. Sentinels do have ult available, like we're discussing. Sleep onto Yusher there on point, and that is gonna be a tough look. His Stinkers able to find that pick onto Crimzo right now, who made that switch over to Thing. It's very difficult to run Thing into a comp like this, especially when Groot
he
is
did
on
risk the
table.
meteor
Just
overcharging,
make sure
but hey,
not escape.
It all
There's
worked
gonna be
out, man.
Crystals burn. Window finds 1 though to trade again once more for NRG. Ults are still up here for Sentinels. The commitment comes through with the Fate. Window once more onto Dongmin. And everybody is falling one by one, but Sentinels will have pressure on point, answered right back by Renko. And there will just be a lot of purple on the floor as Rymazing finds one on a window. Stinkers
Nice
trades that
shots.
back on a Rymazing now. And NRG Shock might take another map, 100-0. It looks like they will. Portal play needs to be committed. Can they get here in time, and can they find some value? The Stinkers is looking for this cloak, and that might be the swan song here for C&D. It is. Stinkers nice shots. Gonna find one through
Stinkers
the
is trying to close it out, bro.
2. And it is a tough look here for Sentinels at this moment. Clobbering time comes out. Is that valuable? Not sure it was. We see another fall. And that's gonna be
stinkers, bro.
As we see Flame A go down. Bang, here comes the bird.
Oh, great dodge by the tanks, bro.
Velocity with one more pick, slowly but surely here, buddy.
Great dodge by Crimzo and Dongmin.
Another, but I mean, you have just 2 duelists on the point. They fall one after another, and it's done. NF Shock, or Energy Shock rather, win the first map. Burn to Chala going to go their way. And man, Sentinels
NRG up 1-0. Hey,
just everything. Like,
Sentinels are showing a little bit of life, but I wish they started Rymazing on DPS. If Rymazing was on DPS for the beginning of the game,
you want to go for the
I think it could be a different story, but they need to stop putting him on support, man.
And I think that's kind of
not saying he's a bad support. I'm just saying he's a great DPS player, man. Yes, it's the best of 5.
How the second round looked.
Yeah,
look,
I mean,
Rymazing was on support after game, and he finished with, oh my.
So speaking of a flu game here,
bro,
coming out with the MVP, looking strong.
Bro.
Across the board,
Velocity as well, getting MVP. Good shit, good shit. That whole team is really good. Window is popping off on tank. Stinkers on DPS.
On window.
Supports are doing insane.
13 looked really good once the swap to duelist came in. I think that's got to be a sign as a team that you need to try to play it.
Yeah, Velocity's a really good support player.
Been playing lights out.
He always gets like MVPs and stuff. Also, Loki. I think Loki is a great character to be good at.
Like, it's always been in his hero pool potential. Like, he could play the Daredevil too. That made it through, but we'll talk about that stuff later, obviously. Energy Shock now up a map. We'll see what Sentinels want to do. It looks like you're right, Shib. They look really good on domination, and we'll try to continue that on moving forward after this break.
Okay, chat, I gotta read you this text message from my dad. Remember how I was saying my dogs are very old, right? Okay, my dogs are very old. I love my dogs. They're amazing, but obviously they're old. My dad texted me this. Reached for my phone last night on the bed. Felt something cool and wet. Turned on my light. A turd in my hand and on my phone. Smeared on my pillow and sheets. Good morning at 3 a.m. Our dogs are old, man. Our dogs are old. Bro, you can't get mad, chat. The dogs are old. They're literally both, like I said, 21 and 19 years old. They're both, I love my dogs. It sucks to see them, you know, get old and, no, but like, hey, memories like this will live a lifetime, man. They're Chinese crested hairlesses. My mom, when she was alive, loved those dogs. My dad got them. And yeah, Chinese crested hairless. If you guys don't know what that is, Chinese crested dog. It's this dog. Like the hairless. They only have hair on their tail, feet, and some head and eyes. Hey, this is exactly what my dog looked like. Look at that. They're beautiful. They're beautiful dogs, man. Also, you know what they are called? They are called Chinese crested hairless dogs, and you guys are gonna be like, "Wow, J3, that's a great dog for you to have, haha, hairless." Not funny.
back, one and all.
Oh, we're back. Oh, sorry. Gotta go back to the thing.
The first one, playing on domination. Not gonna lie, round
Hey,
1 and
great
3.
play by, anyways,
Looked a little
NRG.
rough for the Sentinels camp.
That's
They
an
did the
ugly
same
ass
thing. I mean, we know
dog.
that
Hey,
both
well,
of
you're
these
an ugly
teams
ass
actually
fucking person. How about
do
that,
kinda
bitch?
gravitate
Don't make fun of
towards
my
the
dog,
triple strat
bitch.
line. Like they do like playing
You don't
that,
like it if
but
someone
I feel
else
like
called
for
you
Sentinels,
ugly, huh?
It's not worked quite as much as it has for Energy Shot.
Yeah, how does it feel? Brooks?
Yeah, I think that
2,
for
3,
the
4
side
with a
of
Z?
Sentinels, you know, it's tough because I think
Bitch.
they did well on domination before, like we said. NRG, they came back, new and improved. We thought the same thing out of Sentinels, right? Like you'd assume after
Don't
the
ever be mean.
Liquid Citadel match that you brought up
Being
earlier,
mean
Philly,
to
like
animals
that, okay, maybe you could,
and
you could
being,
brush that
like,
off, but I don't
being
know, man.
mean to
Sentinels at the
animals
current
tells you
moment,
how much
have
about a
to,
person, bro.
but
Don't
it
do
looks
it.
like they haven't. That's the thing.
Don't do
Like,
it. Don't be
maybe
that. Don't be that
upcoming
guy.
map
Tells you
will
a lot
change,
about a
but
person.
Energy Shock looks like a better
Don't do
team
it.
right now.
Yeah, they really do. But like,
Bro,
what
I just saw the
should
Black Cat cosplay and that was
Sentinels do?
terrifying.
I mean,
What do you
feeling
mean that was
like in round
terrifying, bro?
2, it looked better for
My
them,
Black
like,
Cat
they got to play
cosplay
something
wasn't
more to
terrifying.
comfort.
You know why
Is
you're
that
saying
just
it was
the key
terrifying?
here,
Because you liked
Chip?
it.
Like, do they just
And that
have
might
to
be
go back
scary to
like,
you,
what
but you
feels
gotta
right for them,
accept
rather
it.
than playing the perceived meta?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they looked a lot better when they went back to just like a 2-2-2 comp and something more traditional. You know, they did get strap band heavy there. I think that kind of threw them for a loop, and that's definitely a huge shout out to NRG being smart. I think that's a cerebral play, forcing them onto Cloak, going that Magneto, and honestly,
Sorry about
Mara
your
landed,
dogs.
like,
I mean, it's
multiple
life,
Magneto
man.
ults onto Cloak, and that is so much
Life.
value. So big brain idea there,
Yeah,
but you gotta take that into account in your next
It
fan
sucks
phase. You
because
gotta
I
be
want to
aware
go
that
over
that's
there
what
and
they're
see
looking
them.
for. How
But
do you shut that down?
we got to do the watch party, but I'm sure I'll be able to see them on Monday and
when
whatnot.
I'm staring at the other screen. Do you see it too?
I have not yet.
Okay. No.
Oh,
not
I
yet.
do see it.
Well, okay. Should we spoil
Really
it for the fine people out there? Should we do it? Well, we talked about it actually setting up this match, right? We talked about Mirror being in the mix and Karova kind of riding the bench right now due to the meta.
Oh.
Well, we do now get to see Karova in action. So what do we expect to see, as it surely won't be an Adam Warlock?
I gooned to him in that
Probably the
costume,
traditional
chat.
stuff.
What are
I
you
mean,
saying,
this is-
bro?
this-
You
they
do
always
realize
this,
whatever you
dude.
type
Like,
is
this like
online, and we
Kurova's
can all
probably,
see
like,
it,
put me
right?
in coach or something. Like I feel like that's actually
Wait,
what's
Kurova
happening.
went in?
Is he the kitchen sink?
Wait,
Is that what
Kurova's
happened?
in?
Yes. He's the entire kitchen sink, washing machine. He's everything. All water tools.
Imagine if
involved.
Kurova wins them a
This
game.
is what I'm hearing. That should bode
Maybe
well for them.
maybe he should be
Yes,
on
I
the
think so.
starting roster.
But also, like this team has always been so.
But
I don't know,
also,
stereotypical.
it's
kind of weird.
on the
Like,
other,
it's kind of
on the same side of the coin, chat. Imagine you are playing on a. Imagine you're on a team, you lost, they bench you and put a bench player in your place, and then your team that you got benched on won. That's like a stab in the heart. Then you start to think, is it because of me? Is it my fault? Oh my god.
If they want the ball, give them the ball. You know,
Okay,
that's
let's
the
see
way I
this.
it.
Yeah, they feel ready. They feel up for the challenge. It's an elimination match, so why not?
Let's
You
see it,
gotta
let's
try
see it, let's see it.
something. Let's see if this is gonna work for them in our map number 2.
All right, we go into Symbiotic Surface here for Convergence. It's been a while since we've seen this map, honestly, in the playoffs. So this is going to be the selection from Sentinels. And again, they did make that switch. They do have Kurova in. I wouldn't be surprised if Adam was on the table, but I do think Adam has definitely taken a heavy seat back in the meta. But if they want to run a triple comp, that is still viable for sure. And you can do some great alt trades with that Born Again.
Well, both teams as well kind of go for that Elsa Protect off the rip this time. Sentinels, went for it last time. NRG didn't and still won the last map. Kind of makes sense, I think, once we go to these longer range maps like we saw in Midtown. But for the Mantis bans afterwards also kind of makes sense. I mean, the teams earlier, we kind of seen avoid the Gambit ban sometimes, which can work out. But, obviously both teams don't want to deal with that at the current moment. We'll see what happens in the other bans.
Okay, let's see this.
Again, going for that Vanguard Deadpool, which you said, Ship, like it does bring a lot of value, but the one-sided Invis ban and Protect comes out now.
Wait.
Yeah, it's another kind of strat line attack here.
Wait, that's
Obviously
actually crazy.
locking
They
in
benched-
a very strong Elsa lock. She's no
Wait,
doubt
wait,
to be
wait,
matched on both sides. You can see
No,
the
never mind,
Loki
never mind.
ban coming from this side. They're going to try to, send them a little piece of what they've been receiving with all these strat lines with the Mantis,
mirror.
Gambit, and Loki being removed. And I think that's not a bad idea. Try to even the playing field a little bit. Give yourself a similar solution if they're forced onto the Cloak, which is a little more readable. But again, it is an ultimate that is tough to go against because you farm it so quick, and you can definitely initiate forcing teams to respond with other strat alts that ultimately end at the same time.
And Cloak Protect coming out, it looks like, for the second one, but That low-key ban as well, I think is something somebody pointed out in the green room, actually, funnily enough, said, I wouldn't give Velocities the low-key, and kind of agree with her in this point. Velocity's been nasty with it, and they go for the counter low-key ban on their side. So it's going to be fun. I mean, this is the first time in
predictions,
like
yes. Predictions
weeks
happened
Kurova
before
play
the
game, right?
match.
It's been like nonstop mirror, so finally get to see the OG back on it.
Yeah, and
Why wasn't
we talk about how
Kurova playing
team synergy
regardless?
over time is huge. These guys have played
maybe
together
team
forever.
synergy,
Kurova obviously making a little
Kurova,
switch there to DZ over the last end
could be a
of
lot of
Ignite
things.
Stage 1, but now going to be back with the team, and that, if once you play together for a super long time, you kind of get this confidence, this understanding of what the team's going to do, and you don't necessarily need to
Ain't
calm
no way
everything
you're
'cause
watching
you
this
just
instead of playing the new
instinctually
patch.
know what the plan is, and that can help you.
I
in a
play
pinch.
Marvel
But we'll
Rivals
see
every single day
if it
for hours
converts
on
right
end.
now. Energy shock on the
Sorry,
defense
I
first.
spent
Sentinels running
3
something more
days watching
traditional,
MRI.
and that is what we needed to see out of them.
My bad, bro.
Just need to honestly rinse and repeat.
I bet.
From the Sentinels lineup, and I think from
The
a lot
tournaments
of
are not on,
squads in the last
the,
week. I mean,
new
we were
patch.
hearing like rumbles of triple Vanguard being very good. Obviously with the Gambit stuff and the Rogue, but what if Sentinels also were in that boat? Maybe they really love to play the Gambit alongside Rogue, and now that they can't, a lot of the times these matches are a bit of a pickle. For Energy Shock, though, on their side, already up the first map ship, and I mean, honestly, house money at that point, considering how it went last time, and also on the Convoy Convergence maps afterwards. So we'll see how Energy Shock play. Can they close out on the second map to put themselves on map point in our second best of 5 of the day?
Portal off the rip, and NRG's reading it. They could see it coming. You can see them heading backwards, but a good idea. Change things up here and try to retake their height. It's going to be essentially a spawn switch. You're going to see both teams playing like they're on the inverse of roles, right? So now they will have the guaranteed access to height should they elect to choose to use it behind them, but they're just going to walk them right down here, try to get as much percentage on point as they can. And that's a
They
huge
have
tackle,
Ryan
though.
Mazing on the
This
support
time
again,
on
bro.
the back line. Crimzo in a dangerous spot, able to escape for the moment. Stinkers finds one, loses the passive instantly. And Dogman finding Madara off rip is huge for the side of Sentinels, who are halfway to point and climbing window falls too. Sentinels are showing up at this moment, looking like their old selves.
Yeah, walked at them. They played the by the way, capping point first, looking like themselves. But they played the strat pool style, right? They obviously have Vanguard pool available, but you build up ult so fast, jumping on your teammates' heads to just go in with the cheese ult fast on the TP play. It worked out phenomenally after Flame hit a frontline player of NRG. Now we go to second phase. You're done with that play now. We're going Flame back over to the Jeff, and you have Dongmin back over to Vanguard tank pool. So we'll see if this sort of changes their playstyle.
That was a
bit.
pretty
Flame
fast
obviously
cab,
staying on the
actually.
flank, plays it slow, but Energy Shock doesn't have ults yet, but we've seen Window pop up before with Brutal.
Folks, that's incredibly smart, just piggybacking on what you're saying, to use the strat Deadpool off rip to get that percentage. So when you do
Hey,
switch,
man, I'm sorry.
Walls there, just stuff
Just
the
making
guard
sure
procs.
everything's
That
good
was
at home.
counterintuitive, unlucky communication there from the side of Usher and Crimzo, I believe. But it doesn't matter, because Flame, on the Stinkers finds one, another pick comes through, and Sentinel's momentum is looking lights out right now as Usher is showing up here on this Elsa.
All right.
Yeah,
Listen, hey,
unfortunately,
my
they hit the
dogs are
wall,
more
but at least
important,
they got
chat.
the KO. Then another one from Kurova, who came in and just fragged out, got Chime cross map on the Luna Snow, and then we saw the Jeff POV see his teammates ragdoll fly through his face, so that was a little goofy. But now, for Sentinel side, they have, like you said, Chip, so much time in the bank.
what's
Kurova again
yeah.
has ultimate
Never
available.
mind.
Energy
Not
Shock
gonna say it.
are having to react
I was
to
gonna
a
say-
very difficult situation.
And Dongmin now, huge strangling prison, answered immediately by the Bond. Eternal Bond walking them forward.
I think it sucks being a bench player and then you get benched and then your team starts doing a lot better when you get benched. It's a hit to your
so much. It seems to be working for them now.
ego.
The boost out for Kurova, now trying to find window with a huge freeze. Out goes that E though, forcing that cooldown. That calm will be known across the team. Great walls there by Crimzo. As they back up, they're forced to just constantly take damage and farm that ultimate. Crimzo back at 42%. Moderate in the sky. Combination. Oh, it hits the shield.
Oh!
And the E comes through here from Flame, I believe.
Wait,
who's
I want to
trying
know how that
find
got
some.
blocked.
Walking backwards now is going to just target whoever was eaten, and it's a 3-piece, I believe, maybe 2. We'll see in a moment as Usher cleans up Madara. Is there more follow-up? Out again. Wow, good escape there from Window.
Was it Deadpool bubble?
Yeah,
Nice
absolutely.
block.
Let's see if they can keep it up though.
Dogman. Yeah, Dogman's a really great tank player.
Counter this many times. He throws it out, just Window, or rather does his group block it. This time, no, removes them out of the invisible. It's in fact Renko who got caught in it, and we're getting this map pushed through. Madara's going to switch over to the Doctor Strange to help portal through. Maybe they come back in fast, but it's going to be body blocked on both sides. from the teams. We'll see how much damage can come through on Amador, though. He just kind of plays his shield.
Come on,
perfectly,
NRG Shock,
meters.
bro.
They're going to have everybody here at the very least.
You guys
Large Truck's
did
up
so
two, but
well
they
the
lose
first
velocity in the
map.
middle
Don't tell
fight.
me you guys are getting
that
folded
is
the
huge.
second map.
Once
Oh,
more
yep,
by
they're getting
Crimzo.
folded.
Can they clean
They're
it up?
getting
They
folded.
can. That's gonna be
Oh.
a three-piece here.
Oh,
as it
good
should be
ult by
this point.
Crimzo,
And
bro.
it
Oh,
is.
and
Wow,
Kurova.
Sentinels
This
are
is
looking
not.
fresh now.
This is, by the way,
4
the
minutes and
not
15
season
seconds on
7.5
point
Luna
three
chat.
is
This is
absurd.
not the buffed
And
Luna.
last time, I think Energy Shock,
Ooh.
they banned out the Jeff.
Don't tell me
This
it's a
time it was the Loki
Kurova
at the very
diff.
end, and you can see that's not panning out. Flame's looked so much better, I think, as well, playing these off healers instead of the Loki, in fact. Like, I feel like the Loki was solid before, but his Jeff definitely feels like a comfort pick for him. Now we move to the third phase of the map. Ryan Mazing has the Ultron ready to go, at least Chime. Maybe he can connect with another Glartrox, but the pressure has been brutal from Dongman and crew.
Dongman's
You know what?
face
I hope
cam
the
with just his
communication
eyes
was,
and his
"Coach, I
nose
want the ball,
looked like
put
me
in,"
looking
because
over the
if
counter.
So, Kurova, it's really showcasing now why it's working
because
out.
I'm-
Right, amazing. Diving in with the Rage of Ultron, making it a two-piece now. As
A lot of
Ryan
these
Mason's
guys
walking
need
in
to
the
fix
backline.
their
Snickers
face
should pay
cam,
for it
man.
here. Yes, he does. Good shots by Rye, and Sentinels are not letting off the gas. Velocity has the invisible boundary available. Snickers and Windows soon to have ultimate as well for Shock, but there's 3 to match from Kurova, Flame A, and Yusher here. And we will see which one's more valuable in just a moment. This is down to the wire with 3 minutes on right here at the end. Sentinels.
Look at Kurova, he's just chilling. Like, he just gets to relax at the back of the map. Nothing wrong.
Adam,
Just
Kurova is really
fine
known for
in
his
the lane
Adam.
they're currently in.
That's why you probably
Off
think
the
he was
ultimate
an
against it.
Adam
Here
OTP.
comes Windows ultimate, but again, negated by that bubble that Dongman, you called it out earlier. I mean, both the Vanguards and Kurova get hit, but it's 2 strat ult, or 2 ults for only, well, 2 on Sentinel's side as well, but still nobody going down on Sentinel's side, and Yusher has, again, Glartrox. He was big with it last time.
Damn,
Now,
Flame is
again,
like
it's all about
locked
who presses
in,
juice
bro.
a little
I
bit
like
better.
that.
There's going to be the combo with Flame and Crimzo. We'll see if that
Forgot
elects
to
be
make his
run.
bed.
A lot of times
Making
you don't
your
even
bed
need
is
to
a
wall
waste
up
of
there in
time.
those
It's fine.
situations. But
I
there's
said
going to
it.
be an answer from Madara. If
Ain't
they
no
do go
way
down
I'm
with
making
its
my
Jeff,
bed
it's
every single
gonna
day.
be, in vain. There could be some struggle there, at least, as what the intended language is, as they're walking in now. Madara holding on, and we might see it. Electing not yet. There it is. And just pulling out that cooldown. Good idea there, dropping back as a team. No one's gone down just yet. And I do think that's a decent trade, as there's a lot more answers there with the Meteor M than there is with the It's Jeff in this current meta. Huge Strangling Prison finds one with Yusher with some insane aim, trying to find a second. And I don't even know how, but is able to find Velocity there, or isn't able to find Velocity, who makes that escape happen with a great jump there. I don't know how that reaction time came through, but shout out Velocity dodging that ultimate. I think even honestly, Yusher thought he'd landed that there as Crimzo